Bei Xuan reincarnates into the world of Naruto, emerging as a humble ninja from Konoha, utilizing a unique ability that allows him to acquire a new power every 3 years. He steadily progresses within the shinobi realm. At the tender age of 3, Bei Xuan received his first extraordinary ability, the Golden Light Spell, a cultivation technique that harmonizes life and spirit, laying the foundation for his future strength. By the age of 6, he obtained the soul bone of our sea god's mother, bestowing upon him remarkable vitality and facilitating his physical growth. At 9, Bei Xuan acquired the ability to summon Pokémon, assuming the role of a Pokémon trainer in the ninja world, continuously enhancing these creatures with the distinctive powers of the shinobi realm. As the following years unfolded, what other capabilities would Bei Xuan gain? Tsunade money. I want to wreak havoc. Bei Xuan, in just one night, you've already spent the reward of an S-rank mission. Years later, Bei Xuan glanced back at the Sinnoh region, a faint smile gracing his lips, before turning to announce to the entire ninja world, a new era? I shall forge it. The first quartz conference begins. Chapter 1. Bei Xuan In the ninja world, Konoha village. The setting sun's afterglow painted the leaves with hues of gold, illuminating the verdant landscape. Did I fail again? A child sat beneath a tree, gazing at the golden light on his fingertip, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. The child's name was Bei Xuan, a fortunate traveler who found himself in the world of Naruto through a twist of fate. Upon his arrival, Bei Xuan had envisioned himself as a transcendent being, capable of defeating formidable foes like Obito and Madara with the powers bestowed upon him. Alas, while he possessed an extraordinary ability, it was not one that rendered him invincible. From the moment of his birth, Bei Xuan, perhaps due to his reincarnation, could only vaguely sense the world around him as an infant. If it weren't for the constant voices surrounding him, he might have believed he had been reborn as a mere ball of flesh. Coupled with the fragility of his newborn body, even his adult mind struggled to control his new form, severely limiting his perception and waking hours. He languished through early childhood in a daze until, at the age of 1, he began to regain some control over his body. Initially apprehensive upon realizing he had entered the harsh world of Naruto, Bei Xuan was concerned that, without the legendary Sharingan or Byakugan, he might forever remain a mere spectator to the brilliance of prodigies, ultimately meeting an untimely demise in an inconspicuous corner during a mission, or perhaps living as an ordinary villager, awaiting the destined hero to alter the course of the ninja world. However, learning that he had arrived in the Naruto universe without the fabled ocular powers did not dishearten Bei Xuan too much. After all, even commoners had forged their own paths, such as Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, prominent figures among Konoha's ordinary populace. As for Guy, who nearly kicked open the finale, while he too belonged to the ranks of commoners, his family's secret technique, the 8 Gates, set him apart. In Bei Xuan's eyes, he was akin to a noble, not an ordinary citizen. At the very least, Bei Xuan understood that with unwavering dedication to training and self-improvement, he could potentially reach the rank of a Kage, or if blessed with talent in physical arts, even grasp forbidden techniques of the 6 paths. All his anxieties dissipated when he turned 3, as a golden light blossomed at his fingertips. On his 3rd birthday, Bei Xuan found himself in a misty realm during a dream, surrounded by darkness and dense fog. In the midst of this haze, a lottery barrel swayed rhythmically. The sound of bamboo slips clattering echoed throughout the space. Occasionally, a bamboo slip would soar from the barrel, floating in the air, until soon, Bei Xuan was enveloped by an array of luminous bamboo slips. Upon grasping one, he instantly understood its significance. Each slip represented a distinct ability, though its true nature remained concealed. The first power he acquired was the Golden Light Spell. From that moment forth, every 3 years, Bei Xuan could enter the misty space to select a bamboo slip, but the abilities he obtained remained a matter of luck. Tomorrow, I must report for school. I wonder what the 4th Hokage was like as a child. Now 6 years old, Bei Xuan was of age to enter the Ninja Academy, having diligently trained since receiving the Golden Light Spell. In this year, Bei Xuan drew his 2nd bamboo slip, gaining the Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone, which endowed him with an everlasting vitality beyond its capacity for flight. The power of the Soul Bone was predominantly passive, imbuing Bei Xuan with a constant sensation of his body being gradually fortified. Thus, Bei Xuan's focus remained on honing the Golden Light Spell. Regrettably, no matter how diligently he practiced, He could only envelop himself in the golden light, unable to manipulate it freely. From the moment he mastered the golden light spell, Bei Xuan recognized it as a cultivation technique that harmonized life and spirit. Due to his status as a reincarnator, his mastery of the former far surpassed that of the latter. This imbalance stemmed from the disparity between his past memories and life experiences and his current youthful physique. Even with the enhancement from the soul bone, achieving equilibrium between life and spirit remained elusive. The spirit pertains to one's consciousness, while life signifies vitality. Even without systematic training in the path of the heart, the essence of spirit creation is inherently tied to the mind. This imbalance between life and spirit led to Bei Xuan's slow progress with the golden light spell, leaving him to focus on enhancing his life cultivation. Unfortunately, for someone just beginning to grasp the golden light spell, such aspirations felt exceedingly distant. Without a mentor to guide him, Bei Xuan could only embark on a gradual journey of self-discovery. Though his advancement was sluggish, Bei Xuan believed it remarkable that he had managed to cover his entire body with golden light in such a short time. While its intensity left much to be desired, at least it was an achievement. Retrieving the golden light from his fingertips, Bei Xuan stood, brushed the dust from his clothing, and began his journey home. Regarding his unexpected reincarnation, he felt grateful that he was not an orphan, spared from the hardships of living under someone else's roof or being consigned to the Konoha orphanage, where he might have faced a harrowing fate. Although not an orphan, Bei Xuan's circumstances were hardly enviable. Shortly after his birth, his father perished on a mission to support the village, and his mother succumbed to illness when he was 5, leaving his grandmother to care for him. Currently, Bei Xuan's family relied on village subsidies and his grandmother's grilled fish sales for their livelihood, while his enrollment fees for the Ninja Academy were waived, due to his family's heroic background. However, the village was not a charitable institution and could not support Bei Xuan indefinitely. According to Konoha's regulations, once he officially became a ninja, the subsidies would cease. Though termed as support, these funds were more akin to compensation for his father's sacrifice, albeit meager due to the village's financial constraints as stated by certain Hokage. However, Bei Xuan would not develop any favorable sentiments towards the management of Konoha village merely due to a trivial subsidy. He was acutely aware of the psychological complexities and obsessions that plagued several individuals within the Hokage building. The following day, Bei Xuan was roused early by his grandmother, who dressed him in a newly prepared outfit she had dedicated much time to. With purposeful strides, he made his way towards the Ninja Academy. Although his grandmother wished to accompany him, Bei Xuan firmly declined her offer, prompting her to watch her grandson journey alone to the academy. The Ninja Academy was bustling with activity as the new term commenced. Being an ordinary person, his grandmother worried that a careless encounter might lead to a fall, which would be quite unfortunate. Bei Xuan, are you reporting in today? Have you had breakfast? Would you like a bowl of red bean soup? I've already eaten. Thank you, Aunt Bai Wei. Is Big Brother going to register? Be sure to tell us all about the Ninja Academy when you return. Have you not grown tired of hearing it? Surely, your brother has shared tales with you. It's different. It's different. Very well, upon my return, I shall regale you with my experiences. From a young age, Bei Xuan had been obedient and sensible, earning him the reputation of being the exemplary child in the neighborhood. His extensive knowledge of various games had made him well known among the local children, who affectionately referred to him as Big Brother. Before long, Bei Xuan arrived at the Ninja Academy. After presenting his credentials, he successfully entered the school and found a seat in his designated classroom. As he settled in, he began to observe his fellow classmates. He could not help but notice the unconventional hairstyles prevalent in the ninja world, coupled with the varied hair colors. Bei Xuan felt fortunate that his own hair was black and styled quite ordinarily. Clap. Silence. After a considerable duration, once the classroom was filled, a man bearing scars entered, commanding immediate attention with a forceful thud against the podium, which rendered the classroom utterly silent. Chapter 2. The anxious teacher, seeing that his intimidation had taken effect, Sarutobi Noichi mentally applauded his wife for the idea. Due to his somewhat timid disposition, he was deemed unsuitable to be a ninja and was thus assigned by the clan leader to teach at the Ninja Academy. Unsure of how to interact with his students, Sarutobi Noichi sought counsel from his wife, who advised him that maintaining a stern expression would suffice to enhance his authoritative presence. He even requested her assistance in drawing a scar on his face, suppressing his inner turmoil. Sarutobi Noichi covered himself with the lectern and pinched his thigh hard before addressing the class. Hello everyone. I am your teacher, Sarutobi Noichi, for the next 6 years. I favor obedient students and dislike those who are not. If you have any issues, feel free to approach me, but I would prefer you to refrain from doing so. Now, let us start with introductions, one by one. After finishing, he positioned himself at the door, arms crossed, wearing a grim expression as he fixed his gaze on the students stepping forward. In reality, however, his back was drenched with sweat. He was merely standing by the door to catch a breath and calm himself. Hello everyone, my name is Hinata Hikari. My hobby is supporting my older brother, and I have nothing I particularly dislike. Kakashi leaned on his hand, observing the white-eyed boy on the podium, especially the bandage adorning his forehead. Has he been marked as a caged bird at such a young age? What a peculiar clan indeed. In Kakashi's perspective, the caged bird policy of the Hyuga clan was largely a reasonable one. It was merely the result of conflicts between the main and branch families. Furthermore, the caged bird served additional functions that perhaps should not have existed. After all, an easily awakened eye in this ninja world could incite considerable greed. Reports indicated that each Byakugan was valued at exorbitant prices in the black market. It was understandable why the Hyuga clan had not mentioned the unbinding of the caged bird in Boruto. Without sufficient strength to unbind it, the clan likely faced imminent extinction. From the Warring States period to the era of Boruto, despite the numerous conflicts, the Hyuga clan had left its mark. Even once becoming the foremost family of ocular techniques in the ninja world, largely due to the caged bird policy. In contrast, the Uchiha and Senju clans had faded into obscurity over time. Hello, I am Namikaze Minato. My dream is to become a competent Hokage. I haven't encountered anything I dislike yet, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. Following Hinata Hikari was a boy with blonde hair stepping onto the podium. Kakashi nodded in agreement with the later comments about Kushina. The youthful Minato truly possessed an almost feminine beauty, surpassing most of the girls in the class. Subsequently, others took turns introducing themselves, yet Kakashi noticed the absence of Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku, likely due to their training within their respective clans, keeping them from the ninja academy. Soon, it was Kakashi's turn. Hello, I am Kakashi. I have no particular likes or dislikes. My dream is to become a proficient medical ninja. To Kakashi, being a medical ninja before fully maturing seemed quite appealing. It would allow him to learn more about his body through medical ninjutsu. After the passing of his mother when he was 5, Kakashi had learned chakra extraction techniques. However, it pained him that, in his vision, his chi should have been separate from chakra, enabling him to possess 2 distinct energy reserves. Regrettably, when he successfully extracted chakra for the first time, his inner chi fused with the chakra he had just extracted. Over the year, Kakashi's chi and chakra intertwined, forming a new, deep blue energy. This energy allowed him to utilize the golden light technique, but he remained uncertain whether he could still perform ninjutsu. As his parents had left him no ninjutsu scrolls. Please assemble at the schoolyard in 10 minutes for the opening ceremony hosted by the Hokage. Upon the conclusion of the last introduction, Sarutobi Noichi immediately entered to announce. Every year, Sarutobi Hizashi would deliver a speech on the will of fire at the Ninja Academy, and this occasion was no exception. Led by Sarutobi Noichi, the entire class made its way to the schoolyard. Standing among the crowd, Kakashi gazed up at the man adorned in ceremonial robes on the stage. Sarutobi Hizashi, in his prime, wore a smile that exuded warmth, the sunlight casting an inviting glow upon him, making him remarkably charismatic from a distance. Indeed, he was worthy of the reputation as the illusory will of fire. Even Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of approachability from him. In summary, Sarutobi Hizashi had succeeded. With a few words about the leaves dancing in the wind, the fire would continue to thrive, illuminating the village and nurturing the budding new leaves. Many newcomers felt their spirits soar, clamoring to become Hokage, and Kakashi noticed the excitement etched on Minato's face. However, it disheartened Kakashi that Sarutobi Hizashi spoke for over an hour. While speeches could indeed inspire others, the length was excessive. The longer Sarutobi Hizashi spoke, the more fervently the enthusiastic students cheered. Even after the conclusion, these impassioned individuals struggled to regain their composure, already dreaming of becoming Hokage and contributing to the village. As for Kakashi, he maintained a neutral expression throughout, feeling no inclination to portray an impression of being moved by the will of fire. Sarutobi Hizashi was not some naive university student. It was overly presumptuous to think he could act before someone who had never engaged in politics. One could only wonder if nearby ninjas were documenting his speech. After the assembly, they returned to their respective classes, where the teachers introduced chakra extraction techniques. Yet, it seemed none of Kakashi's classmates genuinely required instruction, as they had already grasped chakra before the school year began, likely the reason why Kakashi and the other clan children were placed in the same class. An amusing scene unfolded. While Sarutobi Noichi lectured on chakra extraction techniques, students below were preoccupied with their own training, sleeping, or chatting. Of course, not everyone was disengaged. For instance, the future fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, was attentively listening. Although Kakashi couldn't sense ninjutsu, he could discern whether someone possessed chakra, a skill acquired through his own experiences. However, after observing his classmates and teacher for some time, Kakashi noticed that Sarutobi Noichi did not appear as fierce as he seemed. It felt less like teaching and more like reciting lines, as he hardly glanced at the students. Two words sprang to Kakashi's mind: social anxiety. Suddenly, he realized that his life at the Ninja Academy would likely not be too lonely. While Sarutobi Noichi was busy reciting his prepared lesson, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. Chapter 3. Letting go of personal qualities and embracing a life of mischief on the schoolyard of the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Noichi was leading a practical combat test. A year had passed since enrollment, and Sarutobi Noichi was gradually becoming accustomed to his role as a teacher. He had grown comfortable interacting with his students and no longer wore a stern expression, thanks in no small part to a certain mischievous little rascal. At that moment, Sarutobi Noichi held a form in hand, recording the combat performance of the students. Next group, Namake's Minato versus Kakashi. Kakashi, it's our turn. You should be able to unleash your full potential this time. Upon hearing his name, Minato Namake stepped onto the battle stage with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. In contrast, Bei Xuan appeared rather disinterested. Over the past year, although he had not feigned being a novice, he had not made any deliberate attempts to showcase his strength either. Given the current circumstances in Konoha, a moderate approach was most suitable for commoners. Bei Xuan, unlike Minato, showed no inclination towards the will of fire. Thus, exhibiting exceptional talent could likely attract the attention of some radical factions lurking in the shadows. While Bei Xuan may have been lackluster in spirit, the classmates watching were filled with excitement, continuously cheering him on, hoping he could teach Minato a lesson. They all understood that Bei Xuan was unlikely to match Minato's prowess. Yet it did not deter their desire to see the top student of their class receive a reprimand. Even amidst a class dominated by clan heirs, Minato maintained an undeniable upper hand. Bei Xuan found no surprise in this, having witnessed Minato effortlessly dispatching 3 cloud shinobi when attempting to impress a girl under the moonlight. Those shinobi, regardless of their weaknesses, should have possessed the strength of a chunin. After all, while cloud shinobi were muscular, they were not devoid of intelligence. It would be illogical to send mere genin to capture a jinchuriki from a village. Bei Xuan, can you muster your full strength to compete with me? Minato inquired earnestly, observing Bei Xuan forming the required hand seals. What is the point in seeking a beating when I can't even match you? Bei Xuan yawned, pondering whether he had ever revealed his true capabilities. He hadn't, had he? Or was this peculiar blonde-haired boy simply special? Moreover, he feared that using his full strength might inadvertently harm Minato. Cease the idle chatter. The match begins. As Sarutobi Noichi's voice echoed, both Bei Xuan and Minato sprang into action. The practical training of the Ninja Academy was merely a spectacle. The two engaged in close combat immediately after the announcement. Throughout the year, Bei Xuan and Minato had sparred on numerous occasions, as a certain shameless teacher had insisted that Minato discipline Bei Xuan, the impudent little brat. Minato charged forward with a straight punch aimed at Bei Xuan's face, but Bei Xuan simply crouched to evade the strike and retaliated with a sweeping kick aimed at Minato's lower body. Seeing his punch avoided, Minato transitioned from fist to palm, pressing down on Bei Xuan's shoulder, lifting himself into the air to evade Bei Xuan's attack. In response, Bei Xuan seized Minato's hand on his shoulder, attempting to fling him away. At the same moment, Minato grasped Bei Xuan in return, both engaging in a struggle of strength. Ultimately, it was Minato's spinning kick that separated them. As Minato began forming seals again, Bei Xuan swiftly raised his hand. I concede. His sudden surrender provoked an uproar among the onlookers, who began to boo. In their eyes, one should at least put forth their utmost effort instead of capitulating outright. Sarutobi Noichi's face also reflected a hint of disappointment, lamenting the absence of witnessing Bei Xuan receiving a proper thrashing. Minato, witnessing Bei Xuan's concession, lowered his hands and approached him, expressing a hint of exasperation. It's always like this. Bei Xuan, you should possess more strength than this. Bei Xuan placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. Did I not mention? What is the point in fighting when I can't win? Clearly, this is Noichi's insidious ploy to stir discord between us. Despite Minato's overwhelming superiority in class, his relationships with classmates were exceptionally good. After all, he was the embodiment of sunshine, radiating charisma. Bei Xuan too shared a strong bond with Minato, his words often provoking deep contemplation in Minato. Initially, Bei Xuan sought to cultivate a connection with Minato as a potential ally should he ascend to the role of Hokage. However, it had since evolved into a genuine recognition of Minato as a true friend, prompted by Minato's admirable character. Bei Xuan was no mere child, which often hindered his ability to relate with his peers at the Ninja Academy. Their conversations rarely aligned. Even though children in the ninja world matured early, they remained fundamentally children at heart. When Bei Xuan first sat in class, he struggled to comprehend those who, after being transported to another world, engaged in romantic discussions with children. Just because one's physical form was that of a child did not imply that their psyche was equally juvenile. Gazing upon innocent faces, could one truly bring themselves to act against them? Bei Xuan believed that although he still inhabited a child's body, his actual age was far beyond that of a mere child. Thus, he found it difficult to understand and respect those who did not share his perspective. Bei Xuan, wake up, school is over. After class, Minato approached Bei Xuan, shaking him awake as he practiced chakra control. Already? Let us go? Bei Xuan stood, following Minato while stretching his stiff limbs from a long afternoon of sitting. Minato, observing Bei Xuan's condition, felt a mix of helplessness and concern, contemplating whether to offer advice, but recalling Bei Xuan's previous words, he refrained from speaking. Cast aside personal integrity. Embrace a life of mischief. Reject mental turmoil. When there's an issue, unleash your frustrations. Rather than suffering in silence, it is better to challenge others. Minato, even if you are a genius, you work so hard. Why should I even bother trying to keep up when I can't? As the saying goes, if hard work were sufficient, what need would there be for geniuses? Although Minato regarded Bei Xuan as a talent, he had yet to witness any signs of brilliance from him. One might ponder how a person who neither trained diligently nor showed any effort could stand their ground against the top student in their class. Bei Xuan might surrender quickly, but he could still exchange blows with Minato, who was acutely aware of the intensity of his training. Leading Bei Xuan to the outskirts of the village, Minato directed him toward their little base where he trained while Bei Xuan often rested. Upon reaching their destination, Minato began practicing his ninjutsu, sparking Bei Xuan's curiosity about the true caliber of Minato's family. After all, Bei Xuan's father had left behind nothing but chakra refinement techniques, whereas Minato possessed several wind-style scrolls. Albeit of modest rank, Minato had proposed sharing these scrolls with Bei Xuan, yet he had declined, asserting his identity as a taijutsu specialist. Minato's most formidable technique was merely a C-rank jutsu, one so ordinary that it had never even been mentioned in the original Naruto series. Once Bei Xuan mastered the foundational ninjutsu and confirmed his unique chakra could facilitate jutsu, he felt at ease. The reason for not learning Minato's techniques was not merely about their effectiveness. Bei Xuan found them beneath his standards. A single golden light technique was sufficient for his in-depth exploration. With that, he had no need for these lower-tier jutsu, as they proved unnecessary. After glancing at the basic ninjutsu, Bei Xuan grasped their essence. Realizing that studying such elementary techniques was futile. These rudimentary ninjutsu techniques are merely elementary applications of chakra, offering far less enhancement than practicing water walking or tree climbing. Currently, Bei Xuan's focus lies in the study of the golden light spell, thus he declined the opportunity to train this ninjutsu with Minato. Instead of spending time on this ninjutsu, he preferred to refine more chi. Furthermore, he had grasped a hint regarding the transformation of matter through golden light. Yet the current state of the golden light lacked solidity, rendering the transformation ineffective. It was only upon succeeding in the transformation that Bei Xuan realized he had been fixating on a narrow perspective. The precondition for transformation is that the golden light must condense into an incredibly robust form. As it stands, even if the golden light were to transform, its intensity would be insufficient to confront formidable foes. After setting up the purchased fishing net by a nearby stream, Bei Xuan climbed a large tree, reclining and observing Minato's training below. As dusk fell, Minato finally ceased his training and turned to glance at Bei Xuan, who had indeed dozed off. Paying no heed to the sleeping Bei Xuan, Minato approached the net he had initially set up, pulling it up to find 4 large fish flopping about. Bei Xuan, wake up. Today's catch is plentiful. Hearing Minato's call, Bei Xuan opened his eyes and leapt down from the tree to his side. How come there are so many? Did you scatter too much bait this morning? No, I followed your instructions precisely. Ever since Bei Xuan showcased his fish grilling technique, he had taken charge of their dinners. However, Bei Xuan did not work for free. Fair transactions were essential among brothers. Minato required nutrition for his training, so he voluntarily paid Bei Xuan a set sum each month. It seems today is our lucky day. You handle the fish, and I'll start a fire. Soon, both completed their respective tasks. Minato observed Bei Xuan grilling the fish, his already soft features appearing even more gentle in the firelight. Bei Xuan, he called. Bei Xuan looked up to see Minato's face clouded with confusion. What's the matter? Feeling down in the late hours? It's barely dark yet. What's wrong? Have you hit a bottleneck in your ninjutsu training? Bei Xuan, puzzled, thought it strange. Those few trivial ninjutsu shouldn't pose any bottleneck. Surely they were simple enough to practice. On my way back yesterday, I encountered the Uchiha clan's security team. I also met the current young head of the Uchiha clan, that boy named Fugaku. Despite being a few years my senior, he subdued a drunken Chunin all by himself. Bei Xuan, you say I must strive desperately to be the best in class. While these clan heirs need not even attend school, gaining strength merely from their red eyes. It seems there is some truth to your words. If hard work truly pays off, then what need is there for geniuses? Do you think I can really become Hokage? Bei Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He had merely spoken casually to deter Minato from dragging him into training, yet Minato remembered his words. If the future Fugaku were to know he had left the 4th Hokage perplexed, would he rise from his grave to dance? After all, the Uchiha were known for their fondness for dancing. Minato, perhaps I say this because you are also a genius. As for your belief that others gain power solely from their eyes, that is merely your perspective. As the future pillar of a clan, their unseen efforts are likely no less than yours. You have heard what Nichi said, right? His elder brother works so hard that he often asks for a massage. While these clan heirs enjoy the material advantages provided by their families, they too exert themselves in their own ways. Regarding whether you will become Hokage, did I not already tell you? In my heart, you are the sole candidate for Hokage. Upon hearing this, Minato realized he had overthought the matter. A smile returned to his face, especially upon hearing Bei Xuan's final words, which brought him greater joy than mastering a difficult ninjutsu. At that moment, a rugged voice emerged from the darkness. Well said. Haha, you little brats aspire to become Hokage. The two, enjoying their grilled fish, immediately turned towards the source of the voice, revealing 3 figures illuminated by the firelight. Minato recognized them by their gray vests and headbands, realizing they were village ninjas. Bei Xuan, however, recognized them as the trio destined to receive the title of Sannin from Hanzo in the near future, though they appeared quite normal at present. Tsunade, still youthful. Jiraiya, with his Konoha headband, and Orochimaru, still unmistakably male. Greetings, esteemed ninjas. Minato quickly stood up, pulling Bei Xuan to acknowledge the Sannin. Anyone wearing a vest was certainly a Chunin or higher, and judging by their vests, they were likely Jounin. Haha, here you are grilling fish so late. Would you mind if we joined you? Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on the 2 fish Bei Xuan was grilling. Idiot, both Tsunade and Orochimaru facepalmed, unable to comprehend Jiraiya's thought process. You're welcome to, but we only have 2 fish that we haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind. Minato glanced at Bei Xuan, who was the one grilling the fish, and he hesitated to respond directly, feeling a bit awkward despite their good relationship. He silently resolved to compensate Bei Xuan more later, prioritizing the need to appease the ninjas before them, who were likely Jounin. Then I want to be polite. Kid, your grilled fish smells incredible. I could smell it from afar. Upon Minato's agreement, Jiraiya eagerly reached out for the fish in Bei Xuan's hand, passing one to Tsunade, while he disregarded Orochimaru. If you need more, there's a river nearby. I can assist with grilling. Bei Xuan said to Orochimaru. Curious about the man he now found less intimidating, though still emanating a chilling aura. That won't be necessary. Just let me warm myself by the fire. Orochimaru, initially inclined to leave, changed his mind upon noticing Bei Xuan's lack of fear towards him, perceiving familiarity in the boy's eyes. As a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, it was not unusual for villagers to recognize him, Yet this familiarity triggered something in Orochimaru. Moreover, he sensed an unsettling aura within the boy, which, combined with his familiarity, compelled Orochimaru to linger. I was planning to visit my grandmother and indulge in a little gambling. But this fish is quite good, kid. Tsunade joined her two companions in sitting down, taking a bite of the grilled fish, her eyes lighting up. I'm glad you like it. Bei Xuan prodded the fire to stoke the flames higher. The five soon fell into a silence. Minato dared not speak. Focused on his fish, while Jiraiya and Tsunade nibbled away, and Orochimaru gazed at Bei Xuan, who played with the fire. Ah, this is delightful. After consuming military rations on the road, it's wonderful to savor such delicious grilled fish upon returning to the village. The awkward atmosphere was broken by Jiraiya finishing his fish, though only Minato felt the tension. Are the adults returning to the village on a mission? Inquired Minato Namikaze as he noticed someone speaking. Haha, of course. I am Jiraiya, the illustrious, charming, and heroic figure adored by all, Jiraiya exclaimed, springing to his feet and striking an exaggerated pose, hands on his hips as he gazed at Minato. However, he soon found himself met with 3 pairs of incredulous eyes. Save for Minato, who wore an expression of delight. You are the disciple of the 3rd Hokage? Impressive, Minato exclaimed, having heard of Jiraiya's notoriety. Well known alongside Orochimaru among the common folk, and a source of inspiration for many, including Minato himself. Hey kid, I am Jiraiya. What kind of look is that? He shouted, pointing at the bewildered Bei Xuan, disregarding the presence of his companions. I recognized you as soon as you arrived. I saw you peeking at others while they bathed from afar. Bei Xuan retorted, his expression devoid of emotion, ignoring Jiraiya's outburst. The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon his words. Minato's surprise froze on his face, while Tsunade clenched her fists, and Orochimaru pondered thoughtfully. The subject of the matter, seeing Tsunade's reaction, quickly waved his hands in denial. You must have seen wrong, kid. Tsunade, no, you can't believe that little brat. The scene unfolded with Jiraiya, bruised and seated by the fire, poking at it with a stick, attempting to fend off Bei Xuan's prodding with his own stick. So you recognized us from the start? Orochimaru remarked, breaking the silence. Though his reprimands of Jiraiya were merely habitual. Yes, Orochimaru and Tsunade, Bei Xuan nodded. Minato, upon hearing this, exclaimed, So you are Orochimaru and Tsunade? Bei Xuan, don't you wish to become an exceptional medical ninja? You could ask Tsunade. She is the greatest medical ninja. Bei Xuan glanced at Minato, surprised that he remembered what was said during their initial encounter, though he found Minato's poor acting rather exasperating. Oh, you wish to become a medical ninja, little brat? Don't all you boys aspire to be dashing ninjas? Dreaming of becoming Hokage, perhaps? Tsunade remarked, slightly taken aback, surprised that this rather handsome young boy harbored ambitions of becoming a medical ninja. Nowadays, it seemed all young boys aimed to become Hokage, including her foolish younger brother. Compared to others, I prefer to be a medical ninja, Bei Xuan stated. And the reason? It can't just be a whim, can it? I wish to become a formidable medical ninja and bring about changes to the current medical practices, he replied, instantly capturing the attention of those present. What kind of changes? Tsunade inquired, her smile fading as she adopted a serious demeanor, knowing she shared similar thoughts, albeit still in the conceptual stage. Ninjas currently operate in teams. If a medical ninja were embedded in each team, would it not significantly reduce unnecessary casualties? Bei Xuan's gaze fell upon Tsunade and the others. That is unrealistic. Medical ninjas are typically weaker, and each is a treasure for the village. This policy is idealistic. Not everyone possesses Tsunade's capabilities. Before Tsunade could respond, Orochimaru interjected. Medical ninjas are still ninjas, are they not? Bei Xuan turned to Tsunade, curious if she, who had not yet experienced the loss of a brother or loved one, would agree with a policy she might propose in the future. Indeed, medical ninjas are ninjas. Would you be interested in learning from me? Tsunade countered, not directly affirming Bei Xuan's statement, but instead offering an opportunity. Huh, is Tsunade going to take this kid as her student? What can this braggart possibly achieve? He's surely a weakling, right? You agree, yellow-haired brat? Jiraiya interjected, slinging an arm over Minato's shoulder. That's not true. Bei Xuan is quite capable. I haven't witnessed his true strength yet, Minato defended, recognizing that an apprenticeship with Tsunade would be a tremendous opportunity for Bei Xuan. Jiraiya, noticing Minato's concern, reassured him. I never said I would take him as a disciple, merely that he could learn from me. Tsunade acknowledged, in the ninja world, taking on a student is significant. It's akin to accepting a junior to carry on your legacy. Bei Xuan sighed with relief. After all, the teacher-student relationship in the ninja world was complex. Thank you. Lady Tsunade, I am willing. Are you interested in studying under me? However, it's a direct apprenticeship here, Jiraiya said earnestly. Having been captivated by Minato's smile from the moment he first laid eyes on him, wondering if this young man might indeed be the savior spoken of by the great sage of the toads, Minato felt a bit perplexed, as he would have eagerly accepted in the past, but after getting to know Bei Xuan, he found many of Bei Xuan's beliefs, such as respecting women, quite commendable. Furthermore, Bei Xuan's comment about Jiraiya peeking at others while bathing shattered Minato's idealized image of Jiraiya into pieces. Agree, Minato. He is an excellent ninja. Just don't emulate him in other aspects. Seeing Minato looking at him, Jiraiya understood his concern and urged, though Jiraiya may not be the best in that regard. He excels in teaching. Chapter 6. Learning Medical Ninjutsu. All of Jiraiya's disciples are formidable warriors. Minato became the feared yellow flash on the battlefield. Yahiko formed the Akatsuki. Though he ultimately perished, Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, and Konan wielded explosive tags, while the true savior, Naruto, emerged as well. All these individuals were products of Jiraiya's tutelage. Upon hearing this, Minato respectfully performed a bow to Jiraiya. Once Minato finished, Jiraiya immediately shouted at Bei Xuan, "That was for research purposes. And my disciples will undoubtedly inherit all my abilities. What do you know, you little brat?" He halted mid-sentence upon noticing Tsunade clenching her fists, his bruises still unhealed. "All right, it's late. You all should head back. I need to check on Granny. Orochimaru, remember to report on the mission and collect the reward for me. As for you, you're still attending the Ninja Academy, right? You want need to go tomorrow. I'll have my brother help you get a day off. Come to my house tomorrow," Tsunade concluded, rising to leave. Jiraiya, seeing this, turned to Minato and then hurried after Orochimaru. "You should also take a day off. Never mind. I'll use Shadow Clone Jutsu. Just wait for me at training ground number 1 tomorrow. I'll assess your abilities." Understood, Teacher Jiraiya. After Tsunade departed, Orochimaru silently followed suit. While Tsunade could skip reporting to the third Hokage, Orochimaru could not. Delaying his return to the village was already due to his responsibilities. Now that they've left, I should head home. See you tomorrow. Bei Xuan rose and departed, leaving the campfire in the capable hands of Swayman. Only Swayman remained by the fire, lost in thought. The events had unfolded too rapidly for him to fully comprehend. Had he truly just become a disciple? Bei Xuan, not far away, turned back to glance at him, shaking his head at Suman's innate foolishness, which had evidently been present since childhood. Indeed, the second generation had not erred in their judgment. The next day, Bei Xuan awoke and prepared his own lunch. After some contemplation, he decided to purchase a notebook and pen, for it was said that the knowledge of medicine was vast, and he wished to document what he learned. The location of Tsunade's home was unmistakable, as the Senju clan's territory was easily recognizable. There was no guard stationed at the entrance of the Senju compound, and Bei Xuan stood at the threshold for some time before deciding to step inside. Upon entering, he noticed a young woman with flowing red hair standing by a pond, feeding the fish. This must be Kushina, the wife of the Great Pillar. She appeared youthful, as Kushina had yet to arrive in Konoha. "Ah, you're here? I thought you might hesitate to come in. Young Tsunade is still asleep. You may wait a while," she said. Bei Xuan immediately bowed respectfully. "I have the honor of meeting you, Lady Mido. Just call me grandmother. There's no need for formality. I never expected someone would still recognize me. Ha ha ha. The house has grown rather quiet. Since you have become Tsunade's disciple, you must visit me often," Mido said kindly, observing Bei Xuan. Tsunade had mentioned to her the previous day that a child would be visiting, but Mido found herself surprised by the apparent significance of this child. "Yes, grandmother, but you seem to have misremembered. Tsunade has not officially accepted me as a disciple. She has merely offered to allow me to learn medical ninjutsu under her guidance." Bei Xuan, acknowledging Mido as grandmother, recognized her as a significant ally in Konoha. "What do you think of Konoha now?" Bei Xuan expected Mido to engage in casual conversation, but her question left him momentarily speechless. Was this truly the topic of conversation for someone from the Warring States era? "It is quite good, thriving and peaceful." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Mido's eyes. As the host for the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed the ability to sense both good and evil, as well as discern the truth behind words. From Bei Xuan's response, She perceived his affection for Konoha, but also a profound disappointment that overshadowed his fondness. The very foundation of Konoha was built for children, yet this child seemed disillusioned by it. Tell me, young one, do you truly believe you are fit to be Hokage? The will of fire has never been a tool for political stability. Is that so? Please, have a seat while I summon Tsunade. That girl is still asleep at this hour. With that, Mito entered the house, leaving Bei Xuan standing alone. He understood that Mito could sense the veracity of his words, yet he had no intention of divulging anything further. He was merely a commoner who had recently connected with Tsunade, while the village's ailments were caused by Mito's brother-in-law's disciple. Bei Xuan had little faith that Mito was truly unaware of the village's issues. In his view, Mito's perceptive abilities undoubtedly encompassed the entire village of Konoha. The machinations of Danzo could not escape her notice. Thus, whether he spoke or remained silent, the outcome would be the same, with silence being more advantageous for him. Before long, Tsunade emerged, her hair in disarray, yawning widely, yet Mito was nowhere in sight. What brings you here so early? You shouldn't come at such an hour. Here, she said, handing Bei Xuan a large scroll. Go through this material first, and then tell me your current chakra levels. I'll catch up on some sleep. That fool Shinjiro kept me awake until late last night. With that, she laid her head upon the nearby table and fell asleep. Bei Xuan took the scroll, letting out a silent sigh. He was aware of Tsunade's whimsical nature, yet it was already well into the day. Sitting beside her, he began to peruse the scroll she had given him. The first thing that caught his eye was a wealth of information about the origins and evolution of medical ninjas, which he promptly skimmed over, moving on to the latter sections. The essence of a medical ninja lay in the meticulous mastery of chakra, and this scroll contained numerous methods for refining chakra control. Techniques such as tree climbing and water walking, featured in the anime, were also included. However, Bei Xuan had already practiced these methods himself. His pursuit of luminous material had led him to an extraordinary level of chakra control. Time passed as Bei Xuan diligently read, and it seemed that Tsunade slept as long as he studied. However, her sleeping position was quite unseemly, her otherwise beautiful face marred by a pool of drool, which Bei Xuan found difficult to look at. Ah, such comfortable sleep, Tsunade murmured, stretching languidly. Bei Xuan, witnessing the drool she left behind and her flushed face, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why did such a beautiful face have to be marred by this? Chapter 7. Saving the fish. Noticing the situation, Bei Xuan cleared his throat to announce his presence. Tsunade, finally aware of Bei Xuan's company, glanced at the drool on the table and hastily wiped her mouth with her sleeve. How did you find the material? How is your chakra control? I've finished it. My chakra control is reasonable. Tsunade was somewhat surprised. After all, the scroll she had provided was quite thick, and he had read through it so quickly. Medical ninjas abhor haste. Are you certain you've comprehended it all? The most critical aspect is to retain the information. I have remembered everything, except for the section on the origins of medical ninjas, which I skipped entirely, Bei Xuan replied quickly, adding a note of caution in case Tsunade unexpectedly inquired about the origins, for he was well aware of her temperament. That's all right. I haven't read that part either. What do you have there? Tsunade's gaze shifted to the box at Bei Xuan's waist, from which a faint aroma wafted. My lunch. I forgot to eat while reading. Would you like some, Lady Tsunade? Bei Xuan offered, noticing Tsunade's unabashed interest. Ha ha ha, that would be splendid. I haven't eaten anything yet since waking up. Since you call my grandmother, you can just call me Tsunade from now on, and I will look out for you. Without hesitation, Tsunade took the lunchbox from Bei Xuan and opened it, eagerly beginning to eat despite it being cold. However, Bei Xuan observed her unceremonious consumption and silently sighed for his uncertain future, pondering whether it would be shrouded in darkness. Bei Xuan inexplicably recalled Shizune, who would later accompany Tsunade. Are you full? By the way, did you eat? Tsunade asked, tossing the empty lunchbox onto the table and patting her stomach. Glancing at the lunchbox and then back at Tsunade's inquiry, Bei Xuan felt an inexplicable weariness. Have you taught about chakra natures yet? Realizing she had posed a rather foolish question, Tsunade swiftly changed the subject. Yes, I have. The chakra natures are fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and the duality of yin and yang. Knowing the lesson was officially underway, Bei Xuan responded earnestly. Ninjutsu encompasses both form alteration and attribute transformation, with medical ninjutsu classified as a transformation of the yang attribute. Concentrate a sphere of chakra for me to observe, she instructed. Upon hearing this, Bei Xian felt a pang of anxiety, yet he complied. Gathering a sphere of chakra in his palm, while pondering how to justify any alterations in his chakra should Tsunade notice. Ah, so you possess such a strong yang attribute? This chakra is remarkably vibrant. Do you possess all 4 attributes aside from earth? Quite the prodigy, Tsunade remarked after examining Bei Xuan's chakra. She then proceeded to poke her finger into the chakra sphere he had created. Relieved, Bei Xuan marveled at Tsunade's prowess. Realizing she could discern chakra attributes without the use of chakra testing paper. Listen closely to what I am about to explain. Both variations of ninjutsu necessitate precise control over chakra. Bei Xuan listened intently as Tsunade, renowned as the strongest medical ninja, delivered her teachings with great detail, far more comprehensible than his solitary study. After an extensive lecture spanning over 10 minutes, Tsunade paused. Do you have any money on you? Bei Xuan felt an ominous sensation arise within him upon hearing her question. Although he had anticipated this, he was taken aback by how soon she demanded funds. Damn that big pillar. What do you mean? I haven't brought any, but here, take this, buy some live fish. Remember, they must be alive. My grandmother forbids me from disturbing the fish in this pond. As she spoke, Tsunade produced a handful of bills and handed them to Bei Xuan. Realizing the significance of the bills, he recalled that Tsunade had once instructed Sakura with a simple fish. I have some, I'll go buy them now. With that, Bei Xuan promptly rose to leave, while Tsunade tucked the money away. This child's chakra is quite extraordinary, remarked Vortex Mizuto after Bei Xuan had departed. Indeed, his chakra is not merely chakra, it is a peculiar force, stronger than ordinary chakra, imbued with a strange, pale blue vitality, reminiscent of. Tsunade paused, touching the necklace around her neck, a relic left by her great-grandfather. Just like Hashirama, this chakra, filled with life, suggests he will achieve remarkable heights. Little Tsunade has taken on a promising disciple, Mizuto said, affectionately ruffling Tsunade's hair. Grandma, I'm already an adult. Even adults are still grandchildren to their grandmothers, are they not? In a few days, your grandmother's kin will arrive in Konoha. It would be ideal for Bei Xuan to help her integrate into the village. Tsunade stiffened at this, realizing the implications of her grandmother's relatives entering Konoha. From now on, the village established by Hashirama will rely on your protection. I believe that young man will become someone extraordinary. Mizuto gazed at the empty gates of the Senju clan, lost in memories. I truly miss that silly little boy who always smiled. Soon, Bei Xuan returned with the fish, having also procured a basin to prevent them from dying on the way back. Upon entering, he noticed Tsunade's mood was slightly subdued. Tsunade, are you alright? I'm fine. You've learned the basic healing technique on your scroll, haven't you? Come and revive this fish, but be careful not to damage its nerves or flesh. Without hesitation, Tsunade grabbed a fish from the basin and smashed it onto the ground, turning it into a mushy heap. How can I revive this? Bei Xuan wondered, recalling that even Sakura's healing was limited to those that were merely half dead. Ahem, I exerted too much force. Disregard that one. Toss it aside and try again. After the first attempt resulted in a fish pancake, Tsunade grabbed another fish and smashed it again, leaving it half alive. Here, Bei Xuan picked up the half-dead fish, placing it on the table while channeling chakra through his hands. Tsunade watched with arms crossed. Unfortunately, the fish revived, but its nerves have been damaged. Continue. Tsunade observed as Bei Xuan's efforts bore fruit, yet the fish's mouth failed to move. Shaking her head, she retrieved another fish to repeat the process. After several attempts, Bei Xuan finally succeeded in perfectly reviving the 6th fish, leaving Tsunade astonished. Even she had spent considerable time mastering this technique in her early days. Continue until you can make no mistakes. The entire afternoon passed as Bei Xuan engaged in a cycle of reviving and smashing fish. Chapter 8. The unfortunate shoujo. This process was interrupted only when a young boy entered the Senju clan grounds, carrying a large food container. Grandma, sister, I'm back. His voice boomed from afar, embodying the very essence of boisterous enthusiasm. Fortunately, Bei Xuan's chakra training had fortified his composure. Otherwise, the startled fish would surely have met their demise. All right, stop. It's time for dinner. Upon seeing the boy, Tsunade halted Bei Xuan's training. Bei Xuan scrutinized the newcomer, concluding that he must be shoujo. In a way, Konoha's underbelly had been altered due to the impending death of this boy, whose innocent eyes betrayed a naive charm. As the grandson of the first Hokage and a disciple of Orochimaru, shoujo would soon meet his tragic fate on the battlefield, falling victim to an enemy's concealed explosive tag. His demise would plunge Tsunade into deep sorrow, prompting Orochimaru to ponder the meaning of life itself, as Shoju was his most cherished disciple. Orochimaru had only wept twice, once for Shoju's death and once for the heroic farewell of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was Shoju's untimely passing that steered Orochimaru down the path of eternal life research, ultimately leading him to forbidden practices that forced his exile from Konoha as a rogue ninja. Meanwhile, Jiraiya embarked on a journey across the ninja world, seeking to retrieve Orochimaru and find a savior for the shinobi realm. At that moment, Shoju entered, his face adorned with red spots, radiating an innocent yet foolish gaze as he carried a large food container. Upon spotting Bei Xuan, he recognized him as the person his sister had asked to take leave for him. "Hello, I'm Shoju, the grandson of the first Hokage and the future fourth Hokage. Hello, I am Bei Xuan." Observing the simple-minded boy before him, Bei Xuan contemplated a different reality. Had Shoju not perished, would Uncle Snake have pursued the path of scientific inquiry? "Ow, why did you hit me again, sister?" Shoju exclaimed, rubbing his head after Tsunade playfully punched him. "It's nothing, I merely had an itch. Where's the food? Bring it over and go call Grandma." Tsunade, already in a foul mood, found an outlet for her frustration after hearing Shoju's loud voice. After all, brothers are meant to be playfully punished, aren't they? "Humph, I knew you'd just boss me around." Though Shoju complained, he obediently set the food container down and ventured inside to summon Vortex Mizuto. "Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. You haven't eaten all day." Upon hearing this, Bei Xuan's expression darkened. "What do you think is the reason I haven't eaten all day? It's not just you. Grandma hasn't eaten either. Is it really okay for an elder to go without food for a whole day?" Bei Xuan suddenly realized that Mizuto had also not ventured outside, as Tsunade had remained by his side since waking. "What are you thinking? This courtyard has more than one entrance. Food is delivered to Grandma daily. It's just that Shoju brings dinner." "Oh." Soon, Shinshu brought Mito out, while Tsunade had already prepared the meal. The group sat down to eat, and the atmosphere was remarkably silent. Even Shinshu, who was usually lively, quieted down. Bei Xuan speculated that this might be a family custom. However, the food from the Sinju clan was indeed lavish, featuring fresh seafood, a rarity in the land of fire. After the meal, Bei Xuan expressed his intention to leave, and Tsunade agreed, deciding to accompany him. When Tsunade inquired about the early departure, Bei Xuan honestly explained that he had arranged to meet Minato at their usual spot. Tsunade then suggested joining him, and Shinshu followed along as well. As they approached, Bei Xuan spotted Minato standing by the small river, with Jiraiya nearby, engrossed in writing something. "Bei Xuan, how was the training today?" Minato called out, noticing Tsunade behind Bei Xuan and greeting them both with a bow. "Enough of the formalities. I'm here to have you spar with Bei Xuan," Tsunade announced. "Huh." The two voices responded simultaneously, one filled with excitement and the other with confusion. "What are you surprised about? I heard from Shinshu that you're a genius in the lower grades of the Ninja Academy. I want you both to fight at full strength so I can gauge your abilities. Don't worry, you won't get hurt with me around," Tsunade continued, striding towards Jiraiya. "That's great. Bei Xuan, you can't give up this time. Besides, Sensei Jiraiya taught me a powerful technique," Minato said, his face alight with enthusiasm as he looked at Bei Xuan. He was eager for a serious match, as he often found his victories in the academy unfulfilling without using jutsu. With Tsunade present, he felt free to engage in a full-on battle with Bei Xuan. Glancing at the excited Minato, Bei Xuan could only hope that the young lad wouldn't become overly emotional during the fight. Establishing a connection with Tsunade alleviated his concerns about Danzo's threats. After all, it was impossible for him to pull her into route now, and Hiruzen's would surely protect him. "What are you writing?" Nothing. Jiraiya, deeply focused on his writing, suddenly noticed Tsunade's presence and hastily closed his notebook. He feared that if Tsunade saw it, he would end up with bruises, especially since he had previously sought Shinshu's opinion on it. "Idiot, let us head to the training ground and have Bei Xuan spar with your disciple," Tsunade ordered, turning to leave without waiting for Jiraiya's reaction. She could easily guess that he was likely writing something nonsensical again. "Ha, that Bei Xuan kid is sure to lose. Minato is the top of their class." Jiraiya chuckled, following quickly while praising Minato's talents. "Kid, if you dare to hold back, I'll let you experience the joy of Shinshu." Tsunade, exasperated by Jiraiya, walked beside Bei Xuan, placing her hand on his shoulder and leaning in close, speaking each word deliberately. As Bei Xuan gazed at her beautiful face, his heart raced uncontrollably. "Oh, the little guy is quite shy," Tsunade teased. noticing his rapid heartbeat and smirking as she playfully tapped his forehead. Not at all. Before long, they arrived at the training ground, which was deserted due to the night. Bei Xuan and Minato stood at the center, preparing to engage in combat. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's was attentively observing the scene through a crystal ball, where the two were facing off. These are the new leaves of Konoha, he mused. With Jiraiya and Tsunade taking on disciples, they were undoubtedly part of the Hokage lineage, especially since they were training commoners, which greatly pleased Hiruzen's. Chapter 9. You are the future fourth Hokage, I acknowledge. As the two faced each other, Jiraiya assumed the role of referee. Begin, he announced. With that, the two figures clashed immediately. Minato charged forward, delivering a straight punch. Bei Xuan sidestepped, swiftly grasping Minato's wrist, and elbowed him in the abdomen. Minato quickly blocked the elbow with his left hand and retaliated with a punch aimed at Bei Xuan's back. Bei Xuan crouched to evade, then kicked Minato away with a swift upward motion. Minato shook off his tingling hand, excitement growing in his eyes. He realized that Bei Xuan was no weakling. The strength of his strikes was several times greater than what he encountered in regular training. This kid is quite suited for you. He has considerable strength, Jiraiya remarked to Tsunade, noting that Minato seemed to be at a disadvantage during their initial exchange. Continue, go all out, Tsunade called out, ignoring Jiraiya, as she desired to witness more than mere physical techniques. Upon hearing her words, the two immediately resumed their fierce exchange, their movements becoming significantly more vigorous and rapid. Each clash reverberated throughout the quiet training ground. Are these two really first-year students? Shinshu remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. He felt that even he might struggle against their stamina. However, he soon dismissed any odd feelings. After all, he was the grandson of the first Hokage, a disciple of Orochimaru, and a ninjutsu specialist. It was only natural that he would be outmatched in physical combat. Bei Xuan. After a fierce exchange, Minato shouted excitedly, forming hand signs. Hearing his name, Bei Xuan suppressed the urge to call out to Minato. It felt too awkward and easily reminded him of Sasuke. Wind release, gale palm, Minato shouted as he charged toward Bei Xuan. With a sigh, Bei Xuan unleashed a radiant golden light that illuminated the night. Heaven and earth, the source of all energies. Cultivate the myriad calamities to prove my divine ability. Within the three realms, the way alone is supreme. The body is wrapped in golden light, casting a reflection upon me. The powerful wind collided against the golden aura surrounding Bei Xuan. What is this? Hiruzen exclaimed, standing up in his office, leaning closer to the crystal ball. Indeed, Tsunade remarked, unperturbed, as she observed the golden radiance enveloping Bei Xuan, her eyes revealing a glimmer of understanding. Is this Bei Xuan's bloodline limit? What kind of bloodline limit is this? I have never seen anything like it. Jiraiya expressed his astonishment. Is this truly Bei Xuan's real strength? Seeing his attack thwarted, Minato drew a kunai, its blade infused with a sharp wind chakra, and charged toward Bei Xuan, who was shrouded in golden light. As Minato approached, Bei Xuan merely raised his hand, the golden aura coalescing into a long staff. With a sweeping motion, he aimed to strike Minato. Minato ducked and slid to evade the staff's attack. But he had underestimated Bei Xuan's technique. The staff exploded into a large net that ensnared him entirely from behind. Minato, where's that technique Jiraiya taught you? If you don't use it, you're destined to lose, Bei Xuan remarked, observing as Minato struggled with the golden light. Although the golden radiance had transformed, its strength was insufficient, allowing Minato's wind-infused kunai to slice through it. Although the involvement of Bei Xuan played a role, it is undeniable that this is indeed a current flaw of the golden light technique, a shortcoming born from one's own negligence. The time has come. With a determined gaze, Watergate bit his finger, and his hands began to weave seals incessantly. Outside the arena, Tsunade, seeing the seals being formed by Watergate, turned to Jiraiya with a hint of surprise. Is it really left to him? She chuckled. As a mentor, I must provide him with the best, and I firmly believe that Watergate will not disappoint my expectations. Upon completing the seals, Watergate forcefully pressed his hand to the ground, invoking the summoning technique. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a colossal toad appeared in its place. You must be joking. Where did he acquire such an abundance of chakra? Shosuke, watching from the sidelines, felt as though the sky was collapsing. Although his own chakra was abundant, this was due to his Senju lineage. Watergate was merely a common ninja, was he not? Is this the summoning technique of Mount Myaboku? retrieving the golden light surrounding Watergate. Bei Xuan turned his attention to Tsunade. However, it was clear that Tsunade was disinterested in engaging with him, leaving Bei Xuan with no choice but to focus on Watergate. Lord Watergate, how may I serve you? The toad summoned by Watergate was evidently not Gamabunta, as its markings revealed it to be one of the lesser-known toads. Toad Kusa, your appearance is requested to assist me in defeating Bei Xuan. Understood, leave it to me. With that, it leaped towards Bei Xuan. Seeing this, Bei Xuan enveloped himself in a radiant golden light and charged towards Toad Kusa, the golden aura swirling around him. Are these your two new disciples? Their futures are limitless. Hiruzen Sarutobi materialized next to Tsunade and Jiraiya, with Orochimaru following closely behind. Old man. Teacher. Tsunade and Jiraiya referred to him as Old Man, while Shosuke called him Teacher, trailing behind the third Hokage. Haha, what do you think of my disciples? Jiraiya exclaimed, pointing at Watergate with a hearty laugh. Bei Xuan's medical talent is exceptional, surpassing my own. Although Tsunade had not formally accepted Bei Xuan as a disciple, she simply remarked, Bei Xuan's medical talent indeed surpasses mine when I first began. They are both splendid prospects. Hiruzen Sarutobi, accustomed to their references, watched the two fighters intently. Bei Xuan, enveloped in rotating golden light, continued to collide with Toad Kusa, while Watergate actively coordinated with Toad Kusa's attacks. Their battle persisted until Watergate's chakra was depleted, forcing Toad Kusa to return to Mount Mayaboku. Naturally, a drained Watergate could not match Bei Xuan and was ultimately felled by an elbow strike, dispelling the golden light. Bei Xuan helped the fallen Watergate to his feet, all the while noting Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence outside the arena. However, Bei Xuan remained unperturbed. Truly formidable, Bei Xuan. I shall strive to catch up to you. The expression on Watergate's face after the battle bore no signs of defeat, instead radiating a bright smile towards Bei Xuan. You will catch up. You are the future fourth Hokage I recognize. Assisting Watergate, Bei Xuan applied his newly learned healing technique to alleviate Watergate's bruises, while the fatigue was simply a consequence of chakra depletion. Chapter 10. The Will of Fire. As Bei Xuan approached the group, Tsunade stepped forward and gave him a hearty pat on the back, causing him to stumble slightly. Well done, kid. You've not embarrassed me. Bei Xuan shot her a resentful glance, having consistently faced setbacks since their acquaintance. Lord Third. Both Watergate and Bei Xuan greeted Hiruzen Sarutobi. Haha, just call me Teacher or Third Grandpa. Lord feels too formal. You two are quite impressive. The future of Konoha depends on your protection. Hiruzen Sarutobi beamed at them, refraining from inquiring about Bei Xuan's golden light. Third Grandpa. Teacher. Ha ha ha, splendid. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? It has been ages since we walked together. Hiruzen Sarutobi led the group through the streets of Konoha, where they encountered villagers chatting or enjoying the evening air at their doorsteps. As they passed, the villagers greeted Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Bei Xuan and the others followed suit, listening intently as he recounted amusing anecdotes from his time with Tsunade and the others. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the distant Hokage rock before turning to Watergate and Bei Xuan. What do you think defines Konoha, and what does the Will of Fire mean to you? I would like to hear your thoughts. Bei Xuan, you may begin. Having anticipated this question, Bei Xuan pondered for a moment before responding. Konoha resembles a vast forest, where every inhabitant is akin to a tree within it. The elder trees extend their branches to shield the saplings from storms. As the elder trees eventually fall, they transform into nutrients for the soil, nurturing new saplings to grow into towering trees and thus fostering new life. Each individual will ultimately meet their end, and the world will not remember their passing. However, the newly sprouted trees will stand as living proof of the elder trees' brilliant lives. Through this continuous witness, a legacy is formed, and the Will of Fire embodies this enduring spirit of testimony and inheritance. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened attentively to Bei Xuan's words before bursting into laughter. Indeed, the Will of Fire is nothing but a legacy. Whether it is the second Hokage inheriting the first's will, or myself receiving this will from my teacher, and now seeing this group of children who inherit my will, is it not the truest embodiment of the Will of Fire? What about you, Watergate? What does the Will of Fire mean to you? It is a bond, a thread that unites all the villagers together. I aspire to be that bond that unites the entire village as one. Watergate exclaimed, scratching his head with a radiant smile. Is that so? Then you must work hard, for I am eager to witness that day come to pass. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Watergate's smile, sensing that perhaps this child could indeed realize the hope of unity. Well, that will be all for today. I must return home. The Peepa Lake has been nagging me about returning late. Old man, you have Hokage support. Why exhaust yourself so? Ha ha ha. You will understand once you become Hokage, won't you? Uft. I have no desire to be Hokage. My dream is to become a gambling god. Ha 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 ha. The gambling god who always loses? You fool, Jiraiya. Are you asking for another beating? Observing the lively exchange, Bei Xuan experienced a genuine understanding of the will of fire for the first time. Although his words were merely borrowed, they resonated perfectly with the people before him. Regardless of what the future held, it was evident that these individuals were earnestly devoted to their disciples. Even upon learning of Orochimaru's vile deeds, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Hokage, still allowed him to depart. And Orochimaru would shed tears over Shosuke's death, seeking a different path. However, for Bei Xuan to accept Hiruzen Sarutobi's interpretation of the will of fire was an impossibility. Truly grasping the essence of the will was one matter, while actualizing it was an entirely different challenge. However, it is evident that the nefarious disciples of Senju Tobarama have failed to embody the will of fire, instead transforming it into a tool for consolidating political power. Hey, what are you thinking about? Care to join me for a little gamble? Tsunade said with a beaming smile, pulling the dazed Bei Xuan along. Upon hearing this, Bei Xuan felt quite disheartened. Although his mind was that of an adult, his body appeared to be merely that of a 7-year-old child. Just kidding. Such a sacred place as a casino is not meant for children. Come on, remember to come to my house on time tomorrow. And don't forget to bring a bento. Make sure to prepare a bit more, as today's was insufficient. With a wave of her hand, she turned to leave. As Bei Xuan watched Tsunade's departing figure, he struggled to reconcile the terms casino and sacred. Sighing, he mourned for his future for 5 seconds before heading home. In the days that followed, Tsunade continuously instructed Bei Xuan in medical ninjutsu, also imparting her immense strength and summoning techniques to him. Despite her earlier assertion that she would not take him on as an apprentice, she nonetheless shared all that she was able to teach. Regarding ninjutsu, she permitted Bei Xuan to explore the family's collection room within the Senju clan, allowing him to conduct his own research. In the collection room, Bei Xuan discovered the water release techniques of the malevolent Senju Tobarama. However, he could not find the flying thunder god technique. Yet, Bei Xuan understood that while these techniques were indeed created by Tobarama, they also constituted forbidden arts retained for the village as the Hokage, and thus, they could not possibly have copies stored within the Senju clan's grounds. Tobarama had always held the belief that the position of Hokage transcended family ties. Hey kid, would you be interested in joining me for an internship at the hospital? It's about time you put your medical ninjutsu into practice. One day, Tsunade approached Bei Xuan, who was diligently practicing the palm healing technique, wearing a smile that hinted at mischief. Bei Xuan soon began his arduous life of assisting Tsunade, initially helping to bandage the wounds of injured individuals. Subsequently, he continuously employed medical ninjutsu to treat various injuries. Once Bei Xuan mastered the palm healing technique, Tsunade entrusted all her tasks to him, only stepping in for more significant surgeries. She claimed it was to train him, and Bei Xuan learned that very few medical ninjas at the hospital had mastered the palm healing technique, as it was a particularly challenging A-rank medical ninjutsu. All of this unfolded in tranquility until one day when the hospital director inquired why Tsunade was always the one collecting his salary. Now 8 years old, Bei Xuan quietly observed Tsunade sitting at her desk, looking somewhat flustered. Cough, cough. Why does a child need so much money? I'm just saving it for you. When you need it, I'll naturally give it to you. Oh, is that so? Then I want it now. Surely, Tsunade wouldn't he be greedy enough to take money from a child? Bei Xuan said, extending his hand and watching Tsunade's reaction with anticipation. Oh dear. I told you I was saving it. Don't you trust me? Tsunade leaned forward, resting her chin on Bei Xuan's hand, speaking in an overly sweet tone. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on Tsunade's office door. A blue-haired man clad in a ninja vest stood at the entrance, his face a picture of astonishment at the scene before him. Tsunade immediately pulled back, covering her lips and coughing a few times. It's Dan. What brings you here? Nothing much. I just wanted to see if you had some free time to enjoy the scenery at Hokage Rock. The visitor was indeed Kato Dan, Tsunade's deceased former lover in the original narrative, though at this moment, he was merely a Konoha elite jonin. Tsunade is busy. She has to teach me ninjutsu shortly. Bei Xuan interjected before Tsunade could respond. Ah, is that so? Then perhaps we can go together another time. If you both have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Dan smiled sheepishly, scratching his head as he exited Tsunade's office, closing the door behind him. Once Dan departed, Bei Xuan turned to continue questioning Tsunade, only to find her wearing a mischievous grin. Why are you smiling so wickedly? Humph, little boy, don't think I've forgotten about teaching you ninjutsu. You wouldn't be harboring feelings for your sister, would you? Is that why you lied about Dana's visit? Ignoring Bei Xuan's protest, Tsunade approached him, playfully trapping him in a headlock while teasingly tugging at his hair. Let go. Weren't we discussing my salary? Oh, I already told you I'm saving it for you. Now, come on, I've got a barbecue plan today. Let us go enjoy some food. Tsunade promptly threw her arm around Bei Xuan's shoulder, leading him out of the office, disregarding his attempts to bring up the salary issue. At the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, the trio of mischief makers, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Bei Xuan, were seated together, engaged in lively conversation. Tsunade, have you been taking some supplements lately? Your figure seems to be transforming into that of a normal woman. Jiraiya opened the conversation with a remark that perfectly encapsulated the saying, what goes around comes around. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya found himself slammed against the wall of the booth. Yet, he was not entirely incorrect. Tsunade had indeed experienced a noticeable change in her figure over the past year, and Bei Xuan had been a first-hand witness to her transformation. Furthermore, this process appeared to be merely in its infancy. Idiot. Orochimaru was unfazed, calmly lifting his glass for a sip. Accustomed to being hit, Jiraiya quickly resumed his seat and gulped down his drink. Be careful. With such violence, no one will want to marry you. Oh, typical of you to forget the pain after the wound has healed. However, this time Tsunade refrained from retaliating, merely shooting Jiraiya a fierce glare, prompting him to promptly vow to keep his comments in check. Bei Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Jiraiya was truly a character. What are you laughing at, kid? You must be getting beaten by Tsunade daily. You're the one suffering the most. Jiraiya feigned a dramatic sigh as he observed Bei Xuan's unrestrained amusement. You're overthinking it. Tsunade is merely rough with you. She treats me with utmost tenderness. Bei Xuan unconsciously recalled the moment in the office when Tsunade had rested her chin on his hand. Ha. Little boy, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. How could tenderness be associated with Tsunade? If you can't speak properly, then be quiet. What have you both been up to? I haven't seen you in ages. Tsunade shot a glare at Jiraiya before turning to Orochimaru, who had been missing from view since last year. Sinnoh had even been complaining about his teacher's frequent absences. Recently, there have been many frictions between the villages, and I've been assigned to run errands by the old man. Orochimaru placed the food delivered by his attendant onto the grill. During every gathering of the trio of mischief makers, it was Orochimaru who took charge of the grilling when they were at the barbecue restaurant. As Jiraiya and Tsunade could only manage to burn their food. I'm busy too. I've been training Minato constantly and perfecting my masterpiece. Jiraiya proclaimed proudly as he stood up. The others, well aware of what Jiraiya's so-called masterpiece entailed, ignored him while eagerly anticipating praise as he lowered his head to eat the grilled meat. What does that even mean? What do you mean by that? The old man is quite fond of my writings. Even Shoujo thinks my work is exceptional. As Jiraiya observed the reactions of those present, he immediately exclaimed, only to regret his words the moment he saw Tsunade's expression darken. I questioned why Shoujo was behaving so peculiarly, only to realize that it was due to Jiraiya showing him some utterly useless materials. Jiraiya, are you prepared for a beating? Soon. He found himself sitting quietly with a large bump on his head, dutifully consuming grilled meat. Orochimaru, with a slight smirk, calmly sipped his sake while observing the scene unfold. How has your training been lately, young one? Would you care for a friendly competition with Minato? He inquired, noting Minato's remarkable speed and mastery of the body flicker technique, which surpassed even his own. Not wanting to disturb Tsunade, Jiraiya redirected his attention towards the ever-hungry Hokuto. Not interested, too exhausting. I treat so many patients daily. Where would I find the time or energy for a brawl? Hokuto replied, casting a glance at Tsunade, knowing he was practically working for her. Indeed. Does that fool Jiraiya understand the arduous life of a medical ninja? Just enjoy your drink, he added. Feeling guilty, Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare as the conversation shifted back to Hokuto's duties at the hospital. After a prolonged gathering filled with drinks, the trio departed, each indulging in their respective vices. Hokuto assisted the inebriated Tsunade back to the Senju compound, where upon entering, they were greeted by two red-haired figures and Hokuto's grandmother. To facilitate Hokuto's training, Tsunade had arranged for him to stay at the Senju compound, while Uzumaki Mito insisted he reside there as well, claiming that more company made for a livelier atmosphere. The following day, Mito brought Hokuto's grandmother into the Senju compound, believing that the elderly could share their own conversations. This led Hokuto to ponder whether Mito would inquire about Konoha as soon as she entered, wondering if his grandmother would do the same. Ultimately, this arrangement solidified Hokuto's residence at the Senju compound. Upon noticing the little red-haired girl next to his grandmother, Tsunade's senses sharpened. Hokuto felt Tsunade's body tense, realizing she was aware of everything. He could only channel his chakra into her to ease her anxiety. Hokuto's chakra was not merely a vessel of vitality, but also enhanced her medical ninjutsu. Chapter 12. Uzumaki Kushina Uzumaki Mito, noticing Tsunade and Hokuto's arrival, smiled and addressed the little girl beside her. This is my granddaughter Tsunade, and this is Hokuto, who is of your age. Hello, I am Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina, she greeted. Kushina approached and bowed to both of them, her crimson hair matching her flushed cheeks, making her appear as if she had just emerged from boiling water. No need for excessive formality. Hello, and welcome to Konoha. I am Hokuto, he replied. Indeed, Hokuto is correct. No need for such formalities, just call me Tsunade. I will look after you in Konoha, Tsunade said, ruffling Kushina's hair with a complex expression. Tsunade was well aware of Kushina's circumstances, being the last heir of the Uzumaki clan, and understood that this girl would someday inherit her grandmother's responsibilities. Hokuto assessed the future savior's mother before him, the wife of the fourth Hokage, the legendary Red Pepper, and the future host of the Nine Tails. Kushina, why not go wash up? You smell of alcohol, which isn't ideal, Mito suggested gently, sensing her granddaughter's discomfort. Tsunade excused herself to bathe. Hokuto, tomorrow Kushina will enroll at the Ninja Academy. You should skip the hospital and accompany Shoujo to school, and introduce her to Konoha, Mito instructed warmly. Understood, Grandma Mito. I will also go freshen up as I've been tainted by Tsunade's scent of alcohol, Hokuto replied. The next day, Hokuto rose early. Though he had not attended school in some time, he remembered that he needed to prepare his own lunch. He decided to make 3 bento boxes, as Shoujo always brought leftovers from the previous day. Now that he was rising early, he saw no reason to do otherwise. It wasn't that the Senju clan was impoverished, but rather that Hokuto had taken over cooking since moving in, and his culinary prowess had won over everyone in the Senju household. Thus, Shoujo only carried leftovers to school. Good morning. A nervous voice called from behind Hokuto as he packed the bento. Turning around, he saw Kushina at the kitchen door, her cheeks flushed. Good morning, Kushina. Why aren't you sleeping in? I've made your bento for you. Thank you, Kushina exclaimed, immediately bowing. Hokuto found this behavior somewhat tedious. The customs of ninjas seemed overly intricate, especially among the clan's offspring. Fortunately, the Senju clan was free from such complications. I told you, no need for formalities. Just think of me as your elder brother. Here, take this. I will go wake Shoujo so we can head to school together. He handed one of the bento boxes to Kushina before turning to rouse Shoujo. After waking Shoujo, the trio made their way to the Ninja Academy. Along the way, Kushina was inquisitive, gazing around in wonder. Upon arriving at the academy, Hokuto led Kushina to find their teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hello, Hiruzen. Have you had breakfast? Hokuto greeted, waving as he entered the office where Hiruzen was organizing materials. Well, if it isn't the little brat. Why aren't you at the hospital today? Hiruzen responded, accustomed to Hokuto's informal address, albeit surprised to see him back at school. This is my sister and a member of Lady Mito's clan. I brought her to enroll today and to check in on you and the other students, Hokuto explained, stepping aside to reveal the shy Kushina. A member of Lady Mito's clan? Welcome to Konoha. I will be your teacher from now on, so let us get along, Hiruzen said with a serious expression, having recognized Mito's name. Hello, Kushina stammered, completely lacking the boldness associated with the Red Pepper, feeling shy and overwhelmed in her new environment. I'll head back to class now. Kushina, just follow this teacher. He will help you with your registration and introduce you to our class, Hokuto said, ruffling her hair once more, realizing how comforting it felt. He understood now why Tsunade often did the same to him. As for the friend he intended to introduce to Kushina, it would be her future husband, Namikaze Minato, who, despite being Jiraiya's pupil, had remained in the academy, valuing the bonds he formed with his classmates as steps toward realizing his dreams. As Bei Xuan entered the classroom, He noticed a youth with striking golden hair and a handsome face waving cheerfully at him from the back row. "Why are you here for class today? Weren't you busy at the hospital? Would you like some chips?" The voice belonged to Ding Zhua, one of the current generation's trio of Zhu Lu Dai. Beside him sat Lu Jiao and Hai Yi. "I'm here to escort my sister to school today. No need for the chips. Ding Zhua, you enjoy them." Bei Xuan replied with a mischievous smile, giving Shui Min a playful pat on the shoulder. Of course. But where is she?" Shui Min asked, bewildered. Scratching his head and laughing, but noticing that there was no one behind Bei Xuan, he inquired further. "She's registering her information. She should arrive shortly." As soon as he spoke, the once boisterous classroom fell silent as Sarutobi No. 1 entered with Uzumaki Kushina. Bei Xuan pondered briefly before taking a seat beside Shui Min against the wall, his gaze fixed on Shui Min's face. While Shui Min's attention was entirely captured by the sight of Uzumaki Kushina. The children of the ninja world are indeed remarkably mature, Bei Xuan thought. Shaking his head as he propped his chin up, glancing towards the podium, feeling drowsy as soon as he sat down at school. "Before we commence today's lesson, I have an announcement to make. Our class has a new member. Let's give her a warm welcome. Hello, everyone. I am Uzumaki Kushina." After Sarutobi No. 1 introduced her, Kushina, with her eyes shut tight, raised her head and shouted her name nervously, only to immediately cover her mouth afterward. Chapter 13. The Commoner's Defiance Against Uchiha Genjutsu. As expected, once Kushina finished introducing herself, some foolish students below began to whisper and mock her hair and speech. Bei Xuan observed these gossips silently, noting that they would serve as stepping stones in Shui Min's pursuit of love. "I want to be the first female Hokage of this village." Ignoring the jeers about her hair, Kushina resolutely declared her dream, which she had learned from Rope Tree. In her eyes, becoming Hokage would earn her the recognition of everyone in the village, allowing her to truly belong. Bei Xuan looked at Shui Min, keen not to miss this iconic moment of their initial encounter. Indeed, the next moment, Shui Min stood up. "I also want to be recognized by everyone in the village and become a great Hokage." With a bright, sunny smile on his face, Shui Min spoke. But Kushina seemed to perceive it as a challenge, merely huffing lightly and ignoring him. "Shui Min, you have a long road ahead." Bei Xuan patted Shui Min's shoulder, adopting a mock-serious tone as a senior. What are you talking about, Bei Xuan? I was just expressing my own dream." Shui Min hastily brushed away Bei Xuan's hand. Flustered, and if not for his reddening face, Bei Xuan might have believed him. "I hope everyone will get along well with classmate Kushina." "Kushina, please find a seat you like," Sarutobi No. 1 said with a smile directed at Kushina. Kushina scanned the classroom and finally fixed her gaze on Bei Xuan. However, upon noticing the proximity of Bo-Feng Shui Min, she hesitated briefly before approaching him. "Is it okay if I sit here?" Though she found Shui Min somewhat effeminate, he was the closest to Bei Xuan, so she opted to ask him. "Of course. Please, take a seat." Shui Min scooted closer to Bei Xuan, making room for Kushina. "Kushina is quite brave. This is Bo-Feng Shui Min, my friend. When I'm not at the ninja school, he will look after you." Knowing the plot well, Bei Xuan felt it was only right to assist his friend, aware that Kushina had some reservations about Shui Min at this time. "Hello, I am Bo-Feng Shui Min. Pleased to meet you. It's truly remarkable to boldly express your dreams. May we become friends?" Shui Min extended his hand towards Kushina. Sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his radiant smile, leaving a profound impression on Kushina. It seemed this person was not mocking me after all, Kushina thought, extending her hand to shake Shui Min's. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. I look forward to your guidance." Seeing this, Bei Xuan felt relieved and settled down for a nap, having struggled against drowsiness since entering the classroom. As the day concluded, Bei Xuan and Tsunade were preparing to leave when they spotted a group of Uchiha ninjas escorting a villager inside. Bei Xuan, initially inclined to ignore the scene, was called out by the captive villager. "Tsunade-sama, save me. These Uchiha thugs are beating the villagers you protect." Tsunade, who had hoped to avoid the situation, realized she could not escape when she heard her name. Clenching her fists, she exhaled deeply, muttering under her breath, "Damn it. Wasting my time that could be spent winning money." North Xian felt somewhat amused at the villager's plea. After all, Tsunade was using his money to gamble. Since Bei Xuan discovered he had a salary, Tsunade had not received any of it, yet she could never seem to keep money on her. "What happened?" Tsunade approached. As the hospital typically dealt with injuries, but everything had been normal these past few days. "Tsunade-sama, This group of Uchiha is tormenting me with Jinjutsu. You must uphold justice for me. Using ninjutsu against civilians is a grave offense. The captured individual shouted upon seeing Tsunade approach, and those around began to murmur, insinuating that the Uchiha was indeed troublesome and that the village did not need them. The Uchiha present wore expressions of anger, yet remained silent, their clenched fists and bulging veins betraying their inner turmoil. I am curious, what benefit do you gain from falsely accusing the Uchiha? They would not use Jinjutsu on civilians. And besides, the Uchiha's Jinjutsu is not something you, as an ordinary person, could withstand, Bei Xuan remarked with a hint of amusement as he scrutinized the villager. Even those afflicted by Jinjutsu, including ninjas, would suffer mental fatigue and chakra disturbances. The notion that this villager, an ordinary individual, claimed to be tormented by Uchiha Jinjutsu was rather ludicrous. Little brat, what are you saying? Are you implying that I am lying? You know nothing about the Uchiha. They are the ones who tormented me with their Jinjutsu. The villager, upon being contradicted by Bei Xuan, immediately erupted in anger, hurling a torrent of abuse at him. Had it not been for the Uchiha clan members restraining him, he might have lunged forward. He is an excellent doctor from my hospital. If he claims that, then you should undergo an examination to see if you have fallen under an illusion technique, he retorted. The issue that Bei Xuan could discern was certainly trivial for the formidable medical ninja Tsunade, who stood with her arms crossed, observing the irate villager. I can't afford any examinations. Don't you know what kind of people the Uchiha are? They have already harmed me and now expect me to spend money. The villager was naturally unwilling to comply, unaware of his own potential susceptibility to Jinjutsu, and promptly rejected the notion. Bei Xuan, however, was not one to indulge him, swiftly countering his excuses. Let us take you for an examination. As guardians of the village, we should not allow wrongful accusations to stand. With that, he followed Tsunade away, as the onlookers, witnessing the unfolding drama, dispersed, though their prejudices remained. Chapter 14. I truly owe you the captain of the Uchiha squad. Watching Bei Xuan retreat, instinctively activated his Sharingan. This individual was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's young leader, having been dispatched early to gain experience within the Uchiha police force. Fugaku came to grasp the current standing of his clan within the village. The incessant disdain, scorn, and vitriol aimed at the Uchiha was a stark contrast to the village he had envisioned. This kind of slander was not a novel occurrence. Whenever the Uchiha police force intervened to apprehend criminals, it was inevitable that some would fabricate accusations against them. The villagers appeared to take pleasure in this situation. Meanwhile, the Uchiha police could only strive to clear their names, yet even when successful, it changed nothing. For the first time, Fugaku felt lost. He could not comprehend why the Uchiha, one of the founding clans of Konoha, faced such treatment. Little one, you seem quite knowledgeable about the Uchiha clan? Tsunade, having lost her interest in gambling, placed her hand on Bei Xuan's shoulder as they made their way towards the Sinnoh clan's territory. Halfway there, she suddenly inquired. I've read quite a bit, especially regarding the second Hokage's writings, Bei Xuan replied, nodding. He spoke the truth. The nefarious notes of Sinnoh Tobarama were largely filled with records about the Uchiha. What is your impression of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade pressed further. Why do you ask? Bei Xuan turned to her, surprised that she would pose such a question. Wasn't she just someone who indulged in eating, sleeping, and gambling? What kind of look is that? Speak. Tsunade playfully punched Bei Xuan on the head, albeit lightly. The Uchiha, as the second Hokage said, are a clan of love. Their strength derives from their emotions. Yet their naturally dark chakra can easily lead them to extremes. They are perhaps the most exquisite weapon, depending solely on how one wields them. Bei Xuan couldn't help but recall the sentiments expressed online in his previous life. The Uchiha regarded all those weaker than themselves with equal disdain. Indeed, they revered the strong. When one proved superior, they would yield. Yet, conversely, they were also the most obstinate and proud clan. Should they perceive you as weak, they would look down upon you. However, if you treated them well, even as a weaker individual, they might feign disdain while silently vowing to protect you. And do you believe Konoha is utilizing them effectively? Tsunade recalled the crowd of onlookers and their incessant insults. Why are you asking these questions today? You're not even the Hokage, so why the need for insight? Leave such matters to the next Hokage. Come on, weren't you craving pig trotters? Let us go buy some. I'll cook for you. You little brat. What kind of attitude is that? I'm your elder. Do you treat me like a child? Buy more. Clever as Tsunade was, She understood perfectly why Bei Xuan suggested leaving these issues to the next Hokage. As a disciple of the third Hokage, she couldn't possibly be oblivious to the current state of the village or who was responsible for it. Her sudden curiosity about Bei Xuan stemmed from her desire to protect Konoha, founded by her grandfather, and to see it flourish. I'm about to head to the battlefield, and the number of injured is increasing, many of whom won't make it back to Konoha in time. Indeed, the influx of wounded at the hospital is escalating, most afflicted by poison and water techniques. The fact that they make it back to Konoha indicates that the source of their injuries lies with Tsunade and Amage. Tensions along the borders are intensifying. War is likely imminent. With a keen understanding of the historical trajectory, Bei Xuan recognized that soon the Land of Rain would declare war on the two great nations, igniting the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, would perish in this conflict, irrevocably altering the fate of the legendary three ninjas. Nawaki is about to graduate. His temperament will surely lead to trouble on the battlefield, Tsunade remarked, her gaze fixed on Bei Xuan, who remained unperturbed, prompting her to continue. Little one, what if Nawaki were to inadvertently perish? He is my only brother. She feigned a dramatic sigh, narrowing her eyes at Bei Xuan, only to find him distracted by a street vendor selling snacks. Are you even listening to me? Tsunade exclaimed, delivering another light punch to Bei Xuan's head, redirecting his attention. I heard you. Isn't Nawaki with Orochimaru? What are you worried about? Bei Xuan teased, smiling. Orochimaru dotes on Nawaki too much. He indulges him in many ways. With Nawaki's temperament, he is bound to stir up trouble on the battlefield. Why don't you help keep an eye on him? Tsunade suggested, pulling Bei Xuan closer and speaking in earnest. I'm only 8. Do you really expect me to go to war? Bei Xuan shot her a sidelong glance. Although he had long contemplated saving Nawaki, he certainly wouldn't do so without some benefit in return. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Your abilities are far from ordinary for an 8-year-old, Tsunade remarked, suddenly realizing Bei Xuan's actual age. Having always perceived him as more mature due to his intelligence and their interactions, she had completely overlooked his youth. However, Tsunade, lacking any sense of modesty, immediately employed her charm on Bei Xuan. You know, I've grown accustomed to such things. How about a little exchange? Perhaps a kiss? As soon as she finished speaking, her fist landed on his head once more, this time with more force, leaving a noticeable bump. Greedy, covering her hand with chakra, she swiftly healed the bump and shot a serious glare at Bei Xuan, as if nothing had happened. When Nawaki graduates, I will apply for early graduation alongside Minato. Whether we can be placed in the same squad depends on whether you, Tsunade, can pull some strings. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression softened, and she wrapped her arm around Bei Xuan's shoulders, affectionately ruffling his hair. I truly owe you. Bei Xuan rolled his eyes at Tsunade. Ever since he had met her, he felt like a caretaker, but he willingly accepted this role, for Tsunade had genuinely treated him well, sharing everything the Senju clan had to offer. Not at all. I owe you. Rest assured, Tsunade will not default on her debts. I'll remember every bit, and once I strike it rich, I'll repay you immediately. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately patted her chest, assuring that she would repay all her debts. In response, Bei Xuan silently raised his middle finger. The credibility of someone who can evade debt collectors through transformation techniques is indeed questionable. Nevertheless, Bei Xuan found himself intrigued by the thought of Tsunade transforming into a child, sparking his curiosity about what a live-action version of her as a child would be like. Chapter 15. The Outbreak of War and Early Graduation in the Hokage's Office. 2 graduation application forms were laid on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. These were the applications for early graduation from Bei Xuan and Minato Namikaze. Upon Bei Xuan's request for Minato to join him in graduating early, Minato readily agreed. 2 months prior, the Land of Rain had officially declared war on the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, with the Land of Earth also joining the fray, marking the commencement of hostilities. Following that day, Tsunade had proceeded to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. During this same period, Shomatsu officially graduated, becoming a genin of Konoha. Bei Xuan and Minato submitted their graduation applications simultaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that the duo possessed sufficient strength to graduate, even surpassing those newly graduated ninjas. Yet, the brutality of war weighed heavily on his mind. Both were exceptionally talented ninjas, his own disciples, and heirs to the will of fire. Hiruzen was not inclined to hasten their entry into battle. As he pondered, Danzo Shimura entered the office, leaning on his cane. Noticing the forms on Hiruzen's desk, he spoke gravely. What about Bei Xuan? The root could benefit from a ninja with such excellent medical talents. Hiruzen merely glanced at Danzo, his demeanor unfazed. Under my guidance, he will surpass Tsunade as a medical ninja, and his loyalty to Konoha will be unwavering. Seeing Hiruzen's silence, Danzo continued impassively. You sought me out for Bei Xuan, didn't you? Hiruzen stood, addressing Danzo. No, I came to inquire about how Tsunade is handling matters. They have been increasingly audacious lately. Danzo coldly remarked that while Tsunade had not directly declared war on Konoha, they were continually attacking Konoha's ninjas, which was a primary reason Tsunade had gone to the Land of Wind to oversee the situation. It was also to prevent Tsunade from launching a surprise attack on Konoha. Take measures to deter them. Tsunade is nearing the battlefield. Their interest in the lands of the Fire Country remains strong. Notify the clans to prepare for deployment. Hiruzen turned to gaze out the window at Konoha, resolute and unyielding, as Tsunade's provocations had reached an intolerable level. Understood. Danzo turned to leave, but paused at the door, speaking without looking back. That child's potential will be squandered under your watch. Only Root can truly unlock his abilities. His peculiar bloodline limit has yet to be fully realized, and you underestimate how well he can conceal his true strength. With that, he departed. Currently, Bei Xuan was enjoying a meal with Minato and Kushina at a barbecue restaurant. You both applied for graduation. Now what am I to do? Kushina lamented, clutching a small yellow mouse in her arms. I, too, have no desire to enter the battlefield. Staying in the hospital to heal is far more comfortable. Unfortunately, Tsunade entrusted me with caring for Shomatsu, and Minato also needs the experience of battle, Bei Xuan replied, nonchalantly picking up a skewer of meat that Minato had grilled for Kushina. At 9 years old, Bei Xuan was full of youthful exuberance. He had also gained another opportunity to draw from the bamboo sticks. The electric mouse that Kushina held was a result of this latest ability, allowing him to summon Pokémon as spirit beasts to fight on his behalf. In theory, with the right cost, even an alpaca could be summoned, and each summoned Pokémon could be called forth again using chakra. Kushina, rest assured we will return safely, and our time on the battlefield may not require us to engage in combat directly. Minato increased the portion of meat he was grilling, visibly more generous this time. Can I keep that Pikachu? If you both leave, I'll have no one to keep me company, Kushina whimpered, gazing tearfully at Bei Xuan while clutching Pikachu. I wish I could, but Pikachu cannot remain in the ninja world for long. It will vanish once its chakra is depleted. Even if I could keep Pikachu, I could never let you have it for long. Just an hour with you, and it would likely end up shocking Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. Bei Xuan mused, knowing well that Kushina's mischievous nature could lead to trouble. At 9 years old, Bei Xuan had gained significant enhancements from the powers acquired from the bamboo sticks. At 3, the Golden Light spell granted him a dual cultivation technique for life and death and bestowed upon him the versatile Golden Light, laying the foundation for his true strength. At 6, the soul bone of Tang Sin infused him with vitality, granting him the abilities of flight and remarkable healing, which is why Tsunade sensed such powerful life force within his chakra. At 9, he learned to sacrifice various valuable items or ninja corpses to summon Pokémon as spirit beasts for battle. That year, Bei Xuan's grandmother passed away peacefully. Where has Shomatsu gone? I've searched everywhere for him during our gathering today, Kushina lamented, affectionately patting Pikachu's head, then turned to Bei Xuan, recalling that he was the only one among them who had learned sensory ninjutsu. He is probably busy pretending to be profound atop his grandfather's head. Pay him no mind. Minato's grilling skills are improving. At that moment, Shomatsu was sitting atop the Hokage rock, a place typically forbidden to outsiders. However, it was clear that Shomatsu was no outsider. Grandfather, I will become a ninja like you, protecting Konoha and my family. I am certain of it. Though typically carefree, Shomatsu was not foolish. He had witnessed his grandmother sigh more than once, and even when he inquired, he would receive only a vague response about growing up to understand. The now desolate Senju clan grounds and the filth he often observed indicated that his grandfather's village was beginning to decay, and his grandmother must have been privy to something. However, his youth and lack of strength rendered him powerless to uncover the truth. Now, having truly become a ninja, he was taking his first steps towards strength. Shomatsu, a friend of Minato's asked me to tell you to stop posturing. If you don't hurry to eat, there won't be any left for you. A frog leaped in front of Shomatsu, interrupting his thoughts before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Accursed Bei Xuan, I will not allow you to pursue my sister. Chapter 16. Journey to the Land of Wind. Bei Xuan and Mizamon did not undergo a graduation assessment. Aware of their capabilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately entrusted 2 forehead protectors to them. Setting aside Tsunade's prior instructions to form a team with Shenshu, the combat prowess of the two was indeed sufficient to handle ordinary ninjas. Although Sarutobi was unaware of Bei Xuan's true strength, he had a profound understanding of the abilities possessed by Namake's Minato. You 3 shall form a squad and proceed to the battlefield in the Land of Wind to support Tsunade. As for your Jonin instructor, I believe it is unnecessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen concurred with Bei Xuan and Mizamon's request for graduation, harboring a personal agenda. Sending these 3 to Tsunade was the optimal choice. Moreover, it was imperative to bolster the number of ninjas on the front lines in the Land of Wind, as the ambitions of Tsunade were glaringly apparent. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a direct order for each ninja clan to dispatch personnel to the battlefield for security, and these 3 would accompany them. Yes, soon, Konoha organized a farewell ceremony, with villagers vocally expressing their hopes for victory. Bei Xuan, Mizamon, and Shenshu donned their ninja battle vests and proceeded towards the outskirts of Konoha. Bei Xuan, Mizamon, do you think we might head directly to the battlefield? Shenshu proclaimed. The honor of the Senju clan shall be defended by me. Bei Xuan, indifferent to Shinshu's impassioned speech, casually played with the golden light in his hand. His golden light technique had significantly evolved since its inception, and with the vitality boost from the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone, Bei Xuan's life cultivation had accelerated remarkably. Coupled with the taijutsu training methods acquired from Tsunade and the remnants of the malevolent Tobirama Senju, Bei Xuan felt that Shenshu was rather foolish. Despite possessing a treasure trove of techniques, he stubbornly insisted on specializing in earth release, claiming it was his unique path. Shenshu often boasted that his granduncle excelled in wood release and his second uncle was formidable in water release. Thus he must master an equally impressive earth release. The Senju clan was renowned for their proficiency in both water and earth techniques, with advanced earth release techniques being abundant. However, the training difficulty for earth release was several tiers higher compared to water release, which had Tobirama's notes to aid in mastery. Nevertheless, Shenshu, under Orochimaru's tutelage, was far from weak. His chakra reserves surpassed those of Namake's Minato, bolstered by Orochimaru's myriad of secret techniques. I don't know, but it shouldn't be the case. This time we are heading to a location where Lady Tsunade is stationed. I doubt she will allow us to engage in battle, Shenshu concluded. Although Minato soon regretted his response as Shenshu rambled incessantly after receiving it. Minato could only smile and nod in acquiescence. The ninja contingent advanced steadily. As the front lines had yet to witness any combat of significant intensity, eliminating the need for a hasty march. During a brief rest by a campfire, the trio noticed an individual approaching. Bei Xuan was taken aback. Was this not the Uchiha he had encountered at the hospital, wrongfully accused? Pardon the intrusion. Would you mind if I joined you? The newcomer gestured towards the campfire. Welcome. Please take a seat, Minato replied. Despite not recognizing the ninja, he still offered a spot, noting the clan emblem adorning the visitor. Hey, Uchiha Fugaku, what brings you here? Shenshu called out, bemused as Fugaku settled down. Although the feud between the Senju and Uchiha had long been resolved, Shenshu, who considered himself a descendant of Hashirama, remained wary of the Uchiha clan. Each time Mito spoke of their grandfather's tales, she would mention how Madara had monopolized Hashirama's time, leaving them with little of his company. Shenshu's words rendered Bei Xuan momentarily speechless. This was the father of the second Hokage and the esteemed Uchiha? He had not anticipated that he would appear so dashing in his youth, only to grow less appealing later on. The Uchiha clan was renowned for producing handsome men, yet Fugaku seemed to be an exception. Thank you for your previous assistance. Please accept this small token of my gratitude. Fugaku presented a stack of explosive tags before rising to depart. How dare that Uchiha disregard me? By the way, Bei Xuan, what did you do? Explosive tags are quite valuable. Why did he bestow so many upon you? Shenshu exclaimed, shaking his fist at Fugaku's retreating figure, then turned to Bei Xuan. Curiosity evident in his voice. The value of explosive tags was considerable. This stack alone could be worth over 1,000,000 ryo, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to contain at least 100. The Uchiha clan's wealth was certainly notable, considering their ties with the Inuzuka clan. It's just a trivial matter. I did not expect him to be so generous. Here, take a portion. It's fortunate I hadn't purchased any myself. Shinshu, keep these safe and don't blow yourself up. Bei Xuan jested, recalling how Shinshu had met his demise due to explosive tags in the original story. How could I possibly make such a rookie mistake? Bei Xuan, could you refrain from speaking so freely? At this rate, how could my sister possibly be fond of you? All right, enough of this. Bei Xuan has a crush on Lady Tsunade. Ha ha ha, you didn't see that coming, did you? Bei Xuan playfully knocked Shinshu to the ground, glancing around at the other ninjas drawn by their loud banter. All eyes averted Bei Xuan's gaze. His reputation had already spread among the ninja community as Konoha's prodigious medical ninja, having performed no less than 10 major surgeries at the hospital at such a young age. It was prudent to befriend such a ninja rather than offend him for mere gossip. Ahem, let us get some rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Minato observed the bump on Shinshu's head and promptly retreated into the tent to rest his eyes. Bei Xuan, wait for me. I will certainly tell my sister I was wrong. I will absolutely not mention it again. Shinshu exclaimed, having been thoroughly chastised by Bei Xuan. Feeling elated after their playful scuffle, Bei Xuan understood why Tsunade often sought opportunities to reprimand Shinshu. It was quite satisfying. He hastily healed Shinshu and entered the tent to rest, leaving Shinshu outside to extinguish the fire. That detestable Bei Xuan. Once I become Hokage, I will make him clean the toilets. He will stand guard at my office door every day and prepare my meals. Shinshu simmered with indignation, plotting revenge against Bei Xuan as he buried the fire with earth release before joining him in the tent. Chapter 17, Declaration of War. Tsunade Conference Room. The third Kazekage sat at the head of the table, regarding the individuals before him. Reports from the front indicate that Konoha has dispatched ninjas from various clans to the front line, and I trust you all understand their intentions. The Land of Rain has declared war on the three nations without provocation. I have decided to send 500 sand ninja led by Ebizo, along with a puppet unit under your command to engage in battle. The Land of Rain is nothing more than a jester. Our primary concern lies with Konoha. You are all aware of the current situation in the Land of Wind. For the sake of our descendants, we must seize territory from the Land of Fire. I hereby declare war on Konoha. Chio, the front line will be entrusted to you. I will fully cooperate with whatever manpower you require, including myself. This will be a total war. It is also a chance for Tsunade to reclaim its glory. I ask for your support. Having spoken, the third Kazekage rose, removed his hat, and bowed deeply. Standing behind him, Luo Sha's eyes glistened with tears. This was the third Hokage he had followed. Leave the battlefield of the Rain Country to me, sister. The Hidden Leaf Village is yours to protect. As Abizong rose to assist the third, he noticed his sister remained seated, fully aware that she longed to stay home with her young grandson. Yet, as the third had stated, the Hidden Sand Village now required the lands of the Fire Country. Trust me, the blossoms of the Sand Shinobi ought to flourish on the battlefield. For the sake of Scorpion's stable growth and the future of the Hidden Sand Village, Chio could not decline. Upon her agreement, the third Kazekage sighed in relief. Ever since Chio's son had taken over her duties, she had completely disengaged from some of the village's policies. Now, let us commence our strategy for attacking the Fire Country. Yes. The following day, before Bei Xuan and others reached the front lines, news of the Wind Country declaring war on the Hidden Leaf spread swiftly throughout the ninja world. Ha ha ha. The third Kazekage is indeed unrelenting. Mabu-in inquired of the nearby secretary, should we intervene? There is no need for us to engage in the conflict between the Fire and Wind countries and the Rain country. However, with the main forces of the Rock Hidden Village now in the Rain country, we could strike at the rear of the Earth country. Mabu-in shook his head, asserting that the Raikage and the Cloud Hidden Village maintained a strong alliance, ensuring the latter's financial stability, unlike the Rock Hidden Village. Inserting ourselves into the war among the Wind, Fire, and Rain countries would yield no benefit. Instead, we should attack the Earth country, which is bound to be vulnerable at this moment. Furthermore, there is no need for the Cloud Hidden Village to clash with the Leaf, despite its strength. We must acknowledge that the Leaf is currently formidable. There is no need for conflict at this juncture. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, but arrange for 2 teams to see if we can capture a few bloodline limit ninjas from the battlefield between the Wind and Fire countries. As for the Rock Hidden Village, mobilize the troops and remain prepared for an assault. Although the third Raikage was muscular, he was not a fool. The chaos of battle was extraordinary, and capturing a bloodline limit wielder would be exceedingly profitable. Indeed, this time, I shall have a proper reckoning with that short fellow from the rock-hidden village. At this moment, the ninja world reacted diversely to the declaration of war from the sand-hidden village, with the exception of the mist village, which was being toyed with by Madara. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War officially commenced in full scale. Meanwhile, Bei Xuan observed as Shang Shu and Minato Namikaze were busy moving supplies. All three were merely genin, thus assigned to the logistics division by Tsunade, while Bei Xuan was placed in the medical department. This naturally caused discontent among Shang Shu. But under the influence of love and education, he had no choice but to obediently assist in moving the items. Why is Bei Xuan so leisurely while we toil? Minato, are you okay with this? Shang Shu set down the box and nudged the dutifully working Minato with his shoulder to stir up some trouble. Bei Xuan is far more valuable in the medical department. Lady Tsunade has said that Bei Xuan's medical skills are nearly on par with hers. He is truly impressive, but I will catch up eventually. Minato remarked earnestly as he glanced at Bei Xuan, who was resting nearby, fully aware that Bei Xuan had undoubtedly grown stronger. I knew it. Telling you was pointless. I, the noble Shang Shu, have been reduced to moving boxes. How infuriating. If only the teacher were here. He would surely take me to the battlefield. Shang Shu stomped on the grass, venting his frustrations. All right. Did not Bei Xuan mention that moving supplies is a good way to temper your character? The battlefield is not a mere ninja game. Lacking the ability to calmly assess the situation could lead to death. Little Sun gently consoled him. Recalling Bei Xuan's warning that Shang Shu's temperament posed a considerable risk on the battlefield, and that he could be knocked unconscious if necessary, especially when he charged in recklessly. Tsunade, do you think this will help temper Shang Shu's character? It seems ineffective, Bei Xuan queried, glancing back at Tsunade, who was hiding behind a tent. Observing Shang Shu from a distance, she dared not show herself, fearing his incessant pestering. You little rascal, even your sister isn't calling out to you. I'm unsure, but this is advice I received from someone in the Nara clan. It should be effective, right? Tsunade replied, somewhat uncertain, as she knew her brother's nature well. Shang Shu was overly idealistic, yet he had yet to comprehend the true horrors of war. Perhaps once the conflict began, he could be assigned to the morgue. Bei Xuan, watching Shang Shu chat with Minato, felt exasperated. Although they had brought Shang Shu to the Wind Country battlefield to distance him from Orochimaru, his character still posed a threat even without Orochimaru leading him to the Rain Country. Thus, he decided to give Minato a brief lesson on how to curb Shang Shu's tendencies and how to effectively incapacitate him. A skill Bei Xuan excelled in as a medical ninja. He could not always play the babysitter for Shang Shu. Only by truly understanding war could one learn to survive. Furthermore, Tsunade was of utmost importance to him, and the Rain Country was indeed a concern. Acting as if you understand war, you little rascal. I'm hungry. Could you whip me up something special? Tsunade feigned seriousness before reverting to her playful demeanor, tugging on Bei Xuan's hand for a little indulgence. Sometimes, I truly wish I could call the authorities. A hug? Sure, but only if you promise to prepare me something special afterward. Isn't it inappropriate to have a separate meal when we're all eating from the same pot? What is wrong with that? Besides, the communal meal is awful. And who would dare criticize us? We are formidable medical ninjas. What is wrong with having a special meal? Eventually, Bei Xuan succumbed to Tsunade's whims, allowing her to lead him to the kitchen, unaware of the curious looks he received from the cook at that moment. After all, Tsunade's commentary while eating was far more delectable than the communal meal. It was akin to a culinary crime. Chapter 18. Mission: The outbreak of war was astonishingly swift. At this moment, Bei Xuan navigated through the injured, accompanied by a pink and white Pokémon. Happiny, this area is yours. I must attend to a surgery. Woo-woo. The most troublesome aspect of battling the Sand Shinobi was the myriad of poisons, each unique in its composition, while Tsunade dedicated herself to concocting various antidotes. Bei Xuan remained stationed in the medical department, treating the wounded, with Happiny serving as his summoned assistant. Although he could also summon slugs, Bei Xuan had never taken a liking to the slimy, soft creatures. His contract with the slugs was primarily to learn sage techniques, and because he had yet to acquire the ability to summon Pokémon. Furthermore, the slugs possessed considerable strength, being one of the 3 great sanctuaries. While Bei Xuan preferred the Dragon Cave summons, he had no ties to Orochimaru. Given Tsunade's influence, he suspected that if he expressed his disdain for slugs in favor of snakes, she might have him scrutinize her fists closely. Though medical ninjas were not required on the battlefield, Bei Xuan yearned to join the fray and deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. I'm so exhausted. Overseeing all manner of surgeries in the medical department requires my involvement. Were it not for Tsunade pulling all-nighters to prepare antidotes, I would have long since declared a strike. Bei Xuan, what's the matter? Did my sister beat you up? Returning to the dormitory, Shengshu was startled to see Bei Xuan in such a state, barely clinging to life. He had never witnessed Bei Xuan like this before. Are you all right, Bei Xuan? Do you need me to call Lady Tsunade for you? Watergate immediately rushed forward to help Bei Xuan up, feeling a twinge of concern, as he had never seen Bei Xuan in such a condition. Nothing serious, just finished 13 surgeries in a row. I'm fine, not dead. Not dying. As he spoke, he pushed Watergate away and collapsed onto the bed, pointing a finger at Shengshu before drifting off to sleep. If you dare disturb my rest, I will make you regret it. With that, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon hearing this, Shengshu quickly covered his mouth. Bei Xuan was not one to jest. Although sustained by the vitality from the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone and further enhanced by his training in the Golden Light spell, the consecutive surgeries had drained him considerably. Nonetheless, there were rewards. Each morning, Bei Xuan felt his mastery of the Golden Light spell progressing further. The next day, clad in a white coat, Bei Xuan was treating the wounded in the medical department when Tsunade arrived with the battlefield commander, Nara Lu Lin. Well done, kid. You haven't disgraced the ninjutsu I've taught you. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, sporting dark circles under her eyes, glanced at the injured around her before grabbing Bei Xuan's shoulder and laughing heartily. Did you really rest? If you're unable to manage, just take a break and let me handle the antidotes. The medical department has eased up a bit. Injuries on the battlefield were commonplace, particularly among those who rushed into combat without caution or undertook perilous missions. As the war dragged on, the number of wounded arriving at the medical department dwindled, allowing Bei Xuan some respite. No need, the antidotes are nearly prepared. I have synthesized all the toxins from Tsunade and backtracked the materials used. As long as all the medical ninjas in the department review the antidote preparation, it should be straightforward. This is Nara Lu Lin, the commander of the battlefield. With that, Tsunade introduced Bei Xuan to the ninja beside her, whom he recognized as Lu Lin, given that he arranged for the documentation of the wounded daily. However, their acquaintance was limited. Although Bei Xuan was stationed in the medical department, it was merely a concession from Tsunade, as she was the true administrator of the department. Hello, Bei Xuan. I am Nara Lu Lin, here to assign you a task. It was evident that Lu Lin was fatigued from managing the entire camp. Under normal circumstances, he would have sat down to engage with this prodigious medical ninja, but now he lacked the inclination. Please, go ahead, Bei Xuan responded, somewhat surprised that there was a task suitable for him. Tsunade informed me that she possesses a slug-based vitality technique, which can stabilize chakra and heal minor injuries. Since she needs rest, she recommended you. I would like to know if you have mastered this secret technique. We have received intel that this afternoon, the Sand Ninjas will engage us in a direct confrontation. Currently, with Kakashi on a classified mission, we lack a stable ninja to bolster morale on the battlefield, especially since Tsunade is not in optimal condition, which is why I sought you out. All you need to do is maintain treatment for the ninjas. We will handle the rest, and I will ensure your safety is guarded. Nara Lu Lin spoke in one breath, then quietly awaited Bei Xuan's response. Understood. I am ready at any time. Bei Xuan glanced at Tsunade, who was nearly asleep, and helplessly approached her side to help her sit up. Thank you. Report to the command room after lunch. With that, Lu Lin turned to leave, as he had a mountain of documents yet to review and needed to assign combat roles for the afternoon. Is it really necessary to push so hard? Bei Xuan mused as he assisted Tsunade back to the medical department, laying her down on the bed in the recovery room post-surgery. He gazed at her peaceful face, momentarily lost in thought. Preparing antidotes was not difficult for Tsunade, but she had taken the time to reverse engineer the poisons created by Chiyo, unraveling their composition so that other medical ninjas could administer the correct antidotes. Tsunade, who had not yet experienced the darkness of the village or the loss of her brother and loved ones, remained that girl who cherished her village. Gently covering her with a blanket, Bei Xuan placed his hand on her abdomen, channeling the vitality from the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone throughout Tsunade's body. The warm energy soon eased the furrow in her brow as she slept soundly. Watergate, you must not disappoint me. Once you become Hokage, I will stand before you, resolving all your issues. The darkness of Konoha requires the light of the sun, and Watergate is that light. As for why Bei Xuan does not aspire to be Hokage himself or promote Tsunade for the position, well, Let us not even discuss that. If Tsunade were to become Hokage, she would likely be trapped in the office as a workhorse, and I would probably be dragged along to share her burdens. Thus, the best choice is undoubtedly Watergate. While Shengshu, he can stay wherever it's cool. If he were Hokage, the entire Konoha would certainly be in chaos. The Senju clan can return to the position of Hokage after several generations, but they cannot skip over the Sarutobi line to continue the legacy. Chapter 19. A great victory after lunch. Bei Xuan arrived at the command room as scheduled, where he found it filled with people, including Uchiha Fugaku and what appeared to be Hinata's father, who bore a striking resemblance to Hayashi. Ah, just the person we were discussing. Bei Xuan, as a genin. We need to assess your abilities for the upcoming combat this afternoon to ensure nothing goes awry on the battlefield. Please understand. Upon entering the command room, Nara Lu Lin stood up, looking apologetic. After all, Bei Xuan was merely a genin. Although he was well known in the medical department, no one wished to offend him. However, the battlefield was no place for leniency. If Bei Xuan faltered, many lives could be lost. Their strategy relied on a direct advance, sacrificing injuries for the sake of progress, while depending on Bei Xuan's slug technique for sustenance. If Bei Xuan was unable to heal the ninjas, those advancing would perish needlessly. Thus, they felt compelled to approach Lu Lin for an assessment of Bei Xuan. I understand. Bei Xuan surveyed the tents filled with ninjas, realizing he had been recommended by Tsunade. Nara Lu Lin was well aware that Tsunade wouldn't exaggerate. It seemed pressure had been applied by the clans, as most of those heading into battle were clan ninjas. And Bei Xuan, despite his talents, was merely a boy under 10. How shall we test you? How about this? Bei Xuan suggested, and with that, his chakra erupted forth, creating a wave of energy that swept through the command room. Having trained in the Golden Light spell since childhood, along with the soul bone inherited from Tang San's mother, his chakra had reached an impressive level. Coupled with his detailed control as a medical ninja and the insights gleaned from the nefarious notes left by Senju Tobarama, unleashing chakra was a simple matter. Stop! Stop! That's enough. Lu Lin exclaimed as the neatly arranged documents on the table were blown about, astonished by Bei Xuan's innate talent. He had long recognized Bei Xuan as a genius medical ninja, but he had not anticipated such raw power. Connecting the dots to Tsunade, he realized Bei Xuan had likely absorbed much of her prowess. As Bei Xuan retracted the chakra that had surged behind him, he stood quietly, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the surrounding ninjas. Except for Uchiha Fugaku, everyone else instinctively avoided Bei Xuan's gaze. You really are something. Since that's the case, I trust everyone has no objections? Lu Lin picked up the documents from the ground and raised his head to address the crowd. Come on, this kid is so formidable. How could I afford to offend him alone? Besides, I have faith in him. The old fox. The others present silently cursed Lu Lin in their hearts before smiling and praising Bei Xuan. Subsequently, Lu Lin began to outline the marching routes and battlefield positions for each team. After a while, Lu Lin closed his notebook, stood up, and fixed a determined gaze on everyone in the command room. Enough small talk, everyone. Victory! Victory! Lu Lin led Bei Xuan to the assembled ninjas. Standing on the platform, Bei Xuan looked at the resolute faces before him. War, having been in the medical department for a long time, Bei Xuan thought he could face the brutality of war with composure. However, upon seeing these well-equipped and steadfast individuals, his heart could not help but tremble violently. After today, some of these people would undoubtedly be left on that battlefield, and their lives rested entirely upon Bei Xuan's shoulders. Nervous? To be entrusted with so many lives on my first battlefield. Standing beside him, Lu Lin could clearly hear the powerful rhythm of Bei Xuan's heart. He initially thought he wouldn't feel anxious, but now, standing here, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, he reassured himself, knowing what he needed to do. Bei Xuan gathered chakra into a surgical knife in his left hand and lightly drew it across his palm, forming hand seals. Cry out, my dear slug. Bei Xuan struck the ground, and a massive slug appeared beneath him. It is Lord Bei Xuan. What can I do for you? The slug, having just emerged, sensed the chakra above and gently inquired. Dear slug, please split and crawl onto each ninja, using the slug vitality technique. Understood. Soon, the enormous slug divided into numerous smaller forms, crawling beneath the armor of each ninja. Rest assured, charge forward. But be careful not to let the enemy ninjas attack the slugs on you. Wishing you all victory. Yes, with a wave of his hand, Lu Lin commanded the ninja forces to turn and march toward the battlefield. Damn it, I want to go to the battlefield too. Rope Tree, hiding nearby and watching, couldn't help but shout. If Bei Xuan could go to the battlefield, how could he remain in logistics? After all, he was the grandson of Sinju Hashirama. Beside him, Minato remained silent, occasionally glancing at Rope Tree's neck. At this moment, the ninjas of Konoha and Tsunade stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere eerily calm, almost uncharacteristic of a ninja battle. Tsunade, may I meet the one who can continuously cure my poison? I have yet to meet such a person. Chio stood in front of the Tsunade forces, calling out to Konoha's position. Coward. Since you don't like to talk, you can all rest here. Seeing no one respond, Chio shook her head and waved, signaling the Tsunade ninjas to charge forward. For Konoha, the Konoha ninjas shouted in response, rushing into battle, and in an instant, a flurry of ninjutsu and shuriken filled the air. Don't let anyone disturb me, Bei Xuan said to the ninja assigned to protect him by Lu Lin, then closed his eyes and formed hand seals. Injured ninjas on the battlefield were immediately treated by Bei Xuan's long-distance healing. Meanwhile, the golden light spell continuously circulated, replenishing the consumed chakra. Although it couldn't completely balance out the expenditure, it could slow down chakra depletion. Fortunately, the blue-silver royal soul bone continually replenished vitality, so the chakra consumed for remote healing was not as substantial as anticipated. The engaged ninjas glanced at their slowly healing wounds from kunai cuts, immediately donning fierce smiles as they charged toward a Tsunade ninja. Chio, who had been observing the battlefield, quickly noticed something amiss. Konoha's ninjas seemed unperturbed by injuries, adopting a reckless fighting style. Change formation. Let the puppet troops take over. Although unaware of the reasons, she knew they must avoid unnecessary losses and swiftly ordered the retreat of the battling ninjas, replacing them with the injury-resistant puppet troops. At this moment, Bei Xuan felt a surge of frustration. Did these ninjas not fear pain? Ever since Konoha ninjas discovered that as long as they didn't suffer severe injuries, minor wounds would heal quickly, they began to act recklessly. Some even faced ninjutsu head-on, directly replacing the Tsunade ninja performing techniques. As for kunai and shuriken, as long as they weren't aimed at critical areas, they simply ignored them. Chapter 20. Bloodshed because of this. Bei Xuan's chakra consumption soared. These fools. However, Lu Lin was no fool. Recognizing the enemy's deployment of puppet troops after an initial victory, he immediately ordered a retreat. There was no way to fight the Tsunade puppet troops with a life-for-life tactic. Ninjutsu class. Fire release, lightning release, hand seals. Go. Lu Lin began coordinating with the Yamanaka clan members. Bei Xuan sighed in relief. Even with ample chakra, such consumption was becoming hard to keep up with. He couldn't help but envy Hashirama and the prince. Although he possessed a vast amount of chakra, he still fell short of their levels. Speaking of insufficient chakra, Bei Xuan recalled Mito's In seal. Both Tsunade and Sakura had learned this technique, resulting in significant chakra usage. However, the In seal was primarily used by women. He wondered if men could cultivate it. He would ask Lady Mito upon returning. As for questioning Tsunade, she hadn't learned it yet. Lord Bei Xuan, do you need to rest? A nearby ninja, noticing Bei Xuan's fatigued complexion, immediately inquired. Though Bei Xuan was young, his current strength warranted the title of Lord. This ninja, from the Inuzuka clan, named Yamanaka Jin, was entrusted by Lu Lin to protect Bei Xuan, thus well aware of his abilities. Frankly speaking, the success of the first battle relied heavily on this young boy. No, I'll just recover some chakra here. Moreover, Bei Xuan glanced at the distant battlefield. Being in the ninja world did not mean one could simply hide behind and heal others to survive. Whether in hospitals or the medical department, Bei Xuan had inevitably been stained with countless blood while performing large surgeries, but that was to save lives. As a ninja, one must learn to kill, otherwise, one might find themselves unable to act when it mattered most, leading to their demise. Bei Xuan, haven't you already prepared yourself? Bei Xuan murmured to himself before standing up, observing the distant battlefield, and disappearing in a flash. Oh no, Lord Bei Xuan. Upon witnessing this, Yamanaka Jin was momentarily stunned before quickly reporting to Lu Lin. What did you say? Bei Xuan has gone to the battlefield. Why didn't you stop him? Lu Lin bellowed upon hearing Yamanaka Jin's report. This kid was a treasure. If anything happened to him on the battlefield, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Tsunade would hesitate to tear him apart. A ninja capable of turning the tide of battle before even turning 10 years old. Although aware of Bei Xuan's strength, he knew that mere strength was not enough to ensure survival on the battlefield. Of course, the founders of Konoha were exceptions. At this moment, Bei Xuan strides across the battlefield, surveying the lifeless bodies and the blood-soaked ground. To his surprise, he finds himself remarkably calm, far more so than he had anticipated. Is it the familiarity with blood that brings him this tranquility? He crouches before the corpse of a Konoha ninja and gently closes its unblinking eyes. War indeed. Hey, little brat from Konoha, this battlefield is no place for you. Has every adult in Konoha perished? Ha ha ha, they actually sent a child who hasn't even sprouted hair to the front lines. Bei Xuan's presence naturally draws the attention of the sand ninjas nearby. Turning towards the source of the taunt, he observes 3 sand ninjas manipulating puppets not far off. Just you 3, then. After a careful appraisal of his opponents, he shuts his eyes. Hey, kid, are you too scared to look? Ha ha. I'll send you off to find your mother. Puppet technique, ant. But in the next moment, the braggart's eyes widen in disbelief as he collapses, his puppets shattering into fragments. Are you kidding me? The remaining 2 sand ninjas are instantly paralyzed with fear, trembling at the sight of the boy crackling with piercing lightning. It was all too swift. They could hardly perceive any movement before their comrade fell to Bei Xuan. The lightning in Bei Xuan's hand is the chidori, a technique invented by Kakashi in the original narrative. Over the past few years, Bei Xuan has attempted to replicate both the Rasengan and chidori. It is clear that he has succeeded. However, utilizing chidori requires exceptional visual acuity to lock onto a target. Without the Sharingan, Bei Xuan resorted to sensory ninjutsu. The most formidable sensory technique in the ninja world is undoubtedly the Kagura Shingon, but alas, that is a bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Bei Xuan, therefore, opted to learn the sensory ninjutsu of the second Hokage as a secondary choice. Despite his daily banter about the nefarious Senju Tobirama, most of the ninjutsu Bei Xuan has mastered comes from Tobirama's notes and collections. After acquiring chidori, Bei Xuan augmented it with Tsunade's monstrous strength during his dashes, enhancing its piercing capability. Although initially challenging, the results were significant. At least the training dummies in Konoha couldn't withstand the thrust of chidori. Bei Xuan had even contemplated enveloping himself in a golden aura while using chidori, transforming himself into a formidable force with both resilience and ferocity. Unfortunately, he has yet to master this combination. Adding Tsunade's strength to chidori is already difficult to control. Covering himself in a layer of golden light is simple, but compressing it to achieve high defensive power is another matter altogether. Dispersing the lightning from his hands, Bei Xuan gazes at the 3 corpses and the blood on his hands, momentarily lost in thought. Until now, he had always been the one to save lives. Yet today he has taken the lives of his first, second, and third victims. In the future, there will undoubtedly be a 10th, a 100th, and perhaps even a 1000th. Initially, his desire to learn medical ninjutsu stemmed from a wish to comprehend the effects of fusing chakra and vitality for better life enhancement. Later, upon meeting Tsunade, he began to appreciate the art of healing, finding joy in it, albeit with the ulterior motive of drawing closer to her. However, when Bei Xuan first treated an injured person in the hospital, the heartfelt gratitude he received left an indelible mark on him. He once asked Tsunade why she chose to be a medical ninja, while her answer was a jest about the abundance of money to fund her gambling habits. Bei Xuan understood that it was merely a joke. When they first met, Bei Xuan had made some boastful remarks about her future, which now seemed to be coming to fruition, with her room constantly evolving. He believes that soon these rules will find their way into the Hokage's office. Oh, I have indeed grown accustomed to it. Bei Xuan uses his chakra to shake off the blood on his hands before heading towards the Konoha camp. He had come to witness bloodshed and to acclimate himself to the discomfort of taking lives. However, to his surprise, he feels no discomfort whatsoever. He possesses numerous methods to eliminate the 2 remaining sand ninjas, yet he chooses the most brutal approach, one that allows him to viscerally experience the act of killing. Chapter 21. The Cursed Necklace. The chidori, enhanced with Tsunade's strength, creates a massive wound in its target, and with Bei Xuan's sensory ninjutsu, he perceives the dying moments of the sand ninja with crystal clarity. Yet, perhaps it is better not to react, as doing so would only reveal potential vulnerabilities. My heavens, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Upon Bei Xuan's return to the camp, Lu Lin rushes over, visibly relieved to find Bei Xuan unscathed, only to unleash a torrent of complaints. My apologies, that was my mistake. It won't happen again, I assure you. Bei Xuan adheres to the principle of promptly apologizing after a misstep. Initially, Lu Lin intended to continue her scolding, But upon witnessing Bei Xuan's sincerity, she falters. Caught in an awkward moment. Cough. It's good that you recognize your mistake. You should rest now. The battlefield doesn't require your special techniques at the moment. Yes. Bei Xuan turns to leave, but his destination is the cooking area. Lu Lin had sensed the metallic scent of blood emanating from Bei Xuan upon his return, and she immediately deduces what he had been up to on the battlefield. Watching his retreating figure, she shakes her head, thinking of her own son, Lu Jiao, who is still studying. Why compare my child to a monster? It's unnecessary. Rather than returning to the tent for rest, Bei Xuan prepares some food and carries it towards the medical department. At this time, there are few new injuries in the medical department. Thanks to Bei Xuan's long-range healing abilities, minor injuries have largely healed, and those without minor injuries have mostly perished. Upon entering the break room, he finds Tsunade, predictably, still asleep, though her sleeping posture remains somewhat ungraceful. Observing her drool on his pillow, Bei Xuan can't help but clench his fists. Although he has never spent the night there, he often rests in that very space. Silently, he pats his chest, reminding himself to remain calm about this situation. He then opens the food container, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Food is not permitted in the medical department, but what does that matter to Bei Xuan? No one can reprimand him. He picks up a piece of meat and brings it close to Tsunade's nose. Little brat, do you think I'm foolish? However, the anticipated scene does not unfold. Instead, Tsunade merely stares at him, looking somewhat dazed. Cough, how did you wake up? Perfect timing to eat something. I made it just for you. As he speaks, he brings the piece of meat closer to her mouth. Tsunade shows no sign of getting up, simply opening her mouth to eat, then continuing to stare vacantly. Bei Xuan, understanding her intentions, begins to feed her morsels from the box. The break room falls into a serene silence, save for the sound of Tsunade eating. You went to the battlefield to kill? Once finished, Tsunade sits up abruptly, narrowing her eyes at Bei Xuan. What? How did you know? Bei Xuan, startled by her words, turns to her in shock. Tsunade cannot possess a sensory technique that extends over the battlefield, and she was sound asleep when he arrived. What are you thinking? I could smell the blood on you. And besides, your aura has changed somewhat, so I merely deduced. When Tsunade saw the astonishment on Bei Xuan's face, she realized that this child was once again lost in his own thoughts. With a hint of exasperation, she covered her face, wondering how Bei Xuan managed to graduate without any sense of a ninja's scouting awareness. What? Bei Xuan hardly attended classes, as I had taken the liberty of teaching him? That meant he hadn't taken his studies seriously. Is that so? Tsunade decided to test him. After all, a ninja must confront life head-on. However, after eliminating 3 sand ninjas, she withdrew without lingering. Bei Xuan immediately recalled Tsunade's warning to him and his companions not to recklessly engage in battle upon their arrival at the front lines, and he hastened to explain. Yet, before he could finish, Tsunade embraced him, prompting Bei Xuan to drop the food container and reciprocate the embrace gently. However, before Bei Xuan could fully relish Tsunade's warmth, she released him, leaving him with a hint of melancholy in his gaze. What are you staring at? You little rascal, Tsunade exclaimed. Here, take this. Your talent will soon make your name known throughout the ninja world, but only by surviving can you carry the glory of that name. Promise me. Stay alive. She removed the necklace from around her neck and fastened it around Bei Xuan's. Feeling the warmth of the necklace that belonged to Tsunade, Bei Xuan's mind went blank, fully aware of its significance. Suddenly, his previously steady heart began to race violently. This was one of the death curses of the ninja world. Lost in his thoughts, Bei Xuan was startled by an even more explosive moment. Tsunade kissed his forehead. Gigi, what are you thinking? This is a blessing. Don't overthink it. Clean up and hurry outside. I haven't had enough sleep yet. Tsunade's face flushed as she playfully tapped Bei Xuan's forehead and shooed him out of the resting room. Standing at the doorway, Bei Xuan remained dazed for a while, then clutched the necklace around his neck as he made his way to his tent. Meanwhile, inside the resting room, Tsunade's face was bright red, and her trembling eyelashes indicated she wasn't asleep at all. That treacherous Bei Xuan dared to betray us. We agreed to stay back and engage in battle together. As soon as Bei Xuan returned to his tent, he was seized by Shoki, who shouted at him vehemently. Shoki, Bei Xuan must be exhausted. Don't disturb him. Bei Xuan, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? Minato Namikaze looked at Bei Xuan, his eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Bei Xuan shook his head, glancing at Shoki, who was preparing to throw a punch. Remembering the necklace around his neck, a layer of chakra enveloped his fist. Oh no. Oh no, I was wrong. Minato, save me. Familiar with Shoki's superhuman strength, Minato immediately understood the situation and quickly pulled Shoki behind him. Bei Xuan, why don't you take Shoki outside to spar? His strength might collapse the tent. Minato pointed outside, and his suggestion made Shoki's eyes widen in disbelief. Alright, I'm not actually going to hit you. Tomorrow, you and Minato will report to the medical department's morgue, and afterward, I'll have Tsunade test your skills. As long as you two pass, you can head to the battlefield. After saying this, Bei Xuan sat on the bed, removed the necklace, and began to scrutinize it meticulously while scanning it with his ninjutsu. Indeed, just as Shoki was about to inquire further, Minato swiftly covered his mouth. Minato rarely witnessed Bei Xuan so serious. It was clear he was engaged in something significant. Chapter 22. Returning to the village. Utilizing every sensory method, Bei Xuan discovered a sealing technique and an exceptionally strong life force within the necklace, but nothing else of note. Although this was merely something rumored among netizens, it had a certain ominous quality, aside from Naruto, who had endured it and shattered the necklace. Every other individual who wore it and received Tsunade's kiss had met an untimely demise. Thinking of this, Bei Xuan couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at Shoki. Suddenly, he felt an urge to punch him. Was this his way of shielding Shoki from disaster? Sensing the malicious intent, Shoki quickly stood up and scanned the room, his gaze locking onto Bei Xuan, specifically the necklace in his possession. You little rascal, you got my sister. Shoki exclaimed in shock, pointing at Bei Xuan with disbelief etched across his face. Minato, feeling a surge of panic, thought about feigning sleep, but he knew he couldn't hide from Bei Xuan, so he decided to listen in. Can you shut up? What do you mean got? If you can't speak properly, just donate your mouth. Bei Xuan donned the necklace, descended from the bed, and landed a punch on Shoki's head, instantly feeling refreshed. My sister gave you the necklace left by our grandfather, and you say it has nothing to do with her? I never expected my sister to be into your type. Rubbing the bump on his head from Bei Xuan's punch, Shoki remarked somewhat wistfully. What expression is that? It's merely her blessing. I saw blood on the battlefield today, which is why she gave it to me, Bei Xuan said, touching his forehead and recalling the damp sensation. TCH, is that all? You better work hard then. Shoki retorted with a scoff, returning to his bed. What? Does that mean you acknowledge me as your brother-in-law? Bei Xuan asked, surprised, knowing that Shoki had vehemently opposed the idea after overhearing his dream talk, especially since he was younger than Shoki. You're better than Jiraiya and that blue-haired pretty boy. You know Jiraiya, a complete pervert. I'll deal with him first when I become Hokage. As for that blue-haired pretty boy, he laughs like a woman every day. Ahem, Bei Xuan. I'm not saying anything bad about you. Although you're a bit younger, it doesn't really matter. Konoha has couples with significant age differences, and you and my sister aren't too far apart in age. Plus, I'm worried that my sister's temperament might scare off potential suitors. Sigh, as her brother, I'm genuinely concerned about her future happiness. After finishing, Shoki theatrically sighed, expressing his deep concern for his sister's well-being. Oh, noted. I'll inform Tsunade. Bei Xuan chuckled at Shoki's antics, muttering a line that made Shoki instantly drop his pretense. Oh no, you little rascal. You can't do this. Minato, stop pretending to sleep. Get up and help me punish Bei Xuan, or I'll tell Kushina about our little secret of sneaking peeks at adult books. Upon hearing Shoki's shout, Minato immediately rose, but instead of joining in on the punishment, he silently gestured to Bei Xuan while pulling Shoki aside. However, Minato's face was as red as Kushina's hair. Bei Xuan looked at Minato in surprise, not expecting him to be this kind of person, sneaking off to look at such things without inviting him. But that is a discussion for later. Right now, we have some serious matters to attend to. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You wait, Bei Xuan. The following days were spent with Bei Xuan diligently working in the medical department, while Tsunade took on the responsibilities he had previously managed on the battlefield. It wasn't until a ninja hawk flew in from Konoha that everything changed. Just after completing his surgery, Bei Xuan saw Tsunade approaching with reddened eyes, enveloping him in an embrace. Noticing her tearful eyes, Bei Xuan immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Mito was nearing her end. Don't cry. Let us go back and see Grandma together. Gently wiping away Tsunade's tears, Bei Xuan spoke softly. Ah, you summon Shinshu, and I shall seek out Deer Forest. With that, Tsunade turned to find Deer Forest. Knowing that her return to Konoha with Bei Xuan necessitated informing the battlefield commander, Deer Forest. After watching Tsunade depart, Bei Xuan made his way to the mortuary, where he soon encountered Shinshu and Minato. However, the two bore no resemblance to their usual selves. They were silently engrossed in recording deaths. Shinshu, gather your belongings. We are returning to Konoha. Minato, you shall accompany us as well. Bei Xuan refrained from engaging in idle chatter and simply instructed them to prepare. For the events ahead pertained to Kushina, making Minato's presence advisable. What has happened? Minato immediately inquired, sensing Bei Xuan's somber demeanor. Shinshu regarded Bei Xuan with a look of confusion. You will understand upon our return. Hurry. With that, Bei Xuan turned and left, knowing that this departure would be brief, as he too needed to pack his belongings. Without pausing, the group swiftly made their way back to Konoha. Upon entering the Senju clan grounds, they were met with the sight of the frail Mito and the tearful Kushina by her side. The dark seal upon Mito's forehead had now lost its luster. Grandma, Tsunade and Shinshu rushed forward, tears brimming in their eyes, embracing Mito, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that her time was drawing near. It is well that you have returned, Mito murmured softly, caressing their backs with a tenderness reminiscent of the times she had lulled them to sleep in their childhood. Bei Xuan observed quietly from the doorway, then gently pulled Minato aside, recognizing that it would be better for Tsunade and Shinshu to share some time alone with Mito. Leading Minato to the Hokage rock, they stood in silence, taking in the scenery of Konoha. Lord Mito, Minato finally broke the silence, unable to contain his thoughts any longer. Yes, Bei Xuan nodded, using sensory ninjutsu to envelop the area, keenly aware of everything around them. He then turned to Minato, his voice low and serious. Minato, what does Konoha mean to you? And how do you perceive it now? This was a question many had pondered, and both Bei Xuan and Minato had offered answers in the past. Yet now, Bei Xuan posed the same inquiry to Minato. Minato gazed at Bei Xuan's expression, recalling their discussions from his youth. Konoha is home. As for the Konoha of today, I feel I have seen too little to answer that question. He stepped closer to Bei Xuan. I am aware that there must be darker aspects to the village, for otherwise, you would not keep so much hidden. The moment Bei Xuan taught Minato the Rasengan and insisted he claim it as his own creation, Minato began to realize certain truths. However, he had not yet perceived the darkness concealed within Konoha, yet he trusted Bei Xuan. If he sensed it, it must be there. Then let us bear witness to it together. And you shall become Hokage, altering all the darkness you have witnessed. Bei Xuan turned to Minato, admiring his flowing golden hair. The most exceptional Hokage. I have boundless faith in you. I shall now share with you matters concerning Kushina and Lady Mito. Listen closely. After a moment of contemplation, Bei Xuan resolved to convey the information himself, wary of whether the third Hokage might embellish the tale. About Kushina? Please, tell me. Minato urged, eager to hear. In the shinobi world, there exist 9-tailed beasts. At the inception of Konoha, all but the one tail were captured and distributed among the various ninja villages. While Konoha retained the strongest, the 9 tails. Each village utilized sealing techniques to confine the tailed beasts within ninjas, thus creating Jinchuriki. Lady Mito is the current Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. And Kushina is the next in line. At this, Bei Xuan glanced at Minato, only to find him unresponsive, his eyes encouraging Bei Xuan to continue. Realizing Minato was still unaware of the 9 tails' true nature, Bei Xuan continued. Every ninja who becomes a Jinchuriki endures torment from the tailed beast, especially the formidable 9 tails. Bei Xuan then observed Minato's worried expression. The Uzumaki clan, being adept in sealing arts, is ideally suited for this role, capable of mitigating the tailed beast's influence. So, you need not be concerned. Kushina will not only be unharmed, but will gain significant strength from the 9 tails. However, being a Jinchuriki carries the risk of losing control, influenced by the tailed beast's chakra, a phenomenon closely tied to the Jinchuriki's emotions. Thus, it falls to you. With a reassuring pat on Minato's shoulder, Bei Xuan concluded, Ah? Me? What must I do? Do you need me to learn sealing techniques? Minato's excitement surged at the prospect of aiding Kushina. You, my dear boy, must love Kushina. Ensure she does not fall prey to despair or resentment. You must immerse her in the sweetness of your love. Don't think I am unaware that you two are merely a confession away, always together in school. Shinshu has mentioned it to me on several occasions. Bei Xuan covered his face, bemused at Minato's otherwise astute nature faltering in matters of the heart. Kushina and I are nothing. Wait, I understand. Minato's face turned crimson as he attempted to explain. But upon meeting Bei Xuan's incredulous gaze, he lowered his head in acceptance. Does Lady Mito's passing relate to the 9 tails? He ventured, concern etched on his face. If so, Kushina must be heartbroken, as Lady Mido is her only family. A little, but not significantly, Bei Xuan replied, shaking his head. Lady Mido's demise is due to the natural end of her lifespan. The transfer of the Nine Tails merely hastens this process. Currently, no one in Konoha possesses the strength to forcibly suppress and seal the Nine Tails. Thus, it is imperative to transfer the Nine Tails to Kushina while Lady Mido still lives. Mido, being proficient in sealing techniques, is the only one capable of securely transferring the Nine Tails into Kushina. If we wait until Mido passes, the result would be the Nine Tails rampage descending upon Konoha. At present, Konoha lacks the power to contain the Nine Tails. Unless the third Hokage were to utilize the dead demon consuming seal, which is highly improbable, especially considering the current state of the third Hokage. Now, you may go comfort Kushina, Bei Xuan concluded, sensing that Tsunade and the others had likely finished their conversation. He turned, using body flicker technique to depart from Hokage Rock. Minato promptly followed, pondering how best to console Kushina along the way. Upon returning to the Senju clan grounds, they found the group gathered around the table, listening to Mido recount tales of Hashirama Senju. As Bei Xuan re-entered, Mido paused, smiling and gesturing for him to come closer. Lady Mido, Bei Xuan approached respectfully, taking her outstretched hand in his. Good child, I have heard all about your affairs from Tsunade. It's quite impressive at your age. Hashirama was merely a mischievous boy skipping stones by the river, haha. Mido gently grasped Bei Xuan's hand, chuckling as she teased Hashirama. Shoju, your grandmother yearns for the pastries made by Aunt Chihua from the northern village. Please inquire if she has any left. If not, ask Chihua to prepare some for me. In my old age, I find myself rather indulgent. The whirlpool Mido affectionately patted Shoju's head and smiled. I will go right away. Without much thought, Shoju immediately stood up and left the Senju clan's grounds. Once Shoju had distanced himself, Mido turned her gaze towards Kushina. Kushina, please attend to the little guest nearby. The newcomers have been unable to take their eyes off you. No way. Kushina's face flushed crimson as she rushed to pull Minato away. Bei Xuan, do you recall when I once asked your opinion of Konoha? Has your answer changed now? Upon hearing this, Bei Xuan merely lowered his head, not wishing to disappoint the elderly figure before him. I only hope you can spare a life for the little monkey in the future, allowing him a dignified abdication. They are not inherently this way. It is power that has led them astray. Mido sighed as she gazed at Bei Xuan, pleading with him, for she did not wish for Tobarama's disciple to meet him drenched in blood. I will ensure it. Everything will change once the next Hokage takes office. Is that so? It must be that young man from earlier. His chakra is remarkably warm. You have chosen an exceptional individual. Mido had long understood that Bei Xuan could never become Hokage himself, nor could her grandson, so she had taken note of Minato early on, recognizing his talent. She was also pleased with the rapport between Minato and Kushina. Regardless of the context, she found it satisfactory as a connection point for Kushina and the Nine Tails. Chapter 24. How are you and Tsunade faring now? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen believed, Mido also perceived the unifying power of Konoha within Minato. Tsunade, on the other hand, was too stunned to utter a word, as the topics discussed between her grandmother and the young lad were far too explosive, beginning with the plea to spare Sarutobi's life. Now, Tsunade simply wished to leave, perplexed as to why her grandmother had sent away Shoju and Kushina while keeping her there. After all, I am a disciple of the third Hokage. How are you and Tsunade faring now? Mido's words struck again. Cough, very well. Bei Xuan replied, removing a necklace from around his neck to show Mido. You little rascal. What do you mean by very well? This is a blessing, do you understand? Don't return it to me. Tsunade's cheeks flushed instantly. It's fine to speak of such things privately, but not in front of grandmother. All right. The youth have their fortunes. However, there are many couples in Konoha with significant age gaps. If you genuinely care for Bei Xuan, Tsunade, you must seize the moment. He will undoubtedly attract many admirers in the future. Mido spoke with a smile. Indeed, Bei Xuan fervently nodded, giving Mido a thumbs up. You are such a nuisance. Be quiet. Tsunade delivered a swift punch to Bei Xuan's head, only for it to be blocked by a golden light spell. You dare to block? Tsunade, infuriated, rose to throw another punch. Help! Grandma Mido, please control Tsunade. She wants to kill me. Bei Xuan exclaimed as he saw Tsunade's chakra coalescing and immediately fled, joking that a punch from her would land him in the hospital like Jiraiya. Haha, how delightful. Hashirama, wait for me. I shall soon join you. Mito withdrew a wooden hairpin from her sleeve, caressing its unremarkable floral pattern, reminiscing about the man who used to smile foolishly at her. Little Tsunade, don't chase after him. Come here, Bei Xuan, you too. Grandma. Both Bei Xuan and Tsunade called out in unison, omitting Mito's surname, and she smiled even more. Sit down. Give me your hands. Mito grasped their hands together. Bei Xuan beamed while Tsunade's face was flushed, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Mito gently placed the wooden hairpin in the palm of Tsunade's hand. Grandma, what is this? Tsunade recognized it immediately, having often seen her grandmother holding the hairpin in remembrance of her grandfather. This is the hairpin your grandfather carved by hand when he married me. Though not beautiful, it took that foolish young man a great deal of time to create. When I wed your grandfather, I wore this very pin. Now I pass it to you. I shall soon meet Hashirama, and I shall have no further use for it. If you truly marry Bei Xuan, use this pin to style your hair. That way, I can watch over you alongside your grandfather as you step into happiness. I recognized Bei Xuan's feelings for you the moment he stepped through that door, but I never anticipated our little Tsunade would also develop feelings for him. If you have feelings, then why not hold on tightly? You have not even taken him as a disciple. If it truly feels awkward, I could send a notice to the village declaring Bei Xuan as your child husband. How does that sound? Initially smiling at her words, Bei Xuan nearly faltered at the last statement, quickly nodding at Tsunade to indicate he was agreeable. He then received a fierce glare from Tsunade. Grandma, he is still young and cannot fully comprehend what true affection is. Perhaps when he matures, he will become enamored with other women, whereas I will simply grow older. Do you truly believe Bei Xuan and I are suited for one another? Tsunade inquired, though her gaze remained fixed on Bei Xuan. I swear, I only have eyes for Tsunade. Bei Xuan immediately raised his hand in a solemn vow. He had been single throughout both lifetimes and had only ever held feelings for Tsunade. Moreover, he was aware that Tsunade reciprocated his feelings. Understanding oneself is a crucial lesson in the path of life, and Bei Xuan was certain he would never become the type to waver in his affections. Ha, what say you? Little Tsunade? Mito turned to inquire. Let us wait until he is older. He is too young now, and I have my reservations. Tsunade shot a glance at Bei Xuan before turning away. Bei Xuan fell silent, realizing he could not refute her argument. Haha, you two must resolve your own matters. I, however, will likely never witness the birth of your children. Tsunade, you must be cautious, at least until Bei Xuan comes of age. Mito's smile had not faltered from the beginning. And suddenly recalling something, she earnestly advised Tsunade. Tsunade was well aware of what her grandmother meant. In her youth, she had once declared to Mito that if she ever encountered someone she liked, she would whisk him away from the Sinnoh clan and make things happen. Remembering this, Tsunade's face turned crimson once more. But that was just childish banter. Haha, dear grandmother, are you not afraid that she might actually do it? Little Tsunade, I no longer worry about you. You have found someone you like and possess the strength to protect him. However, Shoju still requires your guidance. Mito thought of her grandson and felt a pang of worry, harboring great hopes but lacking the ability to fulfill them. Leave him to me, as his brother-in-law. It is my duty to help him grow. Bei Xuan took the opportunity to interject, stating that the training plan for Shoju had already commenced, and he was confident in his ability to cultivate him into a competent ninja. What brother-in-law? Did I agree to that? He retorted. Tsunade immediately countered, though her words went unacknowledged as Bei Xuan cheerfully explained his training regimen for Shoju to Mizuhara. It was indeed a labor of love. Although she felt a twinge of concern for her grandson, she believed that her descendants would find their own fortune. Should Shoju excel as a ninja, she would have the pride to face her son, daughter-in-law, and Hashirama. Mizuhara, I wish to ask you a favor. Bei Xuan finally expressed his thoughts after a moment of contemplation. What is it? Mizuhara inquired. I would like to summon you and the first and second Hokages using the modified Edo Tensei technique to attend my wedding with Tsunade. Rest assured, I guarantee that this version of Edo Tensei will not require the life of another. Bei Xuan hastily assured Mizuhara, fearing she might misunderstand. He then awaited her response in silence. Then proceed. I trust you to enhance Tobirama's jutsu. I also look forward to witnessing the scene when you marry little Tsunade. Mizuhara said with a smile, gently patting Bei Xuan's head. Chapter 25. A longing for the Sharingan at that moment. The courtyard of the Sinnoh clan was left with only Tsunade and Bei Xuan. Mizuhara had claimed to feel tired after conversing with Bei Xuan and decided to return to rest, leaving the space for Tsunade and Bei Xuan. After Mizuhara departed, the hands of the two, which had intertwined due to their conversation, remained clasped together. Have you played enough, you little rascal? Tsunade exclaimed in exasperation, unable to contain her frustration as Bei Xuan continued to toy with her hand, squeezing it playfully. Despite her angry tone, she made no attempt to withdraw her hand. No, I could play forever, Bei Xuan replied cheerfully, holding Tsunade's hand tightly. In a corner of the room, Mizuhara, peeking through the Kagura's hard eye, couldn't help but shake her head. Indeed, some people are infuriatingly fortunate. Why didn't T. Hashirama ever share this sentiment with me? I must go find him, but I'll give him the cold shoulder for half an hour. Yes, just half an hour. All right. Shoju and the others will be back soon, Tsunade whispered, her face flushed, feeling utterly outmatched by the audacious boy. Fear not, for I am your childhood husband. Personally endorsed by Grandma Mizuhara. Who would dare to speak otherwise? Bei Xuan grinned as he inched closer to Tsunade. Why are you getting so close? Do you want a beating? Tsunade raised her fist, warning him to behave. What's south wrong with being close to my girlfriend? Bei Xuan questioned innocently, a puzzled expression on his face. Is that so? Then why are your hands around my waist? Tsunade glared at the hand resting on her waist. What is wrong with that? Who said I can't embrace my own wife? Bei Xuan replied, still wearing a look of confusion. Mizuhara, unable to bear the scene any longer, covered her face with her hands and turned off the Kagura's hard eye, deeming the ensuing events unnecessary to witness. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I was wrong. I was wrong. Tsunade, be gentle. Bei Xuan's cries echoed through the Senju clan's grounds a moment later. Sighing, Mizuhara shook her head, lying back on her bed and closing her eyes to rest, deciding she could no longer watch the spectacle. In the courtyard, Tsunade sat calmly at the table sipping tea, while Bei Xuan stood obediently beside her, sporting a faint bruise on his face. Indeed, my standing in the family is still higher. Tsunade thought contentedly as she took a sip of tea. My dear, after chatting for so long, you must be thirsty. Here, drink more, she said, feigning indifference. Bei Xuan, endeavoring to suppress the visible bruise on his face, promptly refilled Tsunade's teacup, oblivious to the fact that she had grown accustomed to his endearing nicknames. Tsunade remained focused on her thoughts about her familial position. Money. Tsunade extended her hand towards Bei Xuan. Huh, what money? Bei Xuan asked, somewhat bewildered. I feel lucky today and want to try my hand at gambling, but I have no money. The coins I have are meant for baby formula. You wouldn't want our future child to be without it, would you? Tsunade asserted, puffing out her chest. Do I need to buy baby formula? Bei Xuan glanced at her, noticing that Tsunade's figure had indeed developed more since the last time they had met. What are you staring at? Hand over the money, she demanded. All right, but I only have this much, Bei Xuan replied, retrieving a small sum from his secret stash and offering it to her. Wow, you were indeed hiding money. So much. Mua, I'm off to gamble. Once I win, I'll take you out for barbecue. Ha ha ha, here I come, casino. Giddy with excitement, Tsunade kissed Bei Xuan on the cheek, laughing as she dashed out of the Senju clan grounds. Bei Xuan stood frozen, touching the spot on his face where Tsunade had kissed him and counting his remaining savings. It seemed he could afford to let her kiss him many more times. Only truly capable medical ninjas understood the wealth that the profession could yield, especially when catering to nobles. Coupled with Bei Xuan's unique summoning of the happiness-inducing Pokémon, they accompanied him during his hospital shifts. In essence, Bei Xuan was earning multiple salaries from the hospital while also profiting from the nobles. The vitality from the blue-silver emperor's bone nourished others' bodies. Though it could not enhance their life force, it served as a rare remedy for those aristocrats whose bodies were ravaged by indulgence. Nobles had their connections, and Bei Xuan's side earnings had unexpectedly established a steady income stream. Each year, nobles would visit Konoha seeking Bei Xuan's continued treatment, and they were exceedingly generous with their payments. All Bei Xuan needed to do was cast a simple hypnotic illusion to put them to sleep and infuse their bodies with vitality. As for why he made them sleep, it was to ensure they felt their money was well spent. After all, they would surely find it too easy to accept if they knew he could complete the task in mere seconds. Tsunade was aware of Bei Xuan's side earnings, but she frequently received requests from nobles for her medical services as well. Outside of a few prominent figures, most nobles did not offer substantial compensation, as Tsunade's medical prowess had yet to achieve renown throughout the ninja world. Thus, she remained oblivious to Bei Xuan's substantial wealth. Huh, what are you smiling about, you silly Bei Xuan? Where are my sister and grandmother? Shoju asked, returning with pastries and noticing Bei Xuan grinning in the living room. What silly talk? You should call me brother-in-law from now on. Otherwise, I'll have your sister beat you every day, 3 meals a day? Grandma is resting, so just put the pastries down for now, Bei Xuan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Shoju while silently noting to address the silly Bei Xuan remark later in front of Grandma Mizuhara, for he had to maintain some face. You managed to win over my sister? Shoju asked, surprised. Just a short while ago, Bei Xuan had merely given her a necklace as a blessing. How had things progressed so quickly? Of course, it was Grandma who played matchmaker. Soon, I will be your brother-in-law, understand? Show some respect, or as I said earlier, your sister will be on your case daily, Bei Xuan said, tapping Shoju's forehead lightly while employing a slight amount of strength, causing it to turn a bright red. You belong to the ox, more fierce than my elder sister. Although I knew you could pursue her, I didn't expect it to happen so swiftly. Shungtai brushed aside Bei Xuan's hand and rubbed his forehead. At that moment, Kushina entered alongside Minato, both of their faces flushed. Bei Xuan squinted and scrutinized the lips of Minato and Kushina, then observed their faces, finding no signs of abnormality. Why were their faces so red? There were no traces of kisses or affection. Could it be that his sensory ninjutsu failed to detect such subtle details? At that moment, Bei Xuan suddenly yearned for the power of the Sharingan. Chapter 26. Confession. Curiosity piqued. Bei Xuan pulled Minato aside and quietly inquired about what had transpired between him and Kushina. Minato hesitated before admitting, earlier, Shingtai took me to secretly read some books that we shouldn't have seen. When I was comforting Kushina, I felt it was wrong to keep this from her, so I told her. As a result, she dragged me along to buy another book. Bei Xuan was taken aback, his scalp tingling with disbelief. Was this truly the cheerful Minato he knew? Or was this just his nature? And then what happened? Well, we finished reading it together. But the book was destroyed by Kushina. She claimed such books shouldn't exist. Minato scratched his head shyly, embarrassed that the book was inappropriate for minors. Yet he had read it and hadn't even shown it to Bei Xuan. Bei Xuan had always insisted on sharing good things with him. And now Minato felt a pang of guilt for not bringing the book for Bei Xuan to see. Did nothing else happen? Bei Xuan pressed on, wondering if their flushed faces were merely a result of reading about the young emperor. Was Liu Bei truly that charming to elicit such a reaction? No. Minato's face turned crimson as a thought crossed his mind. Do you take me for a fool? Your face is practically glowing, Bei Xuan remarked, bemused, realizing that Naruto had inherited Minato's lack of awareness. When Kushina returned, she took my hand. Minato's face beamed with happiness. Oh, Bei Xuan replied, turning to leave. It was clear that he should not waste time with Minato's naivety. If he wanted Minato to become enlightened, he would have to lead by example. Kushina, I need you. However, it seemed time was drawing near, and Bei Xuan departed from the Senju clan's grounds, but not before delivering a punch to Shingtai. Without that punch, he would not feel at ease. At that moment, Tsunade had exited the Senju territory, but did not head to the gambling house. Instead, she purchased a bottle of sake and settled at the public emo spot, Hokage Rock, where she sat for quite some time. The conversation earlier between Bei Xuan and Uzumaki Mito had a more profound impact on her than she had anticipated. Having lost her parents at an early age, Tsunade had been raised by Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, she had followed Hiruzen to learn. Though Hiruzen was the Hokage and often busy, he still found time to take her and her peers out for barbecue or on missions. Now, learning from her grandmother and Bei Xuan that her teacher was one of the very individuals harming Konoha, and even held the Hokage position, left Tsunade feeling lost. Could people truly change so drastically? The jovial figure of Hiruzen, who had once shared laughter with her at the barbecue joint now, seemed to clash with the Hiruzen who was supposedly endangering Konoha. After sipping a bit of sake, Tsunade felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Drinking in the cold wind can lead to colds, she thought, turning only to spot Bei Xuan standing nearby with his hands in his pockets. What brings you here? And how did you know I was here? Tsunade asked, surprised, as she had mentioned her intention to gamble. Because you are always on my mind, I naturally understand you. When you came to me for money, I knew gambling was not your true intention. After all, you've borrowed from me far too many times. How could I not see through that? Bei Xuan approached Tsunade, taking the sake from her hand and taking a sip. TSK, it tastes bland, he remarked, placing the bottle to his right and gently holding Tsunade's hand in his left. What's wrong? Those funds don't need to be repaid now. Kids shouldn't drink. Don't you know the 3 prohibitions for ninjas? Tsunade did not resist his grasp, but instead reciprocated. Rest assured, I will manage everything. Did I not promise my grandmother? I will ensure the 3rd Hokage steps down normally, allowing the 4th Hokage to resolve all of Konoha's lingering issues. Bei Xuan spoke softly, aware of Tsunade's inner turmoil. Tsunade feared that the third Hokage and he might end up at odds, leaving her uncertain of whom to support. Choosing either side would put her in a difficult position, and abstaining from choosing would hurt both parties. I trust you, Tsunade replied, seeing Bei Xuan as handsome at that moment, despite the lingering youthful softness on his face. Often, I feel you are not a child. Perhaps it is this very reason that I find myself unconsciously drawn to you. Bei Xuan, you wouldn't be an old spirit inhabiting a child, would you? Tsunade squinted at him. More or less, but I am not an old spirit. To be precise, I should be a dashing, melancholic gentleman at this age. Pah, narcissist. That's the truth. You don't believe me? I'm forever 18, after all. That's indeed the case. With the Ein seal, one can remain 18 forever, right? Amen. As dusk fell, the village lights illuminated Hokage Rock, where the two young souls sat, gazing down at their homeland, playfully teasing each other, their hearts gradually drawing closer amidst their light-hearted banter. Tsunade, yes? Will you be my girlfriend and marry me when I come of age? Is that all? No flowers, no gifts. I have flowers. As for gifts, anything I possess is also yours. Bei Xuan stood and formed hand seals, summoning countless floral buds and a few blossoms that danced around Tsunade, encircling her in a vibrant display. Meanwhile, the blossoms scattered shimmering pollen, casting a dreamlike aura over Hokage Rock. Tsunade, do you wish to be my girlfriend and marry me when I come of age? Tsunade gently accepted a flower presented to her, gazing at the boy standing serenely within the swirling petals, unable to utter a word of refusal. Then you must be prepared to lose all your fortune to me. You better work hard at that. After all, I possess considerable earning power. Tsunade approached Bei Xuan, cradling the flowers, and leaned down to kiss the boy, who was still shorter than her. Please take care of me, my little boyfriend. The flowers erupted in joyous cheers, showering the scene with radiant blessings. Chapter 27. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The commotion atop Hokage Rock naturally attracted the attention of the village's ninjas. As Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at Hokage Rock, he happened upon Tsunade and Bei Xuan, who were hand in hand and seemingly ready to depart. His gaze lingered on their clasped hands, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Tsunade, what just transpired here? Yet, more than the sight of them, Hiruzen was preoccupied with the recent disturbances. I was merely testing ninjutsu. My grandmother is waiting for me at home, so I must take my leave, Tsunade replied, casting a complex glance at Hiruzen before departing with Bei Xuan. Is this child upset because of Lord Mito? Hiruzen pondered, noting Tsunade's reddened eyes and associating them with Mito's current plight. He assumed it was merely Tsunade's sadness, and he had grown accustomed to her usual demeanor. Let us disperse, he commanded, and the umbu behind him vanished without a trace. Those adorable little sprites, are they your summoned beasts? As they walked along the street, Tsunade inquired of Bei Xuan, marveling at the multitude of such wondrous creatures. She felt an unusual strength enveloping her after being surrounded by the charming sprites, as if their essence was gradually empowering her. Indeed, they are called Hanababai, a type of being known as Pokémon. Just as the previous Happiny and Pikachu, they belong to a collective species, Bei Xuan elaborated, sharing merely the basics of Pokémon, including their abilities and the ones he currently possessed. What a remarkable species, befitting their name, Tsunade mused. Understanding these extraordinary beings with varied names and powers were part of the Pokémon family, Bei Xuan chose not to delve deeper into explanations, recognizing the absurdity of discussing Arceus with her. However, he couldn't help but wonder if he could summon Arceus by sacrificing Kaguya. Glancing up at the moon, he contemplated the feasibility of such a ritual. Hey, spare some cash. Tsunade's voice jolted Bei Xuan from his thoughts as she gazed eagerly at the entrance of a casino. Did I not just give you a stack of money? You haven't even spent it yet, he replied, turning to her, only to realize they had unconsciously wandered to a casino's threshold, where Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is the big deal? It's just a few rounds. I'll lose it all quickly, she retorted, her expression brimming with mischief. Bei Xuan found himself reconsidering his earlier confession, feeling that she had become less defiant, openly admitting her imminent loss. In the past, she would have claimed she would win back the money soon. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he produced a stack of bills and handed them to her, intending to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. Ha! Watch me dominate, Tsunade exclaimed, rushing into the casino, leaving Bei Xuan standing in the breeze, somewhat flustered. After a moment of contemplation under the lamplight, He dismissed the notion of dragging her back and headed toward the Senju clan's residence. Let her indulge. Bottling up sorrow was hardly beneficial. Upon returning to the clan grounds, Bei Xuan spotted Mito seated at the table, quietly gazing at the moon. "You're back?" Mito greeted him with a warm smile. "Grandmother, you're still awake?" he asked, settling beside her. "I won't be able to sleep much longer, so I might as well enjoy the view." "The moon is truly beautiful tonight," she replied, her eyes reflecting the moonlight and her longing for her beloved. "Indeed, it is beautiful." Bei Xuan, too, found the moon reminiscent of Arceus, appreciating its splendor. "Did you not find Tsunade?" Mito inquired, to which Bei Xuan sighed, covering his face, feeling increasingly aware that his romantic experiences differed from others. He observed the sweetness shared by Minato and his wife, contrasting it with the image of Tsunade, standing at the gambling table, shouting excitedly as she wagered her hard-earned money, causing him a slight pang of discomfort. "Ha ha ha, when I realized she hadn't returned with you, I suspected as much." She was taken to the casino by Hashirama since childhood, which led her to acquire some less-than-desirable habits. "Please be patient with her," Mito advised. "It's fine. Tsunade can release her emotions at the casino," Bei Xuan replied, shaking his head, indicating he was not bothered. If he were concerned, he wouldn't have given her money. As for whether she would lose, he thought no one in Konoha would dare deceive Tsunade. Given her luck, she hardly needed to resort to trickery. She was, after all, famously known as a big fat sheep in the original narrative. "That is good to hear. Here, take this," Mito said, lightly tapping the table. A small, four-sided sealing barrier enveloped them. She then produced a red scroll and handed it to Bei Xuan. "What is this?" Bei Xuan asked, realizing the significance of the item as Mito opened the barrier. Upon glancing at the scroll, he was astonished and looked up at her in disbelief. "Grandmother, this is inappropriate." What he held was the foundational legacy of the Uzumaki clan, the comprehensive sealing techniques. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The Uzumaki clan is practically extinct now. Although Kushina is still young and I've been teaching her, time is running out. I don't want this to fall into the hands of the monkeys after I'm gone, causing you trouble," Mito lamented. While Tsunade has learned sealing techniques, her interest isn't particularly strong, which is a pity given her talent. You can learn all the sealing techniques within this scroll, but I hope you can also teach Kushina. She has a great aptitude for sealing, and she has successfully awakened the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, my time is limited, so I entrust the responsibility of teaching her to you, and these sealing techniques will serve as your compensation. Furthermore, I firmly believe there are still scattered members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Though I'm married into the Senju, I remain an Uzumaki at heart. I cannot intervene due to the fate of the land of whirlpools, but I ask you to gather the scattered Uzumaki clan members and bring them back to Konoha once everything settles. As she spoke, Mito's emotions surged, reflecting the agony of witnessing her clan's demise despite possessing the strength to act. Bei Xuan understood her plight. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, Mito had devoted her life to the village he established. Ultimately, the fall of the land of whirlpools stemmed from their independence and wealth, as they were not aristocrats yet established their own nation, inevitably inciting the ire of rival nations. The various sealing techniques possessed by the Whirlpool village were highly coveted by other ninja villages, leading to their eventual downfall. Did Konoha not know? They surely did. But why did they not send assistance? Even Mito, the strongest in Konoha, had remained a mere observer, due to the exorbitant cost of supporting the land of whirlpools. If Konoha were to intervene, they would face a coalition of other ninja villages and their allied daimyos, potentially igniting a new world war. Furthermore, the financial backers of Konoha, the daimyo of the Fire Country, would harbor resentment towards Konoha for their intervention. For the sake of Hashirama's village and the temporary peace of the ninja world, Mito could only watch helplessly as her homeland faced destruction, regardless of whether Konoha was involved. After all, Konoha stands to gain the most from the downfall of the land of whirlpools, acquiring the most gifted children of the Uzumaki clan and their various sealing techniques. The dynamics of the ninja world are exceedingly distorted, with various daimyos interlinked through complicated familial ties, while the subordinate ninja villages are perpetually embroiled in conflict and strife. The demise of the Uzumaki clan had been foreshadowed since the Warring States period. All ninja clans assimilated into the nation-state system post-war, establishing their own villages. Only the Uzumaki clan, in its uniqueness, established an independent nation and village, occupying land that was notably fertile, adjacent to the fire country and near the sea, akin to the Shanghai of ancient China. In contrast, other nations, like the Land of Waves and the Land of Iron, lacked ninja. Yet their aristocrats maintained intricate connections with the daimyos of the 5 great nations, including those with ninja. The Land of Whirlpools existed in isolation, having built a nation disconnected from others, hoarding countless resources and fertile land without the requisite strength to safeguard them, thus inviting disaster. I have noted this. The day will not be far off when the Uzumaki clan reemerges in Konoha and is revitalized. Whether it be Hokage or Uzumaki, they speak of bringing the scattered kin of the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha, rather than aiding in the restoration of their nation. Thus, I find solace. Upon concluding her thoughts, the barrier around her dissipated instantly, a testament to her remarkable mastery of sealing techniques. Truly, she is deserving of admiration. Being the wife of Hashirama and a woman who emerged from the Warring States period, the art of sealing is indeed praiseworthy. Noting that flattery is essential, Hokage looked at Mito with admiration. Ha ha ha. After a lifetime of studying sealing techniques, it is only natural to excel, he chuckled. It is getting late. You must be weary after your journey today. Rest early while I enjoy the moon and await Tsunade. Mito gently tapped Hokage's forehead, smiling, fully aware that he wished to uplift her spirits. I am not tired. I will stay here a while longer with you, he replied, shaking his head, wishing to accompany Mito in waiting for Tsunade. All right, enough of this. Go rest. I intend to share some secrets with Tsunade. What? Do you wish to listen? Mito teased as she gazed at Hokage. Ahem. Then I shall take my leave. Good night, Mito. Hokage, understanding Mito's intent to send him away, promptly stood and headed towards his room. Such a child, yet already so mature, Mito smiled, watching his retreating figure. She felt content knowing someone would care for Tsunade after her passing, allowing her to seek her beloved with peace of mind. She had endured long enough with Hashirama and that detestable long-haired red-eyed affliction. She would ensure that this great wooden man accompanied her properly. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette, observing Shimura Danzo, whose brow was furrowed with concern. Hiruzen, you must be aware that the war will only intensify. Once Lady Mito transfers the 9 tails, I will cultivate the new Jinchuriki into a perfect weapon of war. With the power of the 9 tails effectively utilized on the battlefield, victory will be within our grasp. Without hesitation, Hiruzen shook his head in refusal. That is impossible. Kushina is Lady Mito's heir, and a Jinchuriki's growth cannot be shrouded in darkness. It would only bring calamity to Konoha. He understood Danzo all too well. Turning the Jinchuriki over to him would cause immense harm to Konoha, regardless of whether they succeeded in controlling the 9 tails. Hiruzen inherently trusted Mito's words, for she was the true expert on the 9 tails. Monkey, the new generation of Jinchuriki must be nurtured with love. They cannot witness even the slightest hint of darkness, for even a modicum of shadow will magnify the 9 tails chakra, leading to devastation in Konoha. Thus, please treat Kushina with utmost care. Hiruzen recalled Mito's words from days prior when she had approached him. Lady Mito is merely showing favoritism towards her clan. Danzo's eyes glinted with malice, his gaze fierce as he confronted Hiruzen. Do you not wish to conclude this ninja world war with the glory of victory during your tenure? He perceived Hiruzen as having changed, grown weak. Mito was merely a remnant of the old era, and he could not allow her to obstruct Konoha's strength. Hiruzen felt that Danzo was unworthy of the Hokage position. If it were him, victory would have already been secured, and the evil Uchiha clan would have long since vanished from Konoha. Enough. Lady Mito is the first wife and our elder. I am the Hokage, so please remember your place. Leave. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, his tone icy. Hiruzen, you will surely regret this. With a resounding slam of the door, Danzo stormed out, leaving the nighttime conversation in the Hokage building unresolved. Hiruzen had forgotten his teacher's admonition. Only he was the true inheritor of his teacher's will in this war-torn land of rain. Chapter 29. This is a secret, you know. Danzo made his way to the back mountains of Konoha, arriving at the route base. Blade. Danzo seated himself at a desk that bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Hokage's office. As he spoke, a figure knelt before him, awaiting his instructions. What is the progress? Sharingan number 1 has been successfully implanted into the subject, but the rejection response is exceptionally strong. It is estimated that it will perish within about a month, during which various abnormal survival conditions will manifest, Blade reported, bowing his head. Continue. Danzo was aware that his subordinate had not finished speaking. Yes, the implantation of Sharingan number 1 will trigger a massive outburst of Yin-attributed chakra, and the subject lacks the ability to control Sharingan number 1 to enter the Manjikyu state. Additionally, we are lacking skilled medical ninjas for the procedure. We are currently in urgent training, but the projected outcome is unlikely to meet expectations. Blade concluded his report, lowering his head in silence. Is that so? The eyes of the mirror are proving difficult to utilize? Danzo recalled Hokage, recognizing that he had previously sought Hiruzen for assistance with Hokage, but the outcome was predictable. The route lacked competent medical ninjas, leaving many experiments unfeasible. You may go. Yes. The underground office was left with only Danzo, who sat alone in the shadows, pen in hand, continuously scribbling on the desk. The following day, in the Senju clan's territory. So you gambled all night? With that amount of money, you surely must have won a hand or two in between, right? Hokage inquired, observing Tsunade, who was stifling yawns before him. The outcome was not a victory. Rather, I merely extended a small credit, which is why I played for so long. Tsunade, who had been stifling a yawn, suddenly appeared flustered and gestured with her hand. How much? Upon hearing this, Bei Xuan sighed in relief. Tsunade's gambling was akin to the law of causality. If she won, something disastrous would inevitably occur. So as long as she hadn't won, it was acceptable. How much credit could she extend? 1 million, Tsunade replied weakly. Damn, why does Bei Xuan seem so oppressive now? Normally, even after losing, I wouldn't feel this way. So you lost half an S-rank mission in one night? No, wait, if I add the 600,000 I gave you. That's nearly the cost of an S-rank mission. The corners of Bei Xuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the reality before him was still shocking. Weren't we having fun? Tsunade, no longer yawning, stood beside him, poking at something with her fingers. Sigh, if you didn't come back all night. Didn't Grandma wait for you for a long time? Bei Xuan took out a handful of money to give to Tsunade, intending for her to pay off her debts, but suddenly, he remembered something and looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. Huh, Grandma was waiting for me last night. Oh no, I have to go repay her. If Grandma asks, just say I haven't returned. Tsunade snatched the money from Bei Xuan's hand and turned to run, only to see Mito, Sinnoh, and Kushina standing behind her, smiling at her. Good morning, Grandma. Tsunade stiffened, raising her hand to give a weak wave, while Sinnoh and Kushina looked at her with pity. Indeed, it is early. Are you tired? Would you like to rest for a bit? Mito smiled at Tsunade, but to her, this seemed like a sign of Mito's anger. I was wrong. Tsunade immediately put her hands together above her head and knelt before Mito, an act that left Bei Xuan in awe. It's fine, but Grandma will be leaving tomorrow. Shouldn't Tsunade spend more time with her? The familiar lecture did not reach her ears. Instead, it was a statement she least wanted to hear. Why so soon? Bei Xuan furrowed his brow, carefully inspecting Mito's form, only to find that her vitality was flickering like a candle, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Grandma, you. Bei Xuan looked at Mito in shock, realizing that her diminishing vitality was not due to the passing of time, but rather that she had constructed a passage using her own life force. This indicated that Mito could continue to live. She simply desired to embrace death. Hee, Bei Xuan, this is a secret. Mito gently shook her head, halting Bei Xuan's forthcoming words. With the Uzumaki clan's constitution and Hashirama's life force along with the Nine Tails and Ein Sealing, how could she be nearing death so quickly? She merely did not want to confront what was to come. Furthermore, with the outbreak of war, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she naturally needed to fight for the village. But Mito despised war. Her husband had spent his life seeking peace, and she did not wish to step onto the battlefield just before meeting Hashirama, especially as she longed for the man who would use wood release to grow fruits for her. I understand, Bei Xuan nodded silently. Bei Xuan, go prepare some food for everyone. Your cooking is something Grandma looks forward to less and less, Mito said, gently ruffling Bei Xuan's hair and pointing toward the kitchen not far away. Tsunade, come with me. After instructing Tsunade, who immediately got up to follow, the courtyard was left with only Kushina and Sinnoh exchanging glances. By the time Bei Xuan finished cooking and emerged, the courtyard was filled with people. Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a few others were seated, enjoying tea, while Minato was chatting with Kushina and Sinnoh. Tsunade was nowhere to be seen, presumably off to rest. Oh, just in time, little Bei Xuan, I wonder if we will be fortunate enough to taste your cooking? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was chatting with Mito, noticed Bei Xuan carrying the dishes. Hokage-sama. Bei Xuan slightly bowed in greeting to Sarutobi, while the few individuals beside him were likely the current aides to the Hokage. However, the rotund figure who had been fixated on the dishes in Bei Xuan's hands must be Akimichi Choza, the most inconspicuous of the second Hokage's disciples. But why was this fellow staring at him? Bei Xuan shot a glance at the one-eyed Danzo, who had been watching him since he stepped out. I did not prepare enough for all of you, huh? Just your presence here is already a delight to me. You all are busy. So hurry back to attend to your matters, and come by tomorrow night, Mito said with a smile. Being able to sense good and evil, Mito looked at the few disciples of the second Hokage with disappointment, especially towards Danzo, whose malice towards Bei Xuan was practically palpable. Chapter 30. The Ninetales Transfer. Mito's finale. Then we shall not disturb you any longer. Please take care of yourself, Lady Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, naturally unwilling to overstay his welcome, as he stood and slightly bowed, preparing to leave with the others. Wait, Choza, stay here. You're the only one here who has time. And you've practically got your eyes glued to Bei Xuan's dishes. After all these years, you still have such an appetite. But I will only let you taste a bit. Don't expect to be full, Mito suddenly called out to Choza, who was about to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not think much of it, as they knew Choza well, a man whose only interest was food, always researching how to make it more delicious within his clan. Then thank you, Lady Mito. The aroma is simply irresistible. Choza scratched his head, halting his movements. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others left, Mito began the meal with everyone, and they all enjoyed it. The joyful atmosphere seemingly oblivious to the impending farewell the next day. After the meal, Sinnoh and Minato began clearing the table. Choza, you're the only one among us who hasn't changed at all, Mito suddenly remarked, her tone filled with nostalgia. Lady Mito, you jest. I've changed quite a bit. Just look at how much fatter I've gotten. Choza replied, seemingly oblivious to Mito's words, lifting his belly cheerfully. You. Mito shook her head, dismissing the thought, realizing that her descendants would have their own fortunes, and she should not interfere too much. However, Choza, remember your reaction today. In the future, act as if you know nothing and do not get involved, understand? Mito emanated an invisible aura, her aged visage appearing towering in Choza's eyes. Understood, Lady Mito. Choza nodded slightly, though unsure why Mito advised this. He resolved to follow her words and remain uninvolved. You may leave now. I wish to rest, Mito said. Yes. I take my leave. Upon hearing Choza's address, Mito's eyes flickered with memories before she closed them. The following night, outside the Senju clan's territory, all the Jonin of Konoha, except for the Uchiha, were hidden nearby. Not a single fly could enter the Senju clan's grounds at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others donned tactical armor, standing at the 4 cardinal points, performing hand seals, while Mito and Kushina stood at the very center. Kushina, as the vessel of the Nine Tails, endured profound sorrow and pain. Nevertheless, I have unwavering faith in her strength to bear it all. The Nine Tails may exhibit a mischievous nature at times, so I entrust you with its oversight. Uzumaki Mito gently caressed Kushina's head, wiping away her tears. Let us begin, Monkey Hokage. I leave Tsunade and Shoju in your capable hands. Mito turned to nod at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then smiled at Hokage. At that moment, Tsunade and Shoju clung tightly to Hokage, tears streaming down their faces. Grandma. Understood. The sealing transfer. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, fingers dancing as chains wrapped around Mito and Kushina. Mito, you deceived me again. Forgive me, Nine Tails. I shall apologize properly next time. A furious roar echoed throughout Konoha, for Mito had preemptively constructed the transfer passage, allowing the Nine Tails relocation to proceed smoothly. Under the grand sealing array overseen by Hiruzen and others, the Nine Tails had scarcely time to roar before being sealed within Kushina. Within the sealing space of Kushina, the Nine Tails was bound by several chains, a testament to Mito's tender nature. Even in confinement, it was afforded the semblance of comfort, whereas within Kushina, it was suspended, bound by chains that rendered it utterly immobile. The successful transfer of the Nine Tails signified the impending demise of Uzumaki Mito. I have come for you, Hashirama. In the haze of his fading consciousness, Mito seemed to perceive the figure of the beloved Hashirama, standing ahead, scratching his head and smiling foolishly in anticipation. You came without Madara. I commend your conscience. Thus, the curtain fell on Mito, the wife of Konoha's first Hokage, the initial Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the last elder of the Warring States period. Grandma. Shoju's cries reverberated throughout the Senju clan land, leaving the surrounding ninjas in solemn silence. The following day, Mito's funeral was held in accordance with her wishes, conducted discreetly with only the clan leaders and key figures in attendance. Hokage stood before Mito's gravestone, clad in funeral attire emblazoned with the Senju clan crest, lost in thought. Team Hokage, the battlefield in the Land of Rain is tense. Today, you three are promoted to Chunin and will immediately accompany Tsunade to provide support. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the trio before him. One cannot dwell in sorrow indefinitely. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have been persistently requesting assistance. Although the military strength of the Land of Rain pales in comparison to Konoha, the Salamander Corps is notably formidable. The harsh environment and the toxins from their creatures make Konoha's offensive extremely challenging, and the absence of powerful medical ninjas has resulted in significant casualties. Understood. Cough. This mission will be delegated to Hokage for communication with Tsunade. Hiruzen's gaze wandered, for since Mito's passing, Tsunade had become engrossed in gambling, only returning home briefly when Hokage sought her out. Hiruzen had indeed approached Tsunade, urging her to oversee the hospital, as many injured ninjas had returned to Konoha. Fortunately, Hokage was also proficient in medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered tremendous losses among its skilled ninjas. I understand, Lord Hokage. Yes, I appreciate your efforts recently, Hokage. Once the battle in the Land of Rain concludes, I permit you to learn a technique from the sealing scroll. The same goes for both of you. Hiruzen smiled, promising the trio, for they were his cherished apprentices, deserving of additional rewards. Moreover, Jiraiya had mentioned that he could exchange a technique for accomplishments on behalf of Minato. Thank you, Lord Hokage. We shall take our leave now to prepare our belongings. Go forth. Hiruzen watched the departing trio with satisfaction. They represented the future of Konoha, destined to grow ever stronger under his stewardship. Chapter 31. Mitsubian, perhaps you are right. The trio stepped out of the Hokage building. You all should pack your belongings. We may be away for an extended period. I will seek out Tsunade and Shoju to assist in preparing a set for your sister. Minato, please remember to inform Kushina. By the way, deliver this to Kushina. It is a temporary sealing summoning scroll for Pikachu. Hokage spoke to the two, while the scroll for Minato was the result of his studies in sealing techniques. By summoning Pokémon, he had crafted a temporary summoning scroll that contained his blood and the summoning of Pikachu, allowing Kushina to summon it. As long as the blood on the scroll was not exhausted, Kushina could repeatedly summon Pikachu, utilizing her own chakra. Given Kushina's current chakra level, it was unlikely that she would deplete it quickly. How wonderful! With Pikachu, Kushina will not feel so lonely in Konoha. Thank you immensely, Hokage. Minato joyfully accepted the scroll, immediately expressing his gratitude to Hokage. No need for thanks between us. Shoju, have you resolved your summoning issue? Did Orochimaru provide you with the summoning scroll for the dragon's lair? Hokage inquired, turning to Shoju, who, despite being Orochimaru's disciple, had not signed the summoning scroll. The reasoning was that a strong individual did not require a summoning beast. Both his great-grandfather and grandfather had not utilized one. However, after receiving a thorough beating from Hokage, he had acquiesced. My master entrusted Aoi with the scroll a couple of days ago, and it has already been signed. Shoju replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. He simply did not wish to sign the summoning beast, yet he had been punished, and his sister believed him to be weak for not having one. Then it is settled. I shall seek Tsunade now. With both matters resolved, Hokage headed towards the casino. However, midway, he was intercepted by 3 ninjas clad in Anbu attire. Hokage, the Lord Danzo requests your presence. The foremost ninja spoke, and Hokage immediately understood why he had been stopped. Referring to him as Hokage indicated they were unaware of his recent promotion to Chunin. However, being summoned by Danzo could only spell trouble. Ignoring them, Hokage attempted to pass by. Do you intend to defy orders, Hokage? Upon hearing this, Hokage halted, turning back to glance at the ninjas with a mere flicker of disdain. I suggest you refrain from moving. It could cost you dearly. With that, Hokage departed, leaving the root ninjas trembling in fear, their bodies ensnared by shimmering golden threads, blood seeping from points of contact with the luminous strands. Upon finding Tsunade, he discovered her excitedly shouting big win. Yet, it was evident she was not winning. 2-1 small. Hooray! Betting against the princess always pays off. As the announcement echoed with cheers, Hokage approached, gently lifting the incredulous Tsunade. What is so unbelievable about it? Haven't you grown accustomed to losing? Hokage remarked, exasperated. Hokage, I swear this casino is rigged. I utilized the sound technique my grandfather taught me. The dice inside must be loaded. The gambling techniques of the Great Pillar. Glancing at Tsunade's unwarranted confidence, Hokage felt a vain throb on his forehead. He truly wished to inquire of the Great Pillar if his gambling techniques were indeed as Tsunade claimed. Your blissful gambling escapades have come to an end. The third Hokage has issued a mission. Orochimaru and Jiraiya require assistance in the Land of Rain, and we must proceed. Bei Xuan held Tsunade's hand as they walked, saying, I surmised you came to the casino for this matter. I received a plea for help from Jiraiya and the others this morning. They probably thought the third Hokage couldn't summon me directly and sent me here instead. Tsunade produced a letter, waving it slightly. It bore the image of an unattractive toad, immediately revealing its author. Feeling somewhat amused, she decided to reluctantly assist the foolish Jiraiya. How could she not feel pleased? A quarter of my little treasury has been deposited in recent days. What is this? My dear brother, are you upset about sister spending money? How disgusting. I can't believe you used to be unable to contain your excitement. Tsunade retorted. Indeed, it is quite distasteful, he coughed, acknowledging her words. The two strolled hand in hand down the street, while Bei Xuan easily overlooked the individuals ensnared by the golden threads of the spell. At this moment, in the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamanders stood atop a building, drenched in rain, gazing at the oppressive silence of Amigakure. I will ultimately elevate the Land of Rain, I swear. Hanzo, with his formidable prowess, had earned the title of demigod, and his summoning beast had become his distinctive emblem, thus acquiring the name of Salamander. This name was not a surname, but a unique title bestowed upon him. Observing the deserted streets of Amigakure, which would usually bustle with pedestrians even in the rain, Hanzo clenched his fists unconsciously. I merely wish to alter the plight of the Land of Rain, he muttered. Mitsuhide, perhaps you are correct, but I have reasons that compel me to act thus. I am not in the wrong. Hanzo, discontented with the friction between the three great nations, had unwittingly drawn the battlefield into the Land of Rain, disregarding the warnings from Amigakure and declaring war upon the three nations. Many fervently followed Hanzo, yet equally, many could not comprehend his actions. However, if the Land of Rain failed to seek a way out, it would succumb to a slow demise. The prices for food and goods rose year after year, reaching unaffordable heights. Countless lives were lost to hunger, while many others were extinguished merely for witnessing the skirmishes between the three nations from afar. Although Hanzo bore the title of demigod, he was still insufficiently powerful. He could not reach the level of Hashirama Senju, unable to single-handedly change a village, thus resorting to war. For redemption. For this nation. Master Hanzo. At his call, a ninja wearing a headscarf appeared beside him, gazing at Hanzo with fervor. Distribute these scrolls. They contain the tasks for your respective teams. Understood. In the battlefield of the Land of Rain, at the Konoha camp, Bei Xuan sat at the entrance of the medical department, pinching a leaf and attempting to slice it with chakra. Chapter 32. Practicing Wind Release Nature Transformation. It had been a year since Bei Xuan arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Rain. During this time, Shoju followed Orochimaru, while Minato accompanied Jiraiya, continually executing missions outside. Bei Xuan often worried that Shoju might meet a fate similar to that in the original story, falling victim to explosive tags that even dogs couldn't survive. However, it was evident that Shoju, having undergone training, had improved significantly compared to his original self and would not easily perish. With disdain for this and that, focusing solely on emulating Hashirama and Tobirama, Shoju was lovingly guided by Bei Xuan to reclaim Tobirama's water release. Coupled with Orochimaru's meticulous teaching, Shoju could handle average Jonin effortlessly, thanks to his vast chakra reserves. Bei Xuan was not concerned about Minato. He remained exceptional and had learned the Rasengan early on, combining it with his rapid body flicker technique and reflexes that far surpassed his original capabilities. Thus, Bei Xuan felt at ease sending Shoju to the battlefield. It was not that he wished to be a caretaker, but rather, as Minato's brother-in-law, he was compelled to enhance Shoju's strength. Yet if, after all of Bei Xuan's training, Shoju were to die due to carelessness on the battlefield, the only recourse for Bei Xuan would be to avenge him and perhaps pay respects when the thought crossed his mind. Have your extraordinary ninjutsu techniques not succeeded yet? Tsunade inquired, biting into a steamed bun as she sat beside Bei Xuan, noticing the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Evidently having just completed a surgical procedure. My lightning release, relying on natural energy, has succeeded, yet this wind release requires more time. Even if developed, it will have some flaws, and I need to seek out the slug sage in the wet bone forest to learn Senjutsu. Bei Xuan gently discarded the leaf. Although he, as a medical ninja, was not required to venture out on missions, he still needed to tend to the injured. Tsunade, conversely, was constantly on the move. When a task required her, she entrusted the medical department to Bei Xuan and set out, while if there was no mission, she remained in the medical department to save lives. During his intervals of healing, Bei Xuan diligently practiced the Golden Light spell and various ninjutsu, simultaneously studying the sealing technique scrolls left by Minato. Senjutsu has high requirements for talent. I wanted to learn it back then, but unfortunately, I could not master it. By the way, I have some ideas on how to modify the Ein sealing technique so that you can use it too. Tsunade excitedly replied, I have already learned the Ein sealing technique. Bei Xuan understood that this technique was indeed a ninjutsu more suited for women. Tsunade had taken on the task, claiming she would adapt it for Bei Xuan to practice, though evidently, progress had been slow. Bei Xuan had, unfortunately, become a mere subject for Tsunade to understand the male physique. Although they were a couple, their transparency was still lacking. Only for the sake of researching ninjutsu did Bei Xuan express his thoughts openly. Despite his protests for mutual transparency, Tsunade was evidently unyielding. I have spoken with the slug sage. I will go to her for half a day each day to learn. But even if I cannot master it, it is not essential to wield that technique. Bei Xuan, more intrigued by Senjutsu than the Rasengan, wished to attempt learning it, for it was the very cultivation system of the ninja world, unlike chakra, which was an external influence. By the way, has Shoju recently entered into a romantic relationship? Every time I go to find him, he frantically hides things. Tsunade suddenly recalled, directing her question at Bei Xuan. Given that he had been living with Shoju and Minato, although they were often on missions and not present. Not at all. This is a battlefield. Where would he find time for romance? He is merely reading a book written by Jiraiya. Jiraiya always asks him for feedback on his manuscripts. Bei Xuan promptly revealed Shoju's secret. Oh, I thought he had finally wised up, and our family would be expanding. Contrary to Bei Xuan's expectations. Tsunade did not erupt in anger, but instead sighed. You are not angry? Bei Xuan was somewhat taken aback, for he imagined that if Tsunade found out Shoju was mingling with Jiraiya, she would have been furious and ready to confront him. After thinking it through, as long as you are looking after him, he cannot go astray, and at his age, he should be learning about such things. It would be just right for him to find a partner to help our family grow. At the mention of expanding the family, Tsunade's face lit up with excitement as she glanced at Bei Xuan and then at a certain part of him, producing a strange sound. With a furrowed brow, Bei Xuan cast a glance at the female robe beside him before resuming his examination of the leaf in his hand, studying the nuances of wind attributes. How amusing, he thought. Tsunade, noticing Bei Xuan's demeanor, also pulled out a scroll to contemplate the intricacies of the sealing techniques. The medical department was unusually tranquil today, devoid of ninjas incapacitated by the venom of the mountain pepper fish or the foolish ones who stumbled upon explosive tags. Several medical ninjas were engrossed in their tasks, occasionally glancing at the pair seated by the entrance. The affair between Bei Xuan and Tsunade was hardly a secret. With Shosui's proclivity for gossip, discretion was a challenge. When Jiraiya learned of it, he nearly shattered, only to be driven to a frenzy by Shosui's remark that it was Mito Granny who had orchestrated their union and demanded a duel with Bei Xuan. Ultimately, he was bested by Tsunade's punch and whisked away by Orochimaru. Furthermore, the relationship between Bei Xuan and Tsunade garnered unanimous approval from everyone in the camp, save for one weeping white-haired individual. After all, 80% of the camp had either been rescued or healed by the duo. As the leaf split in Bei Xuan's grasp, he exhaled in relief. He hadn't anticipated it would be such a challenging endeavor. It was noteworthy that he had succeeded swiftly in mastering the lightning release. Kirin, turning to share his success with Tsunade, he was met with her furrowed brow, engrossed in the scroll as she sketched fervently. This scene stirred emotions within Bei Xuan. Perhaps it was the very reason he felt drawn to her. Despite her unrefined sleeping habits, her penchant for gambling, her fiery temperament, and her reckless spending, Bei Xuan was steadfast in his belief that Tsunade was, at heart, a good girl. What is it? Are you finished? If so, prepare something to eat. That bun left me wanting more, he called out. Tsunade glanced up at him, then cast her gaze back to the split leaf on the ground before returning to her scribbles. No need to fret. I chose this path, so I shall not be upset, he reassured himself. Just as he was poised to express his feelings, Tsunade's usual demeanor swiftly thwarted his intentions. However, since she had spoken, he could not allow her to go hungry, and thus he rose to head towards the kitchen. Chapter 33. The Wet Bone Forest. The following day, within Tsunade's tent. Tsunade had an independent tent, established by the Leaf Ninjas out of respect. Bei Xuan could have had one too, but he declined. After all, medical ninjas who performed extensive surgeries required ample rest. Let us go, but you must refrain from inquiring about my progress in sage techniques with the slug sage. Tsunade instructed Bei Xuan seriously. Her words ignited his curiosity, yet the dangerous glint in her eyes quelled that thought. Rest assured, I will not ask. I have already informed the slug sage. We should soon be transported via summoning technique, Bei Xuan replied. No sooner had he spoken than the two found themselves amidst the wet bone forest. Oh my goodness, Bei Xuan exclaimed, shivers running down his spine as he surveyed the surroundings. Though revered as one of the three great sacred lands, the wet bone forest did not exude any grandeur. Instead, it was littered with moss-covered boulders and trees that stood as mere trunks, with the most disconcerting sight being the slugs that hung from their branches. The ground beneath Bei Xuan was slick with a viscous secretion, and the air was saturated with moisture, rendering his clothing damp within moments of standing there. This environment would surely delight the slime Pokémon. Over the past year, Bei Xuan had not only honed his skills in the Golden Light spell and various ninjutsu, but had also summoned numerous Pokémon, including the slime Pokémon itself. The price for these summons had been the corpses of foes and their peculiar summoning beasts, along with some rather precious items. Ha ha ha, coward. Tsunade seized the opportunity to tease her young companion, pointing at Bei Xuan and laughing, completely forgetting her own initial trepidation upon her first visit to the wet bone forest. When the sight of countless slugs had rendered her motionless. Welcome to the wet bone forest, little Bei Xuan, and welcome, little Tsunade. A gentle voice resonated throughout the forest. Bei Xuan looked up to see a gigantic slug lowering its head to observe him. Although he had anticipated the slug sage's immense size, the reality of its towering form, far surpassing that of a mountain, left him utterly astonished. It was important to note that this was not even the true form of the slug sage. The multitude of slugs that populated the wet bone forest were merely its avatars. If they were to unite, how colossal would that be? Greetings, slug sage. I apologize for the intrusion, Bei Xuan said respectfully, acknowledging the formidable presence before him. No need for apologies, I welcome your presence. It can be rather dull in the wet bone forest when I am alone. Little Tsunade seldom visits, so do come often. The slug sage seemed to sense Bei Xuan's apprehension and immediately divided itself into several smaller, yet equally imposing slugs. Of course, I believe you are aware of my purpose for coming here. Since I intend to learn the sage techniques of the wet bone forest, I shall frequently seek your guidance. Bei Xuan remarked, feeling a certain endearing quality about the slug sage as it transformed into multiple forms, alleviating some of his discomfort regarding the slimy environment. Very well, however. It is worth noting that only little Tsunade's grandfather has successfully mastered the sage techniques here, and the difficulty is quite high. Prepare yourself mentally for the possibility of failure, the slug sage cautioned, recalling past learners who had left in despair after failing. Fear not, slug sage. My resilience is considerable, Bei Xuan assured, unfazed by the prospect of failure. After all, he did not lack formidable abilities. Mastering sage techniques was merely a means to enhance his Raisin Shuriken and prepare for future encounters with Yin-Yang release. Relying on luck to acquire abilities through drawing lots felt too precarious. If he were to draw abilities incapable of countering Yin-Yang release, he would have no choice but to rely on sage techniques. Let us commence. I shall have the little slugs envelop you, assisting in your absorption of natural energy. While you must strive to blend that natural energy with your physical and mental energy to achieve a state of equilibrium, the slug sage instructed. As the small slugs began to crawl towards Bei Xuan, he braced himself for the sticky sensation enveloping him. Ahaha, this is going to be entertaining. Tsunade, having previously studied sage techniques, eagerly awaited the unfolding events. As Bei Xuan settled into a meditative position, he soon felt the slugs transmitting a familiar energy. While achieving balance might pose a challenge for others, it was a relatively straightforward task for Bei Xuan, who had honed both life and spiritual energies in tandem. Physical energy represented the essence of life, while mental energy embodied the essence of spirit. Now, Bei Xuan's task was to integrate the third element, natural energy. into this duo. A radiant golden light enveloped Bei Xuan and the slugs clinging to him. Little Tsunade, little Bei Xuan, what is this light? The sight surprised the slug sage, as she sensed a peculiar force emanating from the slugs attached to Bei Xuan, distinct from both natural energy and chakra. This is the bloodline limit that Bei Xuan awakened himself. I cannot quite grasp its nature, as it seems to be a convoluted string of incomprehensible phrases. Tsunade, observing the golden light enveloping Bei Xuan, is not unfamiliar with it. Yet she is curious about how this golden aura emerged alongside his cultivation of Shansu, immortal techniques. The natural energy within little Bei Xuan is harmoniously balanced, showcasing an extraordinary aptitude for Shansu that surpasses even that of Hashirama. The Sage of Slugs is astonished, as this is the first time she has encountered someone who cultivates Shansu with such rapidity, seamlessly integrating natural energy without any resistance or error. Is this little demon truly that formidable? Tsunade beams with pride. The more capable Bei Xuan proves to be, the happier she becomes. She is well aware of the caliber of her grandfather, and now her boyfriend seems to eclipse him. Although this pertains only to the cultivation of Shansu, Tsunade firmly believes that one day, Bei Xuan's strength will surpass her grandfather's. At this moment, Bei Xuan is entirely oblivious to the external circumstances under his command. Natural energy continually merges with his own chi, distinct from the fusion of chi and chakra. Though it may sound somewhat disjointed, the natural energy transmitted by the Sage of Slugs has indeed merged with the chi cultivated through Bei Xuan's golden light spell, culminating in a new power stored within him. While the chi within Bei Xuan has already fused with chakra, upon the entry of natural energy, it immediately separates from the chakra. Bei Xuan has attempted to merge natural energy with chakra, but the chi within him proved too overpowering, voraciously consuming the natural energy transmitted by the slugs, leaving Bei Xuan with a sense that the transmission was too sluggish. As Bei Xuan's golden light absorbs natural energy, it undergoes subtle transformations. The once solid golden aura now possesses an ethereal quality, and he senses that it has become even more formidable than before. Remarkably, despite absorbing such vast quantities of natural energy, little Bei Xuan does not enter Sage mode. Rather, the peculiar energy within him continues its absorption of natural energy. As the carrier of natural energy, the Sage of Slugs is acutely aware of Bei Xuan's condition and promptly increases the flow of natural energy towards him. The Sage of Slugs understands me. As the output of natural energy intensifies, Bei Xuan perceives the changes. The chi within him begins to absorb and integrate the natural energy. At last, the chakra within Bei Xuan is able to receive some natural energy, merging to form Shansu chakra. As the Shansu chakra integrates, a dark circular mark appears on Bei Xuan's forehead, accompanied by a curved facial pattern reminiscent of his grandfather's. Has he succeeded? Did he achieve this on his first attempt? Tsunade recalls how her grandfather frequently entered Sage mode as a child, employing whimsical facial patterns to amuse her, making her intimately familiar with this visage. With both chi and chakra fully saturated with natural energy, Bei Xuan rises, causing the slugs on him to drop away. The golden light surrounding him now lacks its usual solidity and instead possesses a dreamlike quality. However, to underestimate this ethereal golden light would be a grave error. Is this Sage mode? The enhancement is significant. Bei Xuan merely attempts to sense ninjutsu and is immediately overwhelmed by the clarity of his perception, sending shivers down his spine. What is most abundant in the wetbone forest? Congratulations, you are correct. It is the seemingly endless slugs. Utilizing his enhanced perception from Sage mode, Bei Xuan clearly senses all the slugs in the wetbone forest. He has indeed succeeded, although he remains somewhat unpracticed and requires further training. Can the Sage of Slugs teach me some Shansu from the wetbone forest? Upon shedding Sage mode, Bei Xuan attempts to re-enter it, but finds that while he can do so, the speed of gathering Shansu chakra is rather slow. To achieve the instantaneous entry into Sage mode as seen in the original narrative with Hashirama, he must practice further. Of course, Tsunade's response is met with Bei Xuan's eager delight. What do you think, Tsunade? I achieved it on my first try. This is the mark of a genius. Upon receiving the Sage of Slugs affirmation, Bei Xuan cannot resist boasting to Tsunade, a playful exchange between them, where they share their accomplishments with one another. Truly impressive. The Sage of Slugs just said you possess greater talent than my grandfather. Ha ha ha, you truly are my Tsunade. Tsunade approaches, affectionately ruffling Bei Xuan's hair, and planting a kiss on his forehead before bursting into laughter. For reasons unknown, Bei Xuan feels Tsunade has grown somewhat silly since they became a couple. Wasn't she supposed to be more composed before the tragedies involving Hashirama and Tobarama? He silently casts a sidelong glance at Tsunade, realizing that it is his own prowess that deserves celebrating. Found it. Here you go, little Bei Xuan. The voice of the Sage of Slugs reaches him, and soon Bei Xuan observes a massive stone slowly moving toward him. Startled, he focuses to discover that numerous slugs beneath are dragging it along. It is quite absurd that these soft-bodied creatures can haul such a large stone. Moreover, some slugs atop the stone are feasting on moss, revealing inscriptions etched upon it. These are some shansu from my wet-bone forest. I carved them for Hashirama during my idle hours. He was a bit slow to remember my words, so I inscribed them for him. The Sage of Slugs begins recounting the embarrassing history of Hashirama. Tsunade recalls her grandfather taking her on adventures, combined with amusing anecdotes from her grandmother, rendering her immune to the sage's teasing about Hashirama's supposed dullness, as it is, in fact, true. Thank you, Sage of Slugs. Approaching the stone, Bei Xuan finds it thoroughly cleared by the slugs. He gazes upon the inscriptions, which detail the applications of Shinsu, even discovering teachings on the Shinfa Ming Sinnoh sage technique, divine gate. You can study here. We cannot leave the camp for too long, so give it your best effort. Tsunade kisses Bei Xuan's forehead before dissipating into smoke, vanishing before him. Both Tsunade and Bei Xuan are stationed in the medical department of Konoha, ensuring that at least one remains to oversee operations. Bei Xuan must venture into battle to summon extraordinary creatures, while Tsunade stays behind, and vice versa, allowing them to support one another and ensure the safety of their comrades on the battlefield. Are little Tsunade and little Bei Xuan a couple? The Sage of Slugs inquires curiously, having witnessed Tsunade's earlier kiss, yet not perceiving them as a couple. Indeed, Tsunade and I have received the personal endorsement of Granny Mito. Bei Xuan responds with a smile, satisfying the sage's curiosity, though he soon regrets his words. The Sage of Slugs begins to question Bei Xuan about their relationship, which is manageable at first, as a few sentences suffice. However, the sage's inquiries become numerous, with each small question branching into new ones, making it somewhat impolite for Bei Xuan to remain silent. Yet, answering proves to be endless, rendering it impossible to concentrate on the Shenfa inscribed on the stone. The conversation between the Sage of Slugs and Bei Xuan continues until the sage is finally satisfied, bringing their discourse to an end. Ultimately, the wet-bone forest is merely the realm of the Sage of Slugs, who, during periods of solitude, finds joy in the presence of company. This moment was akin to paying for the earnest instruction of the slug sage. Upon this thought, the slug sage promptly placed a small slug upon Bei Xuan, who was about to embark on his journey of learning the mystical arts. This diminutive creature would assist him in mastering the techniques at an accelerated pace, guiding him in the intricate pathways of chakra manipulation. Thank you, slug sage, Bei Xuan expressed his gratitude, feeling an immediate ease in practicing the mystical arts with the slug by his side. He instinctively understood the slug sage's desire for companionship, reminiscent of an empty nester, with himself and Tsunade as her wayward offspring. Chapter 35. Preparing for the final battle in the days that followed. Bei Xuan juggled his duties at the medical department while also dedicating time to study the mystical arts in the wet-bone forest. Each time he visited, the slug sage would chatter incessantly, leaving Bei Xuan with little choice but to summon a sticky beauty dragon and a few other extraordinary creatures to keep her company. This allowed him to concentrate on his studies, though the complexity of the mystical arts proved to be even more challenging than the sage mode. Despite Bei Xuan's slow progress, the slug sage assured him that his pace was commendable. Thus, he began to comprehend why the cultivation system of the ninja world had been supplanted by chakra. The arrival of the divine tree in Kagaya was merely a catalyst. The true underlying reason lay in the formidable difficulty of mastering the mystical arts. Having just completed a surgical procedure, Bei Xuan stepped out of the tent for some fresh air, only to see Orochimaru approaching with Shoju. Injured? Bei Xuan noted the lengthy gash on Shoju's back. Lord Bei Xuan, please assist Shoju with his injuries. Orochimaru had also spotted Bei Xuan, opting for a quicker remedy than seeking registration for treatment within the tent. What happened? Did the mission fail? You seem rather despondent. Placing his hand over Shoju's wound, Bei Xuan activated his unique healing art, and soon the injury began to mend significantly. With a single hand seal, A slug descended upon Shoju's back, resting atop the wound. All done. What is wrong with him? Bei Xuan inquired, noticing Shoju's silence. Shoju's temporary teammates had perished during the mission, one named Yushiro Baiku, sacrificing himself to shield Shoju from an enemy jutsu. Life is indeed fragile. Now that he is healed, I shall take Shoju back to rest. Thank you, Lord Bei Xuan. Orochimaru recounted the events softly before turning to leave, aware of Bei Xuan's busy schedule. Is this the culmination of the timeline? Bei Xuan squinted at Orochimaru's departing figure, reflecting on how Orochimaru had not yet faced the deaths of his disciples and friends, merely lamenting the loss of a ninja who had a slight connection to him. Fortunately, Bei Xuan did not detect the morbid yearning for immortality that characterized Orochimaru in the original narrative. It seemed merely a reflection of his nature. What are you daydreaming about? Tsunade emerged from the medical tent, smacking Bei Xuan on the back. What brings you here? Bei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Tsunade had just left the medical tent. I just returned from a meeting when the slug sage summoned me, claiming to test something new. Your summoned beasts seem to be having quite the time with the slug sage. Tsunade chuckled at the sight of the wet-bone forest resembling a kindergarten. I had not anticipated that summoning the extraordinary creatures to the wet-bone forest would not deplete chakra while they remained there. The slug sage, feeling bored, could teach them a thing or two, Bei Xuan admitted. Initially, his intention was simply to have a few extraordinary creatures accompany the slug sage in conversation. Despite their differing calls, the slug sage understood them. Subsequently, Bei Xuan discovered that summoning them there did not require chakra to maintain their presence. Thus, he summoned all his extraordinary creatures to the wet-bone forest, save for the Pikachu he had given to Kushina. His hope was to glean the slug sage's mystical arts for them, without concern for whether they would succeed in learning. According to reports from scouts, the Land of Rain was nearing its breaking point, likely to launch a full-scale offensive in the coming days. Our strategy is to take the initiative, with the logistics of the camp, including the medical department, to withdraw first. Of course, we are exceptions. The Land of Rain, having gained a respite from the battles with the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, has withstood the assaults of Konoha for over 6 months, but their logistics have completely collapsed. The war in the Land of Rain is drawing to a close. As Tsunade stretched, she lamented her prolonged stay in the Land of Rain, wishing to return to Konoha for some gambling. Bei Xuan, merely glancing at the goofy smile on her face, knew exactly what she was thinking, unhesitatingly interrupting her daydreams. In the Land of Wind? Right now, Elder Tsukumo can hold the battlefield of the Land of Wind, and the antidote you prepared earlier is still effective. However, I suspect that once the conflict in the Land of Rain concludes, we will inevitably be dispatched to the battlefield of the Land of Wind. At present, aside from the village hidden in the mist, which is being toyed with by its own leader against the bloodstained ninja, the other nations are embroiled in mutual warfare. The Land of Earth is fighting alongside the Land of Wind and Fire against the Land of Rain, while the Land of Lightning has taken advantage of the situation to strike the Land of Earth, resulting in conflict between them. The Land of Wind briefly engaged with the Land of Rain before retreating to battle Konoha. Konoha is simultaneously contending with both the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Elder Tsukumo must have made significant strides in his journey to the level of a Kage, right? Speaking of which, what is your current strength? Tsunade recalled this gentle elder, who often led their trio on missions before he became a jonin. Can you guess? Bei Xuan smiled. If you don't want to say, then forget it. You weirdo. Tsunade playfully punched Bei Xuan on the head, admonishing him not to be too pretentious. I almost forgot the main purpose of my visit. I came to summon you for a meeting, but ended up being summoned myself. Today, Orochimaru and the others will gradually be called back. I wonder how Shoju is faring. Tsunade suddenly remembered and pulled Bei Xuan towards the conference room. Slow down, don't rush. Orochimaru has just returned, and the meeting surely won't commence so early. Huh? Have you seen Orochimaru? How is Shoju? Upon hearing this, Tsunade released her grip on Bei Xuan and slowed her pace to walk steadily. Shoju sustained some injuries, but I have treated them. However, teammates who accompanied him on the mission perished, so he may be feeling a bit down. As a ninja, he would inevitably face such experiences. Tsunade fell silent at this. Her understanding of the war's brutality deepened as a medical ninja. Those who find themselves within the medical department for treatment are indeed fortunate. Regardless of their injuries, they have retained their lives, while many others have quietly sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. The war in the ninja world is nearing its conclusion. Bei Xuan gazed up at the sky, musing on the calamities that plague this world. Chapter 36. Leave Hanzo to me for interception. By the time Tsunade and Bei Xuan arrived at the command room, it was already filled with people. Although the nominal leaders of the battlefield in the Land of Rain are the trio of Huang, Du, and Tu, only Orochimaru possesses the intellect to strategize warfare, as Orochimaru requires to mentor Shinshu. The group decided to borrow a ninja from the Nara clan to arrange the various layouts of the battlefield. Upon entering the command room, Tsunade greeted the assembled ninjas with a nod. Cough, since everyone is here, let us commence our battle deployment. In truth, it is more of a strategic withdrawal, she stated. Before the Nara ninja could speak, a commotion erupted from below. Silence. Just listen, Orochimaru's voice, cold and infused with chakra, reverberated. Tsunade cast a glance at Orochimaru, recognizing that he had taken a decisive step, which did not surprise her. After all, she herself was also on the brink of a crucial decision. It seemed that Jiraiya was not far behind either. What I mean is not a surrender or retreat. The current situation in the Land of Rain does not permit us to continue fighting. I anticipate that within the next few days, they will launch a full-scale assault against us. Our best response is not to confront them head-on, as they now have no room for retreat, making their combat ferocity even more formidable. Thus, I have conferred with Lord Orochimaru to first withdraw the logistical support from our camp to avoid unnecessary casualties, while the combat ninjas will remain with ample provisions for the final confrontation. However, it must be noted that this battle requires us to face the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. Upon hearing this, the command room fell into silence, for the strength of Hanzo was well understood by all present. He had earned the demigod title and recognition from various nations, making his prowess self-evident. In previous skirmishes, the battles between the Rain and Konoha had not escalated into large-scale confrontations, typically involving clashes between small teams. Thus, Hanzo had not directly appeared on the battlefield. However, during a full-scale assault, it was certain that Hanzo would make his presence known. Leave Hanzo to me. Orochimaru's chilling voice punctuated the stillness of the command room. I will join as well. How could I miss such an affair, Lord Jiraiya? Tsunade and Jiraiya echoed in unison. So, it has come to this, the fated battle between the three Sannin and Hanzo. Count me in, my combat capabilities are quite commendable. Tsunade's participation was imperative, and the disgraceful title of the three Sannin should not befall her alone. Bei Xuan did not believe that his current strength could rival Hanzo's, especially as his most potent ability, Sage Mode, was far from perfected. Each time he entered Sage Mode, he required a considerable amount of time to convert the energy within his body into chakra. Bei Xuan had attempted to employ the prince's method, but it proved futile. His body housed more than just chakra. When he gathered Sage Chakra through shadow clones, it was manageable until he recalled them, which caused his internal energy to destabilize. Thanks to the balance he achieved through the Golden Light spell, Bei Xuan could easily maintain equilibrium within his body, rendering him immune to the drawbacks of shadow clones. Of course, there were alternative methods. He could gather natural energy while allowing the three Sannin to bear the brunt of the confrontation with Hanzo, yet this strategy was quickly discarded. When faced with Hanzo, the three Sannin would undoubtedly struggle, and should Bei Xuan emerge victorious, all the glory would be his, leaving the Sannin further mired in disgrace, a scenario he would never allow to unfold. Sigh, had I known, I would have learned sage arts before studying the techniques of the second Hokage. Bei Xuan suddenly found himself envious of the second Hokage's ability to enter Sage Mode effortlessly. He was not overly anxious about his growth and strength. Thus, he initially chose to focus on developing the flashy and captivating techniques from the original story. Indeed, the allure of flashy techniques would be a lifelong pursuit. Pointing to the heavens, the Kirin descends, a truly spectacular sight. And one could only commend the ingenuity of the second Hokage. Then I leave Hanzo in your capable hands. Victory is assured. You need not accompany me to confront Hanzo. I am one of the battlefield commanders, you are not. You are young and talented, and you will grow. Hanzo is but a minor concern, Tsunade said seriously as they dispersed. In her tent, Tsunade scrutinized Bei Xuan. You did not voice your concerns in the command room, yet you do so now? It's too late, and you appear as though you are courting death. With me here, there is nothing to fear. Bei Xuan, observing the worried expression on Tsunade's face, reached out to smooth the creases on her brow. Hanzo is regarded as a demigod of the ninja world. His strength is beyond your current capacity to withstand. Should anything unforeseen occur, do not hesitate to flee. I believe in your ability to escape. Tsunade brushed aside Bei Xuan's hand, fixing her gaze upon him. She was not afraid of death. She had prepared to sacrifice herself for Konoha since becoming a ninja. The Sinju clan had always sacrificed for Konoha, and although she did not bear the Sinju name, she nonetheless inherited their will. However, Bei Xuan's future should be bright and resplendent, and he should not bear burdens that were not his to carry. We have always been a united front. Since my grandmother entrusted you to me, I will not let you face danger alone. Do you not trust me? Rest assured, I have said that there is nothing to worry about. Bei Xuan understood Tsunade's feelings. That was precisely why he felt compelled to act. The current narrative in the ninja world, while largely faithful to the original story, had begun to diverge in subtle ways. What if Hanzo suddenly changed his mind? Bei Xuan could not gamble with Tsunade's life. Furthermore, he was confident that even without entering Sage mode, he would not fall to Hanzo. Alas, you are too young, Tsunade remarked, disrupting the sweet atmosphere that had enveloped them. I sincerely apologize. Bei Xuan rolled his eyes. Tsunade's remarks were always so extraordinary. Come here, let me give you a kiss. The next day, the Konoha camp began its withdrawal, with Shunshu and Minato also part of the retreating team, tasked with safeguarding the logistical support. The medical team also commenced their withdrawal, albeit only to a safer distance, as they would still be needed post-battle. Thus, the medical team merely moved away from the battlefield, establishing a new base at its periphery. Bei Xuan was somewhat surprised that Shunshu did not shout and insist on staying to fight on the front lines. It seemed that the death of comrades had matured him considerably. Chapter 37. Battle with Hanzo. On the third night of Konoha's logistical retreat, the rain fell incessantly. Outside the Konoha camp, Hanzo of the Salamander stood on a tree branch, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Attack! With Hanzo's command, the final counterattack from the Rain Village commenced. A group of rain ninjas, clad in gas masks, emerged from the woods, armed with kunai and ninja swords, charging toward the Konoha camp. Cry out, summon the spirit of the giant salamander. Hanzo formed hand seals, and a massive salamander materialized. Jibutsu. Employ the rain-summoning poison tiger technique. As the colossal salamander appeared, Hanzo immediately directed it to unleash toxic gas skyward, which mingled with the rain, cascading into the Konoha camp below. They're coming. The success rate of a surprise attack on Konoha was inherently low, given the natural reconnaissance advantage held by the Hyuga clan. As the rain ninjas encroached upon the perimeter of the Konoha camp, they were swiftly detected by the vigilant eyes of the Hyuga ninjas. Everyone, take your medicine. Charge! As the toxic rain descended, the leaders of each squad promptly commanded all Konoha ninjas to remove the antidotes from their waists and ingest them. Although it would not immediately negate the venom of the salamander, it would provide temporary resistance, and coupled with the leeches on the shoulders of all the ninjas, they would not lose their combat effectiveness for the time being. The Rain ninjas and Konoha ninjas swiftly clashed in battle. At that moment, Hanzo observed the four individuals before him, his gaze lingering in surprise on Bei Xuan. Have I truly fallen to the point of being obstructed by a mere child? No sooner had he thought this than Hanzo, wielding his scythe, appeared behind Bei Xuan and executed a slashing strike, only to be halted by the brilliant golden light that erupted from Bei Xuan. With a powerful kick, Bei Xuan, enveloped in golden radiance, collided with Hanzo's scythe, causing Hanzo to retreat swiftly and employ the body flicker technique to land atop the salamander. This little brat possesses considerable strength. Is he a taijutsu-type ninja? That golden light must be a new bloodline limit. Feeling a slight numbness in his hand from gripping the scythe, Hanzo was astonished. Though he had merely intended to test this child, the force behind his strike was undeniably real. A shadow-level ninja at such a young age? Everyone, attack together. Tsunade's anger flared as Hanzo targeted Bei Xuan, forming hand seals. Orochimaru and Jiraiya promptly followed suit. Summoning technique. 3 colossal summoning beasts materialized, confronting the massive salamander. So you are the disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses, boasting not only you, but also such a youthful shadow-level ninja. Hanzo gazed at the 4 atop the 3 summoning beasts, reflecting on how the outcome might have differed had the Rain Village possessed such talents. Jiraiya, you've truly gotten yourself into a monumental mess. Even I would suffer for a long time if I came into contact with the salamander's poison. Orochimaru, where is my sacrifice? Lady Tsunade, Lord Bei Xuan. Upon the emergence of the 3 great summoning beasts, their distinct personalities became apparent. With Orochimaru's summoned snakes exuding a rebellious aura, My apologies, Winta, for the trouble. Jiraiya stood atop Winta's head, continually forming seals. Quiet. After this, your sacrifice will be provided. Coordinate with the other two beasts to restrain the salamander. Lord Leech, please split into 4 clones and work together to restrain the salamander. Huh. Do you truly believe that restraining Jinbu will allow you to defeat me? How naive. Hanzo stood firm, observing the group strategize. His pride as a strong warrior preventing him from interrupting their summoning. Naive as you may be, take this, you fool. Enveloped in golden light, Bei Xuan unleashed a barrage of lightning, illuminating the night as it surged towards Hanzo. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. Ninja art, Shadow Snake Hands. Seeing Bei Xuan assault Hanzo, Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately employed their jutsu to disrupt Hanzo's movements. Tsunade unleashed a powerful chakra wave as the seal on her forehead released, her chakra surging forth. Having learned the In seal in advance from Bei Xuan, Tsunade could not yet perform the Baiken no Jutsu. In its current state, the In seal merely served to store chakra while also allowing for a chakra explosion to enhance her combat strength. The lightning in Bei Xuan's hands pierced Hanzo's form, but as it did, Bei Xuan swiftly turned and charged toward Jiraiya. Hanzo, struck by Bei Xuan, transformed into a puddle of water that splashed onto the ground, while Hanzo reappeared a short distance behind Jiraiya, flinging a handful of kunai tied with explosive tags toward him. You fool. Orochimaru immediately formed seals, but he was clearly too slow to intercept Hanzo's kunai, which surrounded Jiraiya. Explosive flame array. Hanzo's cold voice echoed as all the explosive tags activated and rushed toward Jiraiya's legs. Rasengan. A massive blue sphere materialized in Jiraiya's palm, crashing down to obliterate all the explosive tags that had yet to detonate. However, some explosive tags did explode. Bei Xuan arrived beside Jiraiya, pulling him into the golden light. As the explosion subsided, aside from being slightly disheveled and sustaining minor injuries, Jiraiya was healed by Bei Xuan and the leeches. Minato taught you that so quickly? Haha, I am Jiraiya. Bei Xuan was referring to the Rasengan technique. Ever since Bei Xuan revealed that Minato was the one who created it, the technique had been entirely under Minato's discretion to pass on to others. Are you alright? Tsunade landed beside Bei Xuan, inquiring about his well-being. His body flicker technique is too swift. We cannot keep up. The only one with a chance to catch him is Bei Xuan. Orochimaru approached the group, keeping a wary eye on Hanzo in the distance. My Chidori can only accelerate in a straight line. It's challenging to land a hit on him. However, Bei Xuan seemed to have an idea, his fingers dancing as he struck the ground, summoning a sheep that was munching on grass. We will all advance together to restrain Hanzo's movements. Winta, do not eat just yet. When the moment is right, use cotton spore on that ugly man in the distance. If you miss, keep firing until you hit, understood? Bei Xuan looked sternly at the sheep. Hanzo's body flicker technique is merely a form of speed and not a space-time ninjutsu, while the ability of Cotton Spore is to reduce the target's speed by 2 levels. Although Bei Xuan was uncertain how much this reduction would translate in reality, he did not expect the sheep to completely immobilize Hanzo, as long as it could diminish his speed enough for the others to catch up. Their chances of victory would greatly increase. Bah! The sheep looked determinately at Hanzo, understanding the importance of aiding its trainer. Chapter 38. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen send someone. With everything in place, Tsunade charged first at Hanzo, delivering a punch that caused the ground to cave in. Just as Hanzo prepared to swing his scythe in retaliation, a long snake lunged at him from behind, forcing him to swiftly sever it with his blade. Following this, the golden light emanating from Bei Xuan transformed into weapons, accompanied by Bei Xuan's formidable punches, compelling Hanzo to evade. However, Jiraiya had been waiting for this moment. His long hair swiftly ensnared Hanzo's waist, but Hanzo immediately transformed into a puddle of water, ensnaring Jiraiya instead. Orochimaru unleashed a swarm of small snakes, quickly surrounding the area, and darted to Jiraiya's side to release him from the water prison technique. Water release, heavenly cry? Bei Xuan formed seals, launching water needles toward the area behind Orochimaru, where Hanzo materialized, deflecting the high-speed water needles with his scythe. Is this the second Hokage's technique? This kid. Hanzo glanced at Bei Xuan, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Such power at such a young age, and to wield a technique requiring an exceptionally high proficiency in water ninjutsu. Eat this. You fool. Bei Xuan, radiating golden light, delivered a powerful kick, while the Bei Xuan who had performed the ninjutsu dissipated into smoke. Just as Hanzo narrowly evaded Bei Xuan's kick, Tsunade followed up with a punch. There was no escaping. Recognizing his penchant for underestimating talent, Hanzo swiftly sidestepped to avoid a critical hit, slashing backward with his scythe towards Tsunade's fist. The rope formed from golden light tugged at Tsunade's waist, allowing her to evade the strike, and in turn, Tsunade unleashed her powerful punch in response. Two individuals, one in front and the other behind, kicked Hanzo, who immediately found himself shielded by a layer of water film. Alas, it only served as a temporary barrier. Hanzo was swiftly sent flying, and during his backward trajectory, a long serpent and flowing hair ensnared one of his legs. Melly sheep, Bei Xuan shouted urgently. Melly sheep began to sway its body, causing ethereal cotton-like fluff to fall upon Hanzo. In midair, Hanzo executed a spin, using his sickle to sever the bindings of the serpent and hair. However, the cotton spores still settled upon him. His speed diminished. Realizing this, Hanzo swiftly evaded to the side, recognizing the source of his slowed pace. That boy's summoned beast. He promptly threw a shuriken at Melly Sheep. Release. Bei Xuan immediately dismissed the summoning, allowing Melly Sheep to escape harm. Although Melly Sheep was gone, the effect of the cotton spores lingered. Jingfu. Sensing impending danger, Hanzo bellowed. As the three summoned beasts engaged in battle, the peppered fish burrowed underground and thrust Hanzo upward from beneath. You are truly formidable. It seems this battle belongs to Konoha. In the name of demigods, I shall invoke your great dam. A long bolt of lightning struck towards Hanzo, interrupting his unfinished words. Knowing well what Hanzo intended to say, Bei Xuan would not allow him to finish. Not only had they not been defeated, but Hanzo's predicament with the cotton spores was not merely for the sake of earning a nickname, was it? Little brat, provoking me will yield no benefits. Hanzo glared coldly at Bei Xuan, who maintained the Chidori spear. Old dang, you have not yet won. Do not boast before your great dam. Hanzo's frosty gaze remained fixed on Bei Xuan, but he also observed the severely wounded rain ninjas nearby. Despite possessing his toxins, the Konoha ninja wielded that repugnant slug. Combined with the medical ninjutsu of that boy and the woman, his toxins proved ineffective. If the battle continued, Hanzo surveyed the four before him, understanding that his speed had been significantly hampered by the mysterious techniques of that summoned beast, making it improbable to subdue them anytime soon. From the onset of the skirmish, Hanzo had noted the presence of Bei Xuan and Tsunade's shadow clones on another battlefield, while the Konoha ninjas were afflicted by that loathsome slug. Tsunade and Bei Xuan jointly expended chakra, which explained her immediate dispelling of the Yin seal. Her chakra was entirely dedicated to sustaining the slug's vitality. Rain ninjas, retreat. I shall cover your escape. Chief. Understood. Hanzo's cold gaze fell upon the individuals before him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Alas, the land of rain. I cannot lead you out of this plight. Ensure my subordinates escape safely, or we shall all perish together. How about it? Hanzo addressed Orochimaru, considering that besides that boy, only the stronger ninja could take charge. Very well. Konoha ninjas, retreat immediately. Follow Plan Alpha. Orochimaru shouted, and upon hearing his command, the Konoha ninjas abandoned the battlefield, hastening to the medical unit, as they were still afflicted by poison. If only you had been born in the village hidden in the rain. Observing the rain ninja's successful withdrawal, Hanzo, having lost his will to fight, lowered his sickle, casting a somber glance at the group, especially at Bei Xuan. Please, I do not fancy places without space to air my laundry. Bei Xuan's retort landed hard, for had it not been for the environmental issues of the land of rain, they would not suffer from such a dearth of crops. Little brat, you ought to learn to respect your elders. Hanzo's gaze turned perilous. If you wish to continue fighting, then so be it. Tsunade immediately assumed a defensive stance, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru raised their shurikens. You have excellent companions. Inform Sarutobi Hiruzen to send reinforcements to the land of rain. This war we have lost. Hanzo dispelled his summoning technique, landing on the ground and slowly walking towards the forest, his silhouette appearing profoundly solitary. Orochimaru, holding his shuriken, pondered for a moment before relinquishing the idea of pursuit. Phew. We four are incredible. This is indeed a demigod. Ha ha ha. As expected of me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya collapsed onto Wentai, erupting in laughter. Who would have thought? That little brat has quite the knack for trash talk. He usually seems so civilized. Tsunade dispelled her Yin seal and shadow clones, leaning against Bei Xuan, her expression teasing. What's the point of fighting without some trash talk? Ugh, I'm exhausted. As a medical ninja, I ended up in the damage-dealing role. Bei Xuan leaned against Tsunade, feeling relaxed, having expected a more intense confrontation, yet they had only revealed a fraction of their cards. Hanzo had indeed held back considerably. Oh, can you two be more considerate? There are others present. What do you think, Orochimaru? Jiraiya exclaimed, noticing the two nestled together, ready to confront Orochimaru, only to find him staring blankly at the distant battlefield. Nothing, fool. Just as the multitude of snakes beneath Orochimaru prepared to speak, he dismissed the summoning, and they immediately transformed into smoke. Then I shall take my leave, Jiraiya. By the way, the Toad Sage has awakened. You now have time to seek him. After Wentai finished speaking, he too dismissed his summoning and departed. Tsunade's summoned slug followed suit, while Bei Xuan hesitated to dispel his, fearing that doing so might lead to the Konoha ninjas, still en route, succumbing to poison. Chapter 39. The Yahiko trio at this moment, within a cavern. Bei Xuan and his companions gathered around a flickering flame. Yo has delivered news. The peppered fish's toxins have been contained by the slug, allowing many of the toxins within them to be expelled, so we need not return to the village. Tsunade tossed a scroll to Bei Xuan, who glanced at it, realizing it was information from the medical department's third-in-command, confirming that the Konoha ninjas had officially completed their handover. The battlefield in the Land of Rain had come to an end, and they could finally return. They had nearly grown moldy after such a prolonged stay. By the way, what are you two planning to do upon your return? Tsunade inquired, turning to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as only she had a defined role among the trio. Haha. I intend to traverse the ninja world in search of the prophesied child mentioned by the Toad Sage, though I should also write another book. You all must buy a few copies. Jiraiya replied cheerfully, though a hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze as he observed Tsunade and Bei Xuan's intertwined hands. The outside world is rife with war. Why not remain within the village? Who? Tsunade asked, puzzled, then abruptly turned toward the darkness of the cavern. Bei Xuan had noticed as well, but chose not to speak, knowing who approached, for who knew if White Zetsu was watching from the shadows. What? Who are you? As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, a boy with orange hair, donned in peculiar attire, approached, calmly extending his hand toward them. Share some of your food with us. The boy's expression was resolute, his tone flat, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Are you resigned to death? Bei Xuan observed the boy, Yahiko, realizing that upon seeing him in person, the boy's unwavering demeanor now conveyed a sense of fatalism. As a medical ninja, he could discern at a glance that Yahiko was in a state of extreme exhaustion, on the verge of collapse. What about your parents? Jiraiya asked, staring blankly at the boy, having also sensed the child's physical condition. They were killed by ninjas during the war. Tsunade and Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. Jiraiya retrieved some broken pieces of dry bread from his bag and offered them to Yahiko. Here, take this dry bread. However, Yahiko merely gazed at the bread in Jiraiya's hand without accepting it. Instead, he called out into the darkness, Nagato, Conan, come out. They don't seem to be bad people. Immediately, two children dashed out from behind, rushing to Tsunade and Jiraiya to eagerly devour the bread offered. Both Tsunade and Bei Xuan were momentarily taken aback. The concept of hunger held profound significance for the people of Huaxia. Observing the two children consuming the food voraciously, Bei Xuan fell into silence. Wait. As Bei Xuan spoke, the two children froze in place, and Yahiko anxiously looked at him. Noticing their reaction, Bei Xuan merely summoned a glimmer of golden light at his fingertip, which transformed into a knife point, and then gently drew it across his finger. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, a remarkable creature adorned with fruit appeared on the ground. Your bodies are in poor condition. Consuming this will only stave off hunger. Tropical dragon, I beseech you for some fruit. Bei Xuan stood up and stroked the tropical dragon's head, subsequently plucking several fruits from its body. Thank you. Now go back and play with your friends. But remember to heed the words of the snail sage. After patting the tropical dragon, which was elated to assist Bei Xuan, he sent it back to the wet-bone forest. Here, eat some fruit. The energy from this fruit is gentle and will nourish your current bodies perfectly. Tsunade, would you like to try? The tropical dragon's fruit is quite delicious, though I haven't tasted it myself. Haha. Bei Xuan offered a banana to the still-dazed Tsunade with a smile. Tsunade, somewhat entranced by the creature summoned earlier, observed the tropical dragon and noted its peculiar resemblance to wood release, even its wings resembling large leaves. It's just uniquely shaped. What are you thinking? Bei Xuan could discern Tsunade's wandering thoughts, but understood, given the significance of wood released to her. Can I have a taste too? Jiraiya, watching the three children enjoy the food with delight, felt tempted to sample the fruit plucked from the summoning beast. Embarrassed to snatch it from the children, he glanced at Bei Xuan, the very person responsible for the fruit's presence. No, you didn't see me take just one for Tsunade, did you? We're returning to the village soon, so you can buy your own. Bei Xuan shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance, bemused that he was acting like a child, especially when compared to the composed Orochimaru. However, upon turning to Orochimaru, Bei Xuan felt his earlier comment was premature. Orochimaru was fixated on him, or rather, on the fruit in his hand. Yet, Bei Xuan suspected Orochimaru's curiosity was more about why the summoning beast bore fruit than about consuming it. Indeed, it is quite delicious. And after eating it, I felt the same energy within me being gradually absorbed. Tsunade rubbed her stomach, realizing that Bei Xuan's summoning beast possessed a remarkable energy unique to each creature. Have you all rested enough? It is time to depart. Bei Xuan, would you mind if I visited you after returning to the village? Orochimaru inquired, casting a glance at the three children still eating. He was genuinely intrigued by Bei Xuan's summoning beast. You are welcome. I now reside in the Senju clan's territory, which you surely know. Let us go. Bei Xuan stood up, pulling Tsunade to her feet, and, along with Orochimaru, they walked past Jiraiya, who had been rendered speechless upon hearing about Bei Xuan's residence in the Senju clan territory. Yahiko and the others quickly wrapped up their unfinished food and stealthily followed the group, initially cautious but eventually brazenly trailing behind. Didn't I just give you food? And Bei Xuan has already helped you restore your bodies. Why are you still following us? Tsunade, unable to contain her irritation, turned to address the three children. They remained silent, but the lone girl stepped forward, as if producing something from behind her. Instantly on guard, Tsunade grasped Bei Xuan's hand, intending to release it to attack, only to find she could not break free. Looking at Bei Xuan, she saw him shake his head. Turning back, she discovered the girl holding a paper flower, smiling at her with it cradled in her palms. Thank you. This is a token of gratitude. Is this for us? It's origami, made from the packaging of the dry bread, right? Jiraiya remarked with a smile as he observed the flower in Conan's hands. Chapter 40. Jiraiya remained. Tsunade gazed at the paper flower in Conan's hands, unable to believe her eyes. Is this really a gift for us? It was the first time a child from a battlefield had presented her with something. Typically, those they encountered during missions regarded them with hostility, perceiving them as ninjas from the Fire Nation. In contrast, their encounters in the Rain Country were with its own inhabitants. You are from Konoha, right? Please teach us ninjutsu. Yahiko approached from behind, fixated on the group, particularly on Bei Xuan. Though Bei Xuan towered over them, Yahiko could tell he was merely a child, albeit slightly older. If he could master ninjutsu, he could lead Conan and Nagato to survival. These ninjas before him seemed benevolent. It was worth the risk, if only they would teach him. Should we kill them? Orochimaru's cold voice broke the tension as he observed the three children, his tone indifferent. To him, ending their lives would be a form of mercy. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, Yahiko instinctively took a step back, cold sweat rising on his back. He genuinely sensed the murderous intent emanating from this long-haired ninja. This man truly intended to kill him and Conan. I have seen many orphans on the battlefield, and their fates are often grim. Perhaps it is better to eliminate them here. Orochimaru quietly articulated his thoughts, but he was interrupted by Jiraiya. Stop. Orochimaru, you, Tsunade, and Bei Xuan should return to Konoha. I will take temporary responsibility for these little ones. Bei Xuan was not surprised by Jiraiya's decision, but would fate truly change? Jiraiya, it is ironic that the very ninja I trained would be the ones to end my life. Huh. Tsunade was taken aback. Although she knew Jiraiya was unreliable, this was beyond unreasonable. Such actions would be classified as defection among most ninjas. Teaching ninjutsu to the children of enemy nations was strictly forbidden. Once they can fend for themselves, I will return to apologize to the third Hokage. At least this will serve as a modicum of redemption. As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the silent, red-haired boy. From the moment Yahiko had inquired about their status as Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya sensed an intense animosity from this child. This animosity was not directed at them, but at Konoha, leading Jiraiya to ponder whether the misfortunes of these children stemmed from Konoha's ninjas. With this realization, Tsunade refrained from further comments. while Orochimaru remained silent throughout the discussion regarding Jiraiya's decision to stay behind. To Orochimaru, regardless of Jiraiya's actions, he would never perceive any issue. After all, this individual is Jiraiya. A fool's thoughts are inherently foolish, no matter the endeavor. With that said, I shall no longer persuade you. But do remember to return safely. Ultimately, Jiraiya remained to care for Nagato as intended, while Tsunade, Bei Xuan, and Orochimaru returned to Konoha to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the events on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Well done. Before your return to Konoha, your achievements have already spread throughout the ninja world, largely thanks to Hanzo. Yet, Bei Xuan, what exactly transpired with Hanzo? At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a peculiar glance at Bei Xuan and placed an envelope before him. Bei Xuan accepted the envelope and found it contained a peace treaty penned by Hanzo. Though the back was filled with accusations against Sarutobi Hiruzen for failing to instill a sense of literary refinement in Konoha's ninjas, a mere child of 10 or so, showing no respect for his seniors on the battlefield, it was evident that this ninja referred to Bei Xuan. Isn't it quite normal to exchange banter during a fight? Don't you all do it? Bei Xuan innocently gazed at the silent group, pondering that aside from calling out technique names, others seemed rather quiet, with the exception of the prince who would chit-chat while fighting. Ahem. Since you are back, take a few days to rest. Remember to attend the memorial service the day after tomorrow. Yes. Bei Xuan and the others turned to leave, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking, watched their retreating figures with narrowed eyes. A shadow-level powerhouse not yet 11 years old. With Tsunade around, he likely poses no threat to Konoha, yet precautions must still be taken. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Bei Xuan's understanding of the will of fire that night, and eventually set aside some of his concerns. Within the Senju clan's territory, Bei Xuan and Tsunade, hand in hand, entered the courtyard, where they spotted Kushina buried in a pile of scrolls, alongside Minato holding fruits, and Pikachu munching on a tomato. Shimoku was nowhere to be seen, as Minato and Shimoku had returned to Konoha early with the logistics team. The scrolls Kushina was studying were left by Mito, but she had yet to reach the level required to learn sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are notoriously challenging. Even Bei Xuan, with his limited knowledge, relied on the techniques inscribed by Mito on his wrist. Despite their difficulty, the effects are extraordinarily potent. In Bei Xuan's view, the Uzumaki sealing techniques are akin to the Uchiha's wish-granting machine, bug-like. For instance, the Shinigami Mask's corpse sealing technique, along with numerous other sealing techniques from the original work, are inextricably linked to the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade, Bei Xuan, you're back! Kushina exclaimed, leaping up excitedly at the sound of their entrance, running straight into Tsunade's embrace. While Pikachu jumped into Bei Xuan's arms, the two small hands gestured animatedly, implying that they had protected Kushina in Konoha, showcasing their prowess. Bei Xuan patted Pikachu's head. Although he likely guessed what kind of protection Pikachu had provided, he still felt it was safe to assume that no particularly outrageous deeds had occurred. With this thought in mind, Bei Xuan glanced at Kushina, wondering if she could truly be so unreliable. However, holding Pikachu, Bei Xuan contemplated his battle with Hanzo. Realizing some unique status skills from Pokémon also affected ninjas, which presented Bei Xuan with a delightful prospect. The thought of some of the more bothersome skills from Pokémon brought a mischievous smile to Bei Xuan's face, causing Minato, who had followed along, to feel a chill run down his spine. What are you laughing at? That smile looks rather unsavory. Tsunade playfully swatted Bei Xuan's head, inquiring about his amusement. Ahem, it's nothing, just thinking of some fun ideas. I'll show you when the opportunity arises. Bei Xuan set Pikachu down. Though small, Pikachu weighed nearly 12 pounds. And while it didn't feel heavy to hold, it did remind Bei Xuan of a certain master of inverse attributes. Bei Xuan had no intention of cosplaying something foolish. Chapter 41. Forbidden Techniques Beneath the Starlit Sky. Bei Xuan was inviting Tsunade and the others to enjoy hot pot, a spontaneous idea, considering that the ninja world features sukiyaki. Since he couldn't get accustomed to that dish, Bei Xuan spent an afternoon developing a ninja world version of hot pot, which, although not as exquisite as what he had enjoyed in his previous life, surpassed many of the local delicacies. By the way, Orochimaru came looking for you today, saying he would visit again later. He has to head to the battlefield in the Land of Wind tomorrow. As Tsunade, sweating from the hot meat in her bowl, spoke to Bei Xuan, he was prepared for this news. The current third Hokage was grooming Orochimaru as his successor, so naturally, he would be dispatched to such a battlefield. However, Bei Xuan hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly, considering they had only just returned to Konoha for less than a month. I will also accompany the teacher tomorrow. This time I must earn a renowned title, surely more illustrious than yours. Bei Xuan, huh? Shimoku exclaimed. Since Bei Xuan and the others returned, the ninja world had begun circulating tales of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha and the Radiant Ninja. It was evident from the name that it was Hanzo, a fellow lacking in literary depth, who coined this foolish title. Bei Xuan felt somewhat exasperated, as regardless of victory or defeat, he was saddled with a name he did not choose. This ridiculous title prompted Bei Xuan to resolve that when he next encountered Hanzo, he would make him see just how splendid the revolving lantern could be. Currently, medical ninjas were not in short supply on the front lines. Since the return from the Land of Rain, they had brought a substantial number of medical ninjas to the battlefield. Armed with antidote formulas left by Bei Xuan, they were managing adequately. Moreover, due to Shimoku's predecessor having eliminated Chio's son and daughter-in-law, Chio had been relentlessly pursuing Shimoku ever since, and the sand ninjas had ceased updating their poisons. As Tsunade took a sip of juice from the table, she found it lacking in flavor and sighed while glancing at Bei Xuan. If you want to drink alcohol, go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Why this expression? Having been together for so long, Bei Xuan understood Tsunade's meaning. However, ever since a certain day when Bei Xuan kissed Tsunade while she was drinking, and he made a remark, she hadn't touched alcohol at home since. Yet, every mealtime, a familiar scene unfolded. She would sip juice and cast a sigh at Bei Xuan. By the way, you haven't had a chance to meet Shimoku's predecessor yet. Once Orochimaru heads to the battlefield, he will take a step back for a while. His wife is about to give birth, and it's not appropriate for him to remain there. Bei Xuan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Was Kakashi's mother about to give birth so soon? He recalled that the original work had not mentioned anything about Kakashi's mother. Which ninja is Shimoku's wife? I don't believe I've heard of her. Bei Xuan inquired curiously, knowing that Tsunade must have the answer, as she had previously spoken of her past with Kakashi's father. Are you referring to Natsumi? She is not a ninja, merely an ordinary villager, which took me by surprise when I discovered this. After all, Senior Shomo is not only handsome but also possesses impressive strength. It is said that many sought his affection. I never anticipated that he would end up with someone who is not a ninja, and even more astonishingly, they married almost immediately and now have children. Is Senior Shomo truly formidable? Watergate inquired, as he seldom heard about Shomo in Konoha, where the tales mostly revolved around the legendary Sannin and other notable ninjas. Indeed, he is formidable. When I was still a Chunin, Senior Shomo had already reached the level of a Kage. His swordsmanship is such that even the 3rd Hokage would struggle to defend against it without exerting his full strength. However, due to his abilities being more suited for the Umbu, he assumed the role of Umbu captain, rendering his reputation in Konoha relatively obscure. Nonetheless, following this war, his fame in the village will undoubtedly soar, especially since the title of Konoha White Fang is circulating throughout the ninja world, far surpassing the notoriety of any mere genin. It is not ideal for someone to be suitable only for the Umbu while also being too famous. Excessive notoriety can lead one to dire consequences. Bei Xuan shook his head, placing the hot meat into Tsunade's bowl, before turning to Watergate. Have you made any progress with that technique? It is quite difficult, and I am utterly at a loss regarding the intricacies of the technique. The technique Bei Xuan referred to was the signature jutsu of Watergate, the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon returning, the 3rd Hokage honored his promise, allowing Bei Xuan and his companions to each select a forbidden technique from a sealing book. Shosuk had intended to choose a high-damage forbidden technique, the explosive tag exchange, but Bei Xuan insisted he switch to the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bei Xuan was wary of letting Shosuk experiment with explosive tags, as his physique and chakra were more suited to the prince's specialized techniques. Naturally, Watergate opted for the fated Flying Thunder God technique, while Bei Xuan initially wished to select the Impure World reincarnation, only to be rejected by the 3rd Hokage, who claimed it contradicted the natural order. Reluctantly, after much contemplation, Bei Xuan settled on the Spirit Transformation technique, a jutsu that had been discontinued in the original story. His physical strength had been steadily increasing with age and the nourishment from the Blue-Silver Emperor bone, while the vitality of the Golden Light spell required a balance to be achieved. Without this balance, the strength derived from the Golden Light spell could not continue to rise, prompting Bei Xuan to seek methods to enhance his life force. Currently, He had two ideas. One was to alter the golden light spell himself, beginning with natural energy, although this was evidently a daunting task, and the other was to study the spirit transformation technique to uncover ways to improve his vitality. Of course, there was another, more convenient method. If only Bei Xuan had drawn a power related to this aspect when he turned 12, the problem would be easily resolved. Reflecting on his current training, Watergate anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. Despite his exceptional talent in space-time ninjutsu, he still struggled to grasp the nuances of learning the Flying Thunder God technique. You could start with sealing techniques. That way, you can also spend more time with Kushina, who is nearly overwhelmed trying to learn on her own. Bei Xuan jested, teasing Kushina, who had been eating voraciously without uttering a word. Oh, it's not that. But Watergate, if you need to learn a new technique related to sealing, I can teach you. I'm quite impressive now, only held back from leaving the village by the third Hokage. Otherwise, I might have gained my own title. Chapter 42. The adaptation of the Ein sealing technique. Upon hearing this, Watergate looked at Kushina with gratitude, while Shosuke, seated among them, glanced between Watergate and Kushina. Then at Bei Xuan, who was serving food to his sister. Looking at the meat in his bowl, he suddenly felt that the once delicious hot pot had lost its flavor. The Flying Thunder God technique is my great-grandfather's jutsu. Initially, it was not a complete technique, and its difficulty is to be expected. However, once mastered, your strength will undergo a tremendous transformation. As the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade understood the power of the Flying Thunder God technique better than most. It was rumored that her great-grandfather used it to defeat the legendary Uchiha Madara's brother. Have you considered trying it? Tsunade asked, glancing at Bei Xuan. If you master space-time ninjutsu, you could escape the battlefield at will, provided you wish to live. I have too much to learn right now. I'll wait until Watergate has perfected the Flying Thunder God technique before I delve into it. For now, I must focus on mastering Sage Mode and Sage Arts. Bei Xuan certainly would not pass up the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. But he decided to wait until Watergate had refined it before seeking him out for instruction. After all, it was his great-grandfather's signature jutsu. Could this young blonde truly improve upon it? Tsunade observed Watergate, whose face radiated with a sunny smile, and felt that he lacked the sharp intelligence of her great-grandfather. Watergate is like a sun. Given time, he will illuminate all of Konoha. Have a little faith in your boyfriend's potential. Bei Xuan rolled his eyes, noting that Tsunade's lofty standards, shaped by her two grandfathers and Bei Xuan himself, blinded her to Watergate's true talent. Currently, Watergate had already reached the level of an elite chunin solely through his mastery of the Rasengan and his remarkably swift reflexes. Moreover, Watergate was also experimenting with the sage arts from Mount Myaboku, recalling the original story where the blonde, despite claiming to struggle, would suddenly exhibit shadows around his eyes. TSK. Once Watergate learns the Flying Thunder God technique, his strength will instantly reach Kage level, and not just any Kage level at that. In the ninja world, any technique associated with space-time is essentially a minor bug. Even that 5-5 Sharingan went toe-to-toe with Kaguya. It's not that I lack confidence in you. Rather, I lack faith in Jiraiya. Just look at what he has done since taking Watergate as a disciple. He is completely out of touch, lost in the land of rain, while Watergate's training is entirely under the third Hokage's guidance. Tsunade couldn't help but criticize Watergate's teacher, who, despite having a disciple at such a critical growth phase, had abandoned him to teach others. Such a thing could only be accepted by someone as sunny and forgiving as Watergate. If Orochimaru had left Shosuke behind to instruct others, Tsunade's fist would have already flown at Orochimaru's face. Jiraiya is a good teacher, though he lacks a bit in character and integrity. Furthermore, Watergate wasn't he at a loss. Hadn't he just learned the Shadow Shuriken technique from the third Hokage? With a ninja arts expert like Sarutobi Hiruzen guiding him, Watergate would undoubtedly grow stronger at an accelerated pace. That lad had added an irregular wind chakra, akin to the Rasengan, into his shuriken, launching it like a laser, causing explosive chaos. Bei Xuan recalled Watergate demonstrating his newly acquired Shadow Shuriken technique. In his memory, such a technique was unlikely to be lethal. Yet Watergate had managed to make it spectacular. Moreover, Watergate's chakra reserves were astonishing, far exceeding what one would expect from a mere civilian ninja. Bei Xuan, due to his dual cultivation of the Golden Light spell, possessed an ample supply of chakra, whereas Watergate had achieved this with nothing but a chakra refinement technique. Indeed, this lad's talent is the strongest I've seen besides yours. It is hard to imagine how you both will flourish in the future. Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at Shosuke. Her eyes filled with a hint of regret. Being of a similar age to such exceptional talent, Shosuke's dreams seemed increasingly improbable. Though everyone, except Shosuke himself, understood that he could never become Hokage, as a family member, Tsunade still wished to support Shosuke's aspirations to the best of her ability. However, it is merely support. What Bei Xuan desires is for Minato to ascend to the position of Hokage. Tsunade supports Shoju in pursuing his dreams, but she will not obstruct Minato from claiming the Hokage seat. Given Bei Xuan's familiarity with Minato, Tsunade believes that Minato could indeed unite Konoha into a cohesive village. The brilliance radiating from this young blonde is exceptionally striking. As Bei Xuan has stated, Minato could very well become the sun illuminating the village. The leisurely dinner soon came to an end, with Shoju naturally taking care of the dishes. Minato was pulled along by Shoju, while Kushina, having just finished her meal, was promptly urged by Bei Xuan to inscribe the sealing jutsu that remained unfinished from that day. Bei Xuan and Tsunade reclined on the chairs in the yard, gazing at the moonlight outside, while Pikachu squatted beside them, its ears occasionally twitching. "Here you go." Tsunade produced a scroll, tossing it towards Bei Xuan, who, too lazy to move, received it with a golden glow and slowly unfurled it. Upon examining the contents of the scroll, Bei Xuan immediately straightened up, engrossed in its details. A revised version of the sealing technique? "Tsunade, you managed to create this so quickly?" Bei Xuan, astonished, clutched the scroll with excitement. The true reason for his exhilaration lay in the fact that the scroll contained a method for storing natural energy. "I certainly would not have perfected this technique so swiftly on my own. The Sage of Slugs and the marvelous creatures you have stored in the Wetbone Forest have been aiding me. With the one who has contributed the most being that playful yellow fox. What was its name again?" "Oh, right, Hoodie." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction at Bei Xuan's evident excitement, feeling that her extensive efforts were not in vain. While she eventually entrusted most matters to Hoodie and the Sage of Slugs after teaching the fox, the revision and enhancement of the sealing technique remained firmly within her control. What surprised Tsunade was that, although the Sage of Slugs was her contracted summon, it was quite challenging to solicit assistance from its true form. Yet, this time, the sage willingly offered its help to improve the sealing technique. "Hoodie, has he truly become this astute? I am immensely grateful to him, and of course, to the Sage of Slugs, but my deepest gratitude is reserved for my beloved Tsunade. Long live Tsunade." Bei Xuan tucked away the sealing scroll and settled beside Tsunade. A golden rose materialized in his hand, formed by the severing of the golden light through the sealing technique, before he presented it to his dear Tsunade. A timeless golden rose, more exquisite than the paper flower that Jiraiya brought along. Under the moonlight, Tsunade gazed at the beautiful bloom, momentarily entranced by its splendor. Chapter 43. The Uchiha Invitation. Within the Uchiha clan grounds of Konoha, a somber atmosphere enveloped the space. A stark contrast to the clan's historical significance alongside the Senju in founding the village. "Fugaku, what news? Has the village responded to our appeal for support?" An elderly man, clad in a black cloth over his eyes, inquired softly while seated on a tatami mat. "Lord Hitomi, the village has not acknowledged my application, leaving me rather perplexed." Fugaku replied, kneeling before the elder, the Sharingan in his eyes spinning wildly, revealing the turmoil within the youth's heart. "I see. The clansmen must be aware of this situation. I can sense the heavy atmosphere within our grounds." The elder, known as Hitomi, sighed gently. Long before Madara departed from Konoha and Tobirama ascended as the second Hokage, he had foreseen the current plight of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were proud, yet not foolish. Many understood Tobirama's intention in placing the Uchiha in charge of the security forces. However, they dismissed the notion of contesting with Tobirama. To the Uchiha, the power handed to them was something they could seize without hesitation, regardless of its prickly nature. The Uchiha held a deep respect for Tobirama's talents, acknowledging his capabilities wholeheartedly. Yet, the Uchiha underestimated Tobirama's disciples, who viewed the Uchiha as adversaries. The current situation for the Uchiha in Konoha was exceedingly challenging. Any actions taken were magnified and scrutinized. Even the normal execution of their duties in the security forces would invite scorn and derision. Could the Uchiha not perceive the guiding hand behind this? They were aware. Yet the knowledge rendered them powerless, as the village's power center resisted the Uchiha. Perhaps, as their anger continued to mount, the Uchiha would ultimately resort to arms in rebellion. Fugaku understood this precarious situation, which is why he tirelessly sought a way forward for the Uchiha. Hitomi's suggestion for Fugaku to request the village for compensation from the battlefield in the Land of Rain, as well as death benefits for clan members, was a strategic maneuver. The Uchiha had an inseparable bond with the Nico clan, making them one of the wealthiest clans. The meager compensation and task rewards were beneath the Uchiha's notice. Yet Hitomi aimed to enlighten Fugaku on the village's current attitude towards the Uchiha. In Konoha, the Uchiha felt as though they were caged within the village. It was exceedingly difficult for Uchiha ninjas to be approved for deployment to the battlefield, with the rationale always being the necessity of safeguarding Konoha. In this recent campaign in the Land of Rain, only Fugaku, as the clan's minor leader, led fewer than 7 Uchiha members, and tragically, 6 lost their lives. This was not due to a lack of strength. On the contrary, the Uchiha were renowned in the ninja world, where it was said that a single Uchiha Jonin could match 3 Jonin of the same rank in combat. Nevertheless, despite their prowess, those who followed Fugaku into battle still perished, resulting in Fugaku awakening his 3-tomo Sharingan. Each of these Uchiha ninjas had met their end while undertaking perilous missions or in the most treacherous locales of the battlefield. Fugaku, I know you have been tirelessly searching for a way out for the Uchiha, but in your quest, you must grasp who the Uchiha truly confronts. You are still young and endowed with great talent. I firmly believe you can guide the Uchiha down an unprecedented path. Hitomi gently reached out, tapping Fugaku's forehead before letting his arm fall limply. Thank you, Elder Hitomi. Fare thee well. Feeling the lingering warmth of the elder's touch on his forehead, Fugaku rose and stepped outside. Senju clan grounds. Upon returning from the market, Bei Xuan noticed a letter adorned with a ping-pong paddle emblem atop the mailbox at the entrance. Is this an invitation from the Uchiha? Have I come to the wrong place? Bei Xuan took a step back, glancing at the plaque at the entrance inscribed with the characters for Senju, then looked at the letter in his hand, chuckling to himself as he entered the Senju clan grounds. Ah, an invitation from the Uchiha. Bei Xuan handed the groceries to Shoju, who was practicing water release nearby, instructing him to wash the vegetables. He then presented the invitation to Tsunade, who was busy coloring with Hoodie. After giving Bei Xuan the Yang sealing scroll, Tsunade began to develop her own techniques. While assisting Bei Xuan in refining the Yin sealing technique, she had conceived an idea for a new jutsu. Hoodie was specially invited to help her perfect this technique, with a slug serving as a translator, as Tsunade, not being the summoner, could not comprehend Hoodie's speech. The Uchiha? Could this be a mistake? Would they send an invitation to the Senju? Upon hearing the words, Tsunade paused her writing, took the invitation from Bei Xuan's hand, and tore it open to read. Is it really from Senior Tong? She wondered. Should we go? After a brief glance at the invitation, she handed it back to Bei Xuan, who then understood that it was regarding the passing of an elder from the Uchiha clan. In the past, Tsunade would have tossed such an invitation aside without a second thought, despite the long-standing feud between the Uchiha and the Senju being resolved. She still harbored a dislike for the Uchiha clan. However, as Bei Xuan's girlfriend, she now understood his sentiments. He wished for Minato to unite the village as Hokage, and the Uchiha were part of that village. Thus, she entrusted the decision of whether to attend to Bei Xuan. Why not go? It's perfect timing since I don't need to cook tonight. Shinshu, stop washing. We're going out for a feast. Bei Xuan called out to Shinshu, who was diligently washing vegetables, while simultaneously dragging out Minato, who was engrossed in the Flying Thunder God technique, and Kushina, who was being compelled by Bei Xuan to master the 8 trigrams sealing technique. Are you really thinking of bringing everyone along? Tsunade's lips twitched at Bei Xuan's actions. Do you really want the Uchiha to think we can't afford a meal? Bringing a whole group of kids to mooch off them? So what? The invitation doesn't specify how many people can attend, so of course, we go as a group. Bei Xuan replied matter-of-factly. Why should we shy away from a feast? If there's a banquet, why should we cook ourselves? Plus, it's a good opportunity for the little blonde to interact with the Uchiha. I wonder how the old Sarutobi and the one-eyed dragon will react to that. The excited Shinshu ran out to ask, what feast are we having? Chapter 44. Uchiha Clan Grounds. Shinshu stood before the clan grounds, momentarily silent. She then called out to the advancing Bei Xuan. You can't be serious, right? You're bringing me, the great Shinshu, to the Uchiha for a feast. Do you not know the enmity between the Senju and the Uchiha? They are surely going to poison the feast you speak of. Come back with me. Shinshu rushed forward, attempting to pull Bei Xuan back, but no matter how hard she tried, she found she could not budge him. Looking at him, she realized he was silently observing her, as were Tsunade, Minato, and even Kushina. What are you all doing? Am I wrong? Isn't the Uchiha clan made up of wicked individuals? Sister, convince Bei Xuan, Shinshu pleaded, hoping Tsunade would join her in persuading him to leave, as the villagers, including Shinshu, had accepted Bei Xuan as part of the Senju clan, albeit without carrying the Senju name like Tsunade and Shinshu. Shinshu, do you know why I believe you cannot become Hokage? Bei Xuan gently removed Shinshu's grasp from his arm, reached out to catch a leaf blown by the wind, and said earnestly, what does this have to do with becoming Hokage? Aren't you supporting Minato because of your close relationship with him? I will compete fairly with Minato. Shinshu glanced at Minato, dismissively waving her hand, though a hint of melancholy was evident in her eyes. Bei Xuan had already expressed his support for Minato's candidacy for Hokage, and Shinshu had acknowledged this, stating she would compete fairly with Minato. However, the more time she spent with him, the more she recognized the gap between them. His ninjutsu was far superior, and despite being a common ninja, his chakra was nearly equal to hers. Not to mention his formidable formless ninjutsu and effortlessly enhanced shadow shuriken techniques, all of which underscored Minato's extraordinary talent. That is not the case. My support for Minato stems from his essence as Hokage. The Uchiha are a clan that helped establish Konoha alongside the Senju. They are part of Konoha, which signifies kinship. Perhaps the current Uchiha have some barriers with the village, but I believe Minato's ascension to Hokage will bridge those gaps. As for you, on what grounds do you judge the Uchiha based on your previous statements? Even your most despised great-uncle, who abhors the Uchiha, certainly accepts them. You may inherit the name of the Senju of the forest, but Shinshu, as long as you cling to your current mindset, you will lack the qualifications to compete with Minato for Hokage. Now, you can either return to the Senju clan grounds or follow me inside. With that, he turned and walked through the gates of the Uchiha clan grounds, where the guarding Uchiha ninjas respectfully bowed, having just heard Bei Xuan's words. Furthermore, Bei Xuan's reputation had spread among the villagers, who may have regarded him as merely a talented child. However, the Uchiha ninjas understood the true extent of his abilities, especially since this child genuinely accepted the Uchiha. Coupled with Tsunade's presence, the guarding ninjas showed him utmost respect. There is no need to hide. Come out. Upon entering, Bei Xuan called out to a nearby tree. Uchiha Fugaku, clad in black mourning attire, emerged silently, regarding Bei Xuan with a complex expression. When will the banquet commence? I should have arrived quite early, Bei Xuan asked, holding Tsunade's hand while ignoring Fugaku's peculiar gaze. The duo trailing behind, Kushina and Minato, remained quiet, as there was no need for Bei Xuan to announce his support for Minato in front of others. Even Minato felt quite shy about it, and given that Kushina felt uncomfortable entering the Uchiha grounds, he stayed close to her. Banquet refers to the feast, and it will commence after Elder Tong's burial. We appreciate the Senju clan's presence. You may take a moment to rest, Fugaku replied, momentarily taken aback by Bei Xuan's words before quickly grasping their meaning. He shook his head and addressed Bei Xuan. Yes, thank you, young clan leader. One of the guarding ninjas stepped forward to signal that Bei Xuan and his companions should follow him. Wait for me. I'm not with you yet. Shinshu's figure dashed in, and while the guarding Uchiha attempted to stop her, Fugaku held him back. Seeing Shinshu join them, Tsunade's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Knowing Bei Xuan well, she realized that if Shinshu chose to return to the Senju clan grounds, Bei Xuan's future plans would likely exclude her. This was something Tsunade, as an elder sister, wished to avoid. Does the young clan leader mind my speaking freely? Ignoring Shinshu, Bei Xuan turned to Uchiha Fugaku, for he was the host, and it was only right to ask for his permission. Of course, but Lord Bei Xuan, may we speak privately? I have matters I wish to consult you about, Fugaku requested, his expression resolute. I am younger than you, so just call me Bei Xuan. Tsunade, please take them to rest. I will return shortly. Minato, you should come along as well. Kushina will be fine with Tsunade. Bei Xuan acquiesced to Fugaku's request, but called Minato along, and Fugaku made no attempt to stop them. Soon, the three arrived at a high platform within the Uchiha clan grounds, where the scenery stretched out before them. North Shin, do you truly believe that the Uchiha clan is a part of the village? On the high platform, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly as he eagerly fixed his gaze upon North Shin and inquired. Shut your red eyes. There is no need to employ Jinjutsu to validate the truth of my words. I, North Shin, am above such trivial lies. Possessing the golden light curse and the dual cultivation of life, North Xian was impervious to such hypnotic illusions and was indeed not lying. Aware of the inherent flaws within the Uchiha clan, North Xian grasped the metaphorical blade that was the Uchiha, with Minato being the pivotal key. Minato appeared as if endowed with a unique buff, a veritable walking charm of the ninja world, capable of infecting anyone around him. His influence even extending to the leaders of other villages in the later stages. Yet, why is it that the village now seems to conspire against the Uchiha? You witnessed it in the hospital. From the third Hokage to the commoners, there exists a palpable disdain towards the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan whirled frantically as he questioned North Xian, his expression frenzied. As the Uchiha clan's young leader, he keenly observed the ostracism faced by his kin while feeling utterly powerless, as if the Uchiha had fallen into a deadlock. Chapter 45. The Dance of the Absolute Flash 3 Styles, created by the brothers of the Whirlwind Spiral. Uchiha Fugaku exhibited a completely different form of madness to North Xian and Minato, though he had not been in contact with them often. Fugaku had always exuded the demeanor of a scion from a prominent family, maintaining his composure. Yet now, he appeared deranged, his crimson eyes glistening with tears. Prejudices in the human heart resemble a towering mountain. The Uchiha's current plight is not merely due to the third Hokage's animosity. You have been overly proud. Yet not every Uchiha possesses the merit to be proud. While the Uchiha respect the strong, it does not imply that all of them are worthy of the Uchiha name. The dark chakra of the Sharingan amplifies the shadows in one's heart, and those unable to resist this darkness may adopt extreme personalities. These individuals, burdened with the responsibilities of the Konoha Guard, find themselves in dire straits. Their extreme natures, compounded by the antagonism of figures like Danzo, have led the Uchiha to their current predicament. What shall we do, North Xian? Please tell me. The Uchiha have always been a part of the village, and we deserve the treatment we are owed. Uchiha Fugaku approached, grasping North Xian's shoulder as if clutching at straws. Unwilling to witness the Uchiha sacrificing themselves for the village while enduring such unfair treatment. He can resolve your Uchiha's issues, North Xian said, gesturing towards Minato behind him. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan halted, and he turned to look at Minato, who was equally taken aback. Minato, do you have a solution? Fugaku inquired expectantly. Enough, do not question him further. What I meant was, his solution lies in becoming Hokage. I know the Uchiha have always believed that once one of their own becomes Hokage, the issues will be resolved. However, you should recognize that the Uchiha cannot attain the Hokage position now, perhaps in the future, but certainly not at this moment. He is the best candidate, in my opinion, to lead Konoha towards unity. Of course, you may observe Minato for yourself to ascertain if he is as I describe. Nevertheless, I must offer the Uchiha a word of caution. The current Uchiha cannot ascend to the Hokage position. North Xian interjected, halting Minato, who was about to speak. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's Sharingan dimmed, and he fell silent. Furthermore, when has the Uchiha ever needed a Hokage to save themselves? If anyone is targeting the Uchiha, why not confront them directly? For instance, Danzo. After saying this, North Xian turned to leave, with Minato, acting as a mascot, quickly following. Wait, may I spar with Minato? Uchiha Fugaku called after the departing duo, a smirk creeping onto North Xian's face as he turned his back to Fugaku. You guessed correctly. What say you, Minato? Even with such a plan, Minato's opinion could not be overlooked. Fugaku-senpai, let us proceed. Though Minato was still a Chunin, addressing Fugaku, who was already a Jonin, as senpai posed no issue, especially since Fugaku was indeed older. Let us head to the training ground of the Uchiha clan. It lies just below. Fugaku pointed to a spacious area beneath the high platform. At the Uchiha clan's training ground, North Xian waved a small flag created from the golden light curse. Whoosh! Several shuriken shot towards Minato from various angles, while Fugaku charged at Minato, kunai in hand. Minato retaliated by throwing 3 shuriken to intercept Fugaku's, and the two clashed in a physical confrontation. Although Fugaku was a few years older, their physical prowess was evenly matched, with Minato gradually gaining the upper hand as time progressed. Their movements were swift. Fugaku's Sharingan continuously predicted Minato's next strike, allowing him to block effectively. You are formidable. However, if it remains thus, North Xian would never support you in becoming Hokage. With a sweeping kick, they momentarily separated, standing apart. Through their brief exchange of physical techniques, Fugaku gauged Minato's overall strength. Yet he understood that Minato, being Jiraiya's disciple, was not particularly adept in taijutsu, while he himself was naturally a ninjutsu-oriented ninja from the Uchiha clan. Thank you for your compliments, Fugaku-senpai. However, becoming Hokage is my dream. Even if North Xian does not support me, I shall strive towards that goal. Minato's golden hair danced in the wind, his sun-like smile radiating joy. As Fugaku beheld Minato's smile, he began to comprehend why North Xian would choose to support Minato, despite the fact that he too could become Hokage. Then let me witness your true strength. Fire style, dragon flame song. Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing searing flames from his mouth. Now is the time. Whirlwind Spiral Brothers' mutual creation of the absolute, flash, three styles dance. A massive blue spiral began to swirl around Minato's body in response to his shout, forming an enormous sphere reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. North Xian, observing from the sidelines, immediately covered his face. Such a ridiculous name should not have been uttered. Minato should have named it himself. This technique was developed collaboratively by North Xian and Minato, born from a suggestion that Minato lacked powerful defensive ninjutsu. North Xian had drawn inspiration from the Hyuga clan's Byakugan during initial experiments. He had often been injured by the chakra generated from the spirals. Thankfully, due to North Xian's formidable recovery abilities, coupled with his skills as a medical ninja, the two had not perished from their own technique. However, the outcome was favorable. This lengthy named technique possessed the capability to not only inflict damage like the Rasengan, but also to ensnare others. Most importantly, Fugaku's Dragon Flame Song collided with Minato's spiraling technique, which North Xian had temporarily renamed. If he had let Minato name it, it would have been too embarrassing. The continuously spinning Rasengan tore through the fire dragon conjured from flames, enveloping the entire technique in fire. What is this? The Hyuga's Byakugan. No, this is different. Fugaku witnessed his dragon flame being thwarted, and with the presence of the unstable chakra entwined in Minato's technique. The perceptive Uchiha immediately discerned that Minato's jutsu served a purpose beyond mere defense. Water release, water barrier. A colossal curtain of water materialized before Fugaku, and as anticipated, the next moment, the entire spiraling heaven coalesced into a fiery red spiral, clasped firmly in Minato's grasp. Without uttering a word, Minato swiftly hurled the fireball toward the water barrier, instantly enveloping the arena in a dense mist of steam. The spiraling heaven, having absorbed another's ninjutsu and condensed into a Rasengan, was a challenge for even Minato to maintain control over for long. It needed to be released promptly. Chapter 46. Might Guy nearby. Bei Xuan silently observed the clash between the two. How did they come to blows? Tsunade appeared beside Bei Xuan, surprised by the exchange of ninjutsu. Isn't today the funeral of that elder? Isn't it inappropriate to fight in someone else's clan territory against their young leader? What brings you here? Fugaku seeks to transform the Uchiha clan, and I told him that Minato is the key, and then they started fighting. However, Minato's growth has been remarkable. If only he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, capturing the current Fugaku would have been a mere blink. In the arena, after unleashing a barrage of shurikens and shadow clones, Minato had turned the training ground into a landscape of small craters, while Fugaku stood amidst the chaos, disheveled, panting heavily. Sensing a significant chakra surge, I came to investigate. I'm not alone in this. I suspect the third Hokage is also watching through his spying techniques. Tsunade was correct. After the explosive confrontation between Minato and Fugaku, news of their battle reached Hiruzen's desk. The third Hokage fixated intently on the crystal ball depicting Minato, occasionally glancing at Bei Xuan, who was serving as a judge. The Uchiha had indeed sent an invitation to Hiruzen's, which he declined, citing pressing governmental affairs. Yet Tsunade had unexpectedly brought several individuals to the Uchiha clan. Prepare a modest gift for the Uchiha clan, and convey that although I am busy with state matters, I still mourn the passing of Hitomi. Hiruzen's declared to the air, and moments later, a figure darted from the Hokage building. I concede, Bei Xuan was right, Fugaku remarked, observing the growing crowd, as he lowered his kunai and addressed Minato. Only Fugaku understood the extent of his efforts for the Uchiha clan. Despite this, he had not elicited Minato's full potential. As Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had refrained from utilizing summoning techniques throughout their duel. Your strength is formidable, Senior Fugaku. I appreciate your guidance. Minato replied, dispersing the Rasengan in his hand and smiling at Fugaku. In that case, Minato is the victor of this skirmish. Fugaku, let us depart. The feast should be commencing soon, and I am famished. Ha ha ha. Bei Xuan stepped forward, placing a hand on Fugaku's shoulder, transmitting a surge of vitality that calmed Fugaku's turbulent chakra. Sensing the comfort in his body and the refreshing sensation in his eyes, which had grown sore from prolonged combat, Fugaku gazed at Bei Xuan in astonishment. What is it? Well known as my role as a medical ninja, it was merely a simple treatment. Fugaku looked at Bei Xuan, who beamed at him, and felt a resolution solidify within. After their meal, Bei Xuan and Tsunade were escorted by Fugaku through the streets of Konoha. Minato, Kushina, and Shoten were sent back to practice ninjutsu by Bei Xuan, who preferred to avoid any unwanted company. Your bold engagement with the Uchiha may attract Danzo's ire once more. Tsunade was aware of the previous incident when root ninjas invited Bei Xuan to meet Danzo, only to find themselves bound by golden threads. Furthermore, Bei Xuan had shared with Tsunade all the sordid deeds of Konoha's leadership. Had Bei Xuan not intervened, Tsunade would have likely stormed into the Hokage's office to confront Hiruzen's. Sometimes, Tsunade's disposition rendered her intellect merely decorative, yet she constantly berated Shoten for his lack of foresight. It matters not. I harbor no concerns about their retribution, especially with you by my side, Princess Tsunade. Bei Xuan arched an eyebrow at Tsunade. Ever since the news spread throughout the shinobi world of Bei Xuan's stalemate against Hanzo of the Salamander, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had promptly bestowed upon Tsunade the title of Princess of the Land of Fire's Slugs. Though it was merely a title, few dared risk assassinating her, considering the weight it carried in the shinobi realm. Tsunade had been proclaimed a princess at birth, albeit without a formal title. And now the daimyo had rectified this oversight. Ugh, blame my uncle. That absurd title is utterly humiliating. Tsunade sighed, aware that her close kinship with the current daimyo caused Hiruzen's to send her to the daimyo's estate whenever Konoha required funds. As Bei Xuan prepared to tease Tsunade further, a figure clad in green attire entered his line of sight, accompanied by a baby swathed in fabric and bound by a rope. Bei Xuan immediately recognized this as Might Gai's father, Might Due. Most likely, the infant was the very child who almost kicked the conclusion out of the story. However, Might Due seemed distressed, clutching a tattered wallet as he hesitated before a baby goods shop. Feel free to enter if you wish to buy something. I can assist you with anything you do not understand. Additionally, binding the baby this tightly is not advisable. Bei Xuan could ascertain the contents of Might Due's wallet with a mere glance. Though it was not substantial, it sufficed for purchasing common baby supplies. Do you know him? Tsunade approached, glancing at the baby behind Might Due, questioning Bei Xuan. The man appeared unfamiliar. Surely Bei Xuan didn't he lack acquaintances from before his arrival? Sort of. He is a remarkably talented taijutsu ninja. Tsunade-sama. Then you must be Bei Xuan Dano. It is an honor. Might Due recognized Tsunade immediately, for in Konoha, if one did not know Tsunade, it was akin to advertising one's treachery. Is this your child? Where is his mother? Bei Xuan extended a finger. A flicker of blue luminescence danced upon it, gently tapping the infant's forehead, imparting a fragment of gentle vitality into the child. The sleeping infant, stirred by the warmth, emitted a few soft sounds. Even that rough-looking guy has become quite adorable. Observing the infant's expressions, Bei Xuan couldn't help but glance at Tsunade, pondering that, barring any unforeseen events, she too might one day nurture a child. Thank you, Bei Xuan Dano. Might Due, initially stiff at Bei Xuan's gesture, relaxed upon feeling the comforting aura emanating from Bei Xuan's fingertip. Do not mention it. Let us proceed inside and purchase some items for the child. His diaper is long overdue for a change. Bei Xuan led Tsunade into the shop first, not inquiring about the whereabouts of the child's mother. Some detail spoke volumes, and there was no need to unearth another scars. Welcome to our store, Lady Tsunade. How may I assist you both? The proprietor approached as Bei Xuan and Tsunade entered, only to recognize Tsunade, and his expression instantly shifted to one of understanding as he noted their intertwined hands. Chapter 47. Training in Taijutsu. This scene caused even the usually carefree Tsunade to feel a tinge of embarrassment. She thought to herself, look at how young Bei Xuan is. If one were to purchase items, shouldn't it be after they have actually given birth to a baby? Tsunade firmly grasped Bei Xuan's hand, her irritation directed at the mischievous boy who had entered a baby store for no reason. It's not for us. It's for a friend of mine. Please help him recommend some essential baby items. Bei Xuan released his hand, which had turned slightly red from Tsunade's grip, and stepped aside to point out Mado Dai, who had ultimately joined them. Hello. I'm here to buy some items suitable for infants. Mado Dai approached, appearing somewhat shy. Quite unlike his boisterous self in the original story. Ah, I see. Please wait a moment. Is the baby a boy? The shopkeeper, realizing that it was not Bei Xuan and Tsunade making the purchase, felt a flicker of disappointment, but quickly turned to gather the appropriate baby items. Meanwhile, Bei Xuan stood beside Mado Dai, playfully entertaining Mado Kai, who had just awoken and was curiously gazing around. With Mado Kai's birth, it would not be long before Kakashi and Shin Uchiha would also welcome their children. Tsunade had previously mentioned that White Fang would be returning to the village. Tsunade, do you think our future children will be adorable? Bei Xuan's query caused Tsunade, who was examining baby clothes, to blush profusely, turning to deliver a light punch to Bei Xuan's head. You're still just a child. Can you not think about such things? Bei Xuan rubbed the spot where Tsunade had struck him. This time, she had not hit him with much force, suggesting that she was somewhat looking forward to it as well. At that moment, the shopkeeper finished preparing Mado Dai's purchases. How much do these cost? Mado Dai inquired, holding the packaged items in one hand and retrieving his wallet with the other. 17,000 Rio in total. But since you're friends with Lady Tsunade and Lord Bei Xuan, I can let you have them for 13,000. Thank you. Mado Dai immediately bowed in gratitude, causing Mado Kai, who had been secured on his back, to tumble off. Oh no. Mado Dai sensed his son slipping and turned to catch him, only to see a cradle formed of golden light gently catch Mado Kai, rocking him softly. Dai-senpai, as a father, you must protect your child properly. Here, Bei Xuan said with a smile, maneuvering the cradle to Mado Dai. Tears welled in Mado Dai's eyes as he gazed at his son, safe and sound within the cradle. Lord Bei Xuan, I cannot accept such a title as senpai. Thank you for saving my son. Mado Dai expressed his profound gratitude, gently cradling Mado Kai. There's nothing to accept. Just pay for the items first, and we can discuss your matters later. Bei Xuan patted Tsunade's hand, who had been casting curious glances at him ever since he had addressed Mado Dai as senpai. Tsunade understood Bei Xuan well. He would not simply accompany someone to a baby goods store without reason. Lord Bei Xuan, I'm ready, Mado Dai announced. Having replaced Mado Kai with the purchased items secured on his back, while Mado Kai rested tenderly in his arms. Let us go, Bei Xuan said as the three of them strolled down the street. Bei Xuan occasionally purchasing snacks that Tsunade favored, while Mado Dai followed closely behind. Once they exited the baby goods store, Bei Xuan did not utter a word to Mado Dai, who also remained silent, quietly trailing behind. They continued until they reached the entrance of the Sinju clan compound. Just as Mado Dai hesitated to enter, Bei Xuan's voice rang in his ears. Dai-senpai, come in and have something to eat. I brought back plenty of snacks. Minato, Shoto, come out and greet our guests. Soon, they found themselves seated at a familiar table, enjoying the snacks Bei Xuan had brought. However, Mado Dai appeared somewhat awkward in his seat. At that moment, Mado Kai was peacefully asleep in the cradle conjured by Bei Xuan's golden magic. Hey, Bei Xuan, who is this guy in green? I've never seen him before, Shoto asked, his mouth full of skewered dumplings. Shoto, I am your brother-in-law. Show some respect. This is Dai-senpai, whom I've invited to help train you all in taijutsu, particularly you. The formidable physique of the Sinju clan is being wasted as mere chakra batteries. Your taijutsu is abysmal. As soon as Bei Xuan finished speaking, Mado Dai sprang to his feet. Lord Bei Xuan, I am merely a genin. I am not qualified to teach your friends. I must apologize, Lord Bei Xuan. You must have made a mistake. I will take my leave. Mado Dai panicked upon realizing he was meant to assist in training the Sinju clan, knowing well that Tsunade's reputation extended beyond her medical ninjutsu. She was also renowned as the strongest taijutsu practitioner in Konoha, and Mado Dai would not dare to assist Shoto in training while Tsunade was present. Dai-senpai, please sit down. This is not a pro bono arrangement. I will compensate you monthly at the rate of an A-rank mission. Furthermore, with Kai just born, now is the time when financial support is most needed. Don't you wish to provide him with a better life? Bei Xuan, what do you mean? My taijutsu may be lacking, but I won't be outdone by a mere genin. And why can't I learn from my sister? Before Mado Dai could respond, Shoto interjected, feeling targeted upon hearing that Mado Dai was only a genin. Shut up. Dai-senpai can defeat you with ease without exerting himself, and you have delusions of grandeur. Dai-senpai is here to train both you and Minato. If Kushina wishes to, she may also join Dai-senpai's lessons after completing her sealing jutsu curriculum. Dai-senpai, what do you think? If you agree, I can increase your compensation, but you'll need to move to the Sinju clan compound for better training. Meanwhile, Minato observed Mato die with keen interest, realizing that Bei Xuan would not have brought a mere genin for such an important task, especially since he addressed him with the honorific senpai. I don't want to learn. The sealing jutsu is already overwhelming. How could I possibly handle taijutsu as well? Kushina complained, feeling overwhelmed by the sealing jutsu alone and not wanting to take on additional training. Tsunade and Hoodie are of the same type of Pokemon, so it's no surprise they can learn your sealing jutsu. Pikachu only knows lightning release and a few other abilities. Are you seriously considering teaching Pikachu sealing jutsu? Bei Xuan looked at Kushina, who was engrossed in her snacks, feeling somewhat exasperated. This fiery-haired girl was truly something. How could she think that Pikachu, not a deity, could learn sealing jutsu? However, from Kushina's words, it was evident that Tsunade and Hoodie had been learning sealing jutsu quite successfully. Chapter 48. Changes in the Wetbone Forest. While Bei Xuan and Kushina were engaged in casual conversation, Shoto slammed the table and pointed at Mato Dai, shouting, "Green-skinned creature. I challenge you to a taijutsu duel." Bei Xuan watched as Shoto stood up suddenly, a few question marks floating above his head. Was Shoto truly foolish? Or was he just pretending? Let him try. Bei Xuan was also curious to see the ninja who inspired such respect in Shoto. With both of them present, it would be difficult for Shoto to fail. Tsunade crossed her arms, a playful smile on her face. Given Bei Xuan's regard for Mato Dai, she understood that this genin's strength was no ordinary matter, and it would be a good opportunity for Shoto to temper his attitude. Recently, Shinshu has acquired some of his Great Uncle's ninjutsu and the forbidden techniques rewarded by the third Hokage, and he has become somewhat overconfident, making it an opportune moment to refine his skills. Might Guy hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the cradle where Kai lay, gritted his teeth, and agreed. 3 minutes later, Shinshu was seated at the table, obediently accepting Tsunade's treatment. Since you've agreed, go back and gather your belongings. You will be residing in the Senju clan territory for an extended period. I entrust these two to you. Do not hold back. Train them at your own pace. Bei Xuan handed Kai over to Might Guy. While it may be inconvenient for Might Guy to manage his belongings with Kai in tow, he could not leave Kai behind in the Senju territory. The two clans had not yet established enough rapport for Might Guy to feel comfortable taking Kai personally, which would also provide him with a sense of security. As Might Guy departed, Tsunade immediately confronted Bei Xuan. How do you know this person? His strength appears to be at the level of a jonin. Currently, Shinshu has also reached the jonin level, even in a mere taijutsu match. He should not be overpowered by a chunin. Furthermore, Tsunade could discern that Might Guy was undoubtedly carrying weights. He is a pure taijutsu ninja and knows no ninjutsu. However, to underestimate Tsunade simply because she is a jonin would be a grave mistake. In a straightforward bout, one might succeed, but in a life-or-death struggle, fewer than 5 in Konoha could claim victory over him. Remembering the original story where Might Guy outmaneuvered the 7 ninja swordsmen and nearly kicked Kai into the conclusion, Bei Xuan felt a profound respect for the Might family. The 8 Gates technique, while capable of unleashing tremendous power in a short span, requires relentless training to maintain. Bei Xuan does not believe he can consistently hone his body year after year, keeping it in an active state. Thus, he has no desire to learn the 8 Gates technique. If it were as simple as merely learning it to unleash power at will, Konoha would have been invincible long ago. Is he truly that formidable? Then why is he still a chunin? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. She could see that Might Guy's life was quite frugal, and Bei Xuan was able to have him train Shinshu and Minato only because he was financially supporting him. Perhaps he does not wish to reveal his true strength, Bei Xuan replied, shaking his head. Although there had been speculation online that one must master ninjutsu to qualify for the chunin exams, with Might Guy's strength, he could easily disperse any chunin ninjutsu with a single kick. Moreover, if Might Guy desired to become a jonin, he could simply approach the third Hokage to demonstrate his prowess, and he would likely be promoted immediately. It can only be said that Might Guy does not wish to showcase his strength. What a peculiar individual. However, it is truly commendable for Shinshu to have such an excellent teacher. I appreciate your efforts. Consider it a reward that I shall not gamble tonight, Tsunade exclaimed, patting Bei Xuan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Bei Xuan silently bit into a skewer of meatballs, finding the reward quite delightful. By the way, the Sage of Slugs wants you to visit the Wetbone Forest. Your Pokémon have undergone some changes, and she believes it is imperative for you to be informed. Additionally, the third Hokage has asked Shinshu to send word that we are to report to the Hokage building tomorrow. It is highly likely that we are being dispatched to the battlefield. Currently, The front lines of the Wind and Fire Nations' war have stabilized since Hatake Tsukumo has withdrawn, and Chiyo has ceased her madness to develop new poisons. The antidotes left by Tsunade are no longer sufficient against the new generation of toxins, so it is only a matter of time before she is called to the front lines. Understood. I also need to check on them. Hoodie mentioned that they have changed significantly. Long before Bei Xuan summoned all his Pokémon to the Wetbone Forest, he had intended for them to learn alongside the Sage of Slugs. Occasionally, he would have Hoodie bring back scrolls of ninjutsu and secret techniques for the Pokémon to study. Though Hoodie mentioned that the learning process was quite arduous, some companions had indeed mastered ninjutsu, albeit through their own unique energy methods. Having instructed Hoodie to return to the Wetbone Forest to perform the reverse summoning technique, a cloud of smoke enveloped Bei Xuan, and he appeared in the Wetbone Forest. Is this the Wetbone Forest? Bei Xuan marveled at the significantly transformed environment, which had shed its former disarray and dampness, revealing a vast lake at its center. He could see several Magikarp and Gyarados swimming about, along with other water-type Pokémon. The trees, which had previously been mere trunks, were now lush with green leaves. In the distance, the Sage of Slugs was teaching several enormous Pokémon. Sage of Slugs, what is happening? How have the Axu and Gumi grown so large? Bei Xuan approached. Astonished at the size of the now massive Axu and Gumi, their frames nearly rivaling that of Gamabunta. Roar! The Axu and Gumi joyfully bounded towards Bei Xuan, nuzzling him with their large heads. All right. Now that you've become so formidable, you cannot continue to nudge me as you did before. Bei Xuan floated beside the Axu, stroking its head, feeling the sharpness of its dual blades as he drew near. Sage of Slugs, what has happened to them? Bei Xuan questioned, calming several Pokémon while looking at the sage with curiosity. Little Bei Xuan can even fly now. That is quite impressive. They have grown this way because I taught them how to harness natural energy. Surprisingly, their inherent energy closely resembles natural energy, allowing these highly gifted summoning beasts to quickly learn to utilize it. Consequently, their sizes have increased dramatically, although some who have mastered natural energy remain unchanged. I apologize, Little Bei Xuan, for your summoning beasts becoming like this. At this moment, the Sage of Slugs had grown significantly larger than when Bei Xuan last visited, likely due to absorbing the slugs scattered throughout the Wetbone Forest. Chapter 49, Head of the Medical Department. The Sage of Slugs' words caught Bei Xuan off guard. This transformation was evidently a positive development, and he was grateful that she could teach the Pokémon Sage arts. No need for apologies, Sage. I am grateful that they can learn Sage arts and master natural energy, and I appreciate your efforts in transforming the Wetbone Forest into its current state. The Wetbone Forest had not only gained new trees and a large lake. Bei Xuan sensed that in the easternmost part of the forest, ground and fire-type Pokémon now resided there. The environment there had also been entirely transformed, devoid of the Wetbone Forest's previous dampness. Living alone in the Wetbone Forest has always been lonely, and the arrival of these children has brought me immense happiness. Their diverse energies have also benefited me greatly. As for the environment, I proactively assisted in altering it. The Wetbone Forest's conditions were not very accommodating for some of the children, necessitating change. Moreover, I have a fondness for these pure-hearted and kind children. They possess qualities that are truly endearing. I also thank Bei Xuan for introducing me to this delightful group. The Sage of Slugs' voice remained as gentle as ever. They truly are wonderful. Nevertheless, I extend my gratitude to you for your care over them. Should you require my assistance in any capacity, please feel free to ask, and I shall do my utmost to help. Bei Xuan smiled, seated atop the Axu's head, caressing its rough skin. How is little Bei Xuan's Sage arts training progressing? The research has progressed, yet Tsunade mentioned that we will soon return to the battlefield, which is likely to hinder our training pace. Currently, Bei Xuan has mastered the Yang Sealing technique and can activate the Golden Light Sage mode at will. This unique Sage mode, which combines natural energy with the Golden Light incantation, is referred to as the Golden Light Sage mode by Bei Xuan. In this state, Bei Xuan bears a striking resemblance to the Left Path Master who has activated the Reverse Life Triple, albeit lacking the ability to vaporize. However, the Golden Light envelopes him, condensing all characteristics into a mist-like aura. Little Bei Xuan should exercise caution and, if necessary, summon the assistance of these children, as they are now capable of aiding you. As the Slug Sage finished speaking, several Pokémon nearby immediately began performing fitness exercises, indicating their current strength. They have always been able to assist me, and I have unwavering faith in this fact. The power of Pokémon is not simply about spewing fire or spitting water. Bei Xuan has always believed that their strength is boundless, and he too possesses such power. In Konoha village, within the Hokage building, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and placed his pipe on the table, but before he could speak, Tsunade interrupted him. Old man, can you refrain from smoking that wretched pipe while Bei Xuan and I are here? Tsunade waved away the smoke in front of her, expressing her impatience towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every time she entered the Hokage's office, it was suffocating with smoke. Cough, 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 I'm used to it. According to intelligence from the front lines, the battlefield has been increasingly elongated by the third Kazekage, and Chiyo has developed a new generation of poison. The ninjas at the front are facing numerous constraints, so I intend to send you to lead Bei Xuan's team to the battlefield. After Shomo returns to Konoha, we will need excellent medical ninjas like you and Bei Xuan stationed at the front. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed awkwardly. Tsunade had never been one to spare him any dignity, but her recent irritability was particularly pronounced. The Wind Country's front has been extended? Are they trying to avoid direct confrontation? Quite a clever strategy. However, with Orochimaru at the front, even if the lines are drawn out, there shouldn't be such significant losses. So, what has transpired at the front? Why are there so many casualties among the ninjas? Where is Orochimaru? Tsunade frowned. Even if Chiyo had developed new poisons, she, having worked alongside Orochimaru for many years, understood that he would never choose to engage in a battle with such high casualties before making an appearance at the front. Yesterday, Shomo had provided her with not just orders, but also a request from the frontline medical unit, indicating that the number of casualties had exceeded what the medical department could currently handle. Such losses could not be dismissed lightly with Sarutobi Hiruzen's casual remark about constraints. The current commander of the battlefield is the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, who, due to some command errors, fell into the enemy's trap, resulting in significant casualties. Hence, there is an urgent need for you and Bei Xuan at the battlefield. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, the nearby Tsunade spoke, subtly downplaying the losses caused by Danzo's blunders. Danzo, what about Orochimaru? What about Narashikaku? A man who has lost more battles than he has won knows nothing of battlefield strategy. Don't tell me this was your plan. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk in anger, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bei Xuan had shared many of Konoha's sordid affairs with her, most of which were inextricably linked to Danzo. Furthermore, Danzo had commanded various battles during the First Shinobi World War, all of which had resulted in significant losses. It was outrageous that Sarutobi Hiruzen would entrust command to such a failure when individuals like Narashikaku and Orochimaru were present. Tsunade, Danzo is the Hokage's advisor of Konoha. He is your teacher's contemporary. Everything he does is for Konoha's sake. Please show him the respect he deserves. Moreover, this is the Hokage's office. It is not a place for you to act recklessly. Tsunade's adversary, Tsunade's immediate subordinate, immediately interjected, asserting that while Danzo's recent failures were considerable, they were not insurmountable, and she could not tolerate Tsunade's arrogance in the Hokage building. Furthermore, she had always obstructed her authority within the medical department. On the surface, Tsunade was the head of the medical department, but since Tsunade's arrival, everything had changed. All medical ninjas, except for Tsunade's own confidants, began to rally around Tsunade and that little Bei Xuan. Consequently, Tsunade had to exert much more effort to conceal any private dealings, since that little brat had always been attentive to the medical department's finances. This naturally crossed Tsunade's line, making her exceedingly displeased with Tsunade and viewing Bei Xuan as an eyesore. And you are? Before Tsunade could respond, Bei Xuan glanced at Tsunade and inquired. I am the head of the medical department in Konoha and your direct superior. As a disciple of Hiruzen and my subordinate, you should address me as Lady Shorin. Tsunade coldly demanded that Bei Xuan change his address upon realizing his rudeness. Ah, so you are the one embezzling funds from our department? You may be unattractive, but your actions are quite flamboyant. Moreover, I am not a disciple of the third Hokage. I am of the same generation as Tsunade. Certified by Granny Mido as Tsunade's future spouse. Chapter 50. Just displaying ninjutsu as soon as Bei Xuan's words left his mouth. Tsunade's subordinate's expression changed dramatically as she turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head, lost in thought. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade, control your child bride. Hiruzen, you can't possibly believe this hairless little brat, can you? Boom. Tsunade swung her fist down in front of Tsunade's subordinate, her knuckles mere inches from her forehead. The fierce wind from her punch stung Tsunade's face. As a disciple of the second Hokage, she possessed the strength of a jonin. However, having lived in comfort for many years, she had long lost that strength. Even if Tsunade were at her peak, she would not be able to withstand a single blow from Tsunade, who had already surpassed the level of a Kage. Old hag, you'd best keep your mouth clean. Next time, I can't guarantee it won't actually land on your head. Tsunade retracted her fist, coldly staring at the dazed Tsunade's subordinate. As a cacophony of bird calls erupted in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rose, unleashing his own aura. Everyone, calm down. Tsunade, your temper hasn't changed over the years. I will investigate the matter regarding Tsunade that Bei Xuan mentioned. Bei Xuan cease. At that moment, Bei Xuan's hands crackled with lightning, creating a chorus of bird-like sounds as the air was agitated. I merely wish to showcase my self-created ninjutsu to Our Lady Tsunade. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Bei Xuan dissipated the lightning in his hands, smiling at the now frozen Tsunade's subordinate. I leave the matters at the front lines to you all. I have ordered that the overall commander at the front be reassigned to Narashikaku. Furthermore, the use of ninjutsu is strictly prohibited in the Hokage's office. Bei Xuan, remember to demonstrate your ninjutsu in a different location next time. You may leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained stern as he gestured for Tsunade and Bei Xuan to exit, not mentioning the incident with Tsunade's subordinate. Tsunade cast a disappointed glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before pulling Bei Xuan out of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, this is your student, and that little brat could easily be ordered to be apprehended. Once Tsunade and the others had left, Tsunade's subordinate immediately began to complain to Sarutobi Hiruzen, resulting in another chorus of bird calls echoing through the Hokage building. Tsunade's subordinate quickly shut her mouth, nervously watching Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old hag. Having dispelled the Chidori, Bei Xuan turned back to mock the Hokage building. The old man is increasingly muddled, and it is perplexing that such individuals can remain in positions of power. Tsunade's heart was far from tranquil. Hearing it from Bei Xuan was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different affair. Once Minato comes of age and assumes the mantle of Hokage, everything will change. And with the two of us here, they cannot harm Konoha without facing our resistance. On this battlefield, if Danzo causes trouble, he should be dealt with decisively. Such a menace does not merit any leniency. Bei Xuan gently reassured Tsunade, fully aware of her deep affection for Konoha, and thus he was willing to assist her in transforming it. However, altering Konoha was not merely a matter of senseless violence. That would only render him a destructive force, a mere deterrent. The true catalyst for change in Konoha would be Minato, the charming enigma. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, the ever-determined Tsunade was lamenting her woes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. Will you not intervene in such matters? Be quiet. You know better than I the veracity of the medical department's issues. Do not provoke Tsunade or Bei Xuan. They are beyond your reach at this moment. Sarutobi reprimanded her, his expression stern. He was well aware of what his old friends were up to behind closed doors. He simply chose to turn a blind eye. After all, the Sarutobi clan also required him to navigate certain matters discreetly, but Tsunade's identity was too sensitive. Inciting her would bring no benefit to Konoha, the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages, a princess designated by the current feudal lord of the Fire Country and related to the lord himself. Konoha was currently at war and depended on the feudal lord's funding. If Tsunade's issues were brought to the lord's attention, would Konoha even be able to continue this war? Could the Uzumaki family provide the necessary funds? Leave. In the future, it would be best to handle such matters discreetly. As for the medical department, it is best you stay out of it. You and Enko should negotiate on your own. I am weary. With that, Sarutobi closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, dismissing Tsunade's concerns. His thoughts were occupied by Bei Xuan's visage and the lightning that danced in his hands. At that moment, Tsunade stood before a casino. Her expression darkened as this was the third establishment she had visited, all of which were closed. Her mood soured further. While it was understandable for casinos to shut down during wartime, it was nonetheless infuriating. All right, let us return home. I will teach you a new gambling game. If you must lose, better to lose to me than to others. Bei Xuan sighed at Tsunade's demeanor, bemused by her persistent gambling habit. Despite her losses, she seemed unable to break free from this vice. It was no exaggeration to say that the money Tsunade had squandered thus far could build half a village's worth of houses, complete with furnishings. What kind of gambling game? You can gamble? Are you capable? Tsunade shot him a skeptical glance, her disbelief evident. Having spent considerable time with Bei Xuan, she had never seen him demonstrate any understanding of gambling. Even the dice games at home had required her explanation for him to grasp. You will know once we get home. But does Konoha have a printing shop? I could create something to alleviate your fatigue on the battlefield. Bei Xuan stroked his chin, pondering whether such a shop existed in Konoha. The gambling method he referred to was, of course, a version of poker, a game known throughout the lands. There were countless regional variations of poker, but the most widely recognized was undoubtedly Do Di Zhu. It seems there is one near the eastern side of the village, close to a casino. Hurry and tell me about this gambling game. Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clung to Bei Xuan's arm, her developing form pressing against him, leaving him utterly disarmed by her charm. Ultimately, Bei Xuan meticulously explained the poker format and the rules of Do Di Zhu, while other variations remained unknown to him, as he had never played cards before his travels. It sounds intriguing. You wait at home. I will fetch the cards. I believe there is a place that sells flower cards. We can modify them. With that, Tsunade dashed off, her enthusiasm carrying her away. Chapter 51. Do Di Zhu. Bei Xuan stood silently, watching the street where Tsunade had vanished. He was uncertain whether sharing the concept of playing cards with her was a boon or a bane. He shook his head in resignation. Despite their time together, he had yet to adapt to her spirited nature. Upon returning to the Sinnoh clan, Bei Xuan found only Kushina present. Beside her, the already slumbering Might Guy. Have they gone to train in taijutsu? Bei Xuan surmised, recognizing the reason for the sparse presence at the Sinnoh compound. Yes, that burly uncle arrived right after you left, and took Shodai and Minato out for a run. They are reportedly running laps around Konoha, Kushina replied, her small face etched with worry. The thought of them running several laps around such a vast village was daunting. They will be fine. Dai-sensei knows his limits and has some faith in Minato. But are you worried about Minato? What about Shodai? Bei Xuan teased, raising an eyebrow, amused that Kushina, untouched by hardships, was already so concerned for Minato, hinting that their relationship was blossoming. What? Kushina, at a loss for words, seized the nearby Pikachu and began to squeeze it affectionately. All right. I am not mocking you. Just put Pikachu down. He is too young to endure such treatment. However, since you are alone here, prepare yourself for a different kind of torment. What? Before Kushina could inquire further, Tsunade entered, a bag in hand. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I brought back the playing cards. Since Kushina is here, would you like to join us? This is a new game devised by Bei Xuan, Tsunade exclaimed, producing a small box from the bag and waving it at Kushina. Sure, but I haven't finished my sealing techniques for today, Kushina replied, glancing furtively at Bei Xuan, as her daily sealing tasks were assigned by him. Oh, one day without learning is no problem, and we will soon be heading to the battlefield. You will have plenty of time to study then, won't you, little rascal? Tsunade shot Bei Xuan a look that seemed to say, if you dare hinder my gambling, you will regret it. Take a break, balance work and rest. Bei Xuan had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes. Are we really going to the battlefield again? Does that mean I will be left behind once more? Tsunade, can I come too? I am quite capable now. Kushina's attention was fully captured by Tsunade's mention of the battlefield. Each time they left for war, she was left alone in Konoha, and while Pikachu kept her company, it was still rather dull. Kushina, your situation is quite special, and I cannot take you to the battlefield. I am sorry. Tsunade's heart softened as she observed the hopeful look on Kushina's face, her desire to gamble momentarily fading. As Kushina stands as the successor of Tsunade, the latter has always regarded Kushina as her younger sister. However, Kushina's identity as the host of the Nine Tails is undeniably sensitive. Any misfortune that befalls her on the battlefield would be a tremendous loss for Konoha, which cannot afford to lose the deterrent presence of the Nine Tails at this time. Once you are able to control the Nine Tails chakra freely, you can go wherever you please. This is my promise to you, but it requires your collaboration with Minato. Noticing Kushina's despondence, Bei Xuan spoke words of comfort, assuring her that by the time she could wield the Nine Tails chakra with ease, Minato would certainly have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, no matter what situation Kushina encounters, with Minato by her side, her life would be safeguarded. Furthermore, Bei Xuan believed that by then, his own strength would have reached remarkable heights. One could imagine that a rampaging Nine Tails, sealed away, could be handled effortlessly, and even now, Bei Xuan was not concerned about Kushina losing control. As long as she does not enter her complete form, he could easily manage any other state. Entering the complete form is currently beyond Bei Xuan's capabilities. Although the golden light spell can transform things, it does not extend to the absurdity of condensing into a complete Sinnoh. If he could truly condense a Sinnoh in the golden light spell version, Bei Xuan's prowess would have long since been sufficient to shatter the ninja world with a single blow. After all, the true strength of the golden light spell lies in the dual cultivation of life, rather than the golden light itself, which is merely an extension of this technique. Alright, enough with the gloom. Why not try the poker that Bei Xuan has devised? I assure you, it's quite entertaining, Tsunade said, pulling the still sorrowful Kushina into her embrace, as she began explaining the rules of the modified flower card poker. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she would turn to Bei Xuan for clarification. Soon, both of them grasped one of the fundamental games, Do Di Zhu. Shall I deal the cards now? Bei Xuan inquired, holding the deck in front of the two, who had a large box filled with cash before them. The money belonged to Kushina, who had accumulated the earnings from an entire commercial street in Konoha, which Mito had requested from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage did not dare refuse, as he needed to provide an explanation to Mito regarding the extermination of the Uzumaki clan. It was merely one street, so he relented. As for Tsunade's money, well, that was understood. Deal the cards. Let me show you my unbeatable gambling skills, Tsunade declared confidently, feeling she had completely mastered the intricacies of Do Di Zhu, believing that defeating Bei Xuan and Kushina would be a breeze. Yes, deal away, Kushina echoed with equal confidence, clutching a Pikachu plush, her spirit ignited. This simple card game was far easier than the intricate sealing techniques. An hour later, Tsunade stared blankly at the now empty box, while Kushina sat in silence beside her. That scoundrel Bei Xuan, did you cheat? Tsunade accused, pointing at Bei Xuan, who was busy organizing the spoils sealed to his wrist, her teeth clenched in frustration. I am the landlord. And for you to play a three of a kind, Kushina, you could easily toss out a royal flush. Do you really think I had to cheat? Bei Xuan replied, suddenly realizing that Tsunade's continuous losses were not merely due to luck. Her confident gambling techniques were causing him a headache. Using every trick in the book, playing dirty, swapping cards, concealing cards, she still ended up losing everything, aside from her unfortunate luck of drawing poor cards. Moreover, Tsunade's erratic playstyle allowed Kushina to throw down a royal flush against her three of a kind, leaving Tsunade with a handful of cards locked by Bei Xuan's 4 twos. Chapter 52. The future of Shoru. Having lost spectacularly, Tsunade and Kushina resolved to strategize together, uniting against the formidable Bei Xuan. Just as they were deep in discussion, Dai entered, carrying Shoru and Minato like two little chicks. Dai-senpai, Lord Bei Xuan. Upon setting Shoru and Minato down on a chair, Dai promptly bowed to Bei Xuan. Did I not say? Just call me Bei Xuan, Dai-senpai. You make me feel quite awkward. Are these two really that weak? A few laps and they're finished? Bei Xuan nudged the limp Shoru with his foot. Given Shoru's Senju lineage, he should not have been in such a state, and Minato, despite his strong physique, was equally lifeless, piquing Bei Xuan's curiosity. Yes, young Master Bei Xuan, they were inspired by the weights I was wearing during their run, so they donned weights themselves. I have checked their physiques, this will not harm them. You can rest easy, young Master Bei Xuan, and they are indeed well suited for physical training, showing significant progress. Their future potential is undoubtedly limitless. Although Dai had changed his address from Lord Bei Xuan to young Master Bei Xuan, he was not exaggerating about the two lying down. They were indeed the most talented individuals he had encountered in terms of physical training, demonstrating remarkable adaptability and effortlessly surpassing their physical limits. Dai had come to realize what true talent meant, his gaze turning to Kai, who was in a crib nearby, filled with expectation. He believed that his future child would not fall short of them by much. Do not worry. Even if there are any injuries from training, with Tsunade and me around, it will be fine. However, Dai, I need to discuss something with you. The third Hokage has notified us that our team is to provide support on the front lines. So their training will have to pause temporarily, but I will still compensate them. Additionally, I would like to ask Dai-senpai to remain in the Senju clan's territory to look after Kushina. Her identity is unique, and she may encounter dangers even within the village. Upon our return, I would also appreciate it if you could continue training them. Kushina had experience being kidnapped in the original storyline, and Bei Xuan could not recall the details, only that Minato had rescued her. With the plot now having taken a completely different course, there was no telling if that scenario would still occur, hence Bei Xuan's request for Dai's protection over Kushina. With Dai's safeguarding, it seemed unlikely that anyone could harm her. Young Master Bei Xuan, you are too polite. This is my duty. Dai nodded immediately. Aware that renowned ninjas like Tsunade and Bei Xuan would not remain in the village indefinitely, but he had not anticipated that Shoru and Minato would also head to the battlefield. Goodness, with Shoru's physical skills, I feel embarrassed to call him my brother. Tsunade, having completed her strategy session, glanced at the limp Shoru, shaking her head. Having dedicated herself to physical training since childhood, Tsunade could not help but tease Shoru in this regard. She had been capable of creating a massive crater with a single punch in her youth, even at a young age. She had knocked Jiraiya off his feet with a single blow. Having him learn physical techniques from Dai was merely to prevent him from wasting his potential. His ultimate path would still align more with that of the second Hokage, specializing in water release techniques. Bei Xuan transmitted 2 streams of life force into Shoru and Minato, then stood up to speak. Shoru's talent was not particularly remarkable, although he was considered a genius among ordinary ninjas. However, one must consider the company he kept, his master Orochimaru, his sister Tsunade, his brother-in-law Bei Xuan, and his friends Minato and Kushina. Each of these individuals possessed extraordinary talent, which unfortunately positioned Shoru as the weakest among them. Nonetheless, he was also the one with the greatest potential for growth. He possesses a well-established template awaiting his mastery, the second generation of water release ninjutsu. With diligent study, Shinshu could undoubtedly become a formidable force within the ninja world. As he matures to the level of Tobirama, he will be capable of charting his own course. Armed with the drafts left by Tobirama and the assistance of Bei Xuan and others, paving a smooth path for Shinshu's growth. However, this young man exhibits a hint of rebellion, firmly believing that earth release and water release must be learned concurrently to awaken the wood release of the Sage of the Six Paths. Even after facing opposition, he remains obstinate, which has impeded his progress, as his singularly focused mind struggles to grasp both forms of ninjutsu simultaneously. Despite Bei Xuan possessing 4 chakra attributes, he dedicates himself solely to the mastery of lightning release, with wind release merely serving as an auxiliary for his spiral shuriken technique. After all, lightning release is the most visually striking and harmonizes perfectly with the application of the golden light technique. Lacking knowledge of lightning techniques, Bei Xuan substitutes it with lightning release, finding great utility in the Chidori technique. The formidable Chidori, paired with the golden light technique, provides a robust defense. One might say he is recklessly aggressive. Shinshu's fixation on wood release stems from the immense pressure Yu and Minato have placed upon him. He is fixated on the belief that only upon awakening wood release can he compete with you both for the title of Hokage. As Shinshu's elder sister, Tsunade, who has witnessed his growth, is acutely aware of his aspirations. Yet, the reality of wood release is exceedingly elusive, aside from the Senju clan's extensive lineage. Few have been documented to awaken such abilities. Even wood release cannot elevate one's strength to the level of your grandfather. Bei Xuan shook his head gently, recalling that even in the original narrative, those who mastered wood release, like Yamato and Obito, ultimately derived their strength from Hashirama, not merely from the wood release itself. The matter of Shinshu is yours to handle. Feel free to discipline him, as I find it difficult to do so. Tsunade patted Bei Xuan's shoulder with a smile, though her words elicited an involuntary twitch from Kushina and Bei Xuan. Was Tsunade's reluctance to act referring to the notion of beating Shinshu to the point that he could not even leave his bed, yet still cheerfully gamble? Can I request that you refrain from awakening me before addressing me? At that moment, Shinshu, staring blankly at the sky, awakened after Bei Xuan infused him with vitality. Upon regaining consciousness, he heard his sister suggest that he could be freely punished. Once awake, he sprang up to gather his belongings, exclaiming, "Tomorrow we must return to the battlefield." Indeed. The opportunity for Shinshu to make a name for himself in the ninja world has finally arrived. Minato, wake up. We need to pack. Shinshu immediately performed a fish leap, slapping Minato, who had yet to awaken, on the head. Shinshu's revival was attributed not only to Bei Xuan's life force, but also to his Senju clan physique, a trait Minato lacked. Minato, still in a daze from his slumber, sat up confused, surveying his surroundings. The next day, Tsunade led Bei Xuan and the others towards the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Due to their light load, their pace was swift, allowing them to reach the Land of River in less than 2 days. The ongoing conflict between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire had now encroached upon the territory of the Land of River, a tragedy for small nations. Akin to the Land of Rain. Situated between the two great nations, the Land of River served as a connecting point for their territories, yet lacked a formidable guardian like Hanzo. Thus, it was inevitable that the flames of war would spread into the Land of River. Upon entering the Land of River, Bei Xuan kept his eyes closed, constantly attuned to his surroundings, for battles within the ninja world can erupt even in the rear of the Leaf Village camp. With an unexpectedly peculiar-natured ninja launching a surprise attack, Bei Xuan's sensory ninjutsu was a synthesis of Tobarama's sensory techniques, ethereal transformation, and most crucially, the spiritual refinement of the golden light technique. By merely closing his eyes and radiating his spiritual energy outward, he could perceive all fluctuations within his sensory range, encompassing chakra and beyond. Once they entered the Land of River, their journey proved far smoother than anticipated. They encountered no ninjas from the Land of Wind along the way and successfully arrived at the Leaf Village camp to prevent infiltration through transformation techniques. Even Tsunade and Bei Xuan underwent various checks en route. Upon entering the camp, Tsunade instructed Minato and Shunshu to report in, while she and Bei Xuan proceeded to the command center. Upon reaching the entrance of the command tent, they were intercepted by ninjas clad in Umbu attire. Lord Danzo is in discussion ahead. Halt. What nonsense is this? Step aside. While others might have respected Danzo's position as an advisor to the Hokage, Tsunade was not one to be intimidated. Having long harbored grievances against Danzo, Tsunade immediately unleashed her chakra, seizing the two ninjas and tossing them into the command tent. What is the meaning of this? The sudden commotion startled those within the tent. Surely, it could not be that enemies had breached their stronghold? Upon entering the tent, Tsunade spotted a one-eyed figure seated at the center, with Orochimaru and Kakashi standing beside him, prompting her to furrow her brow. Orochimaru, how is it that this old fool, having been dismissed, still occupies the position of commander? Perhaps it is due to his inflated ego, Orochimaru remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he joined in mocking Danzo. How dare you? As the Hokage's advisor, Tsunade, do you not understand the meaning of respect? Furthermore, this is the command center, the hub for all classified missions. You dare intrude. Root members, apprehend them. Danzo remained seated, his solitary eye coldly fixed on Tsunade, issuing commands as dozens of root ninjas suddenly surrounded her and Bei Xuan. Since when did the head of my medical department become an intruder in the command center? Moreover, you are the outsider here. Your status as Hokage's advisor holds no weight in the battlefield. You are invading the command center without authorization and occupying the position of commander. Danzo, can I not deem you a rogue ninja attempting to steal secrets of Konoha's wartime strategies? Golden light surged from Bei Xuan, and concurrently, he gathered lightning in his hand, the sharp sound of birds echoing throughout the command tent. Wait, everyone, calm down. This is a time of war, and you are all pillars of Konoha. Please do not let misunderstandings escalate into conflict and casualties. Kakashi, who had remained silent until now, quickly intervened as he sensed Bei Xuan was about to act, understanding that despite his disdain for Danzo, the latter was still the Hokage's advisor. If Bei Xuan were to strike openly at the Hokage's advisor, it would cast a shadow upon his reputation, something Kakashi wished to avoid for Bei Xuan. Humph. What are you waiting for? Seize them. Danzo coldly snorted, disregarding Kakashi's objection, and continued to command the root ninjas to capture Tsunade and Bei Xuan. Is that so? You've overstepped your bounds, old man. Chidori. Bei Xuan unleashed a surge of lightning towards the ground, forming sharp spikes that shot toward the approaching root ninjas. Simultaneously, the golden light coalesced into a sharp axe, cleaving towards Danzo. Boom. The massive axe of golden light descended, enveloping the surrounding root ninjas in a cloud of smoke as they were swiftly pierced by the lightning and collapsed to the ground. Bei Xuan, calm down, Kakashi exclaimed, astonished, shouting to halt Bei Xuan's actions. Yet, Bei Xuan had no intention of retreating, condensing the golden light into a solid spear gripped firmly in his hand, which he then hurled into the smoke. At this moment, the command room collapsed under the descent of Bei Xuan's golden axe, a tremendous commotion that drew the attention of the ninja from the Konoha camp. Before long, the area was surrounded by ninjas. However, upon recognizing Bei Xuan, none dared to act, for the title of Konoha's Golden Ninja was well known among those who tread the battlefield. Cough, cough. Bei Xuan, Are you contemplating betrayal against Konoha? Amidst the smoke, Danzo's figure emerged, though he appeared somewhat disheveled, a deep wound marring his chest. You old fool, I have made myself quite clear. You, a person of no official standing, have trespassed into the command room, perusing Konoha's confidential documents and commanding subordinates to attack the princess of the Land of Fire. As a member of Konoha, I must deal with you, the traitor. Surely, it cannot be that you would only issue orders to encircle and kill if the princess were to defect. Upon hearing this, the surrounding ninjas immediately drew their weapons, eyeing Danzo warily, while a few hot-headed ninjas hurled shuriken at him. Who is Tsunade? She is the granddaughter of the legendary Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. She is the designated princess of the Land of Fire and a direct disciple of the current third Hokage. The notion that such a person would defect from Konoha was preposterous, and more than half of those present had received her medical treatment. How dare this one-eyed old man conspire against Konoha's princess? Have you all lost your minds? I am the current Hokage's advisor. If you dare to attack me, do you wish to be branded as rogue ninjas? Orochimaru, Kurama, will you merely stand by and watch? Danzo, deflecting a shuriken with a kunai, glared at the surrounding ninjas, realizing that if this continued, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits. Losing credibility among the Konoha ninjas would place him further from his coveted position as Hokage, a scenario he could not tolerate. Isn't what Bei Xuan said the truth? Orochimaru, who had long harbored disdain for Danzo, relished the latter's predicament, especially since Bei Xuan's claims were indeed valid. Chapter 54. S-rank mission. Although Orochimaru found amusement in the situation, Kurama could not afford to. Despite Danzo's typically low profile, his role as Hokage's advisor was indisputable. For the sake of his own Nara clan, Kurama steeled himself and approached Danzo, casting a pained glance at Bei Xuan, who still crackled with lightning. Bei Xuan, this is a misunderstanding. Lord Danzo is indeed the Hokage's advisor. Can we not sit down and discuss this calmly? Kurama's eyes brimmed with desperation. He lamented why he had to be present during such a tumultuous event. A misunderstanding? This half-blind man just ordered his subordinates to assault Tsunade. And you think it's a misunderstanding? Shall I unwittingly strike him down then? After all, it's merely a misunderstanding. As Bei Xuan spoke, the sound of the thunderbird in his hand grew more piercing. We should leave this matter to the third Hokage. Lady Tsunade, please say a word. Kurama, perceiving Bei Xuan's intent to continue his assault, immediately called out to Tsunade, hoping she could intervene. Very well, I shall say a few words. Bei Xuan, find that old coot. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and addressed Bei Xuan. The audacity of this old man was intolerable, and she would not allow him to come out unscathed. Danzo was about to say something when he saw Bei Xuan vanish from his sight, only to reappear behind him, unleashing a long bolt of lightning that pierced through his abdomen. Chidori sharp spear. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Danzo lifted his kunai, ready to attack Bei Xuan, but was ensnared by Bei Xuan's golden light and hoisted into the air, causing his kunai to slip from his grasp. Concurrently, the lightning from the Chidori sharp spear coursed through Danzo's body, rendering him paralyzed. As an exceptionally skilled medical ninja, Bei Xuan's control over chakra had reached an astonishing level. At least Tsunade acknowledged that even she could not surpass him in chakra manipulation. I have not failed my mission. Bei Xuan grasped Danzo with a hand fashioned from golden light, approaching Tsunade with a smile. Your strength has grown, Bei Xuan, Orochimaru remarked, approaching Bei Xuan with a lascivious lick of his lips. Though he had an elegant appearance, the live-action portrayal of such gestures was somewhat unsettling. Bei Xuan could only offer a polite smile in response. Kurama, I entrust the reconstruction of the command room to you, and please pacify the surrounding ninjas. As for this old fool, Bei Xuan glanced at the unconscious Danzo in his grip, sparks of lightning flickering around him. Stop, Bei Xuan. I understand you're angry, but have you considered the consequences of your actions? How old are you now? The path of a rogue ninja is fraught with peril, given his status. If he dies at your hands today, the enraged Hokage will issue a highest-level manhunt against you. Even Tsunade would find it difficult to protect you. Do you comprehend? Kurama's gaze was intense as he scrutinized Bei Xuan. While Tsunade and others might be indifferent, Bei Xuan was merely a commoner, and despite his close ties to Tsunade, those in power would hardly regard him seriously. Most significantly, Bei Xuan's remarkable abilities at such a young age made him an ideal candidate for Hokage in Kurama's eyes. His background was pristine, and with support from Tsunade and his identity as a medical ninja, he had ample backing. To ruin all that over Danzo would be a tragic loss. Thank you for your concern, Kurama, but such matters are inconsequential. The third Hokage would not brand me a rogue ninja during wartime, but war will eventually end. It's not worth it. Bei Xuan, you possess wisdom beyond your years. Surely you understand the gravity of the situation? Spare him this time. His presence may serve other purposes for you. You should grasp this. Bei Xuan acknowledged Kurama's concerns and appreciated his care. Glancing at Danzo in his grip, he suddenly slammed him to the ground. Crack! The sound of several ribs breaking echoed through the air. Death may be avoided, but I must collect some interest. The injuries he endures will suffice to keep him incapacitated for quite some time. With this old fool out of the picture, the battlefield will be in your hands, Kurama. Tsunade and I will take our leave to rest. Notify me directly of any tasks. Bei Xuan calmly patted Kurama's shoulder, smiling as he departed the ruins of the command room alongside Tsunade. Left behind were Kurama, gazing helplessly at Orochimaru, and the motionless Danzo sprawled on the ground. A month had passed since the conflict with Danzo, and as expected, the third Hokage had not even mentioned the incident. After all, it involved Tsunade and had been witnessed by many ninjas on the front lines. The third could not possibly punish Bei Xuan and the others. Following that event, Bei Xuan resumed his routine at the medical department, and Kurama, not one to overlook Bei Xuan's formidable strength, frequently assigned him tasks. Such was the case now, as Bei Xuan stood with Minato and Shinsuke in the newly established command room, awaiting Kurama's briefing on their next mission. In this mission, your team is tasked with severing a supply line of the Sand Ninjas, which will require you to penetrate deep into enemy territory. Aside from Bei Xuan, the other two of you may choose to decline. However, due to the formidable nature of this assignment, the Umbu will discreetly assist you in dealing with certain complications. And this mission has been classified as S rank. Lulin, holding a scroll, regarded the group with a serious expression. Of course we will undertake it. An S rank mission is merely a task for me, Lord Shinshu, to complete with ease. Ha ha ha, isn't that right, Minato? Upon hearing this, Shinshu immediately put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter, feeling that an S-rank mission was perfectly suited to his abilities. Given the strength of this mission, he decided not to take offense at Lulin's somewhat unreasonable demeanor. Rest assured, Lord Lulin, we will handle this task with utmost diligence. The earnest Minato looked intently at Lulin. This was his first S-rank mission, and although it appeared perilous, he was confident in his abilities. Ah, you've nearly worked me to the bone. Hand me the scroll. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Both Minato and Shinshu had no objections, and Bei Xuan naturally concurred, reaching out to accept the scroll handed to him by Lulin. Then I entrust this to you all. Lulin rose and bowed to the trio, a gesture of kindness unique to him, as every ninja who received a mission from Lulin felt respected. After all, the outcomes of such tasks are shrouded in uncertainty. One moment they might be sharing laughter, and the next, they could be reunited in the afterlife. Then let us depart. Bei Xuan unfurled the scroll, glanced at it, and then handed it to Minato. The three of them had already prepared their necessities upon learning of the mission, so they could set out immediately. As they exited the tent, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. What is the worry? It's not our first mission, and I'm here with you, Bei Xuan remarked, sensing the apprehension in Minato and Shinshu's demeanor and smiling to break the silence. Who is worried? Lord Shinshu is merely contemplating how to execute this mission with flair. You better not come crying for help later, North. Shinshu retorted with a flourish, prompting Minato to chuckle softly, easing the tension significantly. Chapter 55. Assault on the Sand Ninja Supply Station. Once outside the camp, the trio hastened towards their target at remarkable speed. In a concealed location near the Sand Ninja Supply Depot, they gathered around a map to strategize their approach. As a supply station for the Sand Ninja, it will undoubtedly be guarded by numerous defenders. Minato, how is your training in Flying Thunder God progressing? Bei Xuan inquired, eyeing the spot marked on the map. I can now inscribe the technique and teleport over short distances, but I'm not yet able to bring anyone along, Minato replied, producing a specially crafted kunai inscribed with the characters for Sword of Love, leaving Bei Xuan speechless at Minato's naming prowess. That is quite impressive. Then, your task will be to sabotage their supplies. Shinshu and I will create a distraction, and after the mission is accomplished, you'll leave and signal us, Bei Xuan said. Unfazed by Minato's swift mastery of Flying Thunder God, knowing that Minato had even improved upon it later on. The exact number of ninjas at the supply station remained unknown, so Minato would need to be vigilant during his solo endeavor. If you cannot complete your task, retreat immediately. I can devise alternative means to destroy the supply station. Bei Xuan cautioned Minato. In truth, destroying a sand ninja supply station would be a simple feat for Bei Xuan. He could do so from a distance with a few sage art, wind shuriken. However, Minato and Shunshu needed to hone their skills. Bei Xuan could not serve as their guardian indefinitely. Minato was a genuine prodigy, while Shunshu seemed like a version of Naruto without the advantage of luck or high combat intelligence, making survival in the ninja world a matter of chance. Therefore, Bei Xuan was determined to correct Shunshu's shortcomings. Having promised Tsunade and Mito to train Shunshu into a formidable ninja, Bei Xuan was resolute in seizing every opportunity to strengthen him. Summoning jutsu, Bei Xuan formed hand seals, and two rotund purple beings appeared beside him. Dungawei, my friends, I entrust you both with this task. You will infiltrate their shadows. If you gather any intelligence, simply relay it to your shadow, and I will hear you. The two Gingawei hugged Bei Xuan before slipping into Minato and Shunshu's shadows, one playfully displaying eyes in the shadow, causing Shunshu to tremble with fright. Bei Xuan, your summoned beasts aren't ghosts, are they? And what do you mean you don't know how many ninjas are out there? Isn't your sensory ninjutsu useless? Shunshu asked, touching his shadow, only to find Bei Xuan staring at him with a look of disbelief. Cough, cough, Shunshu. Sensory ninjutsu can sense one another, and aside from certain specialized techniques, most sensory ninjutsu cannot be evaded by hidden ninjas. The Sand Ninja supply station ahead will certainly have sensory ninjas on guard, which is why I cannot use sensory techniques to assess the situation, Minato explained. After all, Bei Xuan had not spent much time in school, yet Shunshu, having been a constant presence in the academy, seemed to struggle with the concept. Oh, is that so? Ha. Of course I knew. I was just testing you, Bei Xuan. After all, I fear that your sensory ninjutsu might expose us. Shunshu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. All right, we'll wait until it's nearly dark to commence our operation. Shunshu, once you're in, it's best to keep your mouth shut, otherwise. I can't guarantee you won't get a beating from your sister when we return, Bei Xuan remarked, glancing at Shunshu, who had a habit of proudly declaring himself the grandson of the first Hokage during missions, which, in less challenging circumstances, was acceptable. But if he were to encounter stronger ninjas, it would only lead to him delivering accolades to others, and if Shunshu were captured, the loss to Konoha would be beyond words. Shunshu could only pout at this, thinking he might finally showcase his prowess this time. After a simple tactical briefing, the trio began to rest and prepare for the night's operations. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the Sand Ninja supply station, using the moonlight as their guide. They halted before a tree, where Bei Xuan glanced at a wire connected to an explosive tag, effortlessly extinguishing it with a flick of chakra. Minato, we are nearing the target. Your task is to destroy their supplies. Shunshu, create your shadow clones. Charge ahead and trigger all the traps. Bei Xuan signaled to Minato, and once Minato vanished in a flash, he turned to Shunshu. Hey, the shadow clones can relay sensations, you know? Shunshu protested, though he still formed hand seals and sent forth a dozen clones to rush ahead. Bei Xuan understood the purpose of the shadow clones, but given Shunshu's Senju physique, the side effects were not particularly detrimental to him, and it was beneficial for Shunshu to encounter some explosive tags. As Shunshu's clones charged forward, numerous traps were set off, filling the air with explosions. Water release, great waterfall technique. Bei Xuan also formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forward, overwhelming Shunshu's shadow clones. Shunshu, carry on with the water release. The enemy has been drawn in. As Bei Xuan initiated his ninjutsu, he simultaneously expanded his sensory abilities and immediately detected the encroaching enemies. Realizing the situation, Shoki stepped onto the massive wave summoned by Bei Xuan, forming hand seals to unleash 3 water dragons that surged forth in different directions. The young Shoki had indeed honed his water release techniques quite well. Under the cover of night, both Bei Xuan and Shoki pressed forward towards the supply station of the Sand Shinobi, inevitably encountering the assailants. The night was soon filled with the anguished cries of Sand Shinobi. The lightning in Bei Xuan's hand became a scythe of death amidst the cacophony. With a mere flash past, an enemy would fall lifelessly to the ground. Before long, Bei Xuan and Shoki reached the supply station, which was surprisingly quiet, devoid of chaos. Meanwhile, Minato, who had long since created turmoil for their entry into the sand supply station, was inspecting various traces on the ground in the empty warehouse. Calling out to his shadow, "Damn it, Gung informed Bei Xuan that the intelligence was faulty. The supplies have already been moved. We may have fallen into the enemy's trap." A voice responded from the shadow, and Minato turned to hasten towards the battlefield. Chapter 56. Battle with a Powerful Punch. Bei Xuan sent a sand shinobi flying, then heard Gung Gui's transmission, causing his expression to change as he dashed towards Shoki. Shoki prepared to retreat, recognizing it as a mere empty trap. The Chidori pierced through the ninja Shoki was engaged with, as Bei Xuan shouted to him, and at that moment, Minato arrived at their side. "Damn, Shikaku." Just as Bei Xuan was about to retreat, he sensed an exceedingly violent chakra presence within his sensory ninjutsu, an immense chakra indeed. Having spent considerable time with Kushina, Bei Xuan was well aware of what this chakra was. Tailed beast chakra. The sand shinobi possessed only one tailed beast, Shikaku, and if Bei Xuan recalled correctly, Shikaku was currently housed within an old monk. "Minato, if I tell you to retreat, you must immediately take Shoki and leave. Do not entertain any thoughts of looking back. A tailed beast has appeared here. If you two manage to escape safely and I have not yet retreated, abandon Shoki and make your way to the camp. Inform Tsunade of the tailed beast's presence." Bei Xuan spoke sternly to Minato, his body enveloped in a golden light as he coldly surveyed the surrounding sand shinobi. Minato, understanding the implications of a tailed beast, displayed a moment of surprise before resolutely nodding. Shoki too grasped the gravity of the situation, recognizing that an extremely powerful foe had emerged. Even Shoki's single-core processor mind understood that this was not the time for recklessness, remaining vigilant to retreat at Bei Xuan's command. Bei Xuan had always concealed his true strength. Whether facing Hanzo or alongside Minato, he believed he could triumph over a single-tailed beast. Yet, he was not alone here. Numerous sand shinobi surrounded them. "Minato, whether you can escape safely now depends on your strength." The seal on Bei Xuan's forehead released, and sage chakra coursed through his limbs, the golden light around him becoming ethereal. Sage art, water country. Bei Xuan formed hand seals, and a colossal wave surged outward from the trio, crashing chaotically in all directions, interspersed with the corrosive slime of slugs. The sand shinobi's formation was thrown into disarray, prompting Bei Xuan to bellow, "Go!" Minato swiftly grabbed Shoki by the collar and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he had never attempted to transport someone with it, in such dire circumstances, who cared about the details? They materialized at the designated location set in their initial attack plan, though Minato was now nearly depleted of chakra, and Shoki had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Now is not the time to be sleeping, Shoki." Minato gasped for breath, attempting to rise, but finding himself utterly drained, resorting to stabbing a kunai into Shoki to rouse him. The pain jolted Shoki awake, but as he tried to stand, another wave of dizziness struck, causing him to plop back down. "Minato, I never want to experience your Flying Thunder God again." Thanks to his Senju physique, Shoki quickly adjusted to the dizziness. If he had known what a washing machine was, he would have likened the sensation to having been tumbled around in one all day. "Enough chatter. Carry me back to the camp. I need a moment to recover before I return to inform Lady Tsunade." Though I am unaware of Bei Xuan's strength, it is evident that this is a trap set by the sand shinobi. Minato, filled with concern, urged Shoki to hasten back to Konoha. Remembering how they had grown up together and how he envisioned Bei Xuan as his advisor as Hokage, he could not allow his friend to remain in peril. At that moment, Bei Xuan observed Minato taking Shoki away via the Flying Thunder God, recalling his earlier insistence on not transporting anyone, and unexpectedly thought of the scene in the original story where Minato claimed he was not adept at sage techniques. The golden light of Konoha's shinobi had unexpectedly drawn in a significant catch. Indeed, as the intel suggested, an ambush awaited here. Yet, he had not anticipated that the legendary golden light shinobi, who had fought alongside the Sannin against demigods, was still just a child. Ahahaha, truly a genius. But no matter how talented, you shall still fall into our hands. As Bei Xuan's water release flooded the ground, a sand shinobi with face paint emerged, mocking him. "You laugh at your own folly. You are but a mere jonin. When will you cease being so arrogant?" With a swift movement, Bei Xuan appeared behind the cackling sand shinobi, the mist-like golden light transforming into a sharp spike that pierced through the sand shinobi entirely. "Yamamoto, damn it, all of you, attack!" A sand shinobi, familiar with the one Bei Xuan had slain, shouted in rage. No sooner had he spoken than several sand shinobi charged at Bei Xuan, their weapons glinting ominously under the moonlight. Summoning technique. Bei Xuan formed hand seals, and a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing numerous Pokémon around him. Roar, ka, cha, hiss. As the only trainer in the ninja world, I have never claimed I would engage you all in a one-on-one duel. Come forth and let these creatures showcase the power of Pokémon. With a sweeping gesture, Bei Xuan commanded his Pokémon to charge at the sand shinobi while he fixed his gaze on the monk lurking behind them. What kind of summoning beast is this? Why has my speed diminished so drastically? Why does this summoning beast wield ice release? Damn it, what are these monsters? Everyone, beware of that rocky creature. It will explode. Fujita was killed by it. In an instant, Bei Xuan's Pokémon overwhelmed the sand shinobi, rendering them helpless. For these ninjas, who valued intelligence, the novelty of Pokémon was simply too bewildering. Amidst the battle, shuriken and kunai occasionally flew towards Bei Xuan, but were effortlessly deflected by the golden light surrounding him. Bei Xuan propelled himself into the sky with a powerful kick. Ever since acquiring the Blue-Silver Emperor's spirit bone, he had relied solely on its immense vitality. Aside from Tsunade, no one knew of his ability to fly. Bei Xuan's sensory ninjutsu swiftly scanned the battlefield below, and he formed hand seals once more. Sage Art, Water Release, Heavenly Cry. A barrage of sage-enhanced, compressed water needles shot down towards the sand shinobi, forcing all but the most skilled ninjas to either evade or block the onslaught. Those remaining were swiftly dispatched by the techniques inherited from the second Hokage. This technique is referred to by Bei Xuan as the small soldier quality device. As Bei Xuan descended to the ground, his ethereal demeanor starkly contrasted with the surrounding scene of devastation and bloodshed. The sand ninjas, witnessing Bei Xuan's unscathed state amidst the ongoing battle, found it increasingly difficult to breathe, and some began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Fear not. He has summoned numerous spirit beasts and unleashed such an extensive range of ninjutsu. His chakra must be nearly depleted. The leader of the sand ninjas sensed the unsettling atmosphere within the team and immediately raised his voice. Chapter 57. One-tailed Shikaku. The surviving sand ninjas were among the stronger individuals, and if even one were to flee, the morale would swiftly collapse. Given their inferior strength compared to Bei Xuan, a mass retreat would lead to a one-sided massacre. Furthermore, this golden ninja could fly. The number of known flying ninjas was limited. At this juncture, the leader could only place his hopes on the monk chanting behind them. Old monk, cease your incantations. Do not forget why you are here. The sand ninja turned back and, upon seeing Funfu still reciting his prayers, unleashed a torrent of curses. Bei Xuan, meanwhile, had locked onto Funfu, his body crackling with lightning as he sped towards him. The Jinchuriki was weakest when not unleashing the tailed beast chakra, and at such a moment, the death of the Jinchuriki would result in the demise of the tailed beast as well. However, just as Bei Xuan's Chidori was about to strike Funfu, a massive surge of sand erupted from nowhere, pressing toward him. Bei Xuan expanded the golden light surrounding him and swiftly evaded the oncoming sand. Why must you commit such acts of slaughter? Funfu opened his previously closed eyes, gazing at Bei Xuan with a conflicted expression. Because this is war, and they are my enemies. In times of peace, I might converse with individuals of their kind, but that is evidently not possible now. What? Do you wish to unleash the mutt within you? The gigantic hand formed from golden light grasped the sand and tossed it aside as Bei Xuan mockingly regarded Funfu, sensing the tailed beast chakra within him spiraling out of control. Please be cautious. Shikaku is becoming agitated. Funfu, with hands clasped in prayer, shut his eyes, and a boisterous voice emanated from him. Foul brat, I am the Tanuki. You remind me of an insufferable fox I know. Die. In an instant, a tremendous volume of sand surged forth from Funfu, coalescing into an odd Tanuki adorned with purple markings. Fall back. The one-tail does not distinguish between friend and foe. Only a monster can confront a monster. We must leave this to the one-tail. With Shikaku's emergence, the nearby sand ninjas began their retreat, and Bei Xuan found himself unable to pay heed to them, for the presence of the one-tail loomed heavily over him. Is this the tailed beast that anyone could easily bully in the original narrative? Surely that cannot be true. Gazing upon the colossal figure standing before him, akin to a demonic entity, Bei Xuan sensed the immense chakra within Shikaku through his sensory ninjutsu. Upon revealing itself, Shikaku began to laugh uproariously, while the surrounding sand formed chaotic whirlwinds that swept outward. The retreating sand ninjas were engulfed by the sands, which Bei Xuan recognized as a deliberate act by Shikaku. Cursed brat, you are no exception to my wrath. How dare you mock the Great One-Tail? Prepare to bear my fury. The colossal Shikaku looked down upon the golden glimmering Bei Xuan, opening its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth formed from sand. Wind release, air bullet. As a massive ball of wind chakra coalesced in Shikaku's mouth, it was launched towards Bei Xuan. You can't even wield a tailed beast ball. Are you jesting? Take this. You oversized furball. In Bei Xuan's hand, a Rasengan materialized, enhanced by the infusion of wind chakra, generating 4 rapidly spinning wind blades. This marked Bei Xuan's inaugural application of the Rasengan after mastering it, and with the addition of Senjutsu chakra, its power was amplified. With a swift motion, Bei Xuan hurled the Rasengan, cutting through the air towards Shikaku, obliterating the air bullets in its path as they exploded. Upon witnessing this, Shikaku quickly unleashed a series of massive air bullets toward the oncoming Rasengan. Bei Xuan, not one to stand idly by, charged forward, utilizing his superior speed. He adopted a ground-hugging flight, the golden light around him spiraling into a vortex. The relentless air bullets struck the Rasengan, but even the mightiest of ninjutsu could only be neutralized in midair. Yet, the Rasengan was merely a feint. Bei Xuan had already closed the distance to Shikaku, the golden spiral piercing through its form. A gaping void appeared in Shikaku's body, but in the blink of an eye, sand enveloped the wound, rapidly healing it. Ah, cursed brat, feel my wrath. With Shikaku's furious roar, the sand that accompanied it formed numerous spikes, shooting towards the airborne Bei Xuan. This will not do. I must find a way to seal it. As Bei Xuan deftly dodged the sand spikes, he contemplated how to deal with Shikaku. Though he possessed formidable abilities, he sorely lacked experience in battling colossal creatures. Even with his summoned behemoths, they were insufficient to contend with the likes of a tailed beast. Heavenly Foot. Bei Xuan pivoted and unleashed a kick, shattering the sand spikes behind him, then charged forth toward Shikaku, radiating golden light. He intended to confront Shikaku head-on. If he could create an opportunity to employ a sealing technique, Shikaku would become a mere plaything. The Sage mode of the Wet-Bone Forest emphasized recovery, complemented by the Blue-Silver Emperor's Soul Bone, which motivated Bei Xuan to take this audacious approach. If death were not imminent, he would press on. Ha! Has the little brat finally stopped fleeing? Prepare to meet your end. Shikaku guffawed at Bei Xuan, its claws gathering a massive sand claw aimed at him. With a display of brute strength, Bei Xuan shattered the colossal claw formed of sand with a single punch, then leaped atop Shikaku's head, delivering a fierce kick. The grotesque head of Shikaku contorted under the impact. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Capitalizing on the moment, Bei Xuan swiftly formed a hand seal, unleashing a spiraling water blade that struck Shikaku's head. As the water blade spun, Shikaku's body split apart. For the hard vortex water blade was the second Hokage's most potent water ninjutsu, its power further enhanced by Bei Xuan's sage techniques. Yet, it was evident that a tailed beast was not easily vanquished. Shikaku, battered by the vortex, transformed into a puddle of sand, which then surged into a sandstorm directed at Bei Xuan. Curse it! This tactic was never seen in the original. Dismissing the hard vortex water blade, Bei Xuan swiftly evaded the swirling sandstorm conjured by Shikaku. Chapter 58. The root ninja at the moment of conflict between Bei Xuan and Shikaku the Watergate has already recovered. Rising swiftly from the back of the rope tree and making his way towards the Konoha camp, with the rope tree trailing behind. Upon reaching the Konoha camp at an astonishing speed, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear directly in his tent. Inside, he immediately seized a specially crafted kunai and, upon returning to the outside, he randomly grabbed a passing ninja to inquire about Tsunade's whereabouts. After receiving the information, Watergate hastened towards the medical department, simultaneously dispatching a shadow clone towards the command center. At that moment, Tsunade was in the medical department concocting antidotes. Both she and Shio were tirelessly engaged in their work, one constantly developing new poisons while the other focused on formulating new antidotes. Lady Tsunade, Bei Xuan has encountered the Sand Ninja's tailed beast and requires assistance. Watergate, disregarding the other medical ninja's attempts to stop him, burst into Tsunade's independent research lab and shouted urgently. Tsunade, holding a test tube, crushed it in her grip upon hearing the news. Lead the way. In the command room, Watergate's shadow clone succinctly briefed Lin and Orochimaru on Bei Xuan's current predicament. This mission has been verified by the Oil Woman clan. It cannot be a trap. Damn it. Our intelligence has been compromised. Immediately assemble the Jonin to rescue Bei Xuan. Lin slammed his fist on the table, promptly ordering the troops to gather. If Bei Xuan's talent matures, Konoha will be safe. We cannot allow him to perish on the battlefield due to the village's negligence. Quickly send someone to inform Tsunade that Bei Xuan is in trouble. She must be informed. There's no need, Lord Lin. My original self has already notified Lady Tsunade. Watergate's shadow clone shook his head, indicating that Tsunade had been informed. Oh no, Tsunade will surely go ahead alone. Lin, I will follow her. You all come afterward. Orochimaru, being Tsunade's teammate, understood her temperament all too well. True to form, upon hearing the news brought back by Watergate, Tsunade immediately instructed him to lead her to Bei Xuan's location. Meanwhile, at the battlefield where Bei Xuan and Shikaku were engaged, the entire forest had been transformed into a desolate landscape filled with puddles and sand, bearing no semblance to its original state. This is absurd. Is this truly the Shikaku that fought against Gamabunta? Bei Xuan gasped, observing the equally fatigued Shikaku not far away. Shikaku was capable of explosive power and rapid recovery, even employing sealing techniques to ambush Bei Xuan intermittently. Hey, are you even human? Bei Xuan exclaimed, astonished, as Shikaku, equally taken aback, retorted, What are you talking about, you filthy dog? I am a tanuki. You are more detestable than that wretched fox. You little brat. I'll let you off this time, but don't wait until I break free from this seal. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. After a few furious roars directed at Bei Xuan, Shikaku began to retract and dissolve into sand, leaving behind an unconscious monk. This power structure in the ninja world is utterly ridiculous. These tailed beasts are absurd, and to think the Nine Tails can have a heavy particle mode. As Shikaku returned to the body of Fukusuk, Bei Xuan exited his sage mode, closing the Yang seal on his forehead, and approached to place his hand on Fukusuk's abdomen. 8 trigram seal. A series of sealing techniques spread across Fukusuk's body, culminating in an 8 trigram seal on his belly. However, just as Bei Xuan prepared to grab Fukusuk, a shuriken shot towards him from behind. But the golden light surrounding Bei Xuan swiftly blocked it. Following closely were various ninjutsu attacks, prompting Bei Xuan to swiftly snatch Fukusuk and evade. As he glanced towards the source of the ninjutsu, he spotted several masked members of the Umbu, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, watching him intently. Through their masks, Bei Xuan perceived the emotionless gazes, recognizing their origins. Root? Why does Danzo's legacy keep causing trouble? Couldn't he, that old fool, just stay in Konoha and take the blame? Bei Xuan thought, casting Fukusuk aside and growing solemn as he realized he had failed to sense their presence with his sensory ninjutsu. The root ninjas remained silent, brandishing their ninja blades and charging towards Bei Xuan, who could only coalesce the golden light into a blade to engage in combat. Having fought against Shikaku for an extended period, Bei Xuan's chakra was nearly depleted, even while in sage mode. As he battled the root ninjas, he assessed their strength. Should he encounter an overwhelming force, he would escape immediately. However, it was evident that Danzo, aware of Bei Xuan's capabilities, would not dispatch mere fodder against him. Each of these root ninjas possessed Jonin-level strength. Under normal circumstances, Bei Xuan could easily dispatch such opponents with a single blow, but in his current weakened state, overcoming them proved challenging. Why did I even engage Shikaku in battle? Bei Xuan thought, dodging a strike from one of the root ninjas. He retaliated with a kick, sending another ninja flying as he retreated, warily observing the encirclement. Seeking to test his strength and acquire some of Shikaku's chakra, Bei Xuan had made the decision to engage in combat after confirming that no one else was around. Yet, it appeared that Danzo's subordinates possessed means to evade his sensory ninjutsu. Indeed, in the ninja world, one must not overly rely on their sensory techniques. While Bei Xuan lamented his predicament, he realized that the methods Danzo employed to avoid detection were specifically tailored against him. As a disciple of the second Hokage and a high-ranking official in Konoha, Danzo was well aware of the sensory techniques developed by the second. Therefore, any countermeasures against Bei Xuan would be effective, regardless of how Bei Xuan refined the sensory techniques. The root ninjas, as sacrifices, needed only minor modifications to evade Bei Xuan's sensory awareness. Chapter 59, Rope Tree, just you wait. surrounded by the root ninjas. The golden light enveloping Bei Xuan had faded compared to when he was battling Shikaku. Aside from the long sword formed from the golden light in Bei Xuan's hand, the aura that once surrounded him had become faintly transparent. As a ninja of Konoha, how can you harm your own comrades? Do you not honor the village that allowed you to grow in peace? Bei Xuan addressed the root ninjas, but it was evident that they had long lost their humanity. Seeing the root ninjas begin to form hand seals, Bei Xuan braced himself to evade. Damn it, I was just joking. But do I truly lack even a modicum of verbal finesse? Once Naruto is born, I must seek him out to learn a thing or two about verbal combat. Bei Xuan grumbled as he forcefully deflected a water dragon jutsu aimed at his face with his golden light, swiftly dodging a strike that came at him from the left. Enjoy your attacks? Now it's my turn, Grandpa Bei Xuan. North Xian, who meticulously controlled his chakra usage, sensed that his chakra had mostly recovered. Clenching his fist, he delivered a powerful kick towards the approaching root ninja. Instantly, the root ninja was sent flying, crashing into a puddle. The tide of battle had turned. North Xian smiled at the few individuals not far away, as golden light gradually began to manifest around him. Meanwhile, Tsunade, accompanied by Minato and Shoru, had arrived close to North Xian. North Xian, we're here. Shoru's enthusiastic shout reached North Xian, who should have felt joy at the arrival of reinforcements. However, his expression shifted dramatically. As Shoru's voice echoed, the root ninja entangled with North Xian displayed a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. In that instant, North Xian noticed that all the root ninjas were covered in explosive tags. Shoru, you wait here. North Xian, realizing the impending danger, swiftly kicked one of the root ninjas away. Knowing escape was impossible, he activated the golden light spell at full power, enveloping himself in a cocoon of solidified light. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated as North Xian struggled to withstand the force of the blasts with the remnants of his chi and chakra. Tsunade, having just arrived, witnessed North Xian's figure amidst the chaos of the explosions. North Xian. Tsunade immediately entered the state of in-seal release and rushed into the explosion, carefully cradling the now severely damaged North Xian and pulling him to safety. At that moment, North Xian was charred all over, blue particles of vitality flowing from his body. Tsunade swiftly laid him flat on the ground, applying medical ninjutsu to heal him. After about 10 minutes of intensive medical treatment, North Xian finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Tsunade, her face etched with concern, alongside Orochimaru and other Konoha ninjas. That was close. Tsunade, you nearly became a widow because of your brother. Make sure to give him a beating for me, he muttered before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Tsunade, relieved now that North Xian had awakened, gently wiped his soot-covered face with a damp cloth. Shoru, anxiously waiting nearby, was taken aback by North Xian's first words, which seemed to suggest he wanted his sister to punish him, leaving him puzzled about where he had wronged North Xian. Did North Xian truly orchestrate this? This must be the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. This kid is undeniably a little monster, he mused. Meanwhile, Riku and Orochimaru stood beside the incapacitated North Xian, astonished by the transformed landscape around them, deeply impressed by North Xian's strength. Orochimaru glanced at North Xian in Tsunade's arms, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Tsunade, we should take North Xian back to the Konoha camp. The environment here is precarious, and the sand ninjas may strike again, Minato urged. Noting North Xian's clothes were soaked from the puddle. Shoru, come here and carry your brother-in-law. What have you done this time? Speak honestly, Tsunade commanded, lifting North Xian and giving Shoru a kick in the rear. If North Xian had just regained consciousness only to request she punish Shoru, it was evident Shoru had done something particularly infuriating. Sis, I'm innocent. Did the dog brother-in-law fall under an illusion? Shoru retorted, almost calling North Xian a dog again, but quickly changed his words upon seeing Tsunade's glare. Be quiet and carry him properly. I'm a medical ninja. If North Xian were truly under an illusion, I would have sensed it. Make sure you hold him steady. If you drop him, you can expect dire consequences, Tsunade instructed, gently placing North Xian on Shoru's back. As Minato mentioned the potential for a sand ninja ambush, Tsunade, possessing the strongest combat capabilities among them, knew she had to keep her hands free to protect North Xian. Let us regroup and retreat. We traded a supply station destruction mission for capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. North Xian's contribution this time is monumental, Riku noted, understanding the imminent danger. With the one-tailed Jinchuriki present, the sand ninjas would surely not overlook the situation, and their reinforcements were likely en route. However, Riku could never have imagined that beneath the sand piles lay the corpses of the sand ninjas, all of whom had been slain by North Xian and Shikaku upon its emergence, while the sand ninjas remained completely oblivious to the events unfolding. Shoru, you must be exhausted. Let the teacher carry North Xian, Orochimaru suggested as they journeyed back to the Konoha camp. Great. Thank you, teacher. I didn't dare carry North Xian too roughly. But with you, there's no problem. Shoru exclaimed, relieved at the prospect of avoiding punishment. As Tsunade observed Orochimaru taking North Xian, she said nothing, merely sensing Orochimaru's concern for his student. After Orochimaru hoisted North Xian onto his back, a small snake emerged from his sleeve and bit North Xian's thigh before retreating. Upon noticing the snake's return, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Soon, the support team for North Xian returned to the Konoha camp. The moment they arrived, Tsunade took North Xian from Orochimaru's back and carried him into her tent, while Shoru and Minato went to file their mission reports. Orochimaru, meanwhile, returned to his tent with a small snake in hand. As the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shikaku, regained consciousness upon arriving at the Konoha camp, he exhibited no signs of resistance. The seal on his abdomen rendered him completely unaware of Shikaku's movements. After being escorted to a holding area by Konoha ninjas assigned by Riku, he found a comfortable spot and promptly lay down to sleep. Wishing all readers a happy National Day, and may our motherland thrive and prosper. Chapter 60. Bangila's North Xian languidly reclined on Tsunade's bed, perusing the novel Minato had gone to fetch. Tsunade sat casually in a chair, her legs draped over a nearby table, engrossed in a scroll she was meticulously studying. Hovering beside Tsunade, Hoodie also scrutinized the scroll. This regeneration creation is so frustrating. Achieving it without side effects is exceedingly difficult. Hoodie, why don't you continue your research alone? I'll go play cards with your master. How about that? Tsunade exclaimed, closing the scroll with a glint of excitement that startled Hoodie. Hoodie says what you're doing is incorrect, and I'm currently injured. I can't be disturbed while I rest, Hoodie replied, as North Xian flipped through the novel, only to receive a bump on the head from Tsunade. Enough already. Usually, Hoodie is so clever. How could he believe you're still injured? I taught you that medical ninjutsu, and by the second day after bringing you back, you were perfectly fine, Tsunade chided, glancing at Hoodie, who had hastily dashed over to check on North Xian. All right, Tsunade is right. My injury has long since healed. You and Tsunade must be fatigued from your ninjutsu research. Take a break, North Xian reassured Hoodie, patting his head before sending him back to the wet-bone forest. Sigh. I truly envy your summoning beast. Those slugs are obedient. They lack the convenience of your summoning beasts, and these so-called Pokémon are exceptionally versatile. Tsunade, filled with envy, rose and settled beside Bei Xuan, lying down together. One could only imagine her astonishment upon witnessing Hoodie's instantaneous teleportation. The mastery of space-time ninjutsu greatly determines one's strength. Only the most exceptional geniuses can learn such techniques. Speaking of which, how have your studies with Venusaur progressed? Can you perceive that surge of grass-type energy? Bei Xuan set his novel aside and gently embraced Tsunade, finding it somewhat challenging to hold her given their similar heights. Perhaps it is my lack of the wood-release talent that hinders me, and their powers exhibit a distinct difference from chakra. They can wield chakra, yet I find it difficult to harness their strength. The energy within Venusaur and its kin seems to be a product of their unique physical constitution. Tsunade shook her head, recalling that it had been a month since Bei Xuan's battle with the One-Tail. During this time, Bei Xuan had remained in a feigned state of illness, while Tsunade spent most of her time by his side. Even the likes of Deer Forest and his companions could surely deduce that Bei Xuan was merely pretending. However, no one dared to question Bei Xuan's accomplishment of capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. After all, it was merely an experiment. Even without wood release, Tsunade was formidable in her own right. Once Hoodie and the others perfected the creation and regeneration technique without side effects, Tsunade's capabilities would undoubtedly approach the level of a Kage. Since Bei Xuan's severe injury, Tsunade had also begun to explore various methods to enhance her strength, such as sparring with the likes of Great Strength to learn their martial arts. It was essential for her to attempt communication with Venusaur in hopes of awakening her wood release, as well as to collaborate with Hoodie on refining the nascent creation and regeneration technique. However, Bei Xuan had dismissed the latter due to its evident side effects. insisting that any development of the technique must eliminate these drawbacks. Furthermore, Bei Xuan had not been idle. He initially tried to teach Tsunade the golden light technique, but it proved futile, as she could not enter the proper state no matter her efforts. Hu Di speculated that this was due to Tsunade's lack of aptitude for sage arts. Unable to comprehend these matters himself, Bei Xuan entrusted them to Hu Di and Tsunade. Though Tsunade was preoccupied with sealing techniques, leaving Hu Di to shoulder the responsibility alone. After this mission, Bei Xuan reaped numerous rewards. Foremost among them was the summoning of Pokémon. When instructing the Pokémon to attack the Sand Shinobi, Bei Xuan ordered that the fallen Sand Shinobi's bodies be transported back to the Wet Bone Forest. Coupled with the chakra obtained from his battle with Shikaku, Bei Xuan made a sacrificial offering, resulting in an influx of Pokémon within the Wet Bone Forest. The most significant gain was a green dinosaur, gnawing on the chakra of the one tail that Bei Xuan had meticulously prepared. Ban. Little Bangilas, you mustn't consume too much. Little Bei Xuan said you can only have one portion of Shikaku's chakra each day. If you eat this, you will soon grow as tall as Little Axe. Beside Bangilas, the slug sage pushed a pile of stones imbued with natural chakra towards it. Ban. Thinking of the massive frame of the double-axe dragon, Bangilas eagerly nodded and began devouring the stones. Yet, one must ponder whether the Pokémon can truly adapt to the chakra of tailed beasts. Tsunade was naturally aware of Bei Xuan's intent for Bangilas to absorb the tailed beast chakra, although there were historical precedents for such consumption in the shinobi world. She was particularly cognizant of the example involving the second Hokage Tobirama's adversaries, the Golden and Silver Brothers. Shikaku's chakra was particularly suited for Bangilas, known as the Desert Tyrant, and Bei Xuan had divided the chakra into numerous portions for Bangilas to gradually consume. Presently, the child even felt insufficiently fed, and with the slug sage always watching over, there was little cause for concern. As Bei Xuan's hand began to wander, Tsunade scolded, "Little brat, stop reading such books. Get off. I'm off to work while you laze about pretending to be sick." She swatted Bei Xuan's hand away, rose to tidy her attire, and prepared to head to the medical unit. While Bei Xuan feigned illness, she could not afford such luxury. In the conflict with the Sand Shinobi, anyone could be absent, but Tsunade's presence was indispensable. She had consistently overpowered Chiyo. Thus, whenever Chiyo led her puppet forces into battle against the Konoha shinobi, she would exchange barbs with Kakashi and Tsunade, only to be promptly routed. Notably, a month had passed, and the Sand Shinobi had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the One Tail. As the battlefield bore no traces of the shinobi struggle, the third Kazekage dared not inquire whether the Konoha shinobi had captured Shikaku. After all, tailed beasts were a source of deterrence for any village. Furthermore, the third Kazekage was reluctant to disclose Shikaku's disappearance, fearing it would undermine morale on the front lines. Chapter 61. The Land of Grass. After Tsunade exited the tent to head to the medical unit, Bei Xuan found himself growing bored. Although he had been frequenting the Wet Bone Forest, the monotony was beginning to wear on him. Rising, he ventured outside the tent, where he frequently encountered shinobi greeting him. Upon closing his eyes and activating his sensory ninjutsu, he swiftly located Minato and Rope Tree, who were en route to the command center. After all, while Bei Xuan could afford to be lazy, they could not, especially after learning that Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, he was being worked hard by Deer Forest like a mere servant. If there were a labor bureau in the shinobi world, Minato would surely have filed a complaint against Deer Forest. "Ah, good afternoon, Minato. Off on a mission?" Bei Xuan waved at Minato, while Rope Tree, due to Bei Xuan's feigned illness, had yet to receive a well-deserved reprimand. Dog Bei Xuan, you're not pretending to be sick?" Rope Tree was surprised to see Bei Xuan, and before he could finish his sentence, Minato smacked him on the back of the head. "Minato, why did you hit me?" "Ha ha ha, good afternoon, Bei Xuan." Rope Tree, having just been struck, was about to question Minato's actions when he suddenly recalled that Bei Xuan had been wanting to scold him for quite some time, quickly laughing it off. "Bei Xuan, are you feeling better? Would you like to join us on a mission?" Minato, having finished reprimanding Rope Tree, turned to Bei Xuan, his dark circles under the eyes becoming quite prominent beneath his smile. "TSK, Deer Forest truly treats you like a slave," Bei Xuan mused, surveying Minato with a hint of sympathy, simultaneously relieved that he had decided to wait until Minato perfected the Flying Thunder God technique before learning it himself. "I'm content to do what I can. I believe the war will conclude swiftly." Hearing Bei Xuan's jest, Minato merely smiled nonchalantly. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God, his role on the battlefield had become significantly more critical, bringing him closer to the title of Hokage. Bei Xuan, you still haven't mentioned whether you want to accompany us to the Land of Grass for this mission, Rope Tree interjected, waving his hand to assert his presence. The Land of Grass. At the mention of this name, a red-haired girl with glasses inexplicably surfaced in Bei Xuan's mind. Indeed, the Land of Grass was an ally of Konoha, and a Wagakure often sought to exploit it, prompting the Land of Grass to request assistance from Konoha. Subsequently, Deer Forest approached me and Rope Tree. Would you like to join, Bei Xuan? Minato extended an invitation, knowing that Bei Xuan's involvement would greatly ease the task, especially since Rope Tree often found it exhausting to manage the missions alongside Minato. The Land of Grass indeed warrants a visit. Bei Xuan recalled Vortex Xianglin. Though she may not be present, her mother, who is of a similar age to Shinju, is here. Previously, when Mito was still around, Bei Xuan had promised to Mito that he would bring back the scattered members of the Vortex clan to Konoha. While Nagato's situation prohibits this, Xianglin's mother is aware of their location, making this an opportune moment to retrieve her. This also prevents the tragic fate that befalls Xianglin's mother in the original narrative. With the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the third is poised to follow swiftly, making it essential to bring a member of Kushina's clan back to accompany her, as her solitude in the village is rather disheartening. Please wait here. I shall seek out Senior Shika to register and inform Tsunade, Bei Xuan instructed. Konoha ninjas must report to the commander for task registration, a practice that facilitates the recording of achievements. Since the last incident where Tsunade was bombed, Bei Xuan has been required to inform her of his whereabouts. The thought of Tsunade discovering that it was a root ninja who caused the explosion sent a shiver down Bei Xuan's spine. Even if it was not directed at him, Tsunade in that state was undeniably terrifying. Fortunately, Bei Xuan had managed to restrain her. Otherwise, news of Konoha's princess slaying the Hokage's advisor would have emerged the following day. We shall await you at the camp entrance, Watergate said, his expression brightening at Bei Xuan's agreement, relieved to be free from Shinju's torment. Upon entering the command room, he found Shika buried under a mountain of documents. Senior Shika, is there truly so much to do as the commander? Bei Xuan mused. Noting Shika's deep immersion in paperwork, reminiscent of the Hokage's desk, which was also piled high with files, whether it be Tsunade or Naruto in the original tale. Oh, it's you, Brat. Have you finally healed from your injuries after a month of recovery? Shika raised his head to see Bei Xuan, then resumed scribbling on various documents. Of course, my medical ninjutsu has advanced significantly during my recuperation, and I had a sudden epiphany that allowed me to heal myself. He picked up a file, but upon seeing the words medical ninja deployment for tent number 4, he quickly closed it and returned it to its place, feigning nonchalance. Now you understand why I, as the commander, am so busy? I truly owe a debt to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Shika observed Bei Xuan's actions and, glancing at the file he had just replaced, recognized that Bei Xuan had deduced the contents. A significant portion of these documents pertained to missions assigned by Tsunade and Orochimaru. Speak up. You don't just come to see me for no reason, Shika said, looking at Bei Xuan with a hint of irritation. I wish to join Watergate's mission to the Land of Grass, Bei Xuan replied. Since you wish to join, we can modify the task. The situation in the Land of Grass is quite intricate, and you may need to demonstrate your prowess. However, this is not directed at a Wagakure, but rather at the internal descent within the grass-hidden village, as some voices there are leaning towards a Wagakure. The strategic significance of the Land of Grass dictates that such a situation must not arise. As he spoke, Shika rummaged through a cabinet and handed Bei Xuan a dossier. This is intelligence gathered by the Umbu in the Land of Grass, containing information on all individuals from the Land of Earth. If necessary, you may create some unexpected events. Bei Xuan briefly scanned the document before tucking it away. He had heard of the Land of Grass's reputation for indecisiveness before his crossing over, and was surprised that this mission aimed to alter that perception. Very well. You may leave. I must continue my work. Oh, and inform Tsunade about your mission, Shika suddenly recalled and spoke earnestly to Bei Xuan. How did you know? Senior Shika? I was just about to find her. Bei Xuan felt slightly awkward at the mention, as such a submissive relationship being known to outsiders was rather embarrassing. However, recalling that Shika's son and grandson also had similar dynamics, Bei Xuan straightened his posture. I am not privy to this information. Tsunade requested I convey it to you, fearing I might send you off to confront the tailed beasts again. Nonetheless, I must apologize. I share responsibility for the leak of intelligence. With that, Sheikah stood and offered a slight bow to Bei Xuan. Chapter 62. The grass-hidden village cunning as Sheikah is. He likely deduced the source of the intelligence leak from the fragments of Umbu attire retrieved from the battlefield. Although the overall matter does not directly involve him, the mission ultimately passed through his hands. Following the Bei Xuan incident, all documents in the command center must now be processed solely by him. Sheikah bore no fault. The truly culpable would face their due consequences. Then I shall take my leave to find Tsunade, Senior Sheikah. Upon our return to the village, I shall treat you to a meal. Bei Xuan waved goodbye as he exited the tent. Sheikah watched the tent flaps sway gently for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. I shall have to treat you to a fine meal. Perhaps we should invite the fat one as well, to ensure he pays his dues. Sheikah then resumed his work, unconcerned by Bei Xuan's remark about the truly culpable facing consequences. In truth, he had already suspected much. He simply could not overtly support Bei Xuan from his current position. However, he eagerly anticipated whether the emergence of bugs and ants in Konoha could herald a rebirth due to Bei Xuan's arrival. After conversing with Tsunade at the medical department, Bei Xuan made his way to the entrance of the Konoha camp. Just outside, he found Shinju animatedly voicing his grievances to Watergate about the land of grass. Why should we assist the grass-hidden village when our own battles remain unfinished? Shinju questioned Watergate in confusion, noting the multitude of tasks currently underway at the front lines, indicating a tense situation for Konoha. Your assistance is warranted as the grass-hidden village is our ally. Moreover, the land of grass shares borders with the land of earth and the land of fire. Its strategic position is critical, and Konoha cannot allow it to fall into the hands of a Wagakure. Before Watergate could respond, Bei Xuan approached, prepared to tease Shinju as per his usual routine. Have you recovered so quickly? I expected you to be entangled with your sister for a while longer. Although Bei Xuan's words were teasing, Shinju, aware that Bei Xuan still held leverage over him, could only smile in response. I'll relay that message to your sister. Now, let us hurry. Time is of the essence. But Watergate, you should rest for a moment. Summoning technique. A giant falcon appeared before them, summoned by Bei Xuan. This is the falcon. We shall ride upon it. Watergate can catch a bit of sleep while we travel. Those dark circles under your eyes concern me. I fear you might doze off in battle. Wow. Bei Xuan, can I forego Orochimaru-sensei's snake and just sign the summoning contract with you? Shinju's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the majestic falcon, which he considered the perfect summoning beast, far superior to the disobedient snakes. Dream on. Bei Xuan shot a glance at Shinju, who was clambering around the falcon, and gestured for Watergate to board first. Subsequently, Bei Xuan leaped into the air, and the majestic eagle took flight, swiftly extending its claws to grasp the rope tree. Ah, Bei Xuan, I shall certainly report this to my sister. The cries of the rope tree echoed as the eagle soared towards the land of grass at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, the rope tree found himself perched upon the eagle's back, and Bei Xuan had merely intended to frighten him. His temperament remained unscathed by the ravages of war. The summoned beast is not merely a companion for ninjas, but an integral part of their strength, one that cannot be casually replaced. Moreover, the serpents of the dragon cave are no feeble summoned creatures. With the eagle's aid, the trio swiftly reached the vicinity of the hidden grass village. However, it was perplexing that, after presenting their Leaf Village ninja identification at the entrance, they encountered no one to receive them. Bei Xuan, did you not claim that the hidden grass village is our ally? We have come to offer assistance, yet there is not a single soul to greet us. In stark contrast to Minato's nonchalant demeanor, the rope tree was incensed by the indifference displayed by the hidden grass village. If one were to seek aid and was met with 3 evidently immature ninjas, it would be quite displeasing not to receive a welcoming committee. With that thought, Bei Xuan unleashed a surge of chakra, shattering the ground of the hidden grass village with the explosive force. Grandfather's techniques are impressive. I must learn them upon my return. Observing Bei Xuan's commanding presence, the rope tree smirked slightly, though his comments were merely for show. Releasing chakra is not simply about expelling one's energy recklessly. It requires exceptional control, a skill that the rope tree evidently lacked, as he tended to release his vast chakra without restraint. As Bei Xuan's chakra surged, the leader's tower of the hidden grass village was filled with dread. What is happening? Is this the level of chakra that the rock village's tailed beast has unleashed upon us? The narrow-minded leader could only speculate about the powerful chakra erupting within the village. unable to fathom that a ninja could possess such formidable energy. This chakra, which lord is it that has erupted so? The ninja, known as Jiexing, drenched in cold sweat, knelt in terror, having discerned that the chakra belonged to Bei Xuan. The overwhelming presence of chakra felt akin to facing a natural disaster. What? It is those three brats. The Leaf Village is not dismissing us. We must hurry. The leader of the Hidden Grass Village urgently pulled Jiexing towards Bei Xuan, his heart pounding with fear. Is this truly the Leaf Village? Just three seemingly juvenile children wield such terrifying power? The leader silently dismissed any thoughts of claiming the title of Shadow. TCH, Bei Xuan, your strategy is ineffective. Still, there is no one to greet us. Perhaps I should simply teach these rude fellows a lesson myself. The rope tree, growing impatient at the continued lack of reception, remarked, Calm down. We are here to provide support. Minato, having refreshed himself from a brief nap, quickly restrained the rope tree, who was poised to charge into the village. What is the rush? Aren't they coming? Bei Xuan retracted his released chakra, observing several ninjas approaching in the distance. The leader of the Hidden Grass Village, having seen the three esteemed visitors, bowed deeply, saying, We have been preoccupied with preparations against the Rock Village's assault. Please forgive our negligence. This scene unfolded with a precision that suggested it had been rehearsed countless times. Truly, the leader was a master of opportunism. Chapter 63. Vortex White. The leader's demeanor left the rope tree and Minato astonished. After all, he was the leader of a hidden village. How could he appear so lacking in dignity? What are you doing? I have no interest in knowing. But we are here to execute a mission and prefer to avoid unnecessary obstructions. Understood? Bei Xuan's gaze swept over the individuals present, all of whom were affiliated with the Rock Village and were the very people Bei Xuan needed to create unexpected scenarios. The leader of the Hidden Grass Village nodded vigorously, adopting an attitude of complete compliance with Bei Xuan's wishes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt a slight relief upon seeing the trio who had rejected his proposed accommodations depart. Leader, these leaf brats are treating us with such disdain. A ninja standing beside the leader, named Guang Tai, began to express his grievances, but was swiftly interrupted. Guang Tai, some words should not be spoken lightly. Disperse. The leader regarded Guang Tai with a meaningful glance, one that conveyed a sense of disdain, as if looking upon a corpse. To attain such a position as the leader of the Hidden Grass Village, even if lacking, one must possess a certain intellect. The strength exhibited by the Leaf's envoy demanded that he rectify any negative sentiments within the village. Otherwise, it would be he who faced the consequences. At that moment, the trio, now distanced from the Hidden Grass Village leader, wandered aimlessly through the village. Bei Xuan, what exactly are you searching for? We've walked quite a distance. Can't we find a place to rest? The rope tree expressed his growing frustration, having meandered without direction since parting from the leader. Minato hasn't complained. Why are you so impatient? Just follow along. Bei Xuan, engrossed in his sensory ninjutsu to locate members of the Uzumaki clan, waved dismissively, interrupting the rope tree, who was becoming increasingly irritable due to the lack of progress. Bei Xuan must have important matters at hand. Besides, we arrived on the Eagle, so we are not fatigued. Let us wait for him to finish his business before resting, Minato suggested, pulling the rope tree back to avoid further disturbance. He could sense that Bei Xuan was searching for something and had been unable to uncover any leads, which was causing him to grow anxious. If the rope tree continued to interfere, Minato feared he might soon find him sprawled on the ground, pleading for assistance. The rope tree, glancing at Minato, who had been napping throughout their journey, recalled how he had been seized and flown halfway before Bei Xuan's conscience stirred, allowing him to ride on the Eagle. Suddenly, he felt as though the world was filled with malice towards him. Just as he prepared to argue with Minato, his gaze caught a glimpse of red in a nearby alley. Oh, the Hidden Grass Village also has someone with hair the same color as Granny and Kushina. That's quite rare. Bei Xuan paused, his eyes widening as he turned to where the rope tree pointed, but saw nothing. Closing his eyes to employ his sensory ninjutsu yielded no results either. Are you certain you did not missee? Bei Xuan inquired of the rope tree. Am I blind? How could I possibly be mistaken? Besides, red hair is strikingly obvious. She just peeked at us from that alley before darting away. The rope tree insisted, pointing towards the alley. If that is true, you will earn great merit, and I won't allow that eagle to carry you back. With that, Bei Xuan strode towards the alley, his sensory ninjutsu failing to reveal any clues, which felt amiss. Nevertheless, He believed the rope tree had no reason to fabricate such a story. Moreover, the rope tree was unaware that Bei Xuan was searching for members of the Uzumaki clan. Hey, Bei Xuan, what do you mean? Do you intend to have that incredibly handsome eagle carry me back? Disregarding the agitated rope tree, Bei Xuan proceeded along the narrow alley until he halted before a basket. Beneath the cover of the basket, a strand of crimson hair stood out strikingly. Bei Xuan closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the situation with his sensory ninjutsu, only to find it utterly devoid of life. Oh, the malevolent Konoha, your sensory skills truly leave much to be desired. After being misled twice by this usually reliable technique, Bei Xuan couldn't help but voice his frustration. Come out. We are ninjas of Konoha and harbor no ill intentions. He gently tapped on the basket, and after a considerable wait, the cover was lifted to reveal a trembling girl with red hair gazing up at him. From the Uzumaki clan? Upon seeing her, Minato realized the truth. Her hair color was identical to Kushina's, coupled with Bei Xuan's deliberate search. See, I told you. I absolutely did not misjudge. This is the same hair color as Mito-sama. Wait, an Uzumaki? Is she a relative of my grandmother? The rope tree, initially excitedly pointing at the girl, suddenly understood Minato's words and stared at her in shock. He thought the Uzumaki clan had dwindled down to just Kushina. Do you need something? The girl trembled as she looked at Bei Xuan, a hint of fear etched on her face. Observing the bite marks still visible on her arm, Bei Xuan realized what she had endured. Yes, we are here to protect you and escort you back to Konoha, where someone named Uzumaki Kushina awaits you. Bei Xuan placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, gradually infusing her with a sense of vitality. Startled by the sudden touch, the Uzumaki girl shuddered. But as she felt her body grow lighter, she began to calm down, her eyes sparkling as she watched Bei Xuan diligently tending to her. Is it true? Is Kushina really waiting for us? The Uzumaki girl looked at Bei Xuan with hope illuminating her eyes. Yes, Kushina has always longed for the reunion of her clan. Hello, I am Namikaze Minato, Kushina's friend. She often speaks fondly of her days in the hidden Whirlpool village. Minato chimed in to assist Bei Xuan, and he spoke truthfully. Having spent considerable time with Kushina, he understood her deep yearning for her past life. My grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. I am Rope Tree, and we truly mean you no harm. Rest assured, with me, Rope Tree here, no one will bully you. Rope Tree patted his chest proudly. Mito-sama. I am Uzumaki Bei, a lower ninja who escaped from the Uzumaki clan. Looking down, Uzumaki Bei seemed unsure how to introduce herself, worried that her weakness would lead to abandonment. Meanwhile, as Bei Xuan treated Uzumaki Bei, he finally understood why she evaded his sensory ninjutsu. She bore a seal inscribed with the technique of concealment without separation. Chapter 64. Gungawei learns ninjutsu. The technique of concealment without separation was included in the comprehensive sealing techniques that Mito had entrusted to Bei Xuan. A ninja inscribed with this technique could completely conceal themselves, though it came with the drawback of being unable to use any ninjutsu. Once activated, the technique would dissipate. We shall remain in Kusagakure for a while, after which I will arrange for you to return to Konoha to find Kushina. For now, you will accompany us. Rope Tree, you will take care of her. I will lend you my Pidu. Having said this, Bei Xuan turned to Rope Tree, who immediately agreed, having long coveted Bei Xuan's Pidu. Simultaneously, Rope Tree was already envisioning a favorable relationship with Pidu, hoping that if it was pleased, it might consent to a summoning contract. Ignoring the daydreaming Rope Tree, Bei Xuan and Minato led Uzumaki Bei out of the alley, leaving Rope Tree standing there, lost in thought for quite some time. Baka, once again, Great Rope Tree has been left behind. The four of them walked along the streets of Kusagakure, which, in stark contrast to the bustling Konoha, resembled a mere outpost. Or perhaps slightly better than one. This place is truly underdeveloped. I've searched high and low but cannot find a single inn. Rope Tree, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass with his hands behind his head, glanced around. I brought a tent. We can camp, but... Minato patted the ninja pouch at his waist, which contained sealing scrolls filled with various items. With Kushina's support, Minato's collection of sealing scrolls was somewhat excessive. While Rope Tree's scrolls were mostly borrowed from Minato, Kushina had not arrived in Konoha empty-handed. She had brought much of the wealth of the Whirlpool village with her. Even though Mito was no longer present, Sarutobi Hiruzen was cautious due to Kushina's connections with several formidable individuals. Thus, her assets remained intact, with Sarutobi only taking a few of the sealing scrolls Kushina had mastered. As for the comprehensive sealing techniques that Bei Xuan possessed, even Kushina was unaware. She only knew that he could perform many sealing techniques. Both the third Hokage and Kushina believed that Bei Xuan learned from Mito, and Sarutobi had hinted that Bei Xuan should share his knowledge of sealing techniques with the village. However, Bei Xuan skillfully evaded this expectation, and Sarutobi refrained from pressing the issue, as, despite being a village ninja, there was no obligation to share one's techniques. If such a precedent were set, it would not only spread discontent, but also instill fear among the secretive clans of the village. Even the closest families to the Hokage, such as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, would find themselves at odds with the village, as their techniques were not bound by bloodlines. Minato awkwardly glanced at Uzumaki Bai, finding it somewhat inappropriate for a girl to share a tent with several boys. However, Minato had no choice. He only carried a large tent, which had never been used, as they usually just found a tree to lean against and sleep during missions. I'm fine. As long as I have a place to sleep, I can manage. Usually, I just find a box to curl up in. Uzumaki Bai, noticing Minato's gaze, blushed and waved her hand, aware that he was concerned about her feelings. However, after fleeing to the land of grass, her life had not been pleasant, and she had grown accustomed to being captured by grass ninjas and used as a medical pack. Now, simply following Bei Xuan and the others could alter her previous existence. Whether sharing a tent or being with them was a blissful prospect for Uzumaki Bai. Let us find a spot to pitch the tent. Minato, you go hunt something. We can roast meat. Surely, you don't want to continue eating soldier pills? Bei Xuan finally decided to set up the tent, considering the difficulty of finding food in Kusagakure, which had been raided multiple times by Iwagakure. The group chose a vacant grassy area, and while Minato went hunting, Rope Tree began setting up the tent. What about Bei Xuan? You might ask. No surprise there. Among them, Bei Xuan was the best cook, so naturally, he would rest for a moment before preparing the meal. However, Bei Xuan was not idle. He was forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Kogiki? Kogiki emerged, scratching his head as he looked at Bei Xuan. Huh, are you learning how to form seals? Can your hands even come together? But for now, let us pause the lesson. Kogiki, please help me protect her. Upon hearing Gung Gue mention studying seal techniques, with Jiao, he ninja frog, Bei Xuan unconsciously cast a few glances at Gung Gue's short arms. He then gestured towards the curious Vortex Bai, who was observing Gung Gue, and addressed him. Kojia. Gung Gue glanced at Vortex Bai, leaping into the air and executing 2.5 graceful spins before elegantly diving into Vortex Bai's shadow. Remarkable. Gung Gue's diving technique had become increasingly exquisite. This meant that Gung Gue could conceal himself in your shadow and would emerge to protect you when danger approached. Our mission in the grass-hidden village necessitates vigilance against unexpected situations, hence his companionship is essential. Gung Gue possesses formidable strength, and even if he cannot defeat an opponent, he can aid in your escape, so you need not worry with him around. Observing the startled Vortex Bai, who froze in fear at the sight of the blood-red eyes peering from the shadow, Bei Xuan softly explained, "You need not be afraid. Gung Gue will protect you." Understood. I look forward to learning from you, Gung Gue. Upon hearing Bei Xuan's explanation, Vortex Bai's trepidation diminished, and she greeted the crimson eyes in her shadow. Kojia, this child says you are far more polite than Rope Tree, and he will take good care of you. Bei Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, recalling that Gung Gue had once entered Rope Tree's shadow, and it seemed he had held on to that memory due to Rope Tree's rudeness. Thank you. Vortex Bai immediately bowed to her shadow, continuously chattering with Gung Gue. Bei Xuan watched, somewhat bewildered, as the two engaged in their carefree exchange. Can you understand Gung Gue's speech? Bei Xuan inquired, astonished. Yes, I can comprehend some of it. I awakened a portion of the Kagura Hard Eye's abilities from a young age, allowing me to understand some creature's speech. Is there a problem with that? Vortex Bai asked timidly. Her teacher had warned her to keep her abilities a secret when she was sent out. However, after an incident where she had tried to trade for food and inadvertently revealed her ability to recover from injuries, she had faced various hardships. Chapter 65. No wonder your sister beats you daily. Nevertheless, Vortex Bai trusted Bei Xuan, which led her to disclose her abilities. Does the Kagura Heart Eye possess such a function? Bei Xuan was taken aback, having always believed it was merely an exceptional sensory ninjutsu. Indeed, the Kagura Heart Eye can perceive the thoughts of others and serves as a broad-range sensory ninjutsu, Vortex Bai softly clarified. Bei Xuan recognized the expansive sensing capabilities of the Kagura Hard Eye, having noted its impressive manifestations in both Mito and the original work, particularly when Vortex Xianglin, presumed to be Vortex Bai's daughter, sensed Sasuke's death from a vast distance, weeping inconsolably. Thus, the malevolent Senju Tobarama, the sensory ninjutsu you developed, is truly subpar. Bei Xuan silently derided Tobarama's sensory techniques before turning his gaze to Rope Tree, who was diligently assembling a tent. Rope Tree and Tsunade also possessed some of the Vortex bloodline. It was uncertain whether they could unlock this ability, but it seemed plausible, given their Senju lineage. Speaking of bloodlines, Bei Xuan couldn't help but recall the peculiar genes of Minato, which had persisted for several generations. His genetic legacy was astonishingly dominant, overshadowing even the purest genes of Kushina from the Vortex clan. Just as thoughts of Minato surfaced, he returned, carrying a large wild boar. Having received Tsunade's approval, Minato had also learned the methods of utilizing her monstrous strength. In Bei Xuan's vision, Minato would be capable of employing the Flying Thunder God, opening the 8 gates like Might Guy, wielding Jiraiya's sage techniques, and utilizing Tsunade's monstrous strength. However, the 8 gates technique needs refinement. It seems incompatible with other techniques during use. Bei Xuan's plan did not involve thwarting Madara's ambitions, but rather ensuring that they unfolded within his own strategy, necessitating certain alterations. For instance, Minato and his wife could not perish. Should they meet their end, Bei Xuan would be unable to face Minato as a friend. Other sacrifices, such as the Jinchuriki from different villages, were of lesser concern to him. Bei Xuan was not a saint. For the success of his plans, he would not hesitate to assist Akatsuki in capturing tailed beasts. His vision extended further. His ultimate adversaries were not the naive figure upon the moon, but the impending Otsutsuki. Bei Xuan felt a surge of indignation at the portrayal of Naruto and Sasuke's impotence in Boruto, lamenting the decision to diminish the spirited youths from Shippuden. Yet, he also understood that the Otsutsuki's strength would not be trivial, necessitating a surge in the ninja world's capabilities and a need for unity. Minato's ascension to Hokage was the first step, with the second being the identification of a formidable adversary. Bei Xuan knew that if he were to personally convey this to the villagers, no one would believe him. Even if Bei Xuan were to attain overwhelming power in the future, it would only compel others to feign submission. Thus, a user of the Ketsuryugen was required to unify the entire ninja world. Moreover, Bei Xuan's considerations stemmed from a desire to avoid the inability to acquire eternal life, as the frailties of aging could jeopardize the safety of his and Tsunade's descendants in the future. After all, in that era, the young blonde Minato would already have grandchildren, and they would be formidable indeed, capable of taking on the Otsutsuki's killing machines. The Edo Tensei technique served as another safeguard in Bei Xuan's mind. Although it remained inaccessible due to the third Hokage's prohibition on learning it, acquiring Edo Tensei was merely a matter of time. Once Bei Xuan made sacrifices to obtain extraordinary Pokémon like Giratina, he would prepare to collaborate with highly intelligent Pokémon to research the Edo Tensei technique. Simultaneously, he would resurrect the malevolent Senju Tobarama for joint research, knowing that having the developer present would significantly ease the process of perfecting Edo Tensei. As for conducting research himself, Bei Xuan was acutely aware of his limitations. He had never been particularly adept at developing ninjutsu. This was also why he had chosen to wait for Minato's optimization of the Flying Thunder God technique before learning it, despite its remarkable convenience and power enhancement. While the primary reason remained that he had a multitude of subjects to study, Bei Xuan maintained a clear self-awareness. Bei Xuan, barbecue time. Minato returned with an enormous wild boar, exclaiming joyfully, "I'm going to devour a whole leg by myself." Rope Tree, who had nearly finished setting up the tent, danced around the wild boar, his favorite delicacy. "Get that tent rebuilt properly. If it collapses while we sleep tonight, I'll make sure you end up in a heap too." Bei Xuan delivered a firm punch to Rope Tree's head, pointing at the haphazardly assembled tent. "Ah, are you using monstrous strength to hit people now? Fine, let us get it done." Rope Tree, clutching his head, noticed Bei Xuan raising his fist again and immediately fled, grabbing Minato's hand and gazing up at him with tearful eyes. "I'll help you." Minato, unable to withstand the pleading gaze, sighed and abandoned his intention to rest, rising to assist Rope Tree in completing the tent. Meanwhile, Vortex Bai, who had been conversing with Gungue, cast an envious glance at the playful trio. "Kojia." "Thank you, Gungue. I'm fine. Soon I'll be able to find my friends. I just wonder if Kushina still remembers me. As Uzumaki White gazed skyward, memories of the playful days spent teasing their teacher alongside Kushina in the hidden whirlpool village flooded her mind, her eyes sparkling with hope. Shortly thereafter, Bei Xuan expertly prepared the wild boar, retrieving a kunai to slice the meat. Contemplating the short length of the kunai, he pondered whether to seek a Kusanagi sword instead, as it would facilitate the preparation of the meal, given the considerable size of the beasts in the ninja world. The Kusanagi sword, a term encompassing various blades within the ninja realm, would not be difficult for Bei Xuan to procure if he were to earnestly seek one. Moreover, he presumed that Orochimaru might possess an extra one, and given their rapport, he could likely trade some ninjutsu for it. Wow, this is absolutely delicious, exclaimed Xingtong, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he devoured a piece of meat while maintaining a steady flow of conversation. If you keep blabbering, you might just be eating the last piece of meat I ever cook in your lifetime. He handed a portion of the neatly sliced meat to Uzumaki White, who appeared somewhat shy yet was clearly salivating. Bei Xuan shot a glance at Xingtong, who was voraciously chewing, and remarked coolly, "It's no wonder Tsunade beats her brother daily. He truly deserves it. Despite all that has transpired, he has yet to shed this insatiable gluttony." Bei Xuan had always excelled at cooking, and it was his culinary prowess that had led him to become a disciple of Jiraiya. Minato, in contrast, displayed far better table manners than Xingtong, reminiscing fondly over the roasted meat. Chapter 66. Do you wish to ignite war between the Rock Ninja and Konoha? Upon hearing Minato's proclamation, Bei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the moments when he, Minato, and the legendary three first met. Yet, it was surprising that Minato attributed his apprenticeship to Jiraiya solely to the roasted fish. Before long, the entire boar was consumed, with most of the meat finding its way into Uzumaki White's stomach, leaving Xingtong in awe as he cleaned up the remnants scattered on the ground. In Xingtong's recollection, he had never encountered a woman with such an appetite. Not even his grandmother or Kushina could rival it. Of course, he had yet to meet the princess who, despite her petite stature, possessed a remarkable capacity for consumption. Bei Xuan, while it's wonderful that Kushina can gain another clan member, what about White's identity? Although she belongs to the Uzumaki clan, we are in a time of war, Xingtong remarked, tidying up the leftovers while Minato sat beside Bei Xuan, expressing his concerns. During wartime, a stranger entering Konoha, even if she claims to be from the red-haired Uzumaki clan, poses a significant risk. Who knows what complications may arise? Moreover, she is to interact with Konoha's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It is evidently unrealistic. This matter would not only concern Danzo, but also Hiruzen Sarutobi would not likely acquiesce. I have indeed been remiss in my considerations. Let us have Uzumaki White accompany us back to the battlefield first, and then she can return to Konoha with us later. With both Tsunade and myself present, the third Hokage will likely remain silent, Bei Xuan suggested, glancing at Uzumaki White, who was assisting Xingtong in clearing the leftovers. He was confident that she posed no issue. However, the third Hokage and Danzo would certainly disagree, making it unwise to send her back to Konoha at this juncture. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two as they chatted while cleaning, Bei Xuan felt a sense of kinship, especially considering their distant familial ties. Reflecting on the task assigned by Tsunade, he felt a surge of inspiration and immediately pulled Minato aside to discuss certain matters. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Isn't love based on feelings? And we also. Minato's face flushed as he recalled his first encounter with Kushina. That resilient red-haired girl stood on the podium, boldly declaring her dreams. Such a vision of Kushina was undeniably captivating to Minato. Stop! Bei Xuan interjected, halting Minato's train of thought. Who is he? Xingtong. Do you truly believe he comprehends what it means to be smitten? I suspect he would fall for any beautiful older sister he encounters. Is that genuine affection? Besides, why not give it a try? We are not coercing them. Am I the sort of person to do so? Bei Xuan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he regarded the visibly flustered Minato. Don't you want to see how Xingtong behaves when he is in love? He is always mocking you for your demeanor around Kushina. Bei Xuan teased. Enough. Minato clenched his fist, veins bulging on his forehead. Bei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by what Xingtong had done to provoke Minato's ire. What did I do? Does Bei Xuan have some plan? Xingtong approached, having finished tidying up, only to hear Minato's irritated response. Ahem, it's nothing. I was merely discussing how to handle this mission, as we cannot remain in this dilapidated village indefinitely. Bei Xuan coughed lightly, promptly diverting the conversation. Shengtong, ever oblivious, seamlessly joined the discussion on how to accomplish their mission. Meanwhile, Uzumaki White cast a knowing glance at Bei Xuan and Minato. Unlike Shengtong, she was not naive. Yet, even aware that Bei Xuan and Minato harbored secrets from Shengtong, she chose to remain silent, as her own circumstances did not afford her the luxury of freedom. Those who have endured hardship understand the value of cherishing this hard-won warmth. After deliberating several strategies, the trio ultimately decided that Bei Xuan would venture to the outpost near the grass village to deliver a declaration to the rock ninja. Konoha had concluded its conflict in the Land of Rain, with only the Land of Wind stubbornly resisting, yet it was anticipated they would not hold out for long. Meanwhile, the rock village was embroiled in a fierce battle with the Cloud village and would likely not welcome Konoha's intervention. Inoki was not a fool and could discern the shifting tides. The grass village was to assist in establishing a barrier, though the cost of the barrier was a matter for them to resolve. With the barrier in place, the grass village would essentially distance itself from the rock village. The barrier served not only as protection but also as a strategic asset. The group made their decision. On the morrow, Bei Xuan would proceed to the rock village's outpost near the grass village, while Minato and Shengtong would engage in discussions with the grass village leader. Should they agree, Bei Xuan would return to set up the sealing barrier. If they declined, the trio would depart, confident that Inoki was astute enough to fulfill the task at hand. If he were indeed foolish, the completion of the grass village's mission would hold little significance. The three had their assignments, while Uzumaki White remained behind in the tent, her safety assured by the presence of Gung. The following day, after preparing a meal for 3 hungry chicks, Bei Xuan set off alone for the rock village's outpost near the grass village. Meanwhile, Minato and Shengtong followed their original plan to seek out the grass village leader. Armed with a list, perched atop a giant eagle, Bei Xuan silently surveyed the languid rock ninja encampment below. To strike a pose, he had summoned the eagle rather than take flight himself, carefully choosing an advantageous angle, yet it took several minutes for the occupants to notice his presence. However, the eagle's appearance had transformed dramatically. Its feathers were now a deep black, and its tail feathers appeared more elongated. Eagle, use a gentler wind, Bei Xuan commanded. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle unleashed a gust of wind imbued with natural energy, sending a tremendous storm cascading toward the rock ninja below, toppling structures and scattering personnel in chaos. At this moment, the lethargic rock ninjas finally noticed the soaring Pidgeot and the figure of Bei Xuan standing atop it. This is our first encounter, esteemed rock ninjas. It seems your vigilance as ninjas is somewhat lacking. I am Nanfong, a jonin from Konoha, here to convey some matters that require your attention regarding the Tsuchikage. As Pidgeot gradually descended, Bei Xuan observed the rock ninjas, who had already drawn their kunai but refrained from charging towards him. With a cursory perception through his ninjutsu, Bei Xuan deduced that the chakra emanating from these individuals indicated a general composition of low-ranking ninjas, mingled with a few mid-ranking ones. How could such feeble strength confront the village hidden in the grass? It was plausible that these ninjas had not engaged with the grass village at all. Reflecting on the grass village's indecisive nature, Bei Xuan surmised why they were not retaliating. Konoha's ninja, I am curious about your audacity in entering our rock ninja territory. Do you intend to incite war between our clans? A prolonged silence lingered until a mid-ranking ninja, gritting his teeth, stepped forward to confront Bei Xuan. Though the tremor in his body was hardly unnoticeable. War? Shouldn't that be a declaration I make? The village hidden in the grass is an ally of Konoha, yet you repeatedly intrude upon their domain. Konoha could interpret your actions as provocation, and thus I have been dispatched to deliver a warning. Should you challenge Konoha again, we shall not hesitate to retaliate. Upon finishing his statement, Bei Xuan unleashed a surge of chakra that enveloped the entire rock ninja encampment. Without waiting for a response, he mounted Pidgeot and departed. Bei Xuan's words were mere bluster. The initiation of war was not his prerogative. He was merely wielding the authority of Konoha. If Inoki were not a fool, Bei Xuan would accomplish his mission seamlessly. If Inoki were indeed foolish, what transpired was of no concern to Bei Xuan. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the grass, Minato was engaged in a stalemate with its leader, while Shinshu stood solemnly behind him, saying nothing. This was a request from Bei Xuan. During negotiations with the grass village leader, Shinshu was to remain silent, maintaining a stern demeanor. Moreover, Bei Xuan had issued a threat. Should Shinshu interfere with Minato, He would bind Shinshu and make him witness a grand feast. Shinshu, feeling threatened, could hardly comply with Bei Xuan's wishes. He believed his taciturnity was merely a reflection of his current mood. I have eliminated those in the village who were close to the rock ninjas. All you need to do is safeguard the village hidden in the grass village leader implored, making a final stand. Once the barrier was established, his village would be reliant on Konoha. We have other tasks to attend to and cannot remain in the grass village indefinitely. Besides, the establishment of this barrier is for the village's safety. I believe you understand that once the barrier is in place, the rock ninjas will find it difficult to disturb your village. Minato replied with a smile to the visibly distressed leader of the grass village. Even a leader with little experience understood the utility of a barrier. It served not only as a defense against intruders, but was also a means of control imposed by others. Then I must express my gratitude, the grass village leader sighed, slumping in his chair. Since assuming leadership from the previous chief, he had been educated on the dangers of relying solely on a single powerful nation. The true path to survival lay in maintaining a delicate balance. Konoha's maneuvering effectively confined the grass village within its grasp. To refuse? The grass village leader cast a furtive glance at Shinshu, who had been glaring at him ever since entering his office. He imagined that any refusal would lead him to share the fate of those he had eliminated yesterday. At that moment, the grass village leader harbored a deep resentment towards those who had been close to the rock ninjas. Although their connections had been sanctioned by him, their ostentatiousness was excessive. What had these individuals done to warrant Konoha sending 3 powerful figures to subdue the grass village? The leader suddenly regretted the hasty assassination carried out the previous day. Remembering Bei Xuan's explosive chakra, even a day later, his hands trembled slightly. Such a disruptive presence as Bei Xuan ought to be dismantled. The grass village leader continuously cursed those he had assassinated yesterday, oblivious to the fact that the establishment of the barrier was a consequence of his own cowardice. With the grass village's consent secured, Minato and Shinshu exited the leader's office. Upon returning to their tent, Bei Xuan was already assisting Gengui in modifying the shadow ball into a spiral shuriken shadow ball. However, it was evident that Bei Xuan was not an effective teacher, as the area around the tent was in disarray from the blasts of the shadow balls, and Gengui had yet to succeed. Back already? How did it go? Bei Xuan chuckled at the still somber Shinshu and turned to Minato. The grass village leader agreed, possibly due to Shinshu's presence. He kept casting wary glances at Shinshu throughout, Minato noted. Glancing at Shinshu, whose stern expression made him appear as though he were ready to engage in battle. What about the list? The grass village had no objections to that reasoning, I presume? Bei Xuan inquired, instructing Gengui to play with Uzumaki Haku as he approached Minato. The list Bei Xuan referred to was the one provided by Lu Lin, detailing individuals within the grass village who were allied with the rock ninjas. Given the urgent nature of the mission, unexpected complications were not easily controllable. Hence, Bei Xuan had instructed Minato to request the individuals from the grass village leader, claiming they were spies planted by the rock ninjas. The individuals on the list are deceased, but not by my hand. It was the grass village leader who acted. And he did so last night, Minato replied, shaking his head as he recalled how he and Shinshu had been handed intelligence upon their arrival at the grass village leader's office. The contents were remarkably similar to Bei Xuan's fabricated narrative, though one was conjured by Bei Xuan, while the other was the grass village leader's fabrication. Is that so? The grass village is indeed ruthless. Let us proceed to establish the barrier, so we can return, Bei Xuan concluded. Setting up a barrier for a relatively small village was a task Bei Xuan could accomplish alone with the aid of shadow clones. However, the costly materials required for the barrier had to be furnished by the grass village, for Bei Xuan had given Minato a list before his departure that morning. Once the grass village leader consented to the establishment of the barrier, the list naturally landed in his hands. The extent of resources necessary for the barrier's construction was something known only to those skilled in barrier techniques, leaving the grass village leader to provide whatever was noted on the list. As Bei Xuan commenced the barrier's construction, he couldn't help but marvel. Despite the grass village's apparent poverty, they had managed to gather all the materials without requiring any preparation time. It was worth noting that Bei Xuan had taken a small commission, yet even so, the grass village managed to assemble everything. So, was the grass village genuinely impoverished or merely feigning it? Having indulged a bit too much in backhanded dealings, Bei Xuan found himself inexplicably curious about the wealth of the grass-hidden village. However, it appeared that this village possessed an artifact known as the Box of Bliss. which Bei Xuan was intent on acquiring to experiment with sacrificial offerings in hopes of summoning a Pokémon. Nevertheless, now was not the time. He planned to create an alibi once he departed from the village. Meanwhile, the leader of Grass Hidden Village sat in his office, his heart bleeding. As the materials in his possession were treasured relics, obtained only through the remnants of the Land of Waves. Chapter 68. Is Minato still sneaky? In the skies above the Land of Fire, perched upon a mighty bee drill, Bei Xuan sat cross-legged, assessing his recent acquisitions. The barriers of Grass Hidden Village were not particularly formidable, allowing him to navigate them with ease. Bei Xuan, isn't this a bit unethical? Minato, who possessed some knowledge of sealing techniques, was aware that Bei Xuan had pilfered a few items. I have no need for them. They are perfect for you as you delve into sealing arts, Bei Xuan replied, handing Minato a scroll inscribed with sealing techniques. Minato stared blankly at the scroll, bewildered, as it was not the intention he had in mind. Having taken from Grass Hidden Village, it will never involve itself in advanced sealing arts, so take it. Besides, Bei Xuan did not mention how the inhabitants of Grass Hidden Village treated the Uzumaki clan in the original story. Consider these items reparations. Minato suddenly felt a bit flustered. Was this what Bei Xuan referred to as a bribe? But he had yet to attain the title of Hokage. What is this? Do you intend to live off Kushina forever? Learn from me. After all, Tsunade benefits from my support, Bei Xuan teased, patting Minato's shoulder, causing his face to flush crimson. Even the brightest sun, Minato, would feel a tinge of embarrassment when accused of living off of someone else's success. Minato, choosing silence, folded the scroll away, contemplating ways to earn his own living. For Bei Xuan was correct. He could not rely solely on Kushina's resources. At that moment, as Kushina was collecting rents, she suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Is someone thinking of me? Perhaps it's Minato who misses me, Pikachu? She mused, ruffling the little Pokémon's head and popping a cherry tomato into its mouth. Pika! Pika! No. We can't go to the 3rd S office. There are guards. Trying to contact him now would surely fail. Once we finish collecting rents, why not try contacting Dai-senpai? Pika! Pikachu shook its head vigorously. Oh, this time Dai-senpai will surely not be angry. Last time, who was it that accidentally shocked little Kai? Don't you want to see Dai-senpai's explosive hair? Don't you? Kushina lifted Pikachu high, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Pika! Pika! Ahem. Although it was my directive, I only intended for you to give Kai a gentle jolt to stop his crying. I certainly did not mean for you to shock little Kai. Kushina's cheeks flushed as she recalled the awkward situation. Upon returning from shopping, Dai-senpai had witnessed Pikachu shocking little Kai, leaving him utterly stunned. Shaking his head to dispel the unpleasant image, Kushina then spotted a white-haired man walking by. A stranger? Pikachu, we have a new target. What do you say? She bent down, determination etched on her face, as though embarking on a significant mission. Pika! Pikachu extended its hand, resolute in its gaze towards Kushina. Team Konoha Lightning Strike. Mission initiated. As Shinshu approached the increasingly familiar path leading to the camp, he reveled in his flawless completion of the task. Once he returned the white-haired individual to Konoha, he would surely boast to the 3rd about his impressive stature. After receiving praise from Minato, Shinshu was wholly absorbed in the belief that his efforts had led to the Grass Hidden Village leader's agreement to construct the barrier. By the way, the arrangement for you to return to Konoha has been cancelled. I forgot to mention it, Bei Xuan stated, stroking the feathers on Beedrill's back. Upon hearing this, Shinshu remained unfazed, but the Uzumaki by beside him froze, his eyes narrowing. Please do not misinterpret. Bei Xuan means to bring you with us to the battlefield at the Konoha camp, Minato clarified, noticing Uzumaki by S unease. Realizing that this sudden decision had not been communicated to him beforehand, Minato was correct. Konoha was currently engulfed in war, and Kushina's status was particularly precarious. Once Shinshu returned by to Konoha, he would swiftly return to the battlefield. Being alone in Konoha may not be in your best interest. It is advisable to stay with us for now. Once the war concludes, we will return to Konoha together. At that time, with both me and Tsunade present, you will have opportunities to interact with Kushina. However, I may inscribe a sealing technique upon you. This technique will not hinder your normal actions or life. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, you should have heard of the sealing technique, absorbing the body. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he was curious about how Bei Xuan possessed such extensive knowledge of Uzumaki sealing techniques. The absorbing the body technique is a sealing method that combines illusionary suggestion, embedding a predetermined thought within the neural pathways of the recipient. Once triggered, the inscribed sealing technique will promptly activate, binding and sealing the target. I understand. I can accept it. It is merely adding a restriction to myself, Uzumaki Bei readily agreed, perhaps finding comfort in the limitation, as it allowed him to feel more relaxed. If he solely relied on his connection to Kushina to remain with them, a barrier would always linger, for he knew he was merely an unexpected Uzumaki clan member. Bei Xuan, are you truly of the Uzumaki clan, or is Kushina the sole representative? How is it that you possess knowledge of so many diverse techniques? It seems Kushina does not know as much as you do. Shinshu, overhearing their conversation, looked utterly perplexed. What kind of technique is this? I have never heard of it. Heh, it was your own choice not to learn sealing arts when Mito-sama offered to teach you. Perhaps you should remain silent, Bei Xuan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Shinshu. Despite being a mere novice, this individual had the potential to become one of Konoha's strongest. Yet, Shinshu remained oblivious to how to enhance his abilities. Bei Xuan had attempted to guide him, but Shinshu's disposition dictated that he would not diligently study ninjutsu. Possessing a wealth of resources yet remaining unaware, had Shinshu focused on water release from the outset, avoiding the detours he had taken, his journey would have been much smoother. Had he embraced the water release from the second Hokage, with Orochimaru's guidance, it would have been difficult for Shinshu to remain weak. If one were to argue that Shinshu was currently underwhelming, he indeed possessed the strength of an elite jonin. However, when compared to Minato, who had mastered Flying Thunder God and the Spiral Sphere, alongside Tsunade's martial arts, Shinshu's prowess paled. Once the war concluded, returning to undergo Dai-senpai's rigorous training, coupled with his own studies of the sage arts from Miyaboka Mountain, Bei Xuan could scarcely fathom what Minato would become by the time of the Third Great Ninja War. Regrettably, the Eight Gates technique seemingly could not be employed with other ninjutsu. Perhaps he could persuade Hoodie and the others to modify it, as it would be intriguing to test it with certain Pokémon. However, it was likely that a fully capable Minato would be an unfathomable force. Chapter 69. A resounding victory comes to an end in the command center of the Konoha camp. Lu Lin stared at the report handed over by Minato, utterly bewildered. Are you implying that during your outing, you established a barrier for the grass-hidden village, and that all the techniques controlling this barrier remain in Bei Xuan's hands? Yes. Minato dutifully recounted every detail of the mission. Where's Bei Xuan? Shouldn't he be the captain of your team? Has that lad gotten himself injured again and gone to rest? Observing only Minato and Shoju reporting back, Lu Lin's forehead was etched with veins of frustration. This mission had posed no danger. Bei Xuan had merely gone to seek out Lady Tsunade after bringing back a member of the Uzumaki clan. Minato quickly clarified upon noticing Lu Lin's expression. The mention of the Uzumaki clan caused Lu Lin to frown. Not due to Bei Xuan's casual bringing of a stranger into the Konoha camp. He had absolute confidence in the judgment of Bei Xuan and Minato, who, apart from Shoju, had determined that anyone they brought back was undoubtedly safe. However, Lu Lin was concerned about the potential ripple effects of this Uzumaki clan member's presence in Konoha. Did Konoha lack the capability to gather and search for scattered members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Thus, it seemed Konoha might prefer not to have another formidable clan emerging. One or two Uzumaki clan members would not be a concern, and Konoha would likely welcome them, considering they were born hosts for tailed beasts. Yet, should a trend of forming a clan arise, the higher-ups in Konoha would certainly be alarmed. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, which could be scrutinized by the entire ninja world, attested to their strength. Konoha was not particularly cordial towards ninja clans. Nevertheless, since Bei Xuan had brought the individual back, he must possess a solution, and thus Lu Lin felt no need to exert himself further. Unbeknownst to Lu Lin, he had already gravitated significantly toward Bei Xuan. He was aware of the wisdom of the Nara clan, but had overlooked this fact, as the brilliance emanating from Bei Xuan was simply too dazzling, and those surrounding him shone equally bright. As Bei Xuan walked down the path to the medical department with the somewhat apprehensive Uzumaki Bai, she had already learned who they were about to meet, a distant relative from the Uzumaki clan, the princess of the Senju clan, and one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Moreover, according to Bei Xuan, Uzumaki Bai's ability to live peacefully in Konoha hinged on Tsunade's assistance, which heightened her anxiety and fear. Do not worry, Tsunade is very approachable, Bei Xuan reassured, noticing Uzumaki-Bai's tension as he thought to comfort her. For this girl, barring any unforeseen circumstances, might well become Tsunade's sister-in-law. Upon lifting the curtain of the medical department, Bei Xuan peered inside, only to replace the curtain after taking a breath. When he finally revealed the scene within, he found Tsunade intensely focused on a hand of cards, sweat beading on her forehead. The two nurses accompanying her wore expressions of excitement, with small stacks of cash piled before them. Meanwhile, an injured patient on a nearby bed propped himself up to watch the nurse's card game, while the nurse tending to the patient occasionally glanced between the medication and the card game. What on earth is happening here? Bei Xuan quietly entered, and Tsunade remained oblivious until he stood directly behind her. Uzumaki-Bai, who had followed Bei Xuan inside, was similarly frozen in shock. Tsunade was nothing like the formidable figure she had envisioned. The person so engrossed in those small cards was indeed the legendary Tsunade. Moreover, with money on the table, it appeared to be gambling. Quiet down. If you need a dressing change or treatment, please register over there. I must win this hand, Tsunade exclaimed. Suddenly, she jerked her head up, turning mechanically to face Bei Xuan, who wore a serious expression. She glanced at the two nurses, only to find they had already put their cards down, feigning busyness. From now on, no activities unrelated to medical duties are permitted in the medical department. This time, I will overlook it. Shoju, help clean this up. You come here, Tsunade ordered, pointing at one of the nurses. Bai, keep up. Bei Xuan promptly seized Tsunade by the collar and pulled her toward the surgical recovery room. Hey, Bei Xuan, I could win this round. Slow down. I can walk myself. Trailing behind the two, Uzumaki-Bai's tension towards Tsunade dissipated. Once the trio entered the surgical recovery room, the nurses and medical ninjas quickly dismantled the makeshift table. Before long, the medical department returned to its original state. Inside the recovery room, Tsunade sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, watching Bei Xuan. Ahem. Well, there was just one patient left in the medical department today, and I was a bit bored, so I played a little, Tsunade explained sheepishly. Next time, when I'm bored, I'll arrange the medical duties before going elsewhere. Gambling in the medical department is rather inappropriate. The work in the medical department was already tedious and fraught with the potential for error. Even while Tsunade and the nurses were engaged in their game, the nurse changing the bandages would occasionally glance over to watch, which spoke volumes. Understood. By the way, who is this? Tsunade inquired, eyeing the somewhat timid Uzumaki-Bai. This is Uzumaki-Bai, a member of the Uzumaki clan we encountered during our journey to the Land of Grass. There are no issues, but considering the current wartime circumstances, it would be inconvenient to send her to Konoha. Upon hearing Bei Xuan's words, Tsunade immediately grasped the situation, her gaze lingering on Uzumaki-Bai's hair color in momentary surprise. I am Tsunade. You may call me Sister Tsunade. I happen to be returning to Konoha shortly, so you can accompany us when we go back. It will be just in time to keep Kushina company. Rest assured, no one will bully you while I'm in Konoha, Tsunade said, standing up to ruffle Uzumaki-Bai's hair. Although Bai bore no marks or injuries thanks to Bei Xuan's healing, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she must have endured considerable hardship during her flight. The bond between the Senju and Uzumaki clans was profound, and all Tsunade could do now was protect these orphans. As for Nagato, whom they had encountered earlier, Jiraiya had sensed his animosity toward Konoha, and Tsunade had certainly noticed it as well. Therefore, there was no question of bringing him back to Konoha. Moreover, Bei Xuan had not indicated any desire to bring Nagato back either. Tsunade was aware of the wishes entrusted to Bei Xuan by Mito. Returning to Konoha? Isn't there a need for you to remain on the battlefield? Bei Xuan was taken aback by Tsunade's words. Could it be that after completing a single mission, he could simply return to Konoha? I am not made of steel, I need rest. Besides, the types of poisons used by the Sand Shinobi are not endless. The poisons that require my antidote have largely been dealt with. After all, their old hag cannot match my prowess. Ha ha ha, Tsunade proclaimed with confidence, her arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips, as the silent contest between her and Chiyo reached a glorious conclusion in her favor. Chapter 70. Forgive me, Shikaku. This is the last time. The rivalry between Tsunade and Chiyo had persisted since the onset of hostilities between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi. One wielded poison, while the other countered it. The outcome of their struggle significantly influenced the balance of power on the battlefield between the Wind and Fire nations. However, it was evident that Tsunade, despite being the one focused on antidotes, far surpassed Chiyo in prowess. Is the war nearing its end? Today, the The medical department appears rather desolate. It's so quiet that Tsunade could take a moment to play cards. Once a war commences, its conclusion is rarely swift. Currently, both sides seem to be engaged in small-scale skirmishes, and the likelihood of a full-scale confrontation is minimal. The focus is now on the commanders and their strategic prowess, as the individual strengths of warriors hold less significance in this context. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Bei Xuan could not help but roll his eyes. If only she knew the havoc her grandfather could wreak in alliance with Madara. Nonetheless, Tsunade's assertion is not entirely unfounded. Barring extraordinary circumstances, even the mightiest can succumb to exhaustion. For instance, the legendary Third Raikage met his demise at the hands of IWA ninjas, despite his formidable prowess. Having battled Shikaku, Bei Xuan comprehends the overwhelming power of tailed beasts, and even the mighty Gyuki, the second strongest among them, could only evade the relentless pursuit of the Third Raikage. Though the Raikage ultimately succumbed to fatigue, he bore no injuries, a testament to his immense strength. However, this matter holds little relevance for Bei Xuan, as he is unlikely to encounter the Raikage directly. If it's a test of command, what of our ally, Rulin? Do we not owe him assistance? It seems both you and Orochimaru have assigned your responsibilities to him. The thought of the mountain of documents on Rulin's desk elicited a moment of sympathy from Bei Xuan. Has Orochimaru also taken to slacking off? That is quite unusual. Since the last incident where you retrieved the tailed beast from Tsunade, I have not seen him around. This sparked contemplation in Bei Xuan's mind. Surely, Orochimaru cannot simply vanish from the battlefield. Could it be he is beginning to delve into scientific endeavors? Bei Xuan has never doubted Orochimaru's inclination toward research. His nature dictates such a path, and the death of Rope Tree merely accelerated this progression. Even had Rope Tree lived, any encounter with something that piqued Orochimaru's curiosity would have inevitably led him further down the scientific rabbit hole. It remains uncertain what has prompted Orochimaru's current research. Surely not Shikaku? So, is it just the two of us returning to Konoha with Bei? Bei Xuan stroked his chin in inquiry. What other option is there? Tsunade retorted, exasperated. When she expressed her need for rest to Rulin, he was in a state of utmost distress. If Rope Tree and Minato were also pulled away, Rulin would surely be driven to madness, as he currently values Minato above all else. The Flying Thunder God technique is exceedingly formidable on the battlefield. I do not mean to suggest we bring Rope Tree along. They are ninja, not my wards. I refer to the matter of the Shikaku. The one-tailed Jinchuriki and the captured beast are undeniably strategic assets for Konoha. However, we cannot cling to such hopes. This creature is merely in our temporary custody and will inevitably be returned to Tsunade once the war concludes. The current dynamics of the ninja world do not permit Konoha to possess a second-tailed beast alongside the Nine Tails, even if Tsunade remains unaware of its presence here. They are not foolish. Konoha is the only village engaged in battle with Tsunade, and regardless of whether they know of the One-Tail's existence, the suspicion will always loom over us, especially since it is indeed in our grasp. Tsunade herself finds the notion of tailed beasts perplexing. While they are purportedly wielded for deterrence, their true function is as instruments of war, resulting in extensive casualties whenever they enter the fray. Moreover, this tailed beast was originally distributed by her great-grandfather. What was he thinking at the time? Meanwhile, Orochimaru is ensconced in a makeshift laboratory, a test tube gripped in his hand. He gazes at the vibrant liquid within, his face alight with excitement. It appears brimming with vitality, as though it could sprout a tree upon contact with the earth. Even Danzo possesses such wonders. Though Biyuan's cells also harbor vitality, they pale in comparison to this terrifying life force palpable even through the glass. This aggressively vibrant essence, could it be the key to immortality? Summoning a serpent, he gently inserted the test tube into its mouth before departing the laboratory. Scattered across the table are various papers detailing Biyuan's chakra levels and blood data. In the next moment, flames erupted, consuming the entire laboratory. After entrusting Uzumaki by Tsunade's care, Bei Xuan made his way to the holding area of the Shikaku. There, he found the beast seated on a mat, reciting mantras. Though confined, the conditions of its quarters and sustenance hardly resembled those befitting a prisoner. Ah, you again. The Shikaku halted its chanting, opening its eyes to regard Bei Xuan. The contrast between its current demeanor and the one it had displayed earlier was striking. I require a bit of your chakra. The appetite of the Banquilas is quite substantial. And since Tsunade has indicated that the one tail will eventually be returned to Tsunade here, I intend to take a significant amount. Logically, a holding facility for a Jinchuriki should not permit arbitrary access, yet Bei Xuan, having personally subdued the one tail, was hardly regarded as an outsider. Feel free, but know that it currently harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. I hope you will treat this child gently. The Shikaku deftly rose and reclined upon a nearby bed. It's normal for it to harbor some resentment after I've extracted so much chakra, Bei Xuan remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Since he had placed the 8 trigram seal on the Shikaku, it had expressed profound gratitude toward him. Each time Bei Xuan came to extract Shikaku's chakra, it complied willingly. Bei Xuan placed his hand over the 8 trigram seal on the Shikaku's abdomen, and with a thought, he entered the sealing space. Ah, you detestable little brat. If you have the guts, release me, and let us battle once more. You are cowardly. You are stealing my chakra again. If you dare free me, I will surely kill you. The Shikaku relentlessly battered its confines, glaring at Bei Xuan as he inscribed the familiar sealing technique. Do not be so irate, Shikaku. When we meet again, I shall present you with something truly magnificent. As the sealing technique was completed, Bei Xuan grinned as he observed the relentless extraction of Shikaku's chakra. He sauntered towards the exit, realizing that he had drawn a considerable amount from the once robust Shikaku, now reduced to mere sand. He lightly tapped his finger against the door confining the Shikaku. Forgive me, Shikaku. This will be the final time. Subsequently, he vanished from the sealing space, leaving behind the irate Shikaku pounding against the door. Chapter 71. Support from the boar, deer, and butterfly. Having resolved the issue of Banquila's sustenance, Bei Xuan departed the cell. Before leaving, he reinforced the 8 trigram seal on the Shikaku, understanding that they were within the confines of Konoha's camp. Although the Shikaku had become emaciated, it was prudent to guard against any unforeseen abilities it might unleash. Bei Xuan has grown increasingly skeptical of the power dynamics portrayed in the original narrative. Just because Naruto could defeat certain foes does not inherently imply their weakness. At the Konoha Command Center, you really are something else, having just recovered from your injuries. You are already returning to Konoha for rest after a single mission. The battlefield no longer brims with the initial tension, Rilene noted, glancing at Minato beside Bei Xuan. Watergate is not a place where anything is off limits, and it is not a simple tree. Even secrets that ought not to be known are not carelessly divulged. Bei Xuan's mention of Deer Forest indicates a willingness to discuss matters that should remain unsaid. I truly envy the bond you share. But I too have 2 brothers with whom I share a life-and-death friendship. Ha ha ha. As the contemporary head of the boar, deer, and butterfly clan, Deer Forest naturally possesses the requisite boar, deer, and butterfly combination, which I presume is what Deer Forest refers to. Deer Forest, my esteemed senior. Let us return to the matter at hand. Upon mentioning this, I am reminded that I owe you a meal when you return to the village. I can only assume that you will bring along the elders of the Akimichi clan. Bei Xuan rolled his eyes, acknowledging that it was merely a jest, after all. Treating someone to dinner is no grand feat, even if it were 10 Akimichi ninjas. Bei Xuan could easily afford it. Ha ha ha. I did not expect you to remember. But let us speak of serious matters. You are aware of who was responsible for your injuries, are you not? Deer Forest spoke sternly to Bei Xuan. Indeed, it was Danzo. Upon my return, I shall cause him some trouble. Bei Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. Having suffered losses due to Danzo's machinations in the past, he was determined to retaliate this time. Watergate, standing nearby, looked astonished, unaware of the details of the battle that night, believing instead that Bei Xuan's injuries were inflicted by Shikaku. To learn that the mastermind behind the village's intelligence leak and the attack was one of Konoha's higher-ups. Could this truly be the village he loves? I knew you could not just let this go, but if you wish for Watergate to ascend to the position of Hokage, you must restrain yourself from killing him. Even with all of Danzo's filth and darkness, there is no direct evidence to warrant his execution, and the 3rd Hokage remains too bound by the ties of comradeship. However, I trust you have devised a plan. If you require assistance, the boar, deer, and butterfly clans can offer their support. Deer Forest gazed steadfastly at Bei Xuan, his words contrasting sharply with the typical rhetoric of the Nara clan. Bei Xuan patted the silent Watergate on the back and smiled at Deer Forest. This is not the usual demeanor of Senior Deer Forest. Is it my charismatic personality that has sparked this change? Do not flatter yourself. After Uncle Kaisfeng visited your Senju clan and returned to speak at length about what I should do, I had intended to remain a passive observer. However, Just as you said, your charisma is indeed impressive, but what I value more is your strength. You harbor no ambition for the Hokage position, yet you yearn to reform the decay within Konoha, and Watergate is the one you wish to elevate. After discerning your intentions, I have been observing Watergate and honing his skills. I must admit, Bei Xuan, you have an exceptional eye for talent. Watergate excels in both ability and character. Thus, I am inclined to take a gamble. I know this is uncharacteristic of me, but for the sake of Konoha, I wish to take this risk. With the support of the princess of the Senju and the most talented medical ninja, Bei Xuan, coupled with the backing of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans, we may just propel Watergate to the position of Hokage. In the empty command room, Deer Forest's voice resonated as he fixed his determined gaze upon Bei Xuan and Watergate. Having grown up listening to Case Feng recount the origins of Konoha, he too cherished that home. Had the opportunity not presented itself, he would have maintained his character and allowed events to unfold naturally. Yet now, the chance lay before him, and he was eager to seize it, confident that his two brothers would support him. Rest assured, Watergate will undoubtedly become Hokage. I will surely become Hokage. Their voices echoed in unison, but unlike Bei Xuan's detached tone, Watergate's declaration was resolutely firm. Then you must work hard. I happen to have an extremely important task for you, Watergate. Deer Forest squinted, holding up a scroll, and as anticipated, Watergate promptly accepted it. Senior Deer Forest, you can't possibly be serious after just 2 seconds of formality. Allow Watergate a moment's respite. He's on the verge of becoming a workhorse. Bei Xuan scornfully regarded Deer Forest. You are the last person qualified to say that. Perhaps you should take a look at all the documents piled on that table. Who do you think put them together? Moreover, I am merely enhancing Watergate's reputation. Do you not understand? The moniker of the Yellow Flash has already begun to circulate among the Sand Ninjas. It stands to reason that after a few more missions, Watergate's name will echo throughout the ninja world. Others would find the title of Yellow Flash far more appealing than your rather mundane title of Golden Light Ninja. Deer Forest's forehead twitched with suppressed rage as he pointed to the heap of documents on the nearby table. Bei Xuan, what Senior Deer Forest said is indeed correct. This is also to help elevate my reputation, and successfully completing more missions will minimize casualties among Konoha's ninjas. The little sun continues to shine brightly. After chatting for a bit longer, Bei Xuan led Watergate out of the command room. Deer Forest stood at the entrance, watching the two depart, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ultimately, Konoha will flourish anew, thanks to the budding potential of these two seeds. Upon my return to Konoha, I will entrust the tree to you. With your Flying Thunder God technique, the Sand Ninjas should pose no threat to you now. However, should any issues arise, send a frog to notify me. You need not worry about Kushina. With Uzumaki White around, she will likely forget you by the time you return. Bei Xuan jested with Watergate. Kushina would never forget, Bei Xuan. This is for you. Watergate, fully aware of Bei Xuan's teasing, shook his head with a smile before producing a black scroll. This contains the training methods for the Flying Thunder God technique, along with all my experiences and some minor modifications. While it is not yet fully refined, it is entirely functional for everyday use, and I will continue to improve it. You will have ample time to study upon your return to Konoha. Given Bei Xuan's talent, I expect he will master it swiftly. I have never doubted Watergate's talent. I simply did not anticipate he would make modifications so quickly. For certain prodigies, enhancing ninjutsu is as simple as eating. Chapter 72. The Traitor of the Village is You. The following day, Tsunade and Bei Xuan, accompanied by Uzumaki White, embarked on their journey back to Konoha. As always, they traveled by Giant Eagle, and soon enough, the trio arrived at Konoha. You take White home first. I need to speak with the third Hokage about some matters, and I must also report on certain battlefield intelligence. What a hassle. It's annoying to have to report things he already knows a second time. Tsunade raked her fingers through her hair in frustration, longing instead to return to her comfortable bed for a proper rest, and perhaps indulge in some gambling. Yes, the earlier you go, the earlier you return. I can prepare dinner. Returning to Konoha, Bei Xuan felt completely at ease. Though he had also felt relaxed on the battlefield, it could not compare to the comfort of Konoha. It is no wonder the third Hokage is reluctant to venture into battle. While other leaders are often stationed on the front lines, Konoha is indeed a haven of tranquility. Is this Konoha? It's enormous. Uzumaki White exclaimed, astonished by Konoha's grandeur, far surpassing that of the Whirlpool Village, as the aroma of dumplings wafted by, making his stomach groan. Let us take you to see Kushina first, and then she can show you around Konoha. Sure. Bei Xuan led Uzumaki White toward the Senju clan's grounds. And at that moment, a root ninja vanished from a nearby tree, observing them discreetly. As soon as Bei Xuan and Tsunade entered Konoha, he was acutely aware of the multitude of gazes fixated upon him, exceeding 5 in number. Among them were even members of the Uchiha clan, suggesting that Fugaku had been informed of his return to Konoha, as the Uchiha's channels of information were notoriously extensive. With sufficient funds, one could uncover various secrets of the ninja villages, provided that those villages had the appropriate means of information exchange. Upon stepping into the Senju clan's grounds, Bei Xuan paused, observing 2 figures in the courtyard engaged in a thumbstand competition. Kushina, affectionately accompanied by Pikachu, was supporting a baby carriage. The ninja clad in green, naturally, was Might Guy, while the other with white hair could not possibly be Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Bei Xuan's arrival immediately captured the attention of several individuals in the courtyard. Kushina, you've returned? She exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him, with Pikachu following closely, landing in Bei Xuan's embrace. Where are Minato and the others? Kushina asked as she looked behind Bei Xuan, hoping to catch a glimpse of Minato, only to be momentarily distracted by the sight of Uzumaki Shiro. Sister Shiro, is that really you? Kushina exclaimed, her excitement evident. Uzumaki Shiro, thrilled to see Kushina, contemplated embracing her but halted, recalling Bei Xuan's warning about Kushina's unique identity. Go ahead, it's a rare reunion. Bei Xuan encouraged with a smile, giving Uzumaki Shiro a gentle nudge. Instantly, Kushina and Uzumaki Shiro embraced one another, tears streaming as they shared their sorrows and grievances. After the passing of Granny Mido, I thought I was the last of the Uzumaki clan in this world, Sister Shiro. Kushina cried, and the two consoled each other. Unable to bear witnessing their emotional moment, Bei Xuan approached Dai and Tsukumo, who had now stood upright. Senior Dai, I presume this is the legendary Tsukumo-senpai? Welcome to our humble abode. Is this your child? She is simply exquisite. Bei Xuan stepped closer to the baby carriage, noting the striking white-haired infant inside, whom he surmised to be Kakashi. It was no wonder Tsukumo always wore a mask. Forgive my intrusion. I have heard of your exploits. The genius who fought alongside Tsunade against Hanzo. Truly a remarkable individual. This is Hatake Kakashi, my treasure, Tsukumo replied, devoid of the typical harshness associated with a swordsman, radiating a gentle demeanor as he watched Bei Xuan playfully interact with Kakashi. Haha, Lord Tsukumo speaks the truth. Young Bei Xuan is indeed a remarkable talent. And my Guy is my treasure as well, Dai exclaimed, flashing a bright smile while observing Guy tumble joyfully in the carriage. I've mentioned this countless times, Dai. Simply call me Tsukumo. Maintaining such formalities among friends feels rather distant. Tsukumo feigned irritation as he patted Dai on the shoulder. Senior Dai is like this. I have always asked him to call me Bei Xuan, yet he never changes. Is there food at home? It would be an excellent opportunity for Tsukumo-senpai to sample my culinary skills. After placing the future Hatake Kakashi back in the carriage, Bei Xuan rose and addressed Dai. Tsunade should return shortly. She mentioned she was preparing a meal. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat before the third Hokage, her face a mask of frustration as she recounted the events of the battlefield in a rather haphazard manner, also touching upon the matters concerning Uzumaki Shiro. Tsunade, your temper remains as fierce as ever. I will arrange for someone to properly document Uzumaki Shiro's situation, but can you ensure her safety near the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, glancing at the door that Tsunade had kicked in upon entering. While he was not particularly concerned about the addition of another Uzumaki clan member, he was wary of the potential dangers that could arise from her proximity to Kushina. Bei Xuan had inscribed a sealing technique upon Uzumaki Shiro. Should there be any issues, she would pose no threat to Kushina. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. I am quite fatigued. Tsunade began to rise when a voice echoed from the doorway, where the damaged office door stood. The safety of the Nine Tails cannot be guaranteed by a mere sealing technique. Hand Uzumaki Shiro over to me. I will ascertain if she poses a threat. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Tsunade, filled with chakra, unleashed a powerful punch towards Shimura Danzo, who stood at the entrance. However, just as her fist was about to connect with Danzo, 2 root members shielded him, absorbing the blow with their bodies. Tsunade, Sarutobi gasped, startled by the scene, and quickly moved to restrain her, grabbing her arm. The root ninja struck by Tsunade crumpled to the ground, his chest caved in. Get out of my way, old man, Tsunade shouted, shaking off Saratobi's grip as she prepared to strike Danzo again. Summoning technique. Huh. Hokage's office. Are you here to have tea again? There's no time for explanations. Transform now. At that moment, Danzo, having evaded Tsunade's punch, glared at her, his face contorted with anger. Tsunade, do you wish to betray the village? It is you who is betraying the village. As Danzo evaded, Tsunade executed a powerful downward kick, only to be intercepted by a thick iron rod. Enough! Saratobi shouted, his voice laced with fury as he glared at Tsunade. Tsunade, why would you attack a comrade of the village? Brandishing the Rakudu Sennin's staff, Saratobi's face was a tempest of anger as the commotion in the Hokage Tower drew the attention of many. Yet, none could approach as they were stopped by the Umbu. For Tsunade's destructive potential was too great. The hallway outside the Hokage's office lay in ruins. Humph! Third Hokage, the true traitor is the one you protect behind you. Tsunade's cold gaze bore into Danzo, who stood behind Saratobi. Long before rescuing Bei Xuan, Tsunade had noticed that Bei Xuan's injuries were not caused by an explosion from the tailed beasts, but rather by explosive tags. Concerned for Bei Xuan's well-being, she had not scrutinized the scene thoroughly at the time, but she could consult Shizune for the truth. Utter nonsense. I am wholly devoted to Konoha. How could I possibly harm its people? Danzo retorted coldly, though his hands concealed secret orders. Indeed, Tsunade, Danzo is your grandfather's student. How could he ever act against the village's comrades? Stop this nonsense. Saratobi interjected, eager to mediate. Believing Danzo to be more loyal to Konoha than even the likes of Tsunade and Mito. Then what of the root ninjas who attempted to assassinate Bei Xuan? Don't tell me you were unaware of anything. This could be the work of other villages attempting to sow discord among us. Tsunade, let us remain calm. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. At this, Tsunade's disappointment was palpable as she looked at Saratobi, realizing that her mentor had lost his discernment as Hokage. Suddenly, a glint of cold light shot towards Tsunade. She quickly conjured a chakra scalpel and deflected the incoming shuriken. In moments, a throng of root ninjas surrounded her, closing in. Tsunade, as the descendant of the first and second generations, how dare you harm a fellow ninja from the village? Take him down. Danzo, observing the root members in position, immediately issued the order. Stop. Saratobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted at the sight, and he raised his hand, shouting for them to cease. However, the root ninjas only ever heeded Danzo's commands. Just then, an incredibly loud sound akin to the chorus of 1,000 birds echoed throughout the Hokage building. A flash of lightning, centered around Tsunade, shot outwards in all directions. I hope I'm not late, Tsunade. Tsunade turned to see Bei Xuan standing behind her, smiling with one hand raised. The terrifying lightning, imbued with natural energy, pierced through all the attacking root ninjas. You arrived just in time. Tsunade noted the apron tied around Bei Xuan's waist, realizing he must have come directly from cooking, just as she had surmised. Bei Xuan sensed the disturbance in her chakra while preparing a meal and rushed over. Accompanying him were Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, but the two were stopped outside the Hokage building by Bei Xuan's shadow clone. Bei Xuan, hold on. This is all a misunderstanding. Saratobi Hiruzen, upon seeing Bei Xuan arrive and swiftly eliminate the root ninjas, frantically exclaimed. Hiruzen, what are you saying? Bei Xuan and Tsunade should be apprehended immediately. Danzo, witnessing Bei Xuan's massacre of his root ninjas, felt his Sharingan under the bandages whirl in agitation. Silence. Bei Xuan, Tsunade, remain calm. There must be a misunderstanding here. Give me some face and let us halt for a moment. Cursing Danzo as a hindrance in his thoughts, Hiruzen swiftly turned and struck Danzo with his staff, then faced Bei Xuan and Tsunade, whose faces were beginning to show their respective masks. As the disciple of the second Hokage, who had also been taught by the first, Hiruzen understood all too well the significance of the mask on Bei Xuan's face. It resembled the first Hokage's mask, dancing in Hiruzen's mind, leaving him no room for relaxation. Hiruzen, what have you done? This is impossible. Danzo, having been struck by Hiruzen, prepared to retort, but upon seeing the mask on Bei Xuan's face, his expression turned to one of shock. There's nothing impossible about it. The true perpetrator harming Konoha's comrades should be clear to the third Hokage. As Bei Xuan entered sage mode, the Chidori in his hand gleamed ever whiter, with bolts of lightning striking the ground, leaving charred marks. Tsunade, Bei Xuan, may I have some time? I will provide you with an accurate answer. During this time, I will detain and investigate Danzo. Hiruzen put away his staff and, with a forlorn expression, looked at Bei Xuan. Hiruzen, you can't seriously believe these two traitors from Konoha, Danzo exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that his friend would abandon him. Silence. How dare you? Hiruzen turned and yelled at Danzo, awaiting Bei Xuan's response. Here we go again. Bei Xuan, I'm hungry. Just as Bei Xuan was about to exchange words with the third Hokage, he suddenly heard Tsunade's voice beside him. Looking over, he saw Tsunade with a complex expression regarding Hiruzen. Then let us go home for a meal. Dispelling the Chidori in his hand, the mask on his face gradually dissipated as Bei Xuan took Tsunade's hand. Third Hokage, I hope you will conduct a serious investigation. Tsunade expressed her disappointment to Hiruzen before turning and leaving through the shattered window of the Hokage building with Bei Xuan. Hiruzen, hearing Tsunade call out his name, felt as if he had aged in an instant, bending down. Hiruzen, keeping such individuals would only bring calamity to Konoha. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Guards, take him away for detention. Hiruzen, you will regret your decision today. Ignoring Danzo's shouts as the Umbu took him away, Hiruzen silently closed his eyes, sitting in his chair, reminiscing about the times he trained alongside the legendary three. I am the Hokage Danzo. Bei Xuan walked silently down the streets of Konoha, holding Tsunade's hand. I'm sorry. As they walked, Tsunade suddenly spoke up. Why the sudden apology? Did you lose money again? There's no need to apologize. Your husband is never short on cash. Here. Knowing the reason for Tsunade's apology, Bei Xuan smiled as he pulled out a large handful of cash and stuffed it into her hands. Bei Xuan, this is the last time. The very last time. Tsunade tightly embraced Bei Xuan, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Bei Xuan said nothing but gently wrapped his arms around Tsunade's waist, softly patting her back. Meanwhile, not far behind, Kakashi stared in shock at the scene, while Guy wore a broad smile. Chapter 74, Mega Banquilus. Time passed, and it had been quite a while since the earlier conflict. Bei Xuan reclined on a lounge chair, engrossed in some books by Tobarama, with two small children nestled beside him. These two little ones were none other than Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy. Kakashi's father, Minato, had returned to the battlefield due to the third Hokage's orders. Before leaving Konoha, Minato entrusted Kakashi to Guy, or rather to Bei Xuan, since Guy was not particularly adept at caring for children. When Bei Xuan and the others were away, most of the time, Kushina would help look after the kids. However, after the incident with Pikachu and little Guy, Guy dared not let Kushina babysit anymore. With Bei Xuan at home, it was only natural for him to take care of the kids, and he asked Ayam to assist in looking after the two. Ayam had also officially become the caretaker of the Senju clan, overseeing all matters within the clan. Ayam, hasn't Tsunade returned yet? She should have finished gambling by now. Bei Xuan placed the book down and inquired of Ayam, who was using telekinesis to hold the two children. After Konoha stabilized, Tsunade's gambling habit returned, and she often went out to play a few rounds, but fortunately, she had not won a single time. Did the Sage of Slugs summon her? Why didn't I get summoned? I'll check it out. I'll leave the house to you. After stroking Ayam's little horns, Bei Xuan communicated with Hozuki and summoned himself. With a puff of smoke, Bei Xuan materialized, and the two little ones excitedly reached out to grab him. But Ayam quickly used her telekinesis to move them away. Children are not allowed to smoke. Just as Bei Xuan was summoned by Hozuki, a gust of sand blew into his mouth. Spitting out the grit, Bei Xuan stared in bewilderment at the surrounding desert, confused as he looked at Hozuki. Hozuki pointed toward the center of the desert, indicating for Bei Xuan to look. Due to the dense sandstorm, visibility was obstructed, making it difficult to ascertain the surrounding situation. Bei Xuan activated his sensory ninjutsu to investigate. As soon as he did, he immediately detected Tsunade's chakra, along with that of the Sage of Slugs. Placing a hand on Hozuki, Bei Xuan vanished and reappeared beside Tsunade, having already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, with Tsunade also bearing his mark. Tsunade, Sage of Slugs. Could this possibly be the work of Banquilus? As Bei Xuan appeared beside Tsunade, he gazed towards the eye of the sandstorm, addressing both Tsunade and the Slug Sage. The tempest bore an incredibly violent chakra and natural energy, obscuring the view of its core even from Bei Xuan. The Slug Sage confirmed that after consuming the last fragment of Shikaka's chakra, Banquilus had transformed into this state. To preserve the environment of the Wetbone Forest, the Slug Sage had brought Banquilus here. Uncertain of Banquilus's current condition, the Slug Sage sought Bei Xuan's assistance, having just prepared to summon him when he arrived unbidden. Standing beside Tsunade, Tsunade enveloped her within an oval-shaped light shield, shielding her from the raging sands. The slug sage, radiating natural energy, formed a barrier that repelled the storm, clearly detesting the harsh environment. I apologize for not summoning you sooner, little Bei Xuan. With such a significant occurrence involving this child, I was at a loss for words. The slug sage murmured, her head bowed. Normally stable, Bangila's had suddenly gone berserk after consuming the final chakra and natural energy from Shikaku. To prevent Bangila's from affecting the other inhabitants of the Wetbone Forest, the slug sage had swiftly collaborated with Hudi and other adept Pokémon to relocate him here. Once here, Bangila's quickly stirred up the sandstorm, and the situation became unclear, save for the knowledge that the Tempest's power was formidable. It should be fine. I can still sense a stable connection with Bangila's. He is likely undergoing a transformation, transmitting an exhilarating sensation to me, Bei Xuan stated, standing amidst the storm, where the swirling sands seemed to recognize him, leaving him untouched, save for a mouthful he had inhaled upon arrival. A tremendous roar erupted from the Tempest as a massive shadow emerged from within. It worked. Bei Xuan, in tune with Bangila's, sensed his success, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the figure within the storm. The chaotic winds gradually stilled, swaying rhythmically as if to welcome their sovereign. As Bangila's approached, his colossal form and formidable armor became fully visible. Most notably, he had attained mega form, adorned with terrifying spikes and bearing a visage reminiscent of a demon upon his chest. Moreover, due to absorbing Shikaku's chakra, Bangila's now bore violet patterns akin to that of Shikaku on his leg and arm armor. Unbelievable. What a fearsome presence. Tsunade stared in awe at the demonic Pokémon, astonished that the creature that once stood slightly taller than her had transformed into this formidable being. Bangila's, you did it, Bei Xuan exclaimed, soaring into the air and expressing his exhilaration to Bangila's, who had successfully merged with the tailed beast's chakra and harmonized it with natural energy. Furthermore, he had independently entered megaform, a state that was now stabilized, devoid of any risk of regression. Yes, ha, I will call upon you for battle. The current Bangila's is terrifyingly powerful. Bei Xuan laughed, stroking Bangila's large horn as the Pokémon boasted about surpassing the double-headed dragon in strength and utility. The purpose of Pokémon growing stronger is eternally to assist their trainers, for which they expend immense effort. However, with Bangila's successfully integrating the tailed beast chakra, could it be that other Pokémon, provided they share an affinity with the tailed beast, could also assimilate the chakra of different tailed beasts? Visions of Pokémon from the original series that had a strong affinity with tailed beasts flickered through Bei Xuan's mind. Chapter 75. The Sage Mode unique to Bei Xuan. Dismounting from Bangila's, Bei Xuan approached Tsunade, who remained in shock. Snap out of it. He waved his hand before her face, prompting her to regain her senses. What happened to him? Does this mean he is now considered a tailed beast? Tsunade stammered, pointing at Bangila's, her lovely face adorably dazed. This is a form of evolution for Bangila's. However, he is not a tailed beast. He possesses a physical form. And should he encounter Shikaku, he would undoubtedly prevail. Bei Xuan chuckled, playfully pinching Tsunade's cheek, finding her current state irresistibly endearing. What are you doing? Tsunade swatted Bei Xuan's hand away, casting him a playful glare. Little Bei Xuan, I regret to inform you that Bangila's will have to remain here. He is not suited to return to the Wetbone Forest at this time. The slug sage's voice interjected, interrupting their playful banter. The ongoing sandstorm surrounding Bangila's would severely disrupt the Wetbone Forest environment. Though the slug sage held deep affection for this child, she could not neglect the other Pokémon residing in the forest. You're overthinking it, Bangila's. Bei Xuan smiled at the slug sage before calling out to Bangila's. Upon hearing Bei Xuan's voice, Bangila's let out a fierce roar, causing the surrounding sandstorm to gradually dissipate, as if merging into the void. The clearing of the winds allowed all present to see clearly. So, this is something he can control? That's fantastic, little Bangila's. Having been raised by the slug sage since his summoning, Bangila's had grown significantly, towering over Shikaku. After all, he has grown, she mused. Bangila's innate talent lies in controlling sandstorms, and with the absorption of Shikaku's chakra and mastery over natural energy, managing the storm is effortless for him. Bangila's is the premier weather controller and damage dealer of the sandstorm team, effortlessly commanding the tempest he generates. Indeed. Yet, these Pokémon are truly remarkable. Capable of harmonizing such diverse powers, Tsunade remarked, stroking the violet patterns on Bangila's legs with a sense of wonder. The chakra of tailed beasts cannot be easily assimilated. It is said that someone from the Cloud Village perished after carelessly consuming the chakra of the 8 tails. Yet, these Pokémon not only consume the tailed beast's chakra without side effects, but also blend it with their own powers, incorporating natural energy to create a new force. They are indeed deserving of their name, representing infinite possibilities. Bei Xuan recalled how the seemingly ordinary bee drill and the old man with a small boar and messenger bird had triumphed against gods due to their trainer's nurturing. Let us return to the Wetbone Forest. The children are concerned about Bangila's. Hudi and Tsunade, I entrust you with the task. The slug sage, possessing clones within the Wetbone Forest, was aware that the other children were worried about Bangila's. Let us proceed. With a swift motion of his spoon, Hudi vanished in a flash of light, only to reappear in the familiar Wetbone Forest. The landscape of the Wetbone Forest had undergone significant transformation, with floating islands constructed by Hudi and his companions, where most flying Pokémon now resided. As soon as Bangila's returned to the Wetbone Forest, he arrogantly dashed off to play a game of collision with other large Pokémon like the double-edged dragon. How combative he is. I hope the double-edged dragon 1T become withdrawn. North Xian silently shook his head at the departing Bangila's. Time trickled away. In the dense forest near the Senju clan of Konoha, North Xian sat cross-legged atop a wooden stump, enveloped in a liquid-like golden light. The sun seal on his forehead was completely unsealed. Nearby, Hudi, Tsunade, and Tsunade anxiously observed North Xian. The natural energy surrounding him continuously flowed into his body, merging with the golden light. However, unlike previous instances of entering Sage mode, this time, North Xian's face did not bear the exaggerated expressions typical of such transformations. Only a faint golden glow adorned his eyes. Has he succeeded? Hudi and Tsunade, encircling North Xian, exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing him successfully enter Sage mode. Meanwhile, deep within the Mayaboku mountain sanctuary, the slumbering Gamamaru opened his eyes, gazing in confusion towards the direction of the ninja world. The fourth inheritance of sage arts had been born. The white snake sage in the dragon cave opened his eyes, calmly flicking his tongue before closing them once more. A slug instructing a group of Pokémon on harnessing natural energy also lifted its head. Has little North Xian succeeded? The sage mode unique to humans is indeed a terrifying talent. North Xian raised his hand and gently clenched his fist, feeling a sensation entirely different from the sage mode taught by the slug sage. Hudi, your idea is truly brilliant. The sage mode designed specifically for humans, based on the golden light spell, is perfectly suited for our kind. The energy within him felt inexhaustible, as if he were wholly embraced by the world, with everything around him cheering for his existence. Hudi, in summary, it is to forget everything. Hudi inquired how North Xian had achieved success. Ever since Hudi proposed the idea of a sage mode tailored for North Xian, he had faced repeated failures, entering only the slug sage's version. The secret to success lies in the complete forgetting of body and mind. The body is the abode of energy, and the mind is the dwelling of spirit. My body and consciousness have grown accustomed to the slug sage's mode, which is why we have faced such repeated failures. My understanding of sage arts and natural energy is profound, yet I have embarked on a different path of sage arts. Our task is to return to the starting point and traverse a new path, which will be exceedingly challenging, for I cannot shield my subconscious. So I employed a bit of sealing technique. North Xian smiled as he released the sage mode, the golden light dissipating. Possessing such talent is indeed outrageous. While others yearn to learn the sage arts of the sanctuary, you have not only mastered it, but also derived your unique version of sage mode. Tsunade, leaning against a tree, expressed her dissatisfaction, wishing to learn sage arts herself, yet lamenting her lack of talent in that regard. Chapter 76. Demon Blade. Thousand Blades. Amused by Tsunade's demeanor, North Xian reached out to grasp her hand, and, with a flicker, they appeared within the Senju clan's grounds. Meanwhile, Kushina and Uzumaki White, who were engrossed in studying sealing techniques, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Ever since North Xian mastered Flying Thunder God, it could be said that every place he frequently visited in Konoha had been marked by his imprint. Is Dai taking Kakashi and Guy to experience youth again? Noticing only the two Uzumaki women in the courtyard, North Xian queried Aiko, who was bringing tea. Since the two infants had outgrown their fragile stage, Dai had been taking them out for runs, claiming it was to let Guy and Kakashi experience his youth. One wonders how Shomo would feel when he returned to see Dai managing the children. Tomorrow, that troublesome Shomo is set to return. It seems he performed decently this time and did not bring shame upon our family. Tsunade handed a small note to North Xian and took a sip from the tea he held. Wait, does that mean Minato will be back soon? Kushina, who was teaching Uzumaki White the sealing techniques, brightened at the news and rushed to Tsunade's side to inquire. Oh, Kushina, are you that eager for Minato's return? Tsunade teased, watching as Kushina's face turned crimson before bursting into laughter. Tomorrow, the Konoha forces will all emerge. Except for some station ninjas, Minato, known for his legendary title of the Yellow Flash, will undoubtedly return. Tsunade reminisced about that sunny smile of the young man, realizing that North Xian's earlier remark about Minato being incomparable to anyone else was indeed accurate. This evaluation transcended mere strength. It pertained to a holistic appraisal of a person. However, while Shomo performed adequately, it appears he has not earned any particularly special title. It is said he nearly got himself into trouble battling that scorch-release ninja from Sunagakure, and it was Minato who saved him. Tsunade felt a tinge of melancholy, recognizing that Shomo's character, despite his experiences on the battlefield, still retained a certain innocence. The following day, the entire Senju clan gathered at the village gates. It was the day for the return of Konoha's ninja, and the war between the Wind and Fire nations had swiftly concluded with the passage of time. The victory was achieved with the surrender of Sunagakure, and since the conflicts with the Third Hokage and Danzo, Tsunade and North Xian had not been called back to the battlefield. Though they were not on the battlefield, North Xian, closely connected to the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans, remained vigilant regarding the developments of the ninja world. At that moment, not only had the Wind and Fire nations determined their victor, but the Earth and Lightning nations had also ceased hostilities. The Second Shinobi World War, instigated by Hanzo of the Salamander, had come to an unexpectedly abrupt end, plunging the entire ninja world into a period of tranquility. During this time, each nation would stockpile strategic resources for the next potential conflict. The residents of Konoha gathered at the village gates, welcoming the hero's return with joyous laughter and cheer. Soon, North Xian spotted Minato, Shomo, and the esteemed Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, by their side. Minato, with age, had become increasingly handsome, resembling the character from the original narrative, while Shomo had matured into a striking individual as well. It seems our plan to greet them at the gate has fallen through, Tsunade remarked, observing the throngs of villagers. It was unclear whether their excitement was genuine anticipation for the hero's return or merely a frenzied desire to join the commotion. Let us head back. They will return after the awarding ceremony. Shaking his head at the fervent scene below, North Xian placed his hand on the shoulders of his companions and used Flying Thunder God to appear in the courtyard of the Senju clan. Big sister, we're back. The voices of Shomo and his companions, engaged in a game of Do Di Ju, echoed from a distance. Ha ha ha, my dear little brother, Tsunade exclaimed, dramatically tossing aside her nearly losing hand of cards and sprinting toward the entrance. Gazing at the two remaining bombs in his hand, Bei Xuan silently set down the playing cards. He applied a bit of force while playing. Kushina also relinquished her good hand and nodded towards Bei Xuan. Half a minute later, hey, Bei Xuan, come over here. Wait. Sister, help me. Bei Xuan has gone mad. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood aside with a sheepish grin, knowing that Shinshu's beating was due to her own actions. Phew, that feels good. Holding the trump card without playing, it almost made me uncomfortable. Clapping his hands, Bei Xuan noticed the stunned figures of Kakashi and Minato. Is this some peculiar welcome ceremony? Should I have arrived later to fetch Kakashi? Observing the bruised Shinshu on the ground, Kakashi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Tsunade understood, realizing why Bei Xuan, who usually appeared quite serious, was acting this way. Long time no see. Please forgive my senior, Shinshu. Come in, Minato. Welcome back. With a swift motion, he lifted the fallen Shinshu, channeling pure life force through his fingers, which visibly healed Shinshu's wounds. Then why did you hit me? Ask your sister. After dismissing Shinshu, Bei Xuan approached Kakashi. Have you started learning the sword as well? Quite an impressive blade. Kakashi's gaze was drawn to the purple long sword strapped to Bei Xuan's waist, and as a swordsman, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Just dabbling a bit. Bei Xuan smiled, patting the long sword. This weapon was the result of a bamboo stick he drew at the age of 12. It was named the Demon Blade, Qianren. Ever since obtaining it, Bei Xuan had carried it with him, for the demon blade Qianren was far more than a simple sword. Within it was sealed a malevolent spirit, yet at this moment, the spirit had been well nourished by Bei Xuan's life force. Henceforth, as long as Bei Xuan carried the demon blade, his spiritual power would continually enhance, and he could even manipulate objects. This was also when Bei Xuan first realized that the items obtained from the bamboo stick were not merely abilities, but included various wondrous artifacts. Even the blue-silver emperor's soul bone he had previously drawn had directly merged into Bei Xuan's body, without him ever seeing its form. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I possess some accomplishments in the art of the sword. Kakashi shifted his shoulder, indicating the short blade of white fang he carried on his back. Of course, Senior Kakashi, you should check on Kakashi. I assume you miss him dearly. Although they were reminiscing, Kakashi's thoughts had already flown to the Senju clan, a realization that Bei Xuan also perceived, prompting him to step aside, allowing them to enter the courtyard. He only hoped that when Kakashi learned how his predecessor had assisted in raising children, he wouldn't be taken aback. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Root organization, the atmosphere was dim and oppressive. Danzo sat at the head of the table, coldly observing the slender figures standing before him. Surrounding him were Root ninjas clad in masks, their visages appearing even darker under the dim light. You've arrived rather late, Orochimaru. I don't recall having made an appointment to see you immediately upon returning to the village. Back in Konoha, Orochimaru, shedding his ninja attire, stood in familiar garb, mockingly regarding Danzo. Where is it? Ignoring Orochimaru's demeanor, Danzo spoke sternly, though one could detect the fervor underlying his voice. This item cannot be procured so easily. And given your current house arrest, I do not believe you are in a position to negotiate collaboration with me. With that, Orochimaru transformed into a puddle of mud, a technique of the earth. Danzo silently regarded the puddle for a moment before a cryptic smile crept upon his lips. The desires of men, once unleashed, cannot be easily contained. Orochimaru, I await your return. Though Orochimaru had unilaterally dissolved their partnership, Danzo remained unperturbed, having discerned Orochimaru's true nature. Lord Danzo, the 37th adaptation fluid for the priestess configuration has been successfully acquired. Let me there. Yes, victories in war are naturally rewarded, and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire will certainly express his gratitude. Bei Xuan observed the box held by Tsunade and the silly grin on her face, feeling somewhat reflective. Should I say it's no surprise that she knows Tsunade so well? The reward from the feudal lord for Bei Xuan and Tsunade can be summarized in one word: money. Although Bei Xuan and Tsunade did not linger on the battlefield afterward, everyone understood that these two were the true heroes behind their victory. Leaving aside the tailed beasts, just considering their medical prowess, without them, the casualties among Konoha's ninjas would have at least doubled. However, at this moment, Bei Xuan was not concerned about the boxes of money. Rather, he was intrigued by the decorative details on Kakashi's sleeve. The reward from the feudal lord for Kakashi was an emblematic and somewhat ambiguous Hokage half-sleeve. While there were other rewards for Kakashi, they paled in comparison to this Hokage half-sleeve. Although Konoha appeared stable on the surface, this did not imply that Hiruzen Sarutobi was willing to see the emergence of a new generation of Hokage candidates. In Hiruzen's mind, Orochimaru was the ideal choice for Hokage, and the selection of Konoha's Hokage was not directly influenced by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. It was entirely Konoha's decision, which would then be reported to the feudal lord. If, by chance, Kakashi were to ascend to that position, it would be utterly unacceptable for the higher-ups in Konoha. Kakashi, while I know you are a warrior, you shouldn't be so lacking in social grace. God knows how dumbfounded Bei Xuan was when he saw Kakashi come over for tea with him while holding Kakashi in his arms early in the morning, particularly with the decoration on Kakashi's sleeve. Moreover, Kakashi was there to boast, as this was an incredibly brilliant honor for him. Bei Xuan, if you could clarify. I might understand if you asked me to cut someone down, but did I do something wrong? Staring at the exchange between Kakashi and Dai, Kakashi turned to Bei Xuan, genuinely puzzled. Your sleeve. While I understand that for a warrior, receiving this from the feudal lord is a tremendous honor, perhaps you should refrain from wearing it in Konoha. Bei Xuan pointed at Kakashi's sleeve. What's wrong with it? Touching the intricate patterns on the sleeve, made from exceptionally luxurious fabric, felt remarkably comfortable. Don't you think the pattern is somewhat inappropriate? Can you guess who typically wears such patterns in Konoha? Reflecting on why Kakashi seemed so clever while he appeared so dim-witted, Bei Xuan cast a peculiar glance at Minato, who was conversing with Kushina and blushing. In contrast, it was his smart son who appeared naive. The third Hokage shouldn't mind, right? Besides, I have no intention of becoming Hokage. Kakashi quickly connected the dots, realizing something. The narrative is rather convoluted, yet for the sake of Kakashi, it would be prudent to exhibit this honor in a cabinet. Engaging in political discourse with Tsukumo Hatake clearly proves futile. Thus Bei Xuan promptly produces the treasured card belonging to Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo decisively removes the adornments from his sleeves, even contemplating the drastic measure of severing them with the white fang. Wait, I merely suggested you refrain from wearing them, not to obliterate them. After all, it is a matter of your honor as a warrior, which ought to be preserved. Bei Xuan found himself inexplicably fatigued. If the Uchiha's erratic behavior was tolerable, why did Tsukumo also exhibit such tendencies? Speaking of the Uchiha, Bei Xuan occasionally frequented their clan, as they were, after all, of his lineage. He would often engage in casual conversations with Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. During discussions regarding the Uchiha Security Department, Bei Xuan casually remarked that this entity was a pivotal reason for the Uchiha's lack of esteem. Fugaku, upon hearing this, contemplated relinquishing his position, believing that the Uchiha Security Department was merely a remnant of what the clan could grasp. Yet, with Minato destined to become Hokage, and the Uchiha not being excluded from that circle, what purpose did the despised Security Department serve? Under the influence of a few cups of tea, he considered resigning from his post, but it was evident that Bei Xuan would not permit such a decision. Bei Xuan found it perplexing how an Uchiha, who was often depicted with a grim demeanor in the original narrative, transformed into a figure akin to half of Naruto after their interactions. Since Fugaku had become acquainted with Bei Xuan, the department faced considerably fewer grievances. Why? Once they were wronged, they were promptly taken to the hospital for examination. If nothing was found, it was deemed malicious slander against the security department, leading to the accuser's confinement. Moreover, Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, was willing to socialize with the Uchiha, leaving the villagers with little to say. Coupled with a certain one-eyed dragon being under house arrest, the Uchiha circumstances had inexplicably improved significantly. Furthermore, Bei Xuan had encouraged Fugaku to discipline some of the rebellious members within the clan, while Minato dealt with those more resistant to correction. It could be asserted that both internally and externally, the Uchiha had become remarkably compliant, especially within. They truly embodied the respect for strength that defined their clan. Bei Xuan and Minato were greeted with respect wherever they ventured within the Uchiha territory, and the ordinary Uchiha residents would even share some of their home-cooked delicacies. Chapter 78, Luo Sha, merely a nouveau riche waste of sand. At this moment, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat expressionless, pipe in mouth, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Upon his desk lay the list of rewards from the daimyo, conspicuously absent of the third Hokage's name. It seemed as though the daimyo of the Land of Fire felt no connection to the recent victory in battle, rendering the report of Tsukumo Hatake donning the Hokage's short sleeves particularly jarring. Koharu, Hamura, what do you think the daimyo's intentions are? He inquired, handing the list to the two before him. In the section designated for Tsukumo's rewards, amidst a collection of common items, was inscribed an honorific decoration for a samurai. The report from the Umbu indicated that this so-called samurai honor was far from ordinary. The daimyo's rewards did not include Hiruzen, yet the unengaged Tsunade and that young boy received substantial accolades. The monetary rewards alone surpassed the costs of a minor military campaign, revealing a clear bias. Mito Minato gazed at the substantial figures beside Tsunade and Bei Xuan's names, encapsulated by a singular term, money. There were no extravagant embellishments. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that made both Mito and Koharu envious. The rewards from this conflict were far more generous than those from the First Shinobi World War. Evidently, the daimyo was quite pleased, albeit his dissatisfaction with Hiruzen was palpable throughout the rewards. Koharu closed the list, casting a meaningful glance at Hiruzen. Not only were neither Hiruzen nor his counterpart mentioned, but there was also the name of Danzo. However, Danzo's reward carried an air of humiliation, the sum even lower than that of a typical jonin. It is no surprise, the daimyo has harbored discontent towards Konoha for quite some time, having previously issued warnings regarding Tsunade. However, it is imperative that we address the matter concerning Tsukumo Hatake. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze icy. At present, Hiruzen was not young, though he was certainly not old either. Other hidden villages were actively developing successors, while Konoha remained stagnant. The sight of Tsukumo in the Hokage's half-sleeve could easily disrupt the tranquility of Konoha. Even if Hiruzen were not to step onto the battlefield, unforeseen circumstances could arise. The Hokage could not simply ascend to power as he had done. It is worth noting that Hiruzen did not attain the Hokage position without considerable struggle. Konoha was not as it is now. The elders from the Warring States period had yet to pass away. Had it not been for the protection of the Uzumaki clan, it is uncertain who would currently occupy the Hokage's seat. Perhaps we should lift Danzo's house arrest, Koharu tentatively suggested, as she lacked Danzo's support and relied heavily on Mito for assistance. Do not bring this matter up again. Danzo cannot be released, I promised Tsunade, and I cannot go back on my word. Currently, if Bei Xuan were to be provoked into conflict, my chances of victory would only be 50-50, Hiruzen mused. His eyes lowered, reflecting on Bei Xuan's remarkable youth and strength, which was unprecedented in the ninja world. The previous confrontation was quelled solely due to Bei Xuan's formidable prowess, tempered by Tsunade's influence. The last resolution was reached because that blade was still tethered by the bond of mentor and student. However, now Hiruzen silently contemplated his three disciples. He and Tsunade had irrevocably severed their ties, and even their meetings were reduced to formalities. Orochimaru was clandestinely engaging in dubious endeavors, their interactions dwindling to near nothingness. And even Shinosuke, his other disciple, had become seldom seen. Whenever Jiraiya crossed Hiruzen's mind, the latter felt a surge of frustration. This disciple, who bore the closest resemblance to him, was now completely untraceable. While Bei Xuan, who had not intended to delve into the political intricacies of Konoha with Tsukumo, now found himself ensnared in a desire to comprehend more. Under the pretense of fearing the potential pitfalls that might adversely affect Kakashi, Minato observed Bei Xuan with eager eyes. For Minato, Bei Xuan's insights into political matters were greatly admired, and he diligently noted them down, recognizing their value as essential experience for his future role as Hokage. Taking a deep breath, Bei Xuan silently gestured towards the empty teacup on the table. Minato, noticing, promptly refilled it. Bei Xuan savored a sip of tea, then cleared his throat, addressing the gathering crowd around him. Before we proceed, allow me to pose a question. Aside from the Hidden Mist Village, which employs the Jinbu Gate succession method to select their leaders, do other villages have their own successors? Upon hearing this, Minato glanced at the Hokage's half-sleeve, which had been set aside by Tsukumo, as if coming to a realization. What exactly was the Jinbu Gate succession method? However, it was evident that other villages were indeed cultivating their successors, particularly Sunagakure-S Shajin and Kumgakure-sa, with the latter being the most ostentatious. Kikuchi Tsukumo pondered for a moment before speaking. As the head of the Umbu, he was naturally privy to various pieces of intelligence, including the fact that all villages were quietly nurturing heirs to their respective shadows. Particularly in Kumogakure, this was done with ostentation. Each generation would publicly announce the successor to the title of shadow and bestow the name Ei upon them. Furthermore, they would conduct extensive selections within the village to find a partner who could inherit this title. The successor of the Shadow in Sunagakure was well known to everyone present, having fought against the Sand Shinobi more than once. Watergate, in particular, had heard rumors of how he had effortlessly defeated a Sand Ninja with a single move. PFF. That nouveau riche. He was taken down by Watergate in one blow. Sunagakure's future is indeed worrisome, entrusting such an unreliable person with the title of Kazekage. At this point, Shoju smirked, clearly harboring a strong impression of Rasha, considering his own childhood experiences of having his pocket money inexplicably vanish or being snatched away by a certain blonde woman. Being able to command a multitude of gold sands to fight was the hallmark of a nouveau riche. That was sheer luck, at that time. I had already breached his sand gold defense, allowing me to get close enough to deliver a Rasengan. Upon hearing this, Watergate scratched his head and chuckled, stating that luck had no place in a ninja's battle, as his strength had indeed surpassed that of Rasha. As a comrade of Watergate, Kikuchi Tsukumo had the authority to voice his opinion, fully recognizing the sunny disposition of this blonde youth. Chapter 79. Healing while fighting. When asked by Tsukumo about the inheritance method of the Jinbu Gate, Hokujin chose not to answer and continued his discourse. The heir of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind had been determined regardless of strength, while Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning followed a family lineage, with this clan's power akin to the Senju of yore. The The various clans within Kumogakure held great respect for this clan of Reikage, which could be interpreted as Kumogakure being the strongest to ascend to the position of Reikage, albeit the last few generations had been from the Yagami clan. The inheritance in Iwagakure, the land of earth, was similarly based on master-disciple relationships. In Kirigakure, the Mizukage was determined solely by who could kill their way to the top. Only in Konohagakure did there remain no news regarding the next Hokage. If Tsukumo's half-sleeve of Hokage were to circulate widely within Konoha, one might wonder if the identity of the Hokage successor would inadvertently fall upon Tsukumo. Even if this title did not receive universal recognition, many would subconsciously consider him a candidate for the next Hokage due to his achievements and reputation. The potential support garnered by an early candidate for Hokage was something that was undoubtedly clear to everyone present. At this point, Hokujin could not help but remark that if any of Konoha's elite shinobi appeared in other ninja villages, the situation would be markedly different. If Watergate were to manifest in Iwagakure as their prodigy, Hokujin speculated that Inoki would prepare his own coffin to signify his intent for Watergate to become the Tsuchikage. This also indicated the current prosperity of Konoha, which, despite internal strife, continued to perform excellently in various aspects during wartime. As the head of the Umbu, Kikuchi Tsukumo was privy to many sordid pieces of information about various villages, yet he maintained a clear understanding of his own position. The Umbu was merely a blade, and could only serve that purpose. Thus, Tsukumo had never contemplated such matters. He had not anticipated that these issues would come to him today, and he was rather pleased to consider it an honor to wear this mantle daily. Thank you, Hokujin. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Tsukumo gazed steadfastly at Hokujin, realizing that had it not been for Hokujin's reminder, he might have remained blissfully unaware while Kakashi's future faced potential adversities. Time flew by. At the Konoha training ground. Compress. Do you even understand what compression means? Your water release technique wouldn't even break your sister's thick skin. Have those turtles taught you nothing? Due to Orochimaru's continued absence, Hokujin, tasked by Tsunade, was rigorously training Shoju in water release techniques. After just 3 days of instruction, Hokujin began to suspect that Orochimaru was hiding for a more nefarious purpose. He enlisted all his powerful water-type Pokémon to assist in teaching Shoju. Yet Shoju stubbornly struggled with the more advanced water release techniques. It is important to note that these were the ninjutsu left behind by Tobirama Senju, and the Fourth Great Ninja War could be regarded as a showcase of Tobirama's various forbidden techniques. Meanwhile, Watergate, having mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, was gaining renown, while Shoju, who inherited all of Tobirama's water release techniques, had yet to receive any accolades. As Hokujin delved deeper into Tobirama's techniques, he could not help but marvel at Tobirama's absurdity, struggling to comprehend how he perished during the First Great Ninja War. In the present, Watergate could evade anyone who sought to harm him, even if they attempted to seal him with a sealing technique. Hokujin could not fathom anyone possessing sealing skills superior to those of the Uzumaki clan. Most of the second Hokage's forbidden texts revolved around sealing and summoning techniques, areas in which Tobirama Senju was exceptionally proficient. What is this? This compression is too difficult. I can't understand what those turtles are saying. And Shinedo's voice is too melodious. I couldn't focus on what she was saying at all. Shoju, rubbing the bump on his head caused by Hokujin, could not help but defend himself, feeling increasingly that Hokujin was becoming more ruthless. Did living with his sister somehow rub off on him? Hokujin-senpai, I can use Chidori, but I can't accurately hit the target. My vision is unclear. At this moment, a masked figure with white hair approached Hokujin, raising a bandaged hand to speak. I see. Once I teach you a sensory ninjutsu, that should resolve the issue. Where's Guy? Look at Kakashi. He has already mastered Chidori, while you can't even perform a proper swirl with your spiraling water blade. Hokujin chuckled at Kakashi before playfully punching the now-deflated bump on Shoju's head. Ah, Hokujin, I want to duel you. Shoju exclaimed, clutching his head and pointing at Hokujin, who was preparing to depart with Kakashi. Oh, is that so? Hokujin smiled as he unsheathed the magical blade, Senbenzakura, slightly, while observing Shoju. Huh, Hokujin, are you calling me? Wait a moment, I'm still learning. Is this how I should compress the vortex, Water Turtle Sensei? With a segment of swirling water coalescing in his hand, Shoju earnestly inquired of the water turtle, who was sipping tea while wearing sunglasses nearby. Shoju-senpai, you are truly something else. The now 5-year-old Kakashi observed Shoju's antics with mild exasperation, Realizing that Guy was not the only one to exhibit such absurdity, Shoju had joined the ranks as well. He has always been like this since childhood, but do not underestimate him, aside from some minor details. Shoju's strength is such that it would take you a considerable amount of time to catch up to his shadow. With a smile, Hokujin ruffled Kakashi's hair. Glancing back at Shoju, who had begun to slack off once more upon Hokujin's departure from the training field. Kakashi, now 5 years old, had reached the age at which he graduated as a ninja in the original narrative. Following the recent war, the enrollment age for the Ninja Academy had been lowered by a year, allowing entry at 5 years old. In other words, this deadpan-eyed, white-haired boy had graduated immediately upon enrollment. Oh, is that so? Then, Hokujin-senpai, just how strong are you now? Recalling his father's words that Hokujin was the strongest in the village, Kakashi asked earnestly. Me? It stands about 3 or 4 stories high, doesn't it? It has been quite some time since I've engaged in a brawl, so I am not entirely certain. Hey Kai, have you secretly added more weight again? I told you to practice controlling your chakra and to master your immense strength first. Are you ignoring my advice, hoping to get a beating? Kakashi, upon finding Kai, shouted angrily and lifted him up by the collar, contemplating the situation. Ouch! Brother Bei Xuan, take it easy. The bruises from yesterday haven't even healed yet. Kakashi, help me. I told you to call me uncle. Have you forgotten that your uncle is a medical ninja? No worries. I'll heal you first, and then give you a good spanking. Do you understand the value of immense strength, you little rascal? Is this truly the strongest individual in Konoha, as my father claimed? Kakashi silently observed Bei Xuan, who was both reprimanding and treating Kai simultaneously. Chapter 80. There is also a Pokémon in my shadow. After disciplining Kai, Bei Xuan instructed Kakashi and Kai to stand properly. I heard you want to graduate early? Bei Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, who is quite renowned in Konoha now. Just after entering the academy, he bested his teacher in a practical lesson, and then, after skipping class to cast the techniques Bei Xuan taught him, he ended up cutting down many trees in the back mountains. The academy does not offer me much improvement. Aside from Kai, I can even defeat the teachers there, making it feel unnecessary to remain. Moreover, with Bei Xuan-senpai guiding me, it's sufficient. Stop. While I may teach you ninja techniques, I have no intention of taking you on as a disciple, nor do I plan to accept any disciples at all. I am teaching you Chidori solely because this technique suits you well. However, I am uncertain how Shimo-senpai has communicated with you about graduating early. It would be better for you to remain at the Ninja Academy. After graduating early, you will be assigned to various tasks. Your improvement in strength won't be significantly faster, merely getting a taste of what the ninja world entails. Therefore, it is best to stay at school and hone your physical and illusion techniques. When you graduate normally, Minato will serve as your guiding jounin. By then, if your abilities are sufficient, he will allow you to experience some challenging missions, rather than the trivial chores you might encounter upon graduating. Do you understand? Interrupting Kakashi as he was about to speak, Bei Xuan advised him, making it clear he had no desire to take on any disciples. The ninja world cannot be treated lightly in that regard. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi pondered, realizing that Bei Xuan-senpai was indeed correct. Becoming a ninja involves completing various tedious tasks. I understand now. Thank you, Bei Xuan-senpai. You two train on your own. I must head back. It seems Minato has returned from his training. Kai, if I sense you running again without practicing your immense strength, I will come back and teach you a lesson. With that, Bei Xuan vanished before the two of them, leaving Kai feeling dejected as his thoughts were laid bare. Practicing immense strength is such a hassle. It lacks the invigorating sensation of running while carrying weights. The application of immense strength requires meticulous chakra control, and Kai, although somewhat gifted, still found it challenging. Despite Bei Xuan occasionally boosting his vitality to enhance his physical talents, Kai still preferred the joy of running with weights. Freak, he muttered silently. Kakashi, having grown up alongside Kai, was well aware of the burden's weight. It was no exaggeration to say he could not walk 100 meters with that load. As Bei Xuan entered the Senju clan's courtyard, he spotted Minato and Kushina wrapped in each other's embrace. Is it really necessary to act like this after just a few months apart? He rolled his eyes at the couple and accepted the tea offered by Bei Xuan. What do you know? You spend every day glued to Tsunade, and I haven't said anything. It's been so long since our little son returned. What is wrong with us being affectionate? Kushina, fully embodying the fiery personality of her character, had become increasingly irritable with age. All right, Kushina. Minato awkwardly pulled her back, trying to defuse the situation. You must have succeeded in mastering sage arts during this trip. right? Were you just visiting the training with Rope Tree? Why didn't I run into you? Taking a sip of tea, Bei Xuan observed Minato, whose appearance was already starting to reflect that of the fourth Hokage, and smiled. As for why he didn't inquire about Tsunade, well, it was obvious she was currently at the gambling den. Sage arts are nothing. My Minato could easily master them. Why not let Minato learn your sage arts instead of those from the toads? Thankfully, Minato's sage mode has merely given him some eyeshadow. If he were to transform into a toad, that would be utterly terrifying. Before Minato could respond, Kushina interjected. Clearly displeased with Minato's training in sage arts at Mayaboka Mountain after their months apart. Now, Kushina and Minato had gotten together much earlier than in the original storyline. Thanks to Bei Xuan and Tsunade's encouragement, as well as Bei Xuan's role in breaking the ice between them. As for Rope Tree, it could only be said that while Vortex White had been dealt with, Rope Tree was rather foolish, viewing their relationship as that of lovers while he saw her only as a sister. The Senju clan's expansion would have to rely on Tsunade and Bei Xuan. My Sage mode requires the Golden Light spell to enter its true form, and as the contract holder for Mayaboka Mountain, Minato is undoubtedly more suited for their sage arts inheritance. Kushina merely grumbled in annoyance before departing with Pikachu, aware that Bei Xuan and Minato had matters to discuss, finding little interest in their convoluted conversations. Long time no see, Minato. Has the prophecy of the Toad Sage changed? Long before Minato went to train at Mayaboka Mountain, Bei Xuan had asked him to inquire about the prophecy from the Toad Sage. It has changed. On the boundless earth, a boy with azure eyes joyfully calls out the names of the tailed beasts as the moon falls, heralding an unprecedented great war. A terrifying dragon stirs another world, shattering the tranquility of the ninja realm. Bei Xuan, can you comprehend this? Is the child of prophecy that Jiraiya-sensei has been searching for truly capable of saving the ninja world from the impending upheaval? At this moment, Minato's expression turned grave. The absurdity of the prophecy weighed heavily on him. If the moon were to fall from the sky, could the ninja realm possibly endure? You are the future fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. What is there to worry about? Besides, I am here, right? Gengar, how long are you going to hide? After comforting Minato, Bei Xuan called out to Minato's shadow. Then, a plump purple creature leaped from Minato's shadow. However, this time Gengar bore the same eyeshadow as the sage arts from Mayaboka Mountain. Gengar leaped into the air, spinning before landing perfectly, but as soon as he touched down, he immediately cowered behind Minato, nervously eyeing Bei Xuan's shadow. What is this, Gengar? Are you sure Gengar won't be discovered by the Toad Sage? I have a feeling that the Toad Sage is exceptionally strong, even if he appears somewhat daft. Seeing Gengar's terrified expression, Minato instinctively thought Gengar was merely being playful and ruffled his head while addressing Bei Xuan. I also have a Pokemon in my shadow. It seems he frightened him. Gengar is fine. He is our companion and will not harm you. His hiding ability should go unnoticed by the sage, even if discovered. It poses no threat. Bei Xuan approached to pat Gengar's head, offering him reassurance before turning to Minato. He was indeed curious about the sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain. But with the inheritance from Shibakuzen, he could not enter Mayaboka Mountain, and relying on Minato to relay the information would not suffice. All sacred lands possess a seal that prohibits indiscriminate learning of their mystical arts. However, Bei Xuan discovered a flaw, allowing Gung Gue to stealthily learn from the shadows of Minato. This knowledge was then conveyed to the likes of Ju Qin and Hu Di, who analyzed the sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain. It is no exaggeration to say that behind Bei Xuan now lies a research group dedicated to the study of superpower ninjutsu. Chapter 81, Nine Tails, Nine Lama. While Minato and Bei Xuan were deep in discussion, Kushina sat on her bed, her expression marred by worry. Minato's strength had grown immensely, yet she found herself unable to utilize even the spiral sphere, with only her sealing techniques at her disposal. Could she truly venture outside of Konoha with him? With no prior experience in combat, Kushina stared blankly at the seals inscribed on her palm. Are you confused? Simply accept my power, and neither Bei Xuan nor your Minato will stand a chance against you. Power? Yes, power, unrivaled power. Are you attempting to deceive a child? You remain bound and yet refuse to comply. Suddenly, the Nine Tails felt the chains binding it tighten, pulling at its tail. Wait, do you not desire power? I am the Nine Tails, the legendary strongest tailed beast. The sensation of the chains tugging at its tail provoked an immediate roar from the Nine Tails. Who cares for your power? Be silent. The increasingly irritable Kushina formed a seal with one hand, summoning a chain that bound the Nine Tails' mouth. Surprised by Kushina's sudden action, Bei Xuan turned his attention to her room. What is it? Has something happened to Kushina? Nothing serious. The Ninetales just had a brief outburst. I have a few matters to discuss with it. You go inside and bring Kushina out, then take her to the back mountain. It will help resolve her issues with the Ninetales. Understanding Minato's concerns for Kushina, Bei Xuan reassured him, lest the young man rush into Kushina's room unrestrained. He then vanished from Minato's sight, reappearing in a tranquil spot in the back mountains of Konoha. The remnants of charred grass and half-burned bamboo skewers indicated that someone had recently cooked there. After waiting less than 5 minutes against a tree, Minato and Kushina appeared before Bei Xuan. Bei Xuan, Minato said you have a way to make the Ninetales obedient? Is that true? Upon her arrival, Kushina eagerly inquired. As this directly impacted her ability to leave the village with Minato, it is not a matter of whether I can make the Ninetales listen. That depends on you. However, I can offer you some modest assistance. To truly harness the power of a tailed beast, you must gain its acknowledgement, just as Naruto did. Otherwise, you will merely be forcefully using the Ninetales chakra without maximizing its potential. Is that so? I thought you had discovered some extraordinary sealing technique. The Ninetales doesn't heed my words and only wants me to break the seal. Kushina, let Bei Xuan try first. We must at least give it a shot to see if it works. Minato, having briefly conversed with Kushina, understood why the Ninetales chakra had erupted. Let us go see our esteemed Ninetales together. Bei Xuan placed his hand on Minato and Kushina's shoulders, and in the blink of an eye, their consciousnesses materialized in the Ninetales sealing space. Kushina, your tastes are quite peculiar. Minato, you may find yourself suffering in the future. Observing the Ninetales bound tightly, Bei Xuan couldn't resist teasing them. This is the seal of Granny Mito. I merely utilized my diamond locking technique. Minato's face reddened momentarily, while Kushina transformed into a furious crimson pepper, pointing at Bei Xuan and shouting. The Ninetales, noticing the three, widened its eyes in shock. Yet its mouth remained bound by chains, preventing it from speaking. Kushina, your temper has certainly grown more volatile. But for now, let's loosen the chains around the Ninetales' mouth so I can converse with it. One must admit, an angry Kushina can be quite fearsome, nearly rivaling Tsunade. By the way, is Nine Lama the name of the Ninetales? It's quite unappealing. Despite her words, Kushina extended her hand to form a seal, releasing the bindings from the Ninetales' mouth. Kushina, you are not suited to be the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Regardless, I wish to tell you that the Ninetales can become a friend. Bei Xuan approached the Ninetales, observing its astonished expression. I suppose this is our first meeting, yet I have seen you many times throughout a child's growth. How do you know my name? The Ninetales gazed silently at Bei Xuan, its expression devoid of the usual hatred and anger. It sensed a feeling from Bei Xuan that it had never encountered in humans before, benevolence, a kindness towards tailed beasts. Without responding, Bei Xuan crouched down, lightly touching the ground. A golden light wall, formed by a sealing technique, enveloped Minato and Kushina behind him. I have come to understand you through the tale of a boy's journey to become the strongest. You are a rather proud fox, aren't you? Upon finishing, Bei Xuan could not help but burst into laughter, only to suddenly stop and gaze quietly at the Ninetales. Oh, has my future perished? I never imagined a tailed beast could die. Ha ha ha. To Bei Xuan's surprise, the Ninetales joined in laughter. What are you laughing at? I haven't even spoken yet. The Ninetales' laughter caught Bei Xuan off guard, causing him to forget the multitude of words he had prepared. He stared blankly at the Ninetales, recalling that it seemingly lacked memory-reading abilities. Could it be that someone in this world could read his memories? Hey, kid, if you know me so well, you must be aware that I possess the ability to sense the good and evil in others. Although I do not recognize you, your gaze suggests a familiarity that feels long-standing. However, I shall never admit to being a proud fox. Are you not concerned that my illusion may be causing you to perceive things incorrectly? Moreover, how do you know your future has met its demise? This matter bears no relation to good or evil. Bei Xuan approached, sitting below the suspended Ninetales, looking up at it. Humph. Can you have that stinky brat outside loosen these chains for me? And why are you hovering beneath me? The Ninetales exclaimed, shaking its body in agitation. Glaring down at Bei Xuan. Just a moment. Realizing that this mode of conversation was rather impractical, Bei Xuan flew to a level with the Ninetales, placing his palm on its body. Chapter 82. Speak your plan. As chakra flowed from Bei Xuan's palm, the chains binding the Ninetales with the diamond locking technique began to loosen until they completely dissipated. The Ninetales landed on the ground, and at that moment, Kushina's expression shifted from boredom to alarm. My diamond lock has been undone. What is Bei Xuan doing? Kushina gazed with trepidation at the blurred light wall of the sealing technique, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. Even though they were in the back mountains, it was still within the confines of Konoha village. Kushina placed her trust in Bei Xuan, who had never engaged in endeavors devoid of confidence. Upon hearing her, Minato felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, yet he simply placed a reassuring hand on Kushina's shoulder, staring at the luminous barrier. Although he was unaware of Bei Xuan's reasons for erecting this barrier to shield them or why he had unsealed the Nine Tails, his faith in Bei Xuan remained unwavering. Within the confines of the sealing technique, the Nine Tails, previously crouched on the ground, now sat upright in a lotus position before Bei Xuan. You've unsealed me. Are you not afraid I will escape and obliterate Konoha? Kurama taunted, yet despite his words, he exhibited no hostility whatsoever. You cannot overpower me. So, is my future demise a result of saving you? Or is it due to that child you mentioned? Although he was reluctant to concede, Bei Xuan exuded a unique aura that far surpassed his own, even more formidable than that of the Sage of Six Paths, albeit seemingly incomplete. Setting that aside, I am quite intrigued by how you are aware of your future death. Surely, you cannot genuinely perceive my thoughts? Bei Xuan, filled with curiosity, pondered the multitude of abilities the Nine Tails possessed. No, it's merely that you regard me with a sense of pity, tinged with a hint of sorrow. And yet I have no recollection of ever meeting you. You are the first human to gaze at me without malice or fear, with genuine goodwill. Moreover, it appears I cannot defeat you. Hence I am willing to sit down and converse with you. As for your suggestion of influencing my judgment with illusions, while I can be ensnared by Jinjutsu, discerning right from wrong is instinctual for me. Even the Sage of Six Paths cannot deceive my perception. Kurama regarded Bei Xuan with a peculiar expression, seemingly lost in thought. I see. However, I am glad you are willing to talk. I had anticipated a confrontation with you. This certainly saves me considerable effort. I am Bei Xuan. Although there are many matters I cannot divulge, Kurama, you will encounter a human in the future who will wholeheartedly accept you. You will become partners, individuals willing to entrust their lives to one another. That very child is the one referenced by the Sage of Six Paths, to be born from Kushina and Minato, inheriting Ashura's chakra. With this in mind, I trust you now comprehend, Kurama. After speaking, Bei Xuan fell silent, observing the Nine Tails. The future he knew, whether concerning Tsunade or Minato, had never been disclosed, yet today, he felt compelled to share it with Kurama. This was not due to Bei Xuan withholding information from Tsunade. He would still risk his life to save her if she were in danger, yet this future was far from promising. It represented immense pressure, for even a being as powerful as Bei Xuan could not afford to cease his pursuit of strength. One must understand that the Otsutsuki clan was not merely formidable. They also harbored a deity of Otsutsuki that had yet to reveal itself. Such burdens need not be borne by Tsunade alongside him. Bei Xuan was acutely aware of the transformations that would occur if she learned the truth. A Tsunade aware of everything would no longer be the carefree woman she once was. She would likely persistently strive to aid Bei Xuan. This was not the fate Bei Xuan wished to witness. He desired for Tsunade to relish life and indulge frivolously. Shall we exchange a fist bump, Bei Xuan? I believe you are familiar with this gesture. Kurama extended his fist toward Bei Xuan, awaiting his response. Oh, am I not your Jinchuriki as well? Bei Xuan regarded the outstretched fist with an unexpected sense of anticipation, recalling that this was a signature gesture of the prince in the original narrative. Very well, yet this will allow me to glimpse into a portion of your inner self, and you may absorb some of the negative emotions that linger within me. However, I presume these sentiments will serve as a delightful repast for the entity residing within you. Bei Xuan was taken aback to discover that Kurama could sense the malevolent spirit dwelling within him. This spirit was not merely within Bei Xuan, but was intricately connected to the cursed blade, Shinrin. Bei Xuan found the daily infusion of vitality to be a cumbersome chore, allowing the malevolent spirit to enter his body and absorb energy on its own. The life force generated by the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone could easily sustain several malevolent spirits. Then, shall we? Why not? Thus, two beings, having never met before, engaged in a fist bump, as if they were old friends. Is this what Naruto witnesses? It seems Kurama has had quite a rough time. Is this the source of your pressure? Truly terrifying. The human and the fox sensed fragments of each other's inner thoughts, while the malevolent spirit within Bei Xuan manifested. voraciously consuming the black and red chakra emanating from both Kurama and Bei Xuan. Outside, the cursed blade, Xianren, began to tremble violently, emanating a gentle purple glow. Soon, the malevolent spirit finished its feast and retreated back into Bei Xuan's form, and the two beings released their fist bump. Now, let us discuss your plans, Bei Xuan. I never expected you to have so thoroughly bested that foul raccoon. Kurama laughed heartily after retracting his fist. The ceiling barrier that had shielded Minato and Kushina gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the Nine Tails and Bei Xuan. Minato immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Kushina, eyeing Kurama warily. Humph, for Bei Xuan's sake. I have no interest in making a move against you two. Noting the vigilance of the pair, Kurama smirked, realizing that apart from Bei Xuan and the future child, humans were indeed irksome. Relax, Kurama is one of us now, Bei Xuan assured, approaching them with a smile. Have you perhaps mastered an exceptional genjutsu to control Kurama? Or is it a unique sealing technique? Please, enlighten me. As Bei Xuan drew closer, Kushina leaned in to whisper in his ear. Though her voice was soft, it was evident that both the beings present could hear her. That Lord Ninetails, Kushina was merely jesting. My apologies. Minato, visibly embarrassed, quickly covered Kushina's mouth. After a brief moment of hesitation regarding how to address Kurama, he apologized sincerely. My apologies, Kurama. I should not have spoken out of turn. Remembering her earlier habit of binding Kurama with chains whenever she felt displeased, Kushina's face flushed crimson. Regretting that no one had ever mentioned to her the notion of becoming allies with the Nine Tails. Humph, the wicked Uzumaki Kushina. I shall not forgive you easily. Drawing from Bei Xuan's memories, it appeared he enjoyed using this moniker for others, particularly as it was reminiscent of a certain white-haired individual addressing the Uchiha clan. Despite harboring no fondness for the Uchiha, Kurama found a certain satisfaction in uttering the phrase. What nonsense. I apologize, Kurama. What of this so-called evil vortex, Kushina? Kushina, all right. The Nine Tails is now an ally. Upon hearing Kurama refer to Kushina, she was instantly incensed, as always, by Minato's presence. Well then, since the matter is resolved, let us step outside. In the future, Kushina must learn to coexist harmoniously with Kurama. I am confident that you two will undoubtedly become friends. Ha ha ha. Humph. Then, farewell, Kurama. Bei Xuan waved his hand, then grasped Kushina and Minato by their shoulders, vanishing in the blink of an eye from the ceiling space. Meanwhile, a sly expression appeared on the face of the Nine Tails, who remained seated in place. Upon returning to reality, Kushina immediately touched her belly, her face filled with disbelief. The seal is truly gone. The Nine Tails has not emerged. Bei Xuan sighed as he observed Kushina's foolish expression. For Kushina, it would be impossible to ever gain the Nine Tails' recognition. In her mind, the Nine Tails was merely the culprit preventing her from living a normal life. However, this also subtly highlighted Naruto's terrifying potential. Although there might be an influence from Ashura's chakra, Bei Xuan mused that if he were treated in such a manner, he would have immediately succumbed to despair. Then, with the Yin-Yang chakra merging into the Rasengan, and perhaps adding some natural energy, he could create a dazzling spectacle for Konoha, allowing the entire village to experience flight. Nonetheless, now that Kushina had not gained the Nine Tails' acknowledgement, she should still be able to utilize the standard chakra mode, as the Nine Tails was no longer restricting her access to his chakra. Humph, I merely choose not to make a fuss with her. Otherwise, that little brat would never be able to utilize even a fraction of my chakra. Just as Bei Xuan pondered Kushina's situation, Kurama's voice resonated from within Bei Xuan. A voice that both Kushina and Minato could hear as well. What the heck? How did you end up in my body? No, wait. You merely transmitted your consciousness and formed a new body using my chi, yet I feel nothing at all. Bei Xuan astonishedly checked his own body. Logically, he should have felt something upon the Nine Tails entering his form. The dual cultivation of life and death granted Bei Xuan an extraordinary mastery over his body. But the Nine Tails entering his body did not involve infusing chakra. Rather, it was an intertwining of consciousness during their clash. Simultaneously, it latched onto the chi within Bei Xuan, assimilating it into its own power, yet it still felt akin to Bei Xuan's own chi. How did the Great Fox end up in your body? Wait, the Great Fox is still with me. Kushina also appeared bewildered, carefully sensing that the Nine Tails remained in place, merely seeming to be asleep. Humph. My methods are beyond the comprehension of mere humans like you. However, Bei Xuan, you have managed to master Yin-Yang release. No, The principles behind this power are far more formidable than yin-yang release. The Nine Tails, entirely composed of qi, continuously drew upon the qi within Bei Xuan to sustain itself. While the blue-silver Emperor's bones ceased supplying vitality to the malevolent spirit, redirecting it instead to the Nine Tails form. To just spring onto my body without a word. You truly lack manners, Kurama. Despite this remark, Bei Xuan continued to channel qi into Kurama while also unlocking the Yang seal on his forehead, entering Sage mode. The infusion of the Nine Tails power now included a pure essence of natural energy radiating with golden light. Ha ha ha, I am a tailed beast. I have never heard of such a thing as politeness. However, this energy is far more entertaining than chakra. Fear not, I shall not take advantage of you. Once this body is formed, I shall allow you to play as a special Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You seem to quite enjoy that chakra mode connected to me. No, in other words, this body should possess the chi mode. Mastering it on your own is quite challenging. As Kurama spoke, a familiar golden aura enveloped its form. Did you pay the copyright fee before playing? Bei Xuan watched in silence as Kurama's claws shimmered with shifting golden light. Internally grumbling and entirely forgetting that he had once stubbornly persisted in transforming to flaunt this very form. I must focus on consolidating this body now. That little brat can use her chakra freely. After all, I have devoured most of the negative emotions that neighbor had to offer. This chi is becoming increasingly impressive. I wonder how you managed to achieve this. As Bei Xuan pondered, his vision darkened, and his consciousness was drawn back to the external world. Bei Xuan scowled, clutching his dantian. Although he wished to remain inconspicuous, Kurama's lack of courtesy was indeed infuriating. Bei Xuan, are you all right? Minato, noticing Bei Xuan's displeasure, asked with concern, fearing something had gone awry with the Nine Tails, given that the voice had originated from Bei Xuan's body. I am fine, merely irritated by an impolite fellow. Let us head home. By the way, has Fugaku caught up with Mikoto yet? Should have, right? Kushina, being more familiar with the situation, responded, I just returned. Why are you asking me? Humph. Do you want to know? The group did not utilize the Flying Thunder God to return directly. Instead, they leisurely walked alongside the now relaxed Kushina towards the Senju clan's territory. The existence of the Nine Tails had caused Kushina much distress and pressure, all of which had now dissipated. Simultaneously, it ignited in Kushina a sense of anticipation for the days ahead, embarking on missions and adventures with Minato, for since her arrival in Konoha, she had not ventured outside even once. Moreover, she had been frequently monitored by ANBU, and although Bei Xuan eventually drove them all away, that lingering sense of surveillance would occasionally resurface. Now, she had nothing to worry about. After spending all her pocket money, Tsunade returned home to find the empty courtyard before her, a question mark appearing above her head. Chapter 84. Is Kushina lacking sense? In the land of rain, Jiraiya gazed quietly out at the torrential downpour, his eyes flickering with nostalgia. Sensei Jiraiya, we are back. A spirited shout broke Jiraiya's reverie, and he turned to see the three young ones, now significantly grown, standing before him with complex expressions. Initially, Jiraiya had only intended to instruct the trio for 3 years, as he had other disciples as well. However, upon receiving Bei Xuan's message, he decided to stay an additional 2 years. Although Jiraiya was unaware of how Bei Xuan learned about Nagato's Rinnegan, he resolved to heed Bei Xuan's advice and continue watching over the three. However, the content of his teachings had shifted to include more philosophical elements. Sensei Jiraiya, are you leaving? The ever-joyful Konan, having just entered the house, sensed the complexity in Jiraiya's eyes. Ah, well, you should understand that the teacher is a ninja of Konoha, right? I feel somewhat guilty about your senior brother's situation, so. Jiraiya, realizing that Konan had seen through him, scratched his head, unsure of how to convey his impending departure to the trio. A heavy silence fell among the four, broken only by the sound of Conan's tears hitting the floor, drowned out by the rain. Alas, unable to bear the sight, Jiraiya reached out to gently ruffle Conan's hair, placing a folded paper flower before her. Konan, you are the most thoughtful and perceptive among the three. Ultimately, the teacher is a ninja of Konoha. It is time for me to return. Moreover, your senior might also be reminiscing about the teacher. This flower was hand-folded by the teacher. Although it may not match Xiao Nan's craftsmanship, it was indeed the first flower the teacher successfully folded. Jiraiya smiled as he looked at Xiao Nan, whose face was stained with tears, raising the flower in his hand. Xiao Nan, sobbing, reached out to accept the paper flower, prompting Jiraiya to gently embrace all three of them. Yahiko, the path to peace is arduous, but you must persevere. Nagato, the use of power is determined by one's own heart. Do not let strength cloud your vision. I entrust these two troublesome ones to you. I believe you will take good care of yourself in them. After briefly imparting his words to the three, Jiraiya picked up his belongings and slowly walked into the rain. Soon, in the heavy downpour, only a solitary figure could be seen waving goodbye to the three. Inside the small house, the three young ones gazed with tearful eyes at the vanishing silhouette in the rain, silently mourning. So, you have released the seal of the Nine Tails? You truly have some audacity. If the one sitting in the Hokage's office finds out, it would be quite alarming, Tsunade remarked, biting into the snacks brought back by the three. That is not just any creature. It is the Nine Tails, which even my great-uncle deemed too powerful to remain unsealed. Only you would dare to engage in such perilous actions. Let them be tense. It's not like he is the Jinchuriki, Bei Xuan replied nonchalantly, propping his face up as he quietly observed Tsunade eating. By the way, seeing how this couple is, does Shimoka not have any thoughts? Tsunade glanced at the duo nearby, feeding fish, and asked Bei Xuan, forget it. It would be better for us to have more children than to rely on Shimoku to branch out. That foolish child. I'll keep an eye on. Bei Xuan closed his eyes, activating his sensory ninjutsu, and a purple eye opened, scanning the training ground before finally locking onto Shimoku and Uzumaki White. At that moment, Shimoku was entangled in swirling water, continuously penetrating the shell of a water bullet turtle, while Uzumaki White stood by, cheering him on. What a waste, Bei Xuan sighed, dispelling the technique and shaking his head at Tsunade. He could not fathom why Shimoka sought to slack off in his presence, while Uzumaki White practiced diligently. Jiraiya will be back soon. Let's have him take care of Shimoku for a while. Tsunade buried her face in her hands, not wanting Shimoku to get entangled with Jiraiya. Yet, with Shimoku being so oblivious, she was out of options. The only time he seemed enlightened was when he was goofing off with Jiraiya. However, after a few rounds on the battlefield with Minato, he turned into a fool again, having learned nothing of Minato's charm. Considering the time, it was nearly right for Jiraiya to return, which would also allow Minato to assume the Hokage position, alleviating some of the third's concerns. Jiraiya was also a disciple of the Hokage. If someone else did the same, they wouldn't be labeled as a missing person but a rogue ninja. In the original story, the second pillar was deemed to have defected for failing to report his absence from the village, ultimately prompting Tsunade to issue a pursuit order. The Leaf Village maintains strict control over its ninjas. Without approval or orders, one cannot leave the village easily. Even Bei Xuan, on the day of Kakashi's third birthday, had to report to the third before visiting the grass village for something. It's not that one cannot leave without reporting. Rather, it is to avoid troublesome situations. After all, Bei Xuan still needed to remain stable in the leaf, and Minato had yet to become Hokage. If he were to act recklessly with his strength, his training in the Golden Light technique would certainly slow down, which contradicts the essence of cultivation. While chatting with Tsunade, Bei Xuan suddenly noticed a flash of light beside him. Turning to look, he saw Kushina had transformed into a small golden figure. Your Golden Light technique? No. This is the Nine Tails chakra. Goodness, this lady has no sense. Tsunade was momentarily stunned by the golden glow surrounding Kushina before she immediately slammed her hand on the table, staring at Kushina in disbelief. Releasing Nine Tails chakra in the village? Does Kushina really have no sense? As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office immediately recognized the familiar chakra. His expression tense as he summoned all Umbu. Soon, the entire Senju clan was surrounded. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina realized she might have made a foolish mistake and quickly withdrew the chakra back into her body. Minato, why didn't you stop her? Why didn't he have time? Minato silently recalled Kushina mentioning she had grasped a strange mode, and before he could intervene, it had already happened. Tsunade, why did the Nine Tails chakra suddenly erupt? Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in combat attire, landed in the courtyard of the Senju clan, bewildered by the calm scene before him. What happened to the Nine Tails after its outburst? Kushina has mastered how to utilize the Nine Tails chakra. She was merely testing it. Bei Xuan stepped forward to explain since Tsunade seemed disinclined to address the third. I see. Just don't cause such outbursts in the village again. That's not acceptable. Aware of his unpopularity, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade, who was engrossed in her food, dismissed the surrounding Umbu, and turned to leave the Senju clan. His retreating figure appeared somewhat forlorn, a sight that did not go unnoticed by Tsunade, who remained remarkably calm, as if witnessing this scene was less significant than enjoying another bite of her dumplings. Chapter 85. The peeping white-haired pervert after school. Having completed their training for the day, Kakashi and Guy were preparing to head to the Senju clan. After each training session, Bei Xuan would invigorate Guy with vitality. Initially, it was merely to enhance Guy's physical condition, but with one more person, it became a welcome addition, and Kakashi joined in. Then, Kakashi spotted a lecherous figure crouched against the wall of the hot spring inn, drooling and foolishly grinning, and infuriatingly, this person had the same white hair as himself. Guy, look over there. Kakashi tugged at Guy, who was walking on his hands, signaling him to see the peeping pervert. Is that a pervert? This scene is utterly unyouthful. Kakashi, let us teach that pervert a lesson together, Guy exclaimed, rising and instantly discarding his weighted gear, charging towards the pervert without waiting for Kakashi's response. Boom. The sound of the weights hitting the ground was deafening. The crouching Jiraiya was startled, turning to see a foot growing larger in his view. Danger! That fool Guy? Realizing Guy had already rushed forward, Kakashi resignedly set his backpack down on the weights and followed suit towards the white-haired voyeur. Aware of the impending danger, Jiraiya pushed off the ground forcefully and leaped away, while Guy's kick struck the wall of the hot spring inn. Boom. A section of the outer wall collapsed instantly. Countless. The collapse of the wall startled the people inside, who were relaxing, and the inn erupted in screams. As the dust from the fallen wall settled, the people inside could see the situation outside. 2 children and a familiar white-haired peeping pervert. Among the 2 children, the one with the green, watermelon-shaped head charged angrily towards the white-haired voyeur. How could the people in the hot spring inn not recognize who the actual pervert was? They simply did not expect that this person had become so audacious as to directly shatter the wall. Is this Tsunade's monstrous strength? No. It resembles a technique akin to monstrous strength, perhaps not fully mastered. Has it only been a short time since I last saw these little brats? And they are already so outrageous? Observing the young Kai, alongside the watchful Kakashi and amidst the cacophony of insults, Jiraiya felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he swiftly employed the body flicker technique to escape the scene. The white-haired voyeur has fled. Kakashi, let us pursue him, Kai exclaimed. Wait, Kai? At this speed, we cannot catch up. Let us return to seek out Elder Bei Xuan, Kakashi responded calmly, gazing at the street now devoid of Jiraiya's presence, acknowledging that such a swift body flicker technique was beyond their capabilities. Indeed, we must find Uncle Bei Xuan. His words could surely capture that pervert. But Kakashi, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Kai inquired, noticing the crimson hue on Kakashi's cheeks. I am fine. I merely felt tense. Thinking we encountered an enemy, Kakashi replied, instinctively glancing at the now empty hot spring inn, brushing Kai's hand away with a hint of anxiety. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Jiraiya, who hung his head in silence. Initially, he had intended to scold his overly carefree disciple upon his return, yet after witnessing the recent scene, he found himself at a loss for words. Having just returned to the village, Jiraiya chose to indulge in voyeurism instead of reporting in, brazenly discovered by 2 students. Jiraiya, do you have anything to say for yourself? Hiruzen prompted. Ahem, I shall apologize to the owner and make amends, Jiraiya conceded. Initially wanting to argue that he was merely gathering material, but upon seeing Hiruzen's impassive expression, he bowed his head in acquiescence. Handle this matter yourself. Jiraiya, you are not a child anymore. You must exhibit some decorum. This position will one day require your stewardship, Hiruzen remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette, his tone somber. Old man, I have no intention of occupying that position. Isn't it still Orochimaru? At the very least, there is Tsunade. And I believe my disciple Minato is quite exceptional. What about you, old man? Jiraiya laughed heartily, though his mirth waned as he noted Hiruzen's despondency. Such emotion was foreign to him in this seasoned ninja. What had transpired in the village during his absence? All right, you must be tired after returning to Konoha. Go rest. Hiruzen waved his hand, returning to his documents. Jiraiya, wishing to inquire further, fell silent upon realizing Hiruzen was not engaging with him, and quietly exited the office. The room was left with Hiruzen alone, smoking and murmuring to himself as he perused the documents detailing Orochimaru's activities. In the Senju clan's territory, Bei Xuan was infusing life force into the 2 small ones while listening to their accounts of the white-haired voyeur. It was no mystery that the watermelon-headed individual they spoke of was indeed Jiraiya. Truly, he hadn't changed a bit. Suddenly, it seemed that Shoju was better off not following him. Being slow-witted might serve him well. Tsunade, nearby, listened intently, immediately discerning the identity of the white-haired voyeur that Kai and Kakashi had encountered. Meanwhile, Minato felt somewhat awkward, as Jiraiya was also his mentor. Minato, you must not emulate your teacher's antics. If you do, I shall have no choice but to discipline you myself, Tsunade warned, leveling a threatening gaze at him. After all, Jiraiya's lecherous nature could not be divorced from the influence of the third Hokage. Spare Minato, he might shatter, huh? However, I doubt he would dare imitate Jiraiya. Without the flying thunder god, Kushina could very well hold her own against Minato, and most importantly, I doubt Minato would dare retaliate, Bei Xuan jested. Aware of Kushina's famously fierce temperament, a reputation still echoed in Konoha as the red-haired demon. It was said that this crimson-haired fiend would accompany a seemingly adorable yet fearsome creature, delighting in shocking others for amusement. Interestingly, when Bei Xuan returned, he found that the Senju clan's territory had been the site of a misunderstanding involving Kushina, who had mistakenly shocked Hitaki Shoma, who had complained about it for nearly 10 minutes. Humph, my Minato would never stoop to such depths, and if he were to, I would simply ignore him, Kushina declared with a huff, prompting Minato to immediately begin to appease her. Tsunade sighed quietly at this scene, reflecting on how Shoju had failed to learn anything from his prolonged partnership with Minato. Perhaps someone should teach Shoju a lesson? Tsunade cast a fleeting glance at Bei Xuan, who was playfully tugging at her hand, reminiscing about the beautiful flower fields atop Hokage Rock, her heart bubbling with warmth. Chapter 86. Irika the following day. At the invitation of Fugaku, Minato and Bei Xuan were en route to the Uchiha clan's territory. As for why only Minato and Bei Xuan were present, Kushina, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, needed to maintain a semblance of discretion, while Shoju was currently undergoing training, having been struck by Tsunade's fist. Do you inquire about Tsunade? Ah, darn it, again. This time, I shall apply less pressure. At that moment, Tsunade was in the newly opened casino in Konoha, showcasing the legendary gambling skills passed down from the Senju clan. Regarding the casino's ownership, Bei Xuan quietly contemplated the ceiling technique he had devised to manage his finances. Even with Bei Xuan's rapid income generation, he could not keep up with Tsunade's expenditures. Thus, Bei Xuan had simply opened 2 casinos in Konoha, strategically located on the street belonging to Kushina, simultaneously satisfying Tsunade's gambling urges while ensuring a steady stream of income. These casinos were situated on one of Konoha's most prosperous streets, naturally attracting a constant flow of patrons. The security of Konoha's bustling avenues was beyond reproach, representing one of the village's most significant revenue sources. As Bei Xuan and Minato strolled and conversed, Bei Xuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, prompting him to halt abruptly. Have you encountered an acquaintance? Minato inquired, following Bei Xuan's gaze but failing to recognize anyone familiar, as he typically knew those Bei Xuan did as well. Acquaintance, perhaps. You must bow to them, and many must do the same, Bei Xuan replied, observing a small child nearby with a peculiar mark upon his nose. Minato was taken aback. Bow. Was it the kind of bow he was imagining? Bei Xuan disregarded Minato's confusion, making his way over to Irika, who was now of a similar age to Kakashi. Irika's parents were startled by Bei Xuan's sudden appearance, but upon recognizing his visage, they excitedly called out, Lord Bei Xuan. Greetings, you are Irika, correct? Bei Xuan greeted gently, smiling down at the apprehensive little boy. Why yes, I am Yumino Irika, the ninja. Irika stammered, though he had not met Bei Xuan before. He had heard his parents refer to the handsome older brother before him as Lord. Do not be afraid, I harbor no ill intentions. I have come to present you with a gift, and here it is. A blue scroll was extended towards Irika, accompanied by Bei Xuan's warm smile. This is a ninjutsu scroll? Is this for me? Irika exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight as he gazed at the scroll in Bei Xuan's hand. Though he did not reach out to grasp it, instead eagerly awaiting Bei Xuan's explanation. Indeed, this is the signature ninjutsu of the older brother behind me. Once you master it, you will become quite formidable. However, I have placed a seal on this scroll. It can only be opened for study when you are ready to graduate, Bei Xuan explained. As Bei Xuan gently patted Irika's shoulder, a sealing technique imbued with a certain jutsu was inscribed upon him, ultimately fading away into nothingness. Thank you, Lord Bei Xuan. And thank you, big brother, Irika exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes as he clutched the scroll. Just as he was about to say more, he realized that both Bei Xuan and Minato had vanished from sight. If not for the scroll in his hand, Irika might have believed it was all a dream. Meanwhile, the departing duo approached the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory. That child? You wouldn't want to know, and it's unlikely to happen anyway. How could you bear to part with the Rasengan? Bei Xuan chuckled as he draped an arm over Minato's shoulder, tousling his golden locks. You continue to speak so profoundly. Besides, the Rasengan is your creation. I was merely curious, Minato replied. His sunny smile still radiant as he waved to the two Uchiha guards stationed at the gate before entering the Uchiha compound alongside Bei Xuan. Seated upon tatama mats, Bei Xuan, Minato, and Uchiha Fugaku silently gazed at the wedding invitation laid out before them. Beside them, Uchiha Mikoto served tea with grace. Are you two getting married so soon? Bei Xuan blinked in disbelief at the invitation, recalling that Fugaku had not pursued Mikoto for long. While he was aware that the compassionate son had participated in the Third Great Ninja War, this seemed rather hasty. Indeed, Mikoto is exceptional. As you often say, it is better to avoid prolonged dreams. Besides, I believe you both wish to marry, Fugaku smiled, appearing completely unbothered by the drastic shift from his portrayal in the original narrative. But we're still too young. Would Kushina even agree to marry me? Minato's face flushed, his usual sunny demeanor dimming when the topic of his beloved tomato arose. Humph, if Kushina doesn't marry you, who else would she marry? It's absurd to think otherwise. Tsunade would surely choose me. After all, who else can provide for her? Bei Xuan remarked with a touch of pride, his disdain evident as he contrasted himself with the boyish Minato. By the way, Mikoto, how did you come to accept Fugaku's courtship? He behaves like an overzealous puppy. It seems far too easy for him, Bei Xuan inquired, curiosity etched on his face, for Fugaku hardly appeared to be the suave type. Mikoto merely smiled in response, her expression serene. It was true that despite Fugaku's current demeanor, he was the head of the Uchiha clan, possessing considerable strength and the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, even capable of besting formidable foes in the future. Please remember to support us when we tie the knot, Mikoto said with a smile, refilling their teacups before gracefully exiting the room to afford them privacy. TSK, TSK, TSK. With Mikoto's nurturing nature, Minato can only dream. Kushina will undoubtedly keep him on a tight leash, Bei Xuan chuckled, intending to tease Minato, only to fall silent upon hearing the remark. Seeing the two fall into silence, Fugaku felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, realizing that while he could not rival the strength of the two before him, he certainly excelled in the realm of relationships. Naturally, Fugaku's thoughts of malice did not escape Bei Xuan's perceptive awareness. He silently contemplated the prospect of Fugaku fathering several sons to serve Minato in the future, given Fugaku's commendable lineage. Chapter 87. The Evil Rebirth of Senju Tobarama Kumo Village. This is troublesome. How could Barubi suddenly resort to suicide by overdose? And that fool chose a drug that wouldn't even kill him, allowing the Eight Tails to escape. The third Raikage, frowned as he gazed at the rampaging Eight Tails in the stone forest, bellowing at the Tsuchikage beside him. The sealing team from Kumo Village was desperately deploying sealing techniques obtained from the Whirlpool Village, attempting to restrain the rampaging beast. Yet it seemed nearly impossible to control the frenzied creature. Since becoming the host of the Eight Tails, Barubi had frequently lost control, earning the disdain of the villagers. Despite being a gentle soul who likely wished to avoid the animosity directed at him, the Tsuchikage fell silent, recalling that Barubi had once been a bright and cheerful individual. But everything changed upon becoming the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. He introspectively recognized that he, too, had subconsciously distanced himself from Barubi. Fools. Even as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Barubi is still our comrade. The third Raikage, declared, his resolve solidifying. Now that this mess has been left by Barubi, I shall take responsibility and resolve it. With that, he removed his hat, his body crackling with lightning as he charged toward the Eight Tails. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Third, the Tsuchikage shouted urgently, attempting to intervene. While the third Raikage had always managed to suppress the Eight Tails during previous rampages, this time was different. The beast had fully unleashed its true form. Then, the Tsuchikage witnessed the third Raikage sever one of the Eight Tails' tentacles with a single strike. That should suffice. In the Wetbone Forest, Bei Xuan nervously formed seals as a shadow clone materialized beside him. He extended his hand, channeling pure life energy into the clone's body. Kongjin, the silver-white Gyarados, poised and ready, called out, while the assembled Pokémon prepared to stabilize the clone's form with their energies. Now is the moment. Continuously forming seals. Bei Xuan summoned a coffin that emerged from the ground, eliciting delight from the Reaper watching from a distance. Impure world reincarnation. Bei Xuan, that technique of yours is rather sinister. The Ninetales within Bei Xuan scoffed, taken aback that one possessing such power would resort to such methods. The nature of the technique's morality depends on its usage. Now, awaken and establish a connection with the Pure Land. Bei Xuan retorted, engaging in communication with the Pure Land before addressing his shadow. As the coffin, seemingly reluctant due to the unsuitable sacrifice, began to retract, it was suddenly immobilized by an unusual force, gradually returning to the surface. The coffin creaked open, revealing a white-haired man clad in battle armor, adorned with 3 red markings on his face and a mask. Is this impure world reincarnation? No. This is not the life force that should be repelled by the reanimation jutsu. Senju Tobarama raised his hand, examining his cracked palms, quickly grasping the peculiar circumstances surrounding his revival. However, he was puzzled by the unfamiliar power coursing through him, which deviated from what he expected from the reanimation jutsu. How about you take a look at me first, uncle? You can study my body before delving into your own. Upon encountering the malevolent figure of Senju Tobarama, Bei Xuan found himself somewhat exasperated, contemplating whether individuals of keen intellect invariably resorted to research when faced with the incomprehensible. Second grandfather, are you the rope tree? Though I recall the rope tree being rather unsightly in my youth. Casting a glance at Bei Xuan, Tobarama realized he possessed no recollection of him, and surmised that the address of second grandfather might indicate a familial connection. Ahem, I am not the rope tree. Could you, Sage of Slugs, summon Tsunade for me? Despite his uncertainty on how to converse with Tobarama, Bei Xuan resolved to leave the matter in Tsunade's capable hands. Very well. The Sage of Slugs, intrigued by the ongoing experiment, immediately responded to Bei Xuan's call. Tsunade, little Tsunade, young man, did you use this technique to summon me because Konoha is in some sort of trouble? No. If there were trouble necessitating Edo Tensei, it should have been the great brother summoned instead. The environment had changed dramatically. Yet the multitude of peculiar creatures and an abundance of slugs indicated they were indeed in the wet-bone forest. Might you enlighten me, young one? The presence of the wet-bone forest suggested they were not adversaries, and with familiarity towards Tsunade, Tobarama had sensed the unusual power of these strange beings upon his arrival. There was no chance of victory. Each of these bizarre creatures bore a natural energy akin to that of the Great Brother, coupled with another enigmatic force. Oh, I must increase my power. The Sage of Slugs summoned Tsunade, who promptly slapped a handful of money onto the head of the silver-white Steelix, exclaiming loudly, "Giant!" Suddenly realizing the oddity of her actions, Tsunade snapped back to reality, surrounded by an array of wondrous Pokémon, and met with the silent gazes of her second grandfather and Bei Xuan. Wait. Second grandfather. Tsunade stared blankly at the Edo Tensei version of Senju Tobarama, then hastily stuffed the cash into her pocket, quietly stepping forward to extend her hand. Tobarama, observing this, reached out as well, wishing to embrace his grown granddaughter, only to freeze in place as Tsunade leaped into Bei Xuan's arms, gritting her teeth and whispering, "Why didn't you warn me before summoning me? You've embarrassed me." Meanwhile, Tobarama, his body rigid, lowered his outstretched hand, feeling awkwardly unaccustomed to the absence of a blade. Ahem, little Tsunade, why not introduce this impudent child who misuses forbidden techniques to your second grandfather? Unable to bear the sight of Tsunade and Bei Xuan in such an embrace, Tobarama cleared his throat and inquired, albeit now referring to Bei Xuan as Little Rascal. This is Bei Xuan, my fiancé. I never expected to see you, second grandfather. Tsunade confidently introduced Bei Xuan to Tobarama, disregarding the latter's tone. After all, this was someone recognized by Mito, and even her second grandfather had to comply in Mito's presence. Chapter 88. Will you not return to see how Konoha fares now? Although he had anticipated this, hearing Tsunade articulate it left Tobarama feeling somewhat disheartened, as if the cherished gem he held in his hands had been sullied. He regarded Bei Xuan with an unfriendly gaze, contemplating whether the Edo Tensei body could be summoned forth using the same technique to bring back his brother. Wait, second grandfather. Bei Xuan and I were brought together by Granny Mito. Seeing the discontent etched on Tobarama's face as he looked at Bei Xuan, Tsunade swiftly interposed herself between them. questioning the nature of this peculiar dynamic akin to a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. You are Bei Xuan, correct? Which clan do you hail from? Do you possess your own residence? Strength is of little consequence. When do you intend to marry Tsunade? Upon learning that Mito had played matchmaker, Tobirama could only suppress his displeasure, subsequently addressing Bei Xuan. Greetings, second grandfather. I am Bei Xuan, of commoner origins. Currently, I reside with Tsunade in the Senju clan's territory. My strength is adequate, and I intend to marry once I reach adulthood. Bei Xuan responded respectfully, aware that this was his future elder and the prospective mentor for his envisioned Pokémon Ninja research team. Commoner, is it? Tsunade can indeed support you, though you are not yet of age? Tobirama regarded Tsunade with unexpected scrutiny, while Konoha had seen marriages with considerable age gaps. He had not anticipated his granddaughter to prefer such a choice. How had his sister arranged this? Meanwhile, Tsunade felt embarrassed by Tobirama's comment about her ability to support Bei Xuan. While she could, the roles were indeed reversed. So, what is the purpose of summoning me through Edo Tensei? This technique should have been sealed within my sealing techniques, and you must have modified it, correct? Quite a brilliant concept. Since his summoning, Tobirama had been examining this somewhat peculiar body and had naturally discerned that the offering for this body was an unusual shadow clone. The reason Edo Tensei is regarded as a violation of heaven is that every time a ninja is summoned to the Pure Land, another life must be sacrificed as a price. Even if the summoned deceased is released from the summoning, the offering will perish as an empty shell. Yet this prospective grandson-in-law had utilized a strange shadow clone as the price. Regarding the body, life force was substituted. How had he accomplished this regarding the soul? Tobirama was deeply curious. This was an experiment. I made a pact with Granny Mito that when Tsunade and I wed, I would summon you through Edo Tensei to witness our union. Naturally, this is under the condition of a modified Edo Tensei, and this time is to test the success of that modification. So far, it seems quite successful. Bei Xuan reached out to stroke the nearby Steelix. He had largely single-handedly accomplished the modification of this technique, as even the cleverest of creatures could not surpass Steelix's computational simulations of the technique. Not entirely successful. While this Edo Tensei body exists, it will automatically dissipate once the life force within it fades. Life force is a rare essence. And given that Edo Tensei is inherently a malevolent technique, manipulating the deceased attracts the negative energy of the Pure Land. Such negative energy poses a hazard to your body. Despite his dislike for Bei Xuan, Tobirama did not wish for him to suffer any harm. His aversion stemmed solely from the fact that Bei Xuan was soon to wed his beloved granddaughter. Should he claim dissatisfaction with Bei Xuan, even he might not believe it, as the young man exhibited considerable prowess and was accompanied by an array of extraordinary and powerful summoning beasts. We are not lacking in life force. One could say we have as much as we desire. However, I have never heard of negative energy before. Second grandfather, you need not worry about negative energy. It does not affect me at all. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Bei Xuan stroked his chin in contemplation. It seemed the term negative energy had not appeared in Naruto, as both Orochimaru and Kabuto seemed to thrive. Nevertheless, given Tobirama's assertion, there must be merit to it. Yet soon, the entity within Bei Xuan's shadow informed him that this negative energy posed no threat to him. I see. Release. Upon hearing this, Tobirama performed hand seals and struck the ground, causing Bei Xuan to realize that he had severed the connection with the Edo Tensei Tobirama. Bei Xuan was momentarily taken aback as he observed Tobirama break free from the Edo control. This technique is ultimately mine. Your summoning beasts are quite remarkable. This technique must have been modified with their assistance, correct? Tobirama glanced at the oddly shaped Steelix, marveling that such a seemingly simple-minded summoning beast could enhance Edo Tensei. You are indeed correct. The Impure World reincarnation is a technique he refined alongside other extraordinary Pokémon. This being is known as Metagross, possessing 4 brains and remarkable intelligence. After patting Metagross's arm, Bei Xuan introduced him to Senju Tobirama, and once the sealing technique was undone, Bei Xuan could almost discern Tobirama's thoughts. Since that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to impart knowledge about Impure World reincarnation to him. Surely, you must think the same. Or else you could have tested the ninjutsu on the Impure World reincarnation of the elder sister. Senju Tobirama cast a sideways glance at the smiling Bei Xuan, and with his keen intellect, he naturally grasped Bei Xuan's intentions. Nonetheless, he himself was eager to remain, as he wished to understand these incredible summoning beasts. Moreover, he aspired to refine the impure world reincarnation technique, for it was unreasonable that his descendants could perfect it while he could not. This was a technique intended for Tsunade's wedding, and it must not mar such purity. Indeed, this is true, after all. The second Hokage is the originator of this technique and possesses a deeper understanding of its principles and intricacies. Will the second Hokage not take a glance at Konoha? The changes are significant, Tsunade interjected, her gaze laden with complexity. I shall not go. I am already deceased, and Konoha now rests in the hands of the monkey. Thus, how Konoha fares now entirely depends on his choices. Even if Konoha were to begin its decay, would this lad remain indifferent? He is, after all, a son-in-law of the Senju clan. From Tsunade's expression, Tobirama discerned something more. Although he initially contemplated visiting Konoha to witness its current state, he ultimately dismissed the idea. He feared that his intervention could prove to be a catastrophic blow to Konoha, which is already under the watchful eyes of various nations. He did not wish to instigate a new war. Then let the second Hokage reside in the Wetbone Forest. Should life force diminish, I shall summon the Slug Sage to bring me over. Shinado and Shoju need not assist with translations for now. You shall accompany the second Hokage, as he cannot comprehend the words of Metagross and the others. Sensing the emotional tension between the grandfather and grandson, Bei Xuan swiftly organized matters regarding Senju Tobirama and the Pokémon before bidding farewell and departing the Wetbone Forest with Tsunade. Chapter 89. The Ninjutsu Research Group officially commences its study of ninjutsu upon returning to Konoha. Bei Xuan gently embraced Tsunade. Are you unhappy? Tsunade murmured, burying her head in Bei Xuan's embrace. Would you care to share your thoughts? Let us see if your invincible boyfriend can assist our Princess Tsunade in overcoming her troubles. Being perpetually discontented is not ideal. Bei Xuan softly patted Tsunade's back, speaking to her as one would to a child. I believed I would face my grandfather and the others with composure, yet upon seeing them, I fear I may disappoint them. Whether they be from the Senju clan or Konoha, I must have let them down considerably. Though the disbandment of the Senju clan stemmed from the policies of the second Hokage, there remained a portion of the elders unwilling to depart. These individuals are among the last to still bear the Senju name. Once they pass, Konoha will indeed bear no trace of the Senju clan. Even though Tsunade and Shoju, the direct descendants, remain in Konoha, they have long since shed the Senju name. What are you ruminating about? Since the second Hokage was able to decree the integration of the Senju into Konoha, it signifies he had his considerations. Moreover, do we not still exist within the Senju clan? The second Hokage likely possesses some understanding of Konoha's current situation. Do not fret. Gently wiping away Tsunade's tears, Bei Xuan was taken aback by her unexpected sorrow over such matters. The concern she harbored had ceased to affect her since Senju Tobirama had removed their surname. After soothing her for a considerable time, Bei Xuan ultimately took her to gamble, which seemed to lift her spirits. Bei Xuan observed Tsunade exuberantly shouting at the gambling table, prompting a peculiar sensation within him, as he felt somewhat duped, having just agreed to let her play without a limit this time. To prevent Tsunade from becoming ensnared in the casino daily, Bei Xuan allocated her a daily allowance, though she frequently sought credit from the gambling establishment. The manager of the casino was aware of her status as the boss lady, even if she herself remained oblivious to this fact. Credit was extended as necessary, for the manager feared that should she learn of her true position, she might retaliate with a punch. Bei Xuan had not disclosed his ownership of the casino to Tsunade. While he confided in her about other matters, this was one thing he could not reveal. Should Tsunade discover that the casino belonged to her family, she would likely mortgage it by the following day. Thus, Bei Xuan entrusted the matter to Deer Forest, who then passed it on to his son, Deer Geo. After acquiring 2 prime locations from Kushina, the 2 casinos were established. In the Wetbone Forest, Senju Tobirama was watching with wide eyes as Venusaur demonstrated its abilities. This power resembles my brother's would release remarkably. Metagross, could you assist me in calculating the fusion point of your energies and chakra? I believe I have stored some of my brother's biological material. Perhaps that lad can bring it back next time. As the impure Senju Tobirama stroked his chin, he beheld Venusaur harnessing natural energy, and a multitude of ideas flooded his mind. Simultaneously, his gaze grew increasingly fervent as he regarded the Mega Tyranitar gnawing on a rock. The perfect amalgamation of tailed beast chakra and natural energy. Does this imply it can continue to consume the chakra of other tailed beasts? During Konoha's capture of all tailed beasts, Senju Tobirama had indeed studied them. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the nefarious Uchiha Madara was correct. The tailed beasts are merely creatures possessing terrifying power, yet lacking the ability to wield it. Should the tailed beasts learn to utilize their power, it would herald true calamity. The Tyranider before him seemed to have mastered the chakra of Shikaku perfectly. Senju Tobarama's research on tailed beasts revealed a certain degree of connectivity among all their chakras, suggesting that the chakra of tailed beasts could indeed be fused. If a Tyranider could perfectly master the fused chakra of all tailed beasts, to what extent could it become powerful? Most importantly, Tobarama discovered that it was not only Metagross who possessed remarkable intelligence. All Pokémon exhibited exceptionally high IQs, contrasting starkly with the tailed beasts, who, despite their ability to speak, often displayed a lack of intellect. Tsunade's boyfriend has indeed harnessed a group of exceedingly formidable powers. Even having witnessed his elder brother's might, Senju Tobarama could not help but acknowledge the terrifying capabilities possessed by the Pokémon Bei Xuan had left in the Wetbone Forest. Their strengths distinctly diverged from the chakra system of the ninja world, with abilities that would typically require bloodline limits manifesting readily among these Pokémon. Ice Release, Explosion Release, and an array of remarkably effective powers. As for how Senju Tobarama knew this so well, the answer lay in his own experience as an impure reincarnation. There is no better way to grasp this power than through direct interaction. He must bring his brother back. If Wood Release were to re-emerge within the Senju clan, no, he could not resurrect his brother just yet. Bei Xuan's modifications to the impure world reincarnation were still incomplete, should his brother be brought forth. The consumption of life force would undoubtedly be immense. The pursuit of knowledge remains imperative, particularly as numerous techniques were left incompletely developed during one's lifetime. Now that an opportunity has arisen, it is only fitting to delve into this research together. With a swift motion, Senju Tobarama sealed a series of hand signs and struck the floor, summoning a multitude of boxes before him. The materials still exist. With this data, we can enhance these techniques further. The golem approach to examine the items, which pertain to the realm of souls. Make sure to take note of this. Hudi, come over. These are materials concerning the Pure Land. Senju Tobarama distributed the various documents he held, marking a significant step for the Wetbone Forest Ninja Technique Research Group in their quest to explore ninjutsu. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Mission Office, Minato Namikaze was engaged with a temporary team to receive their assignment. It was less of a task acquisition and more of a dispatch from the third Hokage. Minato reached for the mission scroll, scrutinizing it intently until the words Dragon Vein caught his eye, causing a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Well then, I entrust this mission regarding Lulan to the three of you. It is classified, so please ensure to conceal your identities. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed as he regarded Minato and his companions. Understood, they responded in unison. As they exited the mission building, Sinnoh Aburame, the Quiet One, silently trailed behind Minato and Choji Akimichi. Gentlemen, there may be an additional member joining us for this mission. However, rest assured, the reward will still be equally divided among the three of us, Minato stated, feeling a bit awkward. Happy birthday, Naruto, Minato suddenly exclaimed, catching Choji and Sinnoh off guard, especially since the third had just labeled this as a confidential task. It was not long after they left that Minato mentioned adding another member and both companions. Familiar with Minato's character, quickly surmised he was referring to Shikamaru. Not Shikamaru. He is currently compelled by Bei Xuan to master some specialized water release techniques. The individual accompanying us on this mission will be Bei Xuan. Minato chuckled at the thought of Shikamaru's frustrated attempts to learn ninjutsu, then turned to Choji. Upon hearing Bei Xuan's name, Choji fell into silence. Although they were classmates and had enjoyed a good relationship in school, he recalled his father's words when introducing Bei Xuan. Choji, your classmate had a dispute with the third Hokage in the Hokage office today, resulting in a significant altercation that necessitated the reconstruction of the entire building. Despite an eventual reconciliation for unknown reasons, that same night, a root base of the Hokage advisor had been erased without a trace, with no sign of chakra remaining at the scene. It was through this incident that they discovered the location of one of the Hokage advisor's root bases. While there was no evidence directly linking it to Bei Xuan, it was widely understood that only someone as seemingly unassuming yet capable as that medical ninja could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, the casualties sustained during that encounter were severe, yet it was suppressed forcefully by the third Hokage. Therefore, Choji, under no circumstances should you engage in any conflict with Bei Xuan. The Ino Shikacho trio must remain united. Since Lu Lin has made his choice, we too must follow suit. You need not strive to win his favor, but do not provoke him. He is a formidable individual. Choji's father held a rather unfavorable view of Bei Xuan, despite the Inoshikacho clan being staunch supporters of the Hokage lineage since Konoha's inception. However, Lu Lin had chosen a different path. While the two old friends might not fully comprehend this choice, they trusted Lu Lin's judgment. Thus, they entrusted all matters entirely to Lu Lin. Nevertheless, Choji's father still believed that instigating a quarrel with the Hokage was inappropriate. Konoha was not composed solely of Tsunade. Consequently, while the Inoshikacho clan supported Bei Xuan, the clan leaders had not engaged in extensive discussions with him. At this juncture, the highest-ranking member of the Inoshikacho clan, Akimichi Takafumi, adhered to Mito's teachings, remaining neutral. The choice of whom to support among the families was theirs alone, while Takafumi himself offered no support nor opposition. I have no objections. Sinnoh Aburame, who had maintained a low profile, remarked from Minato's side, harboring a curiosity about his illustrious classmate. Since his time at the Ninja Academy, he recognized that Bei Xuan was exceptional, though he often conceded defeat in their sparring matches, as the insects within him craved the chakra of Bei Xuan. This yearning had reached a point where he began to disdain his own chakra. Thankfully, Bei Xuan had gone to study under Tsunade, or else Sinnoh might have contemplated withdrawing from the academy, as he lacked the strength to control his swarm at will. I have no objections either. Would you like some chips? Limited edition. Sinnoh's words interrupted Choji's reverie. Realizing he had been daydreaming, he quickly raised his voice and produced a half-eaten bag of chips from his pocket. Thank you, Choji, but I must return to inform Bei Xuan. Please enjoy my share. Minato said gently to the conflicted Choji, fully aware of the value of those limited edition chips. I don't need any, Sinnoh replied, remaining taciturn, revealing his inherited disposition. With a wave, Minato smiled and vanished before the two. The Flying Thunder God is incredibly convenient. Do you think Minato would agree to use it to fetch me the latest chips? Choji mused as he nibbled on his snack, glancing enviously at the spot where Minato had disappeared, though it was evident that Sinnoh was uninterested in indulging Choji's fanciful thoughts. That was fast. Bei Xuan observed Minato as he set down the magical blade, the 1,000-blade shards, which he had been inscribing with sealing techniques. Yes, you previously mentioned the dragon vein in the ninja world, so I believe you would find this mission intriguing. Choji and Sinnoh will accompany us, Minato stated, handing over the mission scroll. Although the mission was classified, Bei Xuan would be joining them to the dragon vein, and Minato felt confident that the third Hokage would approve. Lulan, it has been so long that I had nearly forgotten. Shall we depart now? I will inform Tsunade and check in with the third, Bei Xuan replied. In the original narrative, Minato was supposed to undertake this mission with Kakashi. However, Kakashi had been prevented from graduating early due to Bei Xuan's intervention. Thus the third had not dispatched Minato with him. While Choji and Sinnoh awaited by the village entrance, Bei Xuan immediately dispatched a shadow clone to report to the third, while he himself headed toward the casino. After notifying Tsunade, Bei Xuan left a shadow clone and several unique Pokémon to secure the Senju estate before teleporting to the entrance of Konoha. At that moment, Minato and Choji had been waiting for quite some time. My apologies for the delay. I had to inform Tsunade about our journey. Thank you for your patience. Choji and Sinnoh, Bei Xuan greeted as he appeared behind Minato, smiling as they exchanged pleasantries, with both he and Minato bearing each other's Flying Thunder God seals. The Flying Thunder God seal of Minato was concealed by Bei Xuan using a sealing technique. After all, the phrase ninja love sword is rather abstract. Bei Xuan's technique is marked by the innate 8 trigrams. As for the others who were also stamped with the Flying Thunder God technique, Bei Xuan was unaware of their sentiments. But Minato certainly took a liking to it, nearly replacing his own ninja love sword with a similar one. However, the symbols of the Flying Thunder God technique cannot be arbitrarily changed, and Minato almost used the time meant for improving the Flying Thunder God to test whether he could replace the technique symbol. Chapter 91. Naruto once again. Naruto rode on the giant eagle, and it took Bei Xuan and his companions 3 full days of intermittent flight to reach Lulan. Even with a map, locating the ancient kingdom in the heart of the desert was still quite time-consuming. The swift flight of the giant eagle significantly contributed to their timely arrival. If Bei Xuan had summoned his Dragonair, they would have reached their destination even faster. The 4 of them, wearing masks, gazed upon Lulan, which resembled a paradise, adorned with exquisite and magnificent towers. In comparison to Konoha, it felt like a rural area transitioning into a bustling city. Is this Lulan? Why does it seem like the puppet techniques here are more advanced than those in Tsunade? Having also studied sensory ninjutsu, Minato quickly realized that puppets were scattered throughout the kingdom, and these puppets exuded a greater sense of power than those in Tsunade. Suddenly, Minato furrowed his brow at the sight of an explosion. There, a blonde-haired boy clad in a red ceremonial robe was engaged in combat with several puppets. The shadows around his eyes indicated that he was currently in sage mode. As Minato sensed this, so did Bei Xuan, who smirked and swiftly ascended to a higher vantage point to observe the boy below. Does he possess such strength at this age? Naruto. Minato joined Bei Xuan, gazing curiously at the boy in battle, feeling an uncanny familiarity, especially with the leaf headband on his forehead, which appeared somewhat awkward. He was unaware that Konoha had a ninja who could enter sage mode of Myaboka Mountain, whom he did not recognize. Bei Xuan, do you know him? Is he also a ninja from Konoha? Minato inquired, noticing Bei Xuan's attentive gaze and satisfied expression towards the ongoing battle. Indeed, he is from Konoha, but he is from many years in the future and should have some connection to you, Bei Xuan replied with a mischievous grin. In the original story, this character never acknowledged Naruto as his son, merely stating that he would name his child Naruto when sending him off. Does he have a connection to me? Minato mused softly, observing the boy's battle and noting the azure orb in his hand, quickly deducing the boy's identity. A bit reckless, reminiscent of Kushina, yet he is quite exceptional. As the number of puppets surrounding Naruto increased, spewing countless strands of purple chakra to attack him, Minato quietly praised him before inserting a flying thunder god kunai into the ground. With a whoosh, Minato vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Naruto, grabbing the boy's arm and disappearing amidst the onslaught of chakra strands. That was quite reckless, young man. Can you assist with healing him? Minato gently placed the now exited sage mode Naruto on the ground and turned to Bei Xuan. After a prolonged struggle, Naruto bore numerous wounds inflicted by the sharp chakra strands. Entering sage mode, yet still getting injured by a puppet? That's somewhat disappointing. What do you think, Kyubi? After swiftly healing Naruto, Bei Xuan remarked with a smile directed at the boy's abdomen. Humph, aside from lacking intellect, he is commendable, but he has a long way to go to earn my approval. A chakra fox head emerged from Naruto's shoulder, but this time, a unique symbol had appeared on the forehead of the Nine Tails. Ah, a glimpse of my future self. Yet it seems you haven't grown much stronger, Bei Xuan teased, as a similar energy fox had formed on his shoulder, playfully observing Naruto's fox. Humph, I could defeat you using only one hand. Feeling that arguing with himself was somewhat foolish, Naruto's fox head retreated back into his body after making that proclamation. Hey, you know Kyubi, and how do you possess the healing abilities of that troublesome uncle? Also, why do you have a different Kyubi? Witnessing the exchange between the two foxes left Naruto in shock, and he immediately jumped up, pointing at Bei Xuan with a face full of fear. Bei Xuan, won't revealing your identity disrupt the future? Minato asked nervously, as his initial plan was to return Naruto safely without any knowledge of the situation. Only the past cannot be altered. The future rests in one's own hands. If one merely fears potential changes to the future, that is not my style, Bei Xuan confidently asserted. Fully aware of Minato's concerns, Bei Xuan, sharing a name with that troublesome uncle and possessing the same healing powers? You wouldn't happen to be his illegitimate child, would you? Ha! I must return and inform Tsunade that she has a brother. Then, I'll have her give that troublesome uncle a good beating. Upon hearing Minato's address, Naruto burst into laughter. Hands on his hips. Your son, so raise him with care, Bei Xuan said, a vein popping on his forehead as he turned away after addressing Minato. Naruto, my apologies. It may be that I and Kushina spoiled you too much in the future. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Naruto's brief exclamation was laden with meaning, and Minato felt a tinge of embarrassment, silently chastising himself for neglecting Naruto's manners. With Bei Xuan and the Nine Tails present, he knew Naruto was safe. With that thought, Minato removed his mask, enveloping his fist in chakra. How do you know my mother's name? Wait, why call him Dad? Bridge Beans. Ah, wait, I was wrong. Darn it. I must tell Mom. Ah, Bei Xuan, save me. In no time, Naruto stood obediently with bruises, his face filled with defiance. By the way, Dad, why are you here? Were you worried I might secretly follow you? Also, how have you become so handsome? Have you been secretly using Mom's skincare products? Naruto asked curiously, a mischievous glint in his eye. Naruto, To be precise, it's not that I have become handsome. Rather, I am still quite young. You must have traveled back to the past of your timeline for certain reasons. Minato observed Naruto's now swollen face with a smile. Acknowledging that Bei Xuan's assessment of his future son was accurate, he was a bit foolish. So you and Bei Xuan are both quite young now. Does that mean I? Naruto glanced over at Bei Xuan, who was watching the two converse with arms crossed. What? Do you wish to test whether you can defeat me in my youth? Bei Xuan could read Naruto's thoughts without the aid of Kyuubi, merely by observing the expression on his face. How could I? Upon having his thoughts exposed, Naruto scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Chapter 92. What kind of good person could be named in Lushan? Seeing Naruto's reaction, Minato stood by with a resigned smile. The arrival of Naruto signified that he and Kushina had truly come together, resulting in a wonderful child. When Naruto referred to Kushina as his mother, Minato's smile almost reached the heavens. Naruto, how did you arrive here? Will you be able to return safely? Minato inquired softly, knowing that the primary concern was to send Naruto back to the future. After all, Naruto's presence here meant he would inevitably vanish from the future, and Kushina would undoubtedly be deeply worried about his disappearance. Oh, this is due to your father's orders. Our team was sent to the Lulan ruins to safeguard the Dragon Vein's power and then to capture a rogue sand ninja whose name I seem to have forgotten. That individual forcibly unsealed Uncle Bei Xuan's seal, leading to the eruption of the Dragon Vein. After a flash of light, I found myself here. I just hope Sasuke and the strong girl made it through as well, and I wonder about Teacher Yamato's well-being. Worry etched across Naruto's face, clearly anxious about the whereabouts of his companions. The green, onion-headed fellow? Rest assured, your comrades should be fine. Apart from Yamato, the others likely were not transported to this time. Don't worry, Dingzhua and the others have already located your Yamato. Bei Xuan had long spread his newly refined sensory ninjutsu throughout Lulan upon their arrival. Inspired by Gaara's sand eye from the original story, Bei Xuan combined the powers of malevolent spirits with sensory ninjutsu to create a new technique known as web domain vision. He had previously used this technique to monitor the training conditions of Rope Tree. If Uncle Bei Xuan says so, then I shall be at ease. However, since we have arrived, the rogue sand ninja must have come too. With Bei Xuan's reassurance, Naruto sighed in relief, knowing Uncle Bei Xuan, despite his annoying demeanor, was a figure of reliability. As the group engaged in casual conversation, cheers from the townsfolk reached their ears. Turning their heads, they observed the street filled with people fervently calling for their queen. That girl? She's the one I saw when I woke up. So, she is the legendary queen, Naruto exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the elegantly dressed girl on the platform. However, in the next instant, the smiling queen standing atop the high tower plummeted directly from it. Oh no! Naruto reacted instantly, leaping high and using various beams on the building to soar into the air and catch the queen, finally landing safely on the ground with her in his arms. Just as Naruto was about to smile and await the queen's praise, two resounding slaps struck his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. Your son resembles Rope Tree a bit, Bei Xuan remarked silently to Minato, who stood nearby, watching the two engaged in conversation. Indeed. But he is quite kind-hearted, Minato replied, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he observed Naruto. After all, he was the fruit of his love with Kushina. Oh dear. It seems hopeless. By the way, that strong girl Naruto mentioned must be my child, right? I wonder if my future little girl will be a handful, Bei Xuan mused, contemplating what kind of person his future daughter might be. We should first inquire about the queen's current situation, and Naruto will need to locate the rogue sand ninja to return. With that, Minato performed a body flicker technique, appearing between the two in conversation, with Bei Xuan following closely behind. Naruto, let's continue our chat later. Your Majesty, I am Minato Namikaze, a Jonin from the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. Has Lulan ever encountered a ninja? I wonder if the queen knows of his whereabouts. Minato smiled as he addressed Queen Sarah, believing that the ninja in question was the rogue sand ninja, Baizu, who had come with Naruto. A ninja named Baizu? What brings you here? Sarah responded, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Minato. Though he was quite handsome, his questions perplexed her. This ninja, Baizu, is the root cause of the turmoil surrounding the Dragon Vein. So we must defeat him for Naruto to return to his time and for us to reseal the dragon. Absolutely not. Sarah interjected forcefully, cutting Minato off with a wave of her arm, her eyes filled with fury directed at the group. The ninja who arrived in Lulan 6 years ago is named in Lushan, not your so-called Baizu. And Lushan is an outstanding man who cherishes peace. He is a successor to his mother's will and a minister of Lulan. How could he possibly be the cause of the dragon vein's upheaval? Completely blinded by her trust in Baizu, Sarah glared at them before storming away. Naruto watched, torn with conflict. Chase after her, Naruto, but take this. Noticing Naruto's turmoil, Minato handed him a special kunai. Dad. Naruto reached out to accept the kunai, fully aware of its significance. Leave Queen Sarah to me. Minato smiled encouragingly as he watched Naruto dash off in pursuit of Sarah. This child is indeed lively. By the way, Bei Xuan, aren't you going to ask Naruto about your daughter's situation? Minato chuckled, recalling their previous conversation regarding the future. No need to ask. I prefer to learn everything about her myself rather than through others. Besides, your son keeps referring to her as the strong girl. Bei Xuan thought of Tsunade, pondering whether his little girl would take after her. Haha, I will definitely strengthen my son's education in the future. Minato chuckled awkwardly, knowing how much Bei Xuan yearned for a daughter. Let us go? I have informed Gingue to assist with your son. We should head towards the source of the dragon vein, where your silly son will likely join Sarah. I can't fathom what that girl is thinking. With a name like Lushan, he can't be a good person. It sounds like a pseudonym. But first, let's deal with this chaos. Thousand Blades release. Bei Xuan drew his magical sword, Thousand Blades, and with a swift motion, shattered the blade, sending countless sharp fragments flying in all directions. In an instant, all the puppets surrounding them were obliterated by the shards of the magical sword, scattering across the ground. Chapter 93. Riding Giratina, the shards of the magical sword reassembled themselves upon Bei Xuan's weapon, and with a flourish, he sheathed the magical sword. What an extraordinary weapon! Each fragment is inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, such a brilliant concept. Minato marveled at Bei Xuan's 1,000 blades, which never failed to impress him. The entire blade was composed of countless sharp and indestructible fragments, capable of transforming at the user's will. Alright, let us go. I've also notified Dingzhou with Gaisai to witness the so-called time-traveling dragon vein. Bei Xuan's gaze fixed on a certain direction, a thought emerging in his mind. If we were to sacrifice the entire dragon vein, could we summon time-related Pokémon such as Dialga or Shalebi? If I'm not mistaken, the green onion-headed fellow Naruto mentioned must be Shalebi, who loves to dwell in the forest. Thus, the one Naruto saw was likely a future version sent to accompany him. As Bei Xuan's mind swirled with countless thoughts, the environment around him suddenly transformed, and he found himself in a shattered world, surrounded by floating debris and islands. What is the sudden summons for, Giratina? He mused quietly, gazing at the magnificent creature before him. The golden semi-ring encircled its neck, while horizontal stripes of black and red adorned its front. Its 6 legs, ending in sharp claws, gently rested upon the void, resembling a ghostly pair of grand wings that delicately unfurled behind it, tipped with crimson accents. Roar! Has your essence only amassed a mere fifth after all this time? Even natural energy holds sway over beings such as you? Bei Xuan remarked, placing a hand upon Giratina's forehead, observing how much larger it had grown since their initial summoning. Yet, it seemed more accurate to say that Giratina had sought him out willingly. During the war, Bei Xuan had ventured to the land of grass, and, having taken the untouched Elysium box for sacrifice, expected to summon a Pokémon like Darkrai. Instead, the very ground beneath him transformed into a mirror and swallowed the area, leading to the appearance of the Master of Reverse. From Giratina, Bei Xuan learned that it had seized upon the summoning power, even capturing a Darkrai that was supposed to be summoned. However, this forceful arrival came at a cost, as a fragment of Giratina's essence was left behind in its original world. Furthermore, Giratina did not have a domain to inhabit within the ninja realm. Thus it existed within the shadows of Bei Xuan, or rather, within the reverse world that Bei Xuan had created. There, Giratina gradually reclaimed its essence while absorbing the natural energy of the ninja world. Most importantly, Giratina was in the process of establishing a reverse world specific to this realm, and Bei Xuan found himself in one of its established locations. Roar! Is my current form incapable of summoning another deity of such caliber? Must the dragon vein remain sealed as per the original narrative? Is your endeavor within the reverse world progressing smoothly? Bei Xuan asked, glancing around at the surroundings, pondering whether Giratina had poor taste, as each reflection of the ninja world seemed to be altered by its influence. In response, Giratina roared, and a series of golden runes coalesced into a golden chain that gradually entwined Bei Xuan. Ultimately, it constricted around his wrist, forming a unique mark. Indeed, arriving in the ninja realm inevitably leads to such a fate of receiving tattoos. I am now covered in them, Bei Xuan chuckled, observing the dark golden emblem shimmering on his wrist. Since your reverse world is flourishing, I shall not intrude further. Please send me away, Giratina. No? It seems I can exit on my own now. Farewell, Giratina. With that, Bei Xuan vanished from the reverse world and reappeared beside Minato. The mark bestowed by Giratina represented the authority of the reverse world within the ninja realm. To put it simply, Giratina was akin to the leader, while Bei Xuan served as the administrator, and this reverse world was like a group. Bei Xuan, you have finally returned. Where have you been? I couldn't even sense the flying thunder god mark upon you, Minato exclaimed, anxiously scanning Bei Xuan from head to toe. Little did he know how alarming it was for Bei Xuan to vanish right after mentioning the dragon vein. Initially, he believed Bei Xuan had used the flying thunder god technique, yet no trace of its mark could be felt. Had Bei Xuan unexpectedly traversed time to the past? After all, the mark was not supposed to disappear. Nothing to worry about. I just visited a friend and acquired a little something. Now, let us head to the source of the dragon vein. Naruto and the others should have already arrived, Bei Xuan replied, patting Minato's shoulder, sensing the tension radiating from him. Is that the source of the power within you? Minato inquired. Though incomplete, I can sense its might surpasses that of the Sage of Six Paths during his prime. As they journeyed, Kurama spoke to Bei Xuan, astonished. To him, in the presence of such a terrifying beast, the tailed beast seemed insignificant. After all, it was capable of shaping worlds. Moreover, this feat was accomplished even in its incomplete form, creating a world devoid of life, which was still a terrifying prospect in the ninja realm. Even the Sage of Six Paths, as Kurama recalled, lacked the ability to create worlds. The ninja world had existed long before him, and the Pure Land was no exception. Its name is Giratina. I cannot fully gauge its strength, particularly in this incomplete form, but I am certain it exceeds that of the sage. Bei Xuan held a profound confidence in Giratina's capabilities, for it was indeed the master of reverse. You are truly enigmatic, Bei Xuan. Thankfully, you harbor goodwill towards us. Otherwise, even the Sage of Six Paths would be powerless to prevent your destruction of the ninja world. I am eagerly anticipating the expressions of the Otsutsuki upon encountering this creature, Kurama remarked with a mischievous grin, clearly looking forward to the reactions of the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 94. Shall we use the Raisin Shuriken together? Naruto, upon hearing this, Bei Xuan merely rolled his eyes, sensing that Kurama had become somewhat foolish since merging with him. You'd be better off focusing on developing your Sage Fox mode rather than yearning for such encounters. Otherwise, you may find yourself powerless when the time comes. Chakra is of little use against the Otsutsuki. As if I needed your advice. By the way, what exactly is this chi you speak of? Even if I understand its origin, I cannot manifest this power upon returning to my original form. Kurama's tone was tinged with frustration. Ever since he had experienced chi, he had lost interest in chakra. Though he was a manifestation of chakra, it did not mean he could not become a manifestation of chi. However, within Bei Xuan's body, while manifesting this form was simple, returning to his original state rendered him helpless in summoning it. Unable to find a solution, Kurama decided to pursue the path of natural energy. Acknowledging that chakra was ultimately too restrictive, especially given the formidable nature of the Otsutsuki, Kurama was determined to shed the title of a beast wielding terrifying power yet unable to utilize it, dedicating himself to the study of the so-called Sage Fox mode. As he put it, what was so impressive about a Sage mode created by a mere frog? He intended to craft a Sage Fox mode for Naruto. Yet, it was clear he had yet to achieve this, as Naruto was still utilizing the Sage mode of Mount Myaboku, possibly because he had not yet earned Kurama's approval. Well, there is little I can do. The essence of chi was not created by me, and I cannot enlighten you. Bei Xuan replied as he and Kurama engaged in casual conversation while making their way with Minato to the source of the dragon vein. As they approached, a series of explosions erupted, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Minato's expression shifted, and he hastened towards the source of the dragon vein. Puppets? As soon as Watergate arrived on the scene, he beheld Naruto engaged in battle with a human-faced spider puppet while in Sage mode. No matter how many times Naruto shattered the puppet, it would miraculously restore itself the very next moment. As Naruto and Dings would combine their efforts in an assault, the creature known as Baizu seemed to realize that despite its ability to regenerate, it was ultimately no match for them. and thus erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha! With the power of the dragon vein, I am invincible. I cannot die. Bei Xuan cackled, as the shattered pieces of puppets around him began to gravitate towards him, merging into his grotesque, human-faced spider form. Soon, Bei Xuan manifested a larger and more hideous body before the onlookers. TSK. The last one who boasted about immortality was buried alive and starved, North Xian remarked from his vantage point, observing the battle below while attempting to study the surrounding dragon vein energy. Though he could not sacrifice the entire dragon vein, surely he could harvest some energy without consequence. As North Xian gathered the dragon vein power, the combat intensified. Naruto utilized one of his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique, creating countless clones that leaped onto Bei Xuan's form, relentlessly striking with Rasengan. Dingzhua, on the other hand, unleashed a portion of his multiplication technique, delivering a punch that slammed Bei Xuan into the wall, while Jihui's insects surged forth, gnawing at the puppet's body. Despite their collective efforts, Bei Xuan, empowered by the dragon vein, quickly recovered and summoned all surrounding puppets to absorb their energy. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and Bei Xuan reappeared in an even more formidable form, resembling a giant, with green eyes gleaming with malevolence. How on earth do we defeat this creature? North Xian, can you stop slacking and lend a hand? Naruto exclaimed anxiously as he witnessed Bei Xuan rise again in a stronger guise. Meanwhile, North Xian remained calm, floating in the air, performing seals as if sealing something important. Naruto, do not disturb North Xian. He must have more pressing matters to attend to. Leave this monster to me, Watergate interjected, smiling at Naruto before swiftly appearing before Bei Xuan. I apologize for the delay. I had to reinforce this area with sealing techniques. Now, I shall be your opponent. Watergate stood firm, kunai in hand, addressing the now giant puppet of Bei Xuan. Upon arriving, he noticed many civilians from Lulan in the vicinity. To prevent them from being inadvertently harmed in the battle, Watergate took some time to secure the area with sealing techniques, shielding the civilians around them. No one can defeat me now, not even the future fourth Hokage. You know nothing of the dragon vein's power. Bei Xuan recognized the man before him, the future acclaimed fourth Hokage of Konoha, a fearsome ninja renowned from the Third Great Ninja War. However, buoyed by the dragon vein's power, Bei Xuan did not believe that a past Hokage could overpower him. Yet in the next moment, countless shurikens, akin to lasers, rained down upon Bei Xuan's puppet form. In the blink of an eye, his puppet body became battered, exposing its core. Impossible. But I am immortal. I cannot die. Bei Xuan bellowed as the dragon vein's power swiftly repaired his puppet form. He roared, swinging his arm towards Watergate, only to have it severed by a Rasengan in an instant. Wow, Dad, are you already this strong? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he watched Watergate in action. Despite sharing the same Rasengan technique, Naruto felt his father's version possessed a greater potency. The power of the dragon vein was indeed formidable, but it was also an opportunity to test North Xian's jutsu. Even though he had mastered Sage Mode, he was still somewhat inexperienced with its application. Just then, an orange-yellow shadow appeared at Watergate's eye, and he tossed a specially designed flying thunder god kunai, now imbued with sharp wind chakra, into Bei Xuan's puppet body. Watergate's Rasengan began to spin wildly, and 4 sharp wind blades emerged, stirring the surrounding air. It's the spiral shuriken, North Xian's technique. I can do that too, Naruto exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the spiral shuriken in Watergate's hand, while North Xian awkwardly scratched his nose from the sidelines. Naruto, since you can do it too, shall we collaborate? North Xian inquired. I'll leave the dragon vein to you. Watergate, holding the spiral shuriken, smiled at Naruto and then addressed North Xian, who had already retracted his scroll into the air. Chapter 95. Gale danced Taiji spiral shuriken. Upon hearing Watergate's invitation, Naruto immediately rushed to join him, forming his own spiral shuriken in hand. North Xian silently observed, feeling an inexplicable pity for Bei Xuan. Initially, it was merely a father-son collaboration of the Taiji Rasengan, but now it had transformed into a joint spiral shuriken attack. The main body has already reached the dragon vein source. Watergate, unleash your technique without hesitation. North Xian instructed Watergate before voluntarily dispelling his shadow clone, sensing that it would soon be Watergate's turn to awkwardly name their attack. Naruto, Dad. As the voices of Naruto and Watergate echoed, 2 spiral shurikens launched from their hands, colliding midair and gradually merging. The blue-green chakra intertwined and spun, creating an immense spiral shuriken that began to influence the surroundings. Amidst the violent storm, the underground arena descended into chaos, with shattered puppet fragments and limbs soaring through the air. Akimichi Dingswa quickly employed his multiplication technique, shielding Oil Woman Ji Hui and the somewhat dazed Yamato beneath him. Go forth, Gale danced Taiji spiral shuriken. Watergate, brimming with excitement, formed hand seals as countless laser-like shurikens shot forth, joining the colossal spiral shuriken in an assault against Bei Xuan, who was also preparing to unleash his ultimate power. The formidable spiral shuriken, upon mere contact, immediately disintegrated Bei Xuan's puppet form, advancing towards his true core. Meanwhile, North Xian, having reached the source of the dragon vein, was unexpectedly greeted by Sarah, who had already arrived. He had assumed she wouldn't come here without Naruto's incessant chatter and protection. Esteemed ninja, I am currently obstructing the dragon vein's power. Please assist me in driving away this menace to my people, Sarah implored, her hands resting on the dragon vein's source. Tears glistening in her eyes as they fell to the ground, stirring up dust. With Watergate here, I will seal the dragon vein. This way, even you cannot wield its power. Are you willing to pay such a price? North Xian understood that Lolon's demise was not far off, as it was not long until Naruto's era. As long as this power existed, there would be another Bei Xuan, and perhaps even more. During their conversation, the dragon vein source under Sarah's command completely closed. Bei Xuan, who was desperately resisting the spiral shuriken with healing, soon realized that the dragon vein energy within him was no longer replenished. No, don't. My power, my dragon vein power. This cannot be true. This cannot be real. It's all a lie. Ha! Even in death, I will take you with me. Bei Xuan, at the core of his being, was in disbelief, unwilling to accept the impending loss of his dragon vein power. Then, with a deranged expression, he unleashed a catastrophic explosion using the remaining energy within him. Roar! As Watergate became aware of the impending self-detonation of the centipede, he prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to evacuate everyone. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and the entire underground space was inundated with sand. The centipede's puppet was swiftly encased in a massive sandball, adorned with a unique violet seal. What is this? Uncle Bankila's power. Before Watergate could identify it, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. A muffled explosion emanated from the sandball, which trembled momentarily, but otherwise remained inert. A small sand creature resembling a Yuki emerged beside Naruto, letting out a low growl, seemingly questioning why Naruto recognized it. Is this sand Yuki different from the one possessed by the strong girl? Naruto pondered, scratching his head as he gazed at the diminutive sand Yuki before him. This must be Bankila's, though merely a sand clone. Watergate, face-palming in exasperation, couldn't help but question his own parenting skills, wondering if he had spoiled Naruto too much in the future. He resolved that Naruto would henceforth be raised by Kushina, believing that under her influence, Naruto would not have turned out this way. Ah, is that so? Uncle Bankila's, do you have a son too? I want one as well. The strong girl brags to me every day, and I want one too. In the next moment, Naruto blurted out something astonishing, prompting Watergate to cover his mouth. Feeling embarrassed as he glanced at Bankila's sand clone. Naruto was just joking. I hope Bankila's won't take offense. Watergate awkwardly explained, acutely aware of how inappropriate Naruto's request sounded. Bankila's shook his head to indicate it was no bother and gradually dissipated before Watergate. Meanwhile, the colossal Bankila's outside the tower transformed into a plume of smoke and returned to the wetbone forest. Oh dear, the centipede has been dealt with. Now, onto the dragon vein. However, I will seal this dragon vein for 20 years. After that, someone will come to retrieve it. What do you think? Bei Xuan said, producing a scroll and placing it beside the source of the dragon vein before addressing Sarah. The power of the dragon vein was an opportunity not to be squandered. While he could not currently bear the strength of other first-tier gods, he believed the future held promise. Retrieve it? Sarah exclaimed in shock, doubting her ears. Could the dragon vein, which connected to the Earth's pulse, simply be taken? Wasn't it meant to be sealed? Indeed, it can be taken. But rest assured, my removal of the dragon vein will not adversely affect Lulon. After we leave, I will leave some friends behind to enhance your environment, providing you with an endless water source and increasing the number of oases. That should be no problem, Bei Xuan said, recalling Lolon's harsh conditions aside from a few oases. Confident Sarah would not refuse such a proposition. Really? Then, my lord, please feel free to take it. Even if you remove it now, it would be fine. Sarah's eyes lit up with joy. She understood what water and oases meant for Lulon as its queen. Not now, but with your agreement, the contract is established. I hope there will be no obstacles when I return here in the future. With that, Bei Xuan retracted the scroll imbued with the dragon vein's power, forming seals around his feet, casting a series of sealing techniques that enveloped the entire tower. 9 Provinces Cauldron Sealing Technique. A golden cauldron manifested above the dragon vein's source, ensuring that not a shred of its power would leak out. All done. Just remember not to let anyone near that cauldron. It's quite dangerous, Bei Xuan said, satisfied with his independently developed sealing technique. Since Hu Di and the others had arrived, he had grown somewhat lazy about creating new techniques, only indulging in the occasional whim to develop methods that resonated with ancient culture. Chapter 96. Breath of the Sun. After Bei Xuan sealed the dragon vein, a radiant white light enveloped Naruto and Yamato. It seems the time for farewells is approaching, Naruto, Watergate said, gazing earnestly at the golden-haired youth before him, the embodiment of his and Kushina's love. Yes, Dad, I'm thrilled to see you in your youth. When I return, I will tell Mom I met the younger you. Naruto replied, flashing a beaming smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Fourth Hokage, I apologize for being somewhat dazed and not being of more assistance. Yamato, now awake, scratched his head in embarrassment. No need to feel guilty. Besides, I am not yet the 4th Hokage. Naruto, if possible, I hope you will take good care of your mother in the future. She must have it tough now that I am Hokage. Watergate gently ruffled Naruto's hair, leaning forward to press his forehead against Naruto's. Yes, I will. Well then, goodbye, Dad. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto and Yamato vanished before Watergate. Enough of that. Just hurry and have Naruto with Kushina already, Bei Xuan remarked, having arrived via the Flying Thunder God, observing Watergate lost in thought at the spot where Naruto had disappeared. What? How could that be? Watergate's face flushed with embarrassment, as he always became bashful when topics related to Kushina arose, despite being so reliable otherwise. Dingzhua Jihui. The mission has been completed, but due to the gravity of this matter, I need to seal your memories. Is that acceptable? Bei Xuan disregarded Watergate and turned to Dingzhua, knowing from Watergate's lack of memory sealing for Naruto that he had not made the same judgment as in the original narrative. With Watergate as the 4th Hokage in the future and with his own presence, the dragon vein's power posed no threat. However, the current situation was different. Understood, Bei Xuan. Do as you see fit. I didn't expect this mission to be so easy, allowing me to return to the village early to snag some limited edition chips. Dingzhua readily agreed, fully aware of the potential dangers of time-traveling powers. Ji Hui silently nodded in agreement. Bei Xuan crouched down and lightly touched the ground, sealing the memories of Dingzhua and Ji Hui regarding the dragon vein and time travel. Thus, the dragon vein mission concluded successfully. True to his word, Bei Xuan left behind some Pokémon suitable for enhancing the environment and, along with Watergate and the others, took flight toward Konoha atop a giant eagle. Of course, these Pokémon would return to the Wetbone Forest after successfully improving the environment. Bei Xuan had never entertained the thought of abandoning any Pokémon. Upon returning to Konoha, Watergate continued to undertake missions occasionally, while Yamato, having made progress in water release techniques, began clamoring to learn sage arts from the Dragon Cave, only to be reprimanded by Tsunade. Although Yamato could perform some S-rank water release techniques, he was far from mastering them. Such eagerness to run before learning to walk was naturally met with Tsunade's scolding. Time passed peacefully until Kakashi and his peers were on the verge of graduation. Bei Xuan reclined quietly on a lounge chair in the courtyard of the Senju clan, the branches of a willow tree swaying gently in the breeze. Now 18 years old, Bei Xuan exuded an ethereal aura, though this was contingent upon his silence. At the age of 15, Bei Xuan acquired the immortal totem from the world of Minecraft, which allowed him to finally set his mind at ease, particularly as he was still burdened by Tsunade's dual curse. Just a few days ago, at the age of 18, he obtained a set of sword techniques, or rather, a breathing technique known as the sun breathing. Upon receiving this technique, Bei Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment, as his recollections of the combat prowess displayed in Demon Slayer seemed rather unimpressive. Initially, he pondered whether he could utilize it without the Nichiren blade, but after experimenting with the magic blade, Thousand Blades, he was astounded. The power it unleashed bore no relation to chakra or natural energy, but was intrinsically linked to one's own strength. What Bei Xuan possessed in abundance was not chakra or natural energy, but rather the life force cultivated through relentless training. Moreover, the potency of the technique was not as feeble as he had anticipated. Even with the rudimentary form he executed, the first style, it elicited a reaction from QB, who noted the intense flames produced by the sword technique posed a considerable threat. The tranquility of the passing years was palpable, alas. The third great ninja war was looming on the horizon. Gazing at the cerulean sky, Bei Xuan's view was obstructed by two indistinct shapes. Tsunade, didn't you just step out? Have you forgotten something? He inquired, sitting up to face her, puzzled as she had taken money with her before leaving. No. The previous head of the Hyuga clan passed away yesterday, and they've invited us to the banquet, Tsunade replied, handing him a gilded invitation. The emblem of the Hyuga clan prominently displayed. We haven't had much interaction with the Hyuga, have we? Why would they send us an invitation? Bei Xuan mused, examining the card. His only connection to the Hyuga was a fleeting acquaintance with Hinata, and he had minimal dealings with the rest of the clan. Previously, when the Uchiha patriarch had passed, they had attended out of respect, as the Hyuga clan had long competed with the Uchiha for the title of the foremost clan of ocular techniques. Given their standing, if he were to decline the invitation, the Hyuga might perceive it as a slight. My plans for gambling. I genuinely believe today would bring me good fortune. With a hint of frustration, Tsunade nestled beside Bei Xuan, her figure displayed in all its glory. Very well, let us go. It will be an opportunity to engage with the Hyuga clan. By the way, where has Minato disappeared to? I haven't seen him for days. We should bring him along. Bei Xuan inquired, for he had been engrossed in researching the sun-breathing technique in conjunction with the magic blade, Thousand Blades, in the Wetbone Forest. It's the wedding you mentioned. The one that has me and Kushina feeling giddy. I sent him to the feudal lord's estate to procure some fine fabrics. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique is advantageous. But he should be back soon. He's been gone quite a while, Tsunade said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, for she had longed for this day. Indeed, this is a matter of significance. Now that Bei Xuan has reached adulthood, preparations for his wedding with Tsunade are underway. Minato and Kushina wish to host it together, while Shoju still has time. Demon Slayer Tip, Sun Breathing, an art developed by Yurichi Tsujikuni, accompanied by a corresponding sword technique. The flames ignited by wielding the Nichiren blade embody the deepest fears of Muzan. Just then, Minato appeared in the courtyard, carrying an immense scroll beneath a willow tree adorned with two specially crafted shurikens. Speak of the devil, is this what you brought back? Bei Xuan asked, eyeing the large sealing scroll in Minato's grasp. Let me see it. Before Bei Xuan could take hold of the scroll, Tsunade snatched it away and unfurled it. Lady Tsunade. No, Minato exclaimed, realizing too late that the scroll had slipped from his grasp. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with an array of red fabrics and opulent items, along with several chests brimming with wealth and jewels. The feudal lord sent these gifts upon hearing of your impending marriage. He insists on attending and officiating the ceremony. Minato explained, scratching his head as he surveyed the lavish offerings. These ought to fetch quite a sum if sold, don't you think? By the way, Kushina took Pikachu to help that kid, Kai, with his training. Emerging from the treasure trove, Tsunade held a precious ivory cup, her eyes gleaming with delight. Upon noticing Minato's wandering gaze, she realized he was pining for Kushina. Sigh, has it really only been a short while apart? Why doesn't Bei Xuan miss me? Really? Has he been zapping him all this time? Minato asked, concern etched on his face. Since the incident when Kai accidentally electrocuted Pikachu, he had been exclaiming how it felt like a memory, especially as Bei Xuan occasionally mentioned lightning body training. Consequently, Kai had beseeched Pikachu to zap him daily. And with Kushina and Pikachu forming an electric duo, they readily accepted the request. Thankfully, Kai had been fortified with life energy since childhood, coupled with his father's medicinal baths. Otherwise, he might not have withstood Pikachu's current shocks. While Pikachu predominantly served as a mascot after nearly being struck down by Kakashi, he sought counsel from other Pokémon on how to grow stronger. Though his improvements were modest, he had indeed become a bit more formidable. And Kai's lightning body training proved beneficial, enabling him to disregard certain D-rank lightning techniques. Meanwhile, Kakashi had been whisked away by Kakashi's father for rigorous training, especially after their last bout where Kai had triumphed over him. Let us tidy this up. Minato's return is just in time for us to attend the banquet. Bei Xuan remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he observed Tsunade lost in the treasures. The banquet? Minato queried, bewildered, until Bei Xuan briefly explained the situation to him. Despite Bei Xuan's limited interactions with the Hyuga, he was well acquainted with many within Konoha, as most ninjas had some connection to Minato. The next day at the Hyuga estate, every attendee donned black garments, each holding a chrysanthemum, proceeding silently towards a designated location, their faces devoid of sorrow. In fact, Bei Xuan could sense a majority among them were rather pleased. Such was the peculiar nature of the Hyuga clan. Yet, despite their inner joy, the branch family members dared not display their emotions, maintaining an oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of their footsteps. The atmosphere of the Hyuga funeral starkly contrasted with the previous one Bei Xuan attended at the Uchiha clan, which had been filled with an air of grief. Amidst the solemnity of the occasion, Bei Xuan spotted an unexpected figure, Orochimaru. Since the war, Orochimaru had kept a low profile, even neglecting his training of shoju, ostensibly due to having imparted all that he deemed necessary. Bei Xuan could surmise what he was up to, though he never anticipated that even if Shang Shu were alive, he would still tread the path of research. Noticing Orochimaru, Bei Xuan discovered that the latter had also taken note of him, and soon approached. It has been quite some time, Bei Xuan. Would you be amenable to a private conversation? Orochimaru's gaze was fervent, focused on Bei Xuan, or perhaps rather on his physique. What is it that cannot be discussed here? By the way, Orochimaru, what have you been up to lately? Shang Shu mentioned it's been difficult to find you. Tsunade, who was by Bei Xuan's side, remarked with evident displeasure directed at Orochimaru. It was of little consequence whether there was a teacher guiding Shang Shu. After all, the knowledge he was currently acquiring was beyond Orochimaru's grasp. Primarily, she was frustrated about being unable to find someone to dine with. The experience of dining with friends was distinctly different from that with a romantic partner. Very well, let's converse. Please wait for me a moment, Bei Xuan replied, somewhat surprised that Orochimaru wished to engage him. Under the expansive canopy of the Hinata cemetery, the two stood beneath a tree. Life is ultimately rather fragile, don't you think? Bei Xuan? Orochimaru mused nostalgically, a question he had pondered since childhood. His parents' demise, the deaths of fellow villagers on the battlefield, all underscored the frailty of existence. Why dwell on such thoughts? Is your life so uncomfortable that you must contemplate it so deeply? You simply have too much free time. Once you experience the grind of being a corporate slave, you'll understand that there is no time for such musings. Bei Xuan rolled his eyes, showing no inclination to engage in philosophical discussions about life, which he regarded as idle chatter. He thought it would quiet Orochimaru if he confined him to a factory for a year or two. A corporate slave? Ah, you still enjoy using such peculiar terms. That golden light of yours must be a technique rather than a bloodline limit, Orochimaru observed with excitement, genuinely curious about the nature of this extraordinary power. Familiar with chakra, he sensed none within Bei Xuan's abilities. The snake's keen instincts led him to believe he was correct. Bei Xuan did not possess a bloodline limit. Bei Xuan's body, while imbued with immense vitality, bore no traces of any bloodline limit, suggesting that the golden light was indeed a formidable technique. Moreover, this technique seemed to elevate the essence of life itself. Orochimaru had been closely monitoring Bei Xuan, noting each time they met, he appeared to undergo a remarkable transformation, growing increasingly powerful and vibrant. Chapter 98. The Caged Bird System. Bei Xuan felt a sense of discomfort as Orochimaru fixated on him. While Orochimaru's insights could be advantageous for the future, one could not overlook the impending reality of his transformation into something monstrous. Did he covet the Sharingan? Or was he merely fascinated by Bei Xuan's physique? So what? I have never claimed my golden light technique to be a bloodline limit. That notion has always been their assumption. Indeed, Bei Xuan, your strength must have reached an alarming level by now. How about a trade? Orochimaru produced a scroll, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Let us hear it. Bei Xuan did not take the scroll, but gestured for Orochimaru to continue. Teach me that golden light technique, and I shall assist Minato in becoming Hokage. In return, I will dedicate my efforts to assist you for a time, Orochimaru proposed, viewing the technique that could enhance life without external means as a perfect, eternal opportunity laid before him. You cannot learn this technique, and it is already a foregone conclusion that Minato will become Hokage. Surely, you can comprehend that, Orochimaru. Bei Xuan had never worried about Minato's ascension to Hokage. Setting aside Minato's rising fame within the ninja world, the support he garnered from numerous clans assured his position was secure. After all, as far as Bei Xuan knew, it was not just the Uchiha and the Inuzuka who covertly supported Minato's rise. Minato's charisma had already attracted followers. The allure of a ninja's charisma should not be underestimated. You may propose your demands. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Your technique is vital to me. And I am certain you do not wish to remain under scrutiny indefinitely, do you? Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone chilling as he addressed Bei Xuan. Are you threatening me? Bei Xuan found humor in Orochimaru's demeanor, realizing he now understood how Nagato must have felt when confronted by him. Just a suggestion. Yet before Orochimaru could finish, he froze in place, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face uncontrollably. Orochimaru, it seems you have misjudged something. I was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in Hanzo at the tender age of 10. Can you fathom what I am capable of now? Death must be a terrifying prospect for you. Bei Xuan's smile was disarming as he spoke, while in Orochimaru's eyes, a terrifying specter loomed behind Bei Xuan, ravenously gazing at him, as if it would pounce and consume him at any moment. Unbeknownst to the participants in the ongoing memorial service at the Hyuga clan, all of this transpired unnoticed. Take heed, Orochimaru. Danzo is not to be trifled with. Mingling with him could lead to your downfall. With that, Bei Xuan retracted the spectral power and cheerfully departed to find Tsunade. As for whether Orochimaru would harbor resentment or seek vengeance, Bei Xuan understood him well. His intellect was sharp. If he could cast aside some of his obsessive pursuits, he would see the situation clearly. The golden light technique was in Bei Xuan's possession, and Orochimaru would undoubtedly seek him out. Bei Xuan eagerly anticipated the potential transformations that might arise from Orochimaru collaborating with Tsunade and a host of extraordinary abilities. What does Orochimaru want with you that necessitates a private conversation? As soon as Bei Xuan reached Tsunade's side, she inquired, clearly concerned about Orochimaru's significant changes and the possibility of her friend straying down a perilous path. He desires my golden light technique, but I have no intention of granting it to him just yet. As for Minato, he has been called away by the second son of the Hyuga clan. No. Now he is the head of the branch family, for some discussion. Upon hearing that Minato had been summoned by Hinata Hayashi, Bei Xuan began to formulate theories. The two brothers of the Hyuga clan were relatively normal. I'll go take a look. Tsunade, you continue your meal. Go on, go on. Indeed. Becoming Hokage is quite the hassle. Tsunade, aware of the discussions Bei Xuan and Minato were having with the Hyuga clan, waved him off. Relieved she had not aspired to the role of Hokage herself, Bei Xuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside Minato, who was currently sharing tea with Hinata Hayashi. Bei Xuan's sudden appearance drew the attention of everyone present. To Bei Xuan's surprise, Hinata Hizashi was also present. Was he not supposed to preside over the funeral? Long time no see, Hayashi. I suppose I must now address you as Clan Head Hayashi. My apologies for the presumption. And this must be Clan Head Hizashi, Bei Xuan greeted, first acknowledging the more familiar Hinata Hayashi before turning to the stoic Hizashi. Hinata Hayashi, taken aback by Bei Xuan's friendly approach, was prepared to greet his old acquaintance, never expecting Bei Xuan to initiate the conversation. Long time no see, Bei Xuan. Hinata Hizashi nodded in greeting to Bei Xuan. Bei Xuan, you've arrived just in time. We were discussing you. Minato smiled at Bei Xuan as well, then made room for him to take a seat. Me? What is there to discuss? Bei Xuan was somewhat bewildered. Why was he being talked about in the Hinata clan? It seemed he had little connection with them, and even with Hizashi, it was merely a classmate relationship. Lord Bei Xuan, may I inquire your thoughts on the caged bird system of my Hinata clan? Hizashi, the current head of the Hinata clan, asked Bei Xuan. He could have addressed him without the honorific, yet the addition indicated a humbling inquiry. This made Bei Xuan instinctively glance at Minato, clearly suggesting that Minato had shared something with Hizashi. The caged bird? Bei Xuan mused. For the Hinata, the caged bird's role was indispensable. However, its functions were somewhat excessive, and with the establishment of classes, issues naturally arose. Upon hearing Bei Xuan declare the caged bird was indispensable, Hizashi's expression visibly dimmed. He was not foolish. He understood the implications of losing the protective power of the Byakugan. Furthermore, the caged bird's role would ultimately drive the branch and main families towards an extreme, which would inevitably incite internal strife within the Hinata clan. Do you foresee such a future, Head Hizashi? Bei Xuan recalled the descendants of Otsutsuki from the moon. Had Naruto not appeared, the situation of the Hinata clan might have mirrored that of their lunar counterparts. Additionally, the Hinata clan system severely impacted the Hokage's authority. Though they did not outright disobey orders, The existence of the main and branch families diminished the Hokage's commands to a lower tier. Bei Xuan's words left Hisashi momentarily silent. He was acutely aware of these issues. Following his father's death, those from the branch family who reveled in misfortune, even if not overtly expressing it, celebrated in secrecy. Hisashi had witnessed his father use the caged bird seal to punish those from the branch family, including his own brother. Determined to incite change, Hisashi did not wish for the future of the Hinata clan to descend into decline. Lord Bei Xuan, could you assist the Hinata clan? Hisashi, observing Bei Xuan savoring his tea while awaiting a response, seemed to have made a decision. He stood, took a step back, and knelt before Bei Xuan in supplication. Bei Xuan set down his teacup, raising a finger to psychically assist Hisashi in standing. He harbored a disdain for families with excessive formalities. Head Hisashi, there is no need for such formalities. I will indeed assist. As it is unlikely that Minato will allow the Hinata clan to remain a ticking time bomb once he becomes Hokage. After helping Hisashi to his feet, Bei Xuan spoke candidly. However, assistance cannot come freely. With Minato as Hokage, you must contribute. Hisashi, not lacking in wit, glanced at Minato's sunny smile and quickly grasped Bei Xuan's implication, promptly affirming. The Hinata clan will fully support Minato as a jonin. Ahem, then it shall be manageable. The solution to this issue is rather straightforward. The Hinata clan cannot do without the caged bird, but the main family can be eliminated. Bei Xuan observed Hisashi's reaction with keen interest. Please, Lord Bei Xuan, continue. Do not concern yourself with my feelings. Exhaling deeply, Hisashi gestured for Bei Xuan to proceed, while Hisashi's brother, Hisashi, looked on with concern for his elder brother. In contrast to the Uchiha Sharingan, the Hinata's Byakugan could be said to be immediately deployable, and the caged bird's existence was meant to safeguard this. But does the caged bird truly protect the Byakugan? If memory serves, Mist Village possesses the Byakugan as well. In essence, the caged bird is merely a sophisticated sealing technique binding the optic nerves. Sealing techniques are my forte. I propose to retain only the protective aspect of the Byakugan while removing unnecessary elements from the caged bird seal. And the main family will also bear the caged bird seal. Moreover, the caged bird seal you possess is quite aesthetically pleasing, yet it is excessively large. I can modify it for you. Implementing this system will undoubtedly result in significant resistance for you, Head Hisashi, so once Minato becomes Hokage, he can help clear these obstacles. If opposition is fierce, you should be aware that all reforms are steeped in blood. Sacrifice is invariably unavoidable. However, once the restrictions on the branch family are lifted, it will be your responsibility to quell their wrath. I am confident they will not resort to particularly extreme measures. Teaming up with Hisashi to dissipate this anger should not pose a challenge for you as the head of your family. And it may even serve as an excellent opportunity to bolster the cohesion of the Hinata clan. After Bei Xuan finished, he calmly took a sip of tea. One cannot deny that the sole benefit of such an antiquated family is the abundance of good tea. This was evidently superior to what Kushina procured, and he would make sure to mention it to Hisashi on the way out. At this moment, Hisashi remained silent, internally conflicted. Bei Xuan's assertions held truth, yet from the perspective of the Hinata clan, certain points were challenging to accept. First, improving the caged bird and entrusting the sealing technique to Bei Xuan would effectively hand over the main family's authority over the branch family to him. If Bei Xuan harbored any ill intentions, the Hinata clan would be left at his mercy. Second, as Bei Xuan noted, reforms are accompanied by bloodshed, and the main family is ultimately comprised of blood relatives to wield the blade against kin. Lord Bei Xuan, may I have some time to contemplate this? Hisashi's face was fraught with indecision. He lacked a measure of decisiveness and resolve, which Bei Xuan understood. Take your time, there is no rush. However, I would advise you, Head Hisashi, that indecision will not resolve the matter. As the clan leader, you must possess the necessary decisiveness. Minato and Tsunade are likely becoming impatient. Bei Xuan did not expect Hisashi to present an immediate answer, had he been able to agree so readily. The original story would not have portrayed him as someone who felt guilty about his brother. Well then, Hisashi, we shall take our leave. It has been a pleasure to be invited to share tea with you both. Minato stood, bidding farewell to the two clan heads who had regarded him with Byakugan, before turning to follow Bei Xuan out. As they walked towards Tsunade, Minato could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked Bei Xuan, "Is this how the Hinata clan has always been?" So distorted. Although he had heard some accounts of the Hinata clan, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. The inception of the caged bird was to protect the Hinata clan. Remember, I emphasize the protection of the Hinata clan, not merely the main family. During the Warring States period, the Hinata did not have such a division. When it was time to fight, they fought. This division gradually formed only after the Warring States period. Can Head Hisashi make a decisive choice? Minato's expression reflected reluctance. Implementing such changes would likely require him to turn against his own family, a burden few could bear. Most likely, he cannot summon that resolve. Thus, we require a scapegoat at this juncture. Bei Xuan recognized the softness of Hisashi's heart. The death of his brother and the impending trials for his two daughters left him unable to find the necessary determination. Thus, Bei Xuan had long anticipated a suitable candidate for executing this task. It was undoubtedly him. However, whether he would be the one to carry it out need not be scrutinized further. What are you saying? Just be grateful. You think the Hokage can resolve some of the sinister matters behind the scenes with someone particularly adept at taking the blame? In due time, it will all be resolved in one fell swoop, maximizing his utility. A sly smile lingered on Bei Xuan's lips. Sparing that particular individual was not without purpose, as many schemes require a competent scapegoat. Moreover, in Bei Xuan's vision, Shimura Danzo could die, but he must not truly perish. After all, once Danzo was eliminated, his title must remain intact, and it should not be known that he had died, for such a perfect scapegoat deserves to be utilized repeatedly. By the time Bei Xuan and Minato arrived beside Tsunade, she had already vanished, leaving only a member of the Hyuga clan standing in place, waiting and delivering messages. Bored from waiting and having already dined sufficiently, she sought a form of spiritual fulfillment. To put it plainly, she was off to gamble. As time passed, as Bei Xuan had surmised, Hyuga Hayashi still had not made a firm decision. Yet, Bei Xuan harbored no worries. Resolving the issues of the Hyuga clan was merely a matter of time. Presently, Bei Xuan leaned against a tree, observing Minato assess his seventh squad. Although his gaze was predominantly fixed on a boy donned with goggles, Kakashi, who had not graduated early, was still placed in the same class as Rin and Uchiha Obito, with Namikaze Minato serving as the guiding jonin. Sarutobi Hisashi had approached Bei Xuan, wishing for him to lead a class, promising to include Kakashi and Guy under his tutelage. However, Bei Xuan declined. He had no desire to act as a caretaker, having fulfilled that role for far too long. Shinju also expressed a desire to lead a class, but was reprimanded by his sister, who insisted that the village's children should not be treated as mere playthings, fearing that under Shinju's guidance, they might undertake a mission and subsequently vanish. This was not a matter of doubting Shinju's abilities, but rather his temperament. Despite having reached adulthood, Shinju remained as innocent as ever. The tears of Kamui could not be concealed. The Sharingan was indeed absurd, capable of transforming Obito's current disposition into that of the future. From the perspective of certain specific Uchiha, the concerns of the second Hokage were not unfounded. Once these Uchiha awakened their eyes, their personalities would undergo a dramatic transformation. Kakashi's talents seemed to surpass even those of Minato. What had his predecessor, Shikumo, imparted to him? The battle below could be described as a one-sided duel between Minato and Kakashi, with Rin and Obito struggling to intervene. Of course, this did not imply that Kakashi had matched Minato's strength. Currently, there were no more than 5 individuals in Konoha who could rival him. At this moment, Kakashi wielded a short blade, delivering rapid slashes against Minato, the blade crackling with the lightning of Chidori. Kakashi had seemingly shed the weakness of low chakra reserves. Disregarding the absence of the Sharingan as a negative buff, the vitality that Bei Xuan had consistently provided to him and Guy since childhood had significantly improved Kakashi's physique. Considering that Guy had now managed to learn some simple ninjutsu and harness the chakra control required for formidable strength, it was evident that Kakashi's improvements were equally substantial. Damn it, how is Kakashi so strong? Once I awaken my eyes, I will surely surpass him, Obito thought, watching the battle in which he could not participate, while Rin, beside him, gazed at Kakashi with sparkling eyes. Feeling helpless, he punched the nearby tree. It will happen, Obito. Rin, standing beside him, heard this and gently looked at Obito, her gaze softening. Obito, she said. Upon hearing her, Obito's eyes filled with love as he looked at Rin, but after reassuring him, she returned her focus to the ongoing battle. At this moment, Kakashi, how is he faring? Any thoughts on taking a disciple? Suddenly, a white-haired man wearing a dog-faced mask appeared against the tree where Bei Xuan leaned. I have no intention of taking any disciples. And Minato's strength is more than sufficient to teach Kakashi. By the way, Shikumo, have you given Kakashi your white fang yet? The newcomer was indeed Hatake Shikumo, who had long since shed his Hokage half-sleeve. With Danzo confined by Bei Xuan, the village had not experienced the public uproar depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, as Shikumo deliberately reduced his influence, the village's perception of Konoha's white fang diminished, rendering him nearly forgotten and less actively mentioned. He is more suited for the title than I. I believe my old comrade will prove even more capable in his hands. Shikumo removed his mask, gazing kindly at Kakashi, who was engaged in battle below. By the way, when do you and Tsunade plan to marry? Given her temperament, she shouldn't be able to wait too long, right? Shikumo cast a peculiar glance at Bei Xuan, pondering how. Based on his understanding of these individuals, Bei Xuan would not be devoured by Tsunade the moment he came of age. Indeed, Kakashi's reserved nature is clearly learned from you. Bei Xuan remarked, recognizing the implications in Shikumo's gaze and rolling his eyes in response. It was evident that Kakashi's demeanor was a result of inheriting traits from Hatake Shikumo. Ha ha ha, boys will be boys. As Kakashi's father, Shikumo could not overlook certain aspects of Kakashi's personality, especially since he had a background in the Umbu. Therefore, he was well aware of the books Kakashi hid under his bed, occasionally taking a peek himself. I leave Kakashi in your capable hands. The ninja world is currently tumultuous. Aside from the Land of Wind, which remains calm, other nations are experiencing significant tensions, with even the village hidden in the mist increasingly appearing at the borders. The number of Umbu missions is rising, and war could ignite at any moment. Bei Xuan, I entrust Kakashi's growth to you. As a father, he wished to be by Kakashi's side constantly, yet the village required his presence as well, and he felt he had little left to impart to Kakashi. However, Bei Xuan and Minato were different. The Chidori techniques Bei Xuan had taught Kakashi represented a tremendous gift, especially considering he had nurtured Kakashi's foundational skills and enhanced his physical capabilities since childhood. In Shikumo's mind, Kakashi's current brilliance was intrinsically linked to the vitality Bei Xuan had instilled in him since his youth, a debt that could never be repaid. What he could do was ensure Minato inherited a stronger Konoha and present the Umbu as a sharp blade for Minato to wield. Bei Xuan observed this elder, who even Tsunade held in great respect, sincerely performing a samurai bow towards him. Shikumo, you are quite sentimental. Rest assured, with me around, Kakashi will be safe. Additionally, here is something for you. As he spoke, Bei Xuan produced a scroll and handed it to Shikumo. What is this? Shikumo questioned, gazing at the spherical design on the scroll, perplexed. Is there a ninjutsu scroll with such a sealing technique? In the event of encountering tailed beasts or requiring formidable defense, simply tear it open. This is the Pokeball scroll. As for its purpose, haha. A mischievous smile crept onto Bei Xuan's face as he imagined the state Shikumo would be in upon truly utilizing this item. The creature summoned by this scroll was a genuine calamity. Originally, Bei Xuan had intended to use the chakra of the tailed beasts to create 9 unique Pokemon corresponding to the 9 beasts, but he was advised by Senju Tobarama, his granduncle, that such thinking was short-sighted. Consequently, it evolved into a reciprocal arrangement, with Bangila's now possessing not only Shikaka's chakra, but also that of the 9 tails, fully adapting and utilizing it. Currently, the only chakra that Bei Xuan can freely access is that of the 9 tails, which it willingly provides, allowing Bei Xuan's plan for 9 extraordinary Pokemon to continue. In Chapter 101, She is the Love of My Life, presided over by Senju Tobarama. Many Pokemon in the Wetbone Forest underwent experiments to adapt to the 9 tails chakra. However, Bei Xuan was somewhat surprised to discover that the 9 tails Pokemon was not the most suitable for this chakra. Instead, it was the water-type Greninja that proved to be more compatible. Initially, Bei Xuan found this quite perplexing. After all, Greninja and the 9 tails seemed worlds apart. Yet, Greninja was also one of the Pokemon most influenced by Senju Tobarama. Greninja possesses an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, swiftly mastering techniques such as the Rasengan and various water-release jutsu from Tobarama. After adapting to the 9 tails chakra, Greninja exhibited some transformations, distinct from a complete fusion with Tyranitar. Greninja utilized the 9 tails chakra through a sealing technique, entering a 9 tails chakra mode, which harmonized with its own energy to create a naturally generated attribute. This signifies that Greninja would no longer require supplementary 9 tails chakra, and with its continued learning of water release techniques under Tobarama, its strength gained the utmost recognition from him. Returning to the 7th Squad's evaluation site, Kakashi was visibly out of breath, while Minato remained composed. Kakashi, if you wish to obtain these 2 bells, you cannot rely solely on your own strength. Why not trust your comrades? Minato suggested with a smile, shaking the 2 bells before Kakashi, their clear sound ringing loudly in his ears. Minato-sensei, believing in my teammates also requires their strength to support me. They are not Guy, and I understand the importance of teamwork. However, if they were to intervene, I assume you, Minato-sensei, would go easy on us in this evaluation. Kakashi expressed his desire to understand just how far he was from the likes of them. Lord Bei Xuan once taught me to focus on my growth at the Ninja Academy, and I have earnestly adhered to that. Minato-sensei, this next technique is my original creation, combining Chidori and my father's swordsmanship. I can't control it perfectly yet, but please, let me see the gap between us. Kakashi's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the training ground as the short blade, held in his hand, crackled with piercing electricity. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning manifested around Kakashi. Kirigakiryu Raijin. Kakashi closed his eyes, fully attuned to ninjutsu, locking onto Minato, who awaited his attack. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning, too swift for the eye to perceive, cleaved through the entire field, as Kakashi's blade collided with Minato's specially made shuriken. This is not good. Minato, relying on his exceptional reflexes, swiftly evaded the impending shuriken. Sensing its imminent shattering, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting beside Bei Xuan, who was observing the battle. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having lost his target, charged forward, slicing through trees with his razor-sharp lightning blade. What a terrifying technique. Kakashi even employed some brute strength. Was he worried about not being able to wield the White Fang? Minato gazed at Kakashi, who had finally come to a halt, astonished by the prowess of this young genius who had developed such power at a tender age. Impossible. Uchiha Obito stared in shock at the ravines carved by Kakashi's charge, questioning whether this version of Kakashi could truly be defeated by his awakened Sharingan. His previously unwavering confidence in the Sharingan began to waver. Has Chidori led to the development of other techniques? Truly, geniuses are exceptional. Bei Xuan swiftly approached the unconscious Kakashi, lifting him and healing the injuries caused by his own lightning. As for Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, he had long since departed on a mission after conversing with Bei Xuan. Who are you? Let go of Kakashi, Obito exclaimed, rushing toward Bei Xuan, only to transform into an awestruck admirer upon recognizing him. Bei Xuan was highly esteemed among the Uchiha clan, respected for his strength and devoid of the peculiar gaze often cast upon them. And he was a friend of the Uchiha clan leader. Minato, I'll leave him in your care. Remember to forbid Kakashi from using that technique. His physique is too weak, and employing it on the battlefield would be tantamount to seeking death. After casually handing Kakashi over to Minato, Bei Xuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Returning to the Senju clan's domain, he had no desire for prolonged interaction with Obito, as he perceived his thought process to be quite peculiar. Many believed Uchiha Obito to be an anomaly within the Uchiha clan, yet Bei Xuan viewed him as a quintessentially extreme Uchiha. How could someone who earned Madara's acknowledgement of the Uchiha's potential possibly be an outlier? Upon returning to the Senju clan's grounds, Bei Xuan found Tsunade engaged in embroidery with an elderly woman. The scene struck him as surreal, akin to a cat suddenly exclaiming "Arigato, my dear," or Emil unexpectedly shouting "Hi, I am the secret hamburger of the 8th. It was simply astonishing. Typically, Tsunade would be at the gambling table, passionately shouting for good fortune. "Tsunade, what is this?" Bei Xuan inquired, observing her meticulousness, as she remained unaware of his approach. You're back? This is Granny Take, the finest seamstress in the entire Hidden Leaf village. Even Granduncle's Hokage cloak was embroidered by her. I asked her to help us create wedding attire. And I'm learning a bit in the process, Tsunade replied, her face radiating happiness as she gently caressed the bright red fabric, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Granny Take, thank you for your assistance. Bei Xuan promptly bowed to the elderly woman, who had even crafted the future Hokage's cloak for Naruto. Oh, so you are the Bei Xuan that Tsunade mentioned. You must treat our leaf princess well. She truly loves you, Granny Take remarked softly, her hands steady as she carefully placed her long needle down, scrutinizing Bei Xuan, who was soon to wed Tsunade. I will. She is the love of my life, Bei Xuan declared, gently taking Tsunade's hand in his voice resolute.